Arthur couldn't possibly not want to remove it. The only reason it could be hanging there is he can't.
So, the delegation management agencies in Sewage Town and various parts of the wasteland don't have the authority to take down delegations, only the
right to oversee and operate them?
After a moment of thought, Yilan glanced at the delegator, and as expected, it was 2 words.
Anonymous.
Arthur truly has a big heart, just letting himself be targeted like this for 1,000 missed blue coins.
God knows how many people would be willing to take the risk. And who wants to kill Arthur?
Although he didn't have to leave Sewage Town, and the mission objective was simple, clear, and within his capabilities, Yilan certainly couldn't
accept this delegation and continue to look down. Soon, another delegation caught Yilan's attention.
Investigate the whereabouts of the restaurant owner of Mosquito Restaurant at night. Mission brief: I have never seen him at night, as mysterious as the Mosquito Restaurant, which has been passed down for nearly 100 years. Whenever it closes at night, he seems to disappear with it.
Reward: 10 missed blue coins. Publisher: Anonymous. Category: Local Normal, visible only to non-Sewage Town residents. Ah, this. Yilan sighed. Was this another way to unlock a hidden side quest?
Uncovering the unknown side of the restaurant owner. Shaking his head, Yilan continued to look down. It was another delegation, and unlike the previous ones he had seen.
The overall composition was visibly more complex.
Attached to the delegation was an inspection report with the suffix of the Radiant City Experimentation Institute.
Delegation: obtains special resources.
Delegation content: the sewage in Sewage Town is unreasonable, carrying strange energy and unusable for daily life, yet Sewage Town claims it is edible and drinkable, full of mysteries. I suspect Sewage Town performs special treatment itself, but Sewage Town clearly lacks the conditions to treat sewage. Delegation requirements: thoroughly investigate the reason and bring evidence, or extract and preserve the original water source from the sewage.
Ditch for delivery. Delegation reward: 100 missed blue coins. Publisher: Anonymous. Delivery location: Sewage Clinic. Why is it the Sewage Clinic again? And why isn't Arthur managing this matter?
What Yilan still didn't understand was why these 3 delegations were exposed to him. These 3 delegations clearly involved the secrets of Sewage Town. Arthur, with his position, why didn't he make them disappear from the delegation board by taking them himself, or at least sending someone to take
them? Since he could see them, did it mean that he wanted him to investigate these 3 delegations?
To let him uncover things that he couldn't say now but could be found out here. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, the suspected enemy and the abnormal obstruction had already begun, and these 3 delegations were the beginning of a series of
conspiracies blocking his progress. But why? What could he find out in this?
Sighing, Yilan left the delegation board and walked directly to the town map board beside him. He lightly touched his fingertips, pointing at the locations of several delegations. In the next instant, the 3 delegations seemed to connect into a single line, making Yilan's gaze suddenly sharpen. The sewage clinic, almost adjacent to the town guard's location, was not only the town's only medical facility but also the official designated clinic, specifically marked by the town guard. The Mosquito Restaurant, seemingly an investigation into the restaurant owner personally, was actually connected as a whole. Exploring this secret was, in fact, exploring the secret of the entire Mosquito Restaurant. And then there was the sewage problem. Speaking of sewage supply, one couldn't help but mention the sewage inn, which had half its body situated directly in the sewage ditch, and whose second function was the collection and supply of water for the town's daily life. Unbeknownst to him, these few available delegations unexpectedly encompassed all 3 core aspects of Sewage Town in his eyes. Conspiracy or coincidence? What's wrong? Su Lezhang saw Yilan's expression changing constantly, and with curiosity mixed with a little worry, he couldn't help but ask. Yilan's train of thought, which was gradually nearing a dead end, was interrupted. He glanced at Su Lezhang, deciding to change his perspective. After all,
Onlookers often see more than those involved. You'll know if you go look. You should have normal permissions, right?
Why are you so sure I have them?
Su Lezhang couldn't help but inwardly complain.
What normal person would get a wanderer badge?
Yes, I'll go look now.
Just as he stood there, Su Lezhang's loud exclamation came.
Ah! Assassinate Arthur? Sewage Clinic. What the F***CK? 1,000 missed blue coins? Who in this town can afford that much money? For a moment, Yilan was speechless. What, is your only focus on the assassination of Arthur? However, Su Lezhang's reaction gave Yilan a small inspiration. Assassination commissions are usually rare on the commission board? Su Lezhang was stunned, shaking his head repeatedly. The situation was clearly not as Yilan had speculated. Not rare, but who would post this kind of commission locally? You can't stay anonymous, you know. Usually, the local security department monitors the commission board. How is this any different from openly declaring hope to someone in front of a security officer? Not only will you be targeted, but the target will also realize what's happening. Most importantly, the assassins you can hire are too limited. This price would be much more successful if posted as a high-level commission. Yilan raised an eyebrow and returned to the commission board, scrutinizing it once more. You think it's self-directed? Su Lezhang. When did I ever say that? Forget it, I can't keep up with the big shot's thought process. I didn't say anything. I don't know anything, I just spoke nonsense. You absolutely must not follow my lead. Yilan was non-committal, lightly tapping the commission board with his finger. A faint mist spread over Yilan's hand, and 3 commissions disappeared. Successfully accepted, and chose anonymous acceptance. Although, this anonymous acceptance was pretty much like burying one's head in the sand. There were only a handful of tasks left on the commission board, so Arthur should have a good idea. With his arrival, 3 disappeared, so one look would tell him what was going on. How strange. Yilan twisted the throttle. Get in the car, we need to be careful from now on. The engine roared. In just a minute or two, after coming out of the town guard office and heading north, they arrived at the sewage clinic. The distance between the two was even shorter, as there was a slight detour during the few minutes of driving. This close? Yilan frowned. This was unreasonable. It happened 7 days ago, and Arthur didn't come to deal with it? Or was there no clue, like with the spicy pepper field, so they finally posted a commission? But who was the commission for? Were there experts in tracking, even more professional than Arthur, among the local commissions? While thinking, Yilan had already dismounted the motorcycle, and the full view of the sewage clinic was revealed before him. As the name suggested, it was indeed an ordinary clinic, looking not much different from a community clinic before the apocalypse. As soon as the door was pushed open, the familiar smell of hospital disinfectant assailed them. It was the smell he feared most as a child. Please come in. Stepping inside, a middle-aged man's face soon appeared. He looked quite energetic, and his skin quality was better than the average in Sewage Town, but his bald head seemed out of place in this small town. After all, since he had been here, Yilan hadn't even seen a barbershop. The bald doctor looked at the two of them, frowning. Outsiders? Never mind, you're not injured, leave. People who aren't sick are not welcome here. Yilan raised an eyebrow. Is that true or false? Can he really tell at a glance if I'm injured? Is he truly professional or just bluffing, not wanting to bother with me? However, Yilan hadn't come to see a doctor anyway. I accepted a commission. You had medicine stolen here, right? Huh? The doctor froze for a moment, his eyes scanning Yilan's town guard uniform, a visible look of doubt appearing. Are you from the town guard? No, impossible. Soon, he seemed to have grasped something crucial, and an unfriendly expression appeared on his face. Damn it! How long has it been? What good is finding anything now? Unless you're going to give me the medicine directly, otherwise forget it. Yi Lan's eyes narrowed. The other party's reaction was extremely unexpected. Not only was he unwelcoming, but he was practically driving them away. Is this really the attitude of someone looking for help to find something? If he didn't want to find it at all, why did he post it there? A long time ago? Yi Lan certainly couldn't leave like this, so he asked in a businesslike manner, as if he didn't understand the implied meaning in the other party's words. Seeing that Yi Lan had no intention of leaving, the bald doctor, with a sour face, still answered. It's been 7 days already. What good is you coming now? 7 days ago. 7 days ago, there were no outsiders in Sewage Town, so was it someone from within the town who stole it? This was the good thing about Sewage Town, security investigations were too simple. There was almost no, so one could basically tell who did it by checking inside and outside the town. Things instantly became much simpler, although this still couldn't increase the probability of recovering the stolen medicine. Since the commission is still there, it means it can be accepted. Since I accepted it, I must carry it out. This concerns my mission completion rate, Yi Lan said. I hope you can cooperate and not lose hope. I will do my best to help you find it. Ha! The bald doctor said nothing more, letting out a sneer. Suit yourself. Anyway, if you don't bring back my medicine, I won't pay the reward. Yi Lan nodded, as he had already anticipated this step. Any clues? Unexpectedly, the bald doctor nodded. Of course. He sat down, took a sip of water, and then, to their astonishment, began to speak voluminously. The person climbed over the wall into the clinic from the backyard 7 nights ago. Their movements were swift and clear, obviously they had been here for treatment before, and more than once. There's only one alley leading to the clinic from the backyard direction, and they would have to pass through it both ways, so there should be some clues. The thief entered through a secret passage into the underground, and they must have been wearing gloves, and even shoe covers. I didn't see any traces at the scene. The pharmacy was completely emptied. Perhaps you can try to find some clues. Yi Lan? No, aren't you the one who reported the crime? Why do I feel like you're almost capable of solving the case yourself? It's even as if you witnessed it firsthand. You wouldn't have actually watched them commit the crime, would you? That night, you were in your room? Of course. The bald doctor sneered. I know what you're trying to say. But when the villain came in, what could I do? Go down and fight? I definitely pretended to be asleep. Yi Lan. How rational. What about the next day? Yi Lan paused. Did you personally check the alley for traces, as you mentioned? His words brought silence to the clinic, allowing the bald doctor to fully confirm some speculation. Nonsense. He was expressionless. I cannot leave this clinic. Strange basement. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, momentarily unsure of what he meant. Can't leave. What does can't leave mean? Is he and Arthur in a relationship of prisoner and captor? But that didn't seem to make sense either. If Arthur was truly holding this doctor captive for unknown reasons, at the very least, he wouldn't leave him unguarded, would he? Moreover, the other party's actions seemed so free. Temporarily focusing on the commission, Yi Lan knew full well that after 7 days, hope had become extremely slim. Where is the underground? Click. The bald doctor pressed a button, the wall trembled, and then a dark passage opened. There was no end in sight, nor any light, and looking down from the sunlit room was extremely unsettling. I won't go down. The little friend behind you had better stay here too. It might not be very safe for people who aren't from the town or the town guard to go down. The bald doctor seemed to hint at something, as he went upstairs without looking back. There are 2 rooms downstairs in total, the pharmacy on the left and the operating room on the right. Do not go into the operating room, don't even look. The doctor suddenly turned his head while going upstairs, his face flickering between light and
shadow at the boundary of the sunlight, appearing extremely unsettling.
Don't say I didn't warn you. The doctor completely disappeared between the stairs of the sewage clinic's first and second floors.
His words and attitude just now left a heavy sense of strangeness and gloom in the air.
Especially Su Lezhang, who felt very flustered. I feel like this doctor isn't normal. Su Lezhang whispered conspiratorially. This is a bit scary. Should I go down or not? Yi Lan frowned. It's up to you.
My intuition tells me you'd be safer staying here, but it's best to follow me.
Su Lezhang immediately felt he had a backbone and no longer had to agonize over whether to go or not. Is this the expert's opinion?
No. Yilan glanced at him, turned on the flashlight on his shoulder, and started walking down.
The expert's opinion is to stay here and not move.
But I prefer you to follow me. In case something happens to you, I can immediately know and provide rescue.
Su Lezhang.
After a moment of hesitation, Su Lezhang still followed closely, stepping into the dark secret passage.
That bald doctor was scary too, alright. At least if he went down, he could stay with his bodyguard.
As they descended, which had already lasted for a while, more unease surfaced in both their hearts.
Why was the underground of a clinic built so deep? And why did all these places in Sewage Town have an underground? He had been to the underground of the sewage in too.
Su Lezhang tried his best to appear not fragile and seek help more gracefully.
I feel very, very uneasy. Can you pay more attention to me?
Yilan's footsteps paused for a moment, and he turned to look at Su Lezhang.
A premonition? Or something related to an ability object's power, like danger perception?
Su Lezhang gritted his teeth, the uneasiness in his heart intensifying.
He truly couldn't suppress his fear and was very afraid of not getting enough attention from Yilan. It's somewhat related to the ability objects on me. Every time I feel this way, something bad happens.
Yilan narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't rule out that Su Lezhang was just too timid in seeking attention, he really had to be cautious. Although this guy was very goofy, Yilan never thought he was truly simple. He had to be wary. After a moment of hesitation, Yilan hung the flashlight from his shoulder onto Su Lezhang's shoulder, and he himself took out the classic town guard.
Flashlight. Don't shine it on me, don't shine it on yourself, and don't take it off. If you encounter danger, aim at the enemy while avoiding attacks. Su Lezhang was impressed without understanding why. Is this an offensive ability objects? He really went all out. This bodyguard of his is powerful. The light illuminated the darkness, and even Yilan felt much safer. Light always brings a sense of security.
Finally, the ground no longer had uneven steps, and the two arrived together at the underground corridor. The corridor began to have faint lights, otherwise, Yilan might have suspected they had entered a vampire lair. The corridor wasn't long, but calling it an underground was still a bit of an exaggeration. At least in Yilan's eyes, it was more than enough as a
basement level. Only two areas could be seen down the corridor.
The left side was blocked by a solid wall, while the right side was a transparent glass window, clearly showing the situation inside. Two clear signs at the top of the corridor indicated the locations. However, Yilan kept the clinic doctor's instructions in mind and didn't glance inside. Of course, he was very interested in exploring the operating room that had given him all sorts of warnings, but for both emotional and logical reasons, he had to go to the pharmacy first to do the real business. This way, going to the operating room despite the warnings afterward would have a reasonable excuse. I believe there are clues there.
But upon entering the pharmacy, the room was visibly empty.
If it wasn't always like this, then it meant it had been emptied by thieves.
Looking at the current situation, sewage clinic could almost be declared out of operation.
With such a big matter, Arthur. Forget it, he should also be stretched thin now.
What isn't a big deal now? Yilan squatted down.
The ground was very clean, covered with fresh dust. It was as if no one had been there for a long time, or like the scenes of several similar incidents before, exactly the same.
Is it the town defense forces doing?
Yilan clearly had no direct or even indirect clues, but he just had this feeling. Very similar, the style is very similar. Looking up, Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly, deciding to consult the opinion of the other person.
Do you feel anything strange? Su Lezhang was stunned, clearly not expecting to get to participate. You're asking me?
I don't feel anything strange.
There's nothing here, alright.
My own private small medicine warehouse doesn't have so few things.
Alright,
I know you have a private small medicine warehouse.
Scalpels.
Yilan pointed to the wall, where several rows of shelves were placed, filled with dents, hundreds of various scalpels, all of which looked
unsettling.
Even an anatomy expert wouldn't use so many, this number of oddly shaped knives. A large hospital's consultation room only has a few common tools for the patients it might encounter, let alone a place like Sewage Town, with not
many people and not many patients. Yilan paused. It looks like something one would collect.
But the shelves are clearly cleaner than the floor, as if they are frequently used.
In an instant, Su Lezhang felt a chill run down his spine. Holy cow! You're right. That bald doctor isn't a perverted serial killer, is he? Disappeared.
Su Lezhang hadn't paid attention before, but now that he did, he grew increasingly alarmed. You didn't mention it, and I didn't even realize it, but while a single set of these tools isn't worth much, a complete set like this, it could fetch
a sky-high price even in Radiant City. Yilan frowned. So, theft for money was ruled out, then?
Otherwise, compared to the medicine, this row of surgical knives should be worth more, yet only the medicine was taken.
Was the medicine needed for an emergency, or did the thief simply not understand its value?
Yilan tapped his fingers, feeling his logic starting to enter a loop.
A perverted serial killer, that shouldn't be the case. After all, Sewage Clinic was the designated hospital for Sewage Town by the town guard, and also the only hospital. It represented reliability at all times. But then again, Sewage Town itself wasn't exactly reliable. Little cat, did you notice anything I missed? Brainstorming. However, Mind Cat wasn't exactly an expert in this matter. Nope, meow. But it seems really simple, just rewind the scene, meow. Yilan.
No, save your power.
Of course, I know rewinding the scene would work, but there are so many things happening right now, with 3 commissions alone. Little Cat's rewind ability is only enough for one use, so how could it be used like this?
Even if I eventually decide to use it here, it should be after I've looked into all 3 commissions, confirmed this one is more important, and then
decided to rewind.
But if we don't use the ability, the clues truly end here. However, since the doctor claimed there were traces in the alley, let's go track them down. Yilan shook his head and patted the spot next to him where Su Lezhang had been.
Lezhang, we.
Yilan's hand passed through the air, and in his confusion, he turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The space beside him was empty, just like the vast, empty pharmacy that only contained himself.
Su Lezhang was gone. Su Lezhang?
Yilan called out without controlling his volume, confirming his safety one last time.
This pharmacy, the entire underground, and even the corridor leading up to the clinic's first floor, were too empty. So empty that even if Yilan shouted here, Su Lezhang would hear and respond from any area within. Infinite silence, not a single echo. First, he could be 100% sure that Su Lezhang hadn't chosen to leave on his own. Would such a coward suddenly leave him without a word? The only remaining answer sent a shiver down Yilan's spine. Whoever it was, they managed to silently take a person from right beside him, without him or Mind Cat noticing? That's right, Mind Cat. Little cat, are you there? Yes, meow. Mind Cat's voice sounded, making Yilan sigh in relief. The fact that Little Cat could respond meant that he wasn't the one with the problem, he was still in reality. Like the dream entry a few days ago, arriving in Sewage Town 60 years ago, that was a situation where Little Cat wasn't present. It was false to say he wasn't panicked. Did you sense anything?
Rarely, Mind Cat also showed a hint of unease.
No, meow, it's really strange, meow. Yilan frowned. I remember, you can sense anomalies, right? That's right, meow. Yilan gradually began to analyze. So we can be sure it's not related to an anomaly. Mind Cat thought for a moment, then gently shook its head. That's not necessarily true, meow. If the anomaly influenced him from a very distant place, causing him to leave in some strange way, I wouldn't notice it either, meow. Left in a strange way. Yilan squatted down. There were no footprints on the ground, but it seemed much smoother. Such a trace, unless Sulajang slid out? How could that be? He narrowed his eyes. The smooth surface extended all the way to the main door of the room, which was the corridor. Click. Yilan disengaged the safety on his revolver, holding the gun in one hand and keeping the flashlight aimed straight ahead with the other, and strode into the corridor. The corridor was empty, as always, carrying a desolate chill. Turning his head, the passage from the first floor was still open, with no changes whatsoever. Did he go up? How could that be? Sliding on flat ground was one thing, but Sulajang wasn't a slime. How could he slide up from here without making a sound? Looking up, the words operating room glowed with a scarlet hue, and Bald Doctor's warning was still vivid in his mind. Don't go into the operating room. Don't even look. Unlike the solid walls of the pharmacy, the exterior wall of the operating room was glass. This meant that standing in the corridor, Yilan could clearly see what was inside. 2 empty operating tables, darkness, silence, nothing else. But now, wasn't this precisely the best reason to disobey advice? Bang! Yilan kicked open the operating room door and stepped inside. Inside the door was a small antechamber, similar to a reception room. A few meters further in, behind a side door, was the operating room he had just seen from outside through the glass. But at that very moment, Yilan suddenly felt everything before his eyes spin. Everything before him seemed to plunge into an overlap of illusion and reality, unclear yet very clear, like a camera lens focusing, walls moving. Stumbling so much he almost couldn't keep his footing. Thump! 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 3 old-sounding gates opened, and the lights above his head suddenly flickered on one by one, illuminating the dim, unlit room. The world seemed to stabilize, only it seemed to have transformed. On the walls, there was blood everywhere, like a bloody slaughterhouse. It was as if he had transitioned to a different dimension within the same space. Damn it! Yilan cursed, leaning against the wall. In that instant, he felt as if he had gone through a portal from a novel. It stinks. What was that just now? Ah! Help me! Yilan, save me! Before he could even communicate the situation with Mind Cat, Yilan's ears were filled with a deafening, familiar pig-like shriek coming from the next room. Sulajang? Yilan quietly stopped his movements, leaning lightly against the wall, getting his hand covered in a damp liquid, then quickly moved away. Blood? What the hell is this place? I'm not. He. What a fresh toy, the town finally has another fresh pig from outside. Mary, be gentle, it's been so long since that old pig upstairs brought us offerings, don't break this one too quickly. After 2 sinister, charming female voices, there was a drilling sound like a dentist's drill. Just hearing it made him feel a terrifying sensation of being drilled through somewhere on his body. Zzz. Ah! Mary? Lujang? At that instant, Yilan almost thought Sulajang had met a tragic end and was dead. But the next second, a pig-like scream rang out again. No! Don't! Don't kill me! Wait! Don't stare there! Ah, please, sisters, wait! No! What are you things? Yilan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his posture, and slowly moved closer to the door. Sure enough, as long as this guy could scream like that, he was fine. Yilan could listen to the situation inside with complete peace of mind.
The situation inside continued, and Su Lezhang's howling clearly made the two voices, presumably female, even more interested.
Oh, this little guy has good defense, it didn't cut through. He. Is it an ability objects? Then let's strip him first, Master will definitely like it. He. Don't.
Su Lezhang's voice became weak, no longer the pig-like scream.
Yilan knew it was time. If he watched any longer, Su Lezhang would really be in trouble. Bang!
The partition door was kicked open by Yilan, and the situation inside came into view. Su Lezhang's limbs were firmly restrained on the hospital bed, and the entire room was in disarray. Yes, in disarray, completely different from when he looked in through the glass. Scalpels were scattered everywhere, the ground was covered in bloody severed limbs and remains, and the walls looked as if they had been painted, with disgusting rivers of blood flowing down them. The sound of the door being kicked open startled everything inside. Su Lezhang, who was tightly bound, seemed to be reborn, doing his best to do a carp jump and bounce back, letting out an excited roar.
Yilan! You're here! I knew you'd come to save me.
Yilan ignored him, because the two evil, bizarre, and powerful enemies had already turned their heads at the commotion.
Oh, this toy is so fun.
I didn't pick him just now, but he chased me himself. In just an instant, Yilan was stunned. He had thought they were two perverted serial killer sisters, but at this moment, he realized his scope was too small.
Are these two really human?
They were wearing long nurse uniforms, and from the original angle, no skin was visible. It wasn't until they turned their heads that a silver face revealed no facial features whatsoever.
A silver face? This isn't skin. Although the clothes on their backs were completely covered, these two utterly insane and peculiar creatures clearly didn't pay much attention to their appearance.
As they wildly swung and slashed with their blades, their pants were already cut with countless slits.
And then he saw vaguely visible thighs. Silver thighs.
This wasn't skin, it looked completely like some material, like a rhodium alloy product.
Click. Zzz.
As if to respond to Yilan's thoughts, the woman casually picked up a scalpel from the operating table, aimed it at her own wrist, and with a click, chopped off her own hand. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered, and fresh blood flew everywhere.
Ah!
Before Su Lezhang could wail at the gruesome scene, the woman fumbled on the operating table again, picked up a half-meter-tall chainsaw, and directly attached it to her arm, which still had some flesh tone. In an instant, a piercing buzzing sound echoed throughout the entire room.
Holy cow! Sister, your punk style is a bit too much. And this isn't a punk-style apocalypse, but a Cthulhu-style apocalypse, so damn it! Mind cat, what is this thing? Anomaly?
Yilan secretly gestured to Su Lezhang, retreated several steps to draw his gun, the muzzle never leaving the opponent's forehead, staring intently at
the opponent. As an anomaly, it seemed too weak, but as a human, it was a bit too sinister. Not meow. But it's definitely related to anomalies meow. They are all creations of anomalies meow. It seems a certain perverted anomaly reshaped bodies for his fanatics, sewing their souls into this meow. Anyway, it's in this thing meow. Humans favored by anomalies?
Just like the bishops of the Twilight God cult were often granted power by 003, and it's unknown if Xiaoqingyu is one of them. At least, her current fighting style still seems to be firearms plus ability objects.
He.
Little brother, you're much better looking than him.
I can't wait to reassemble you. How about I swap my head for yours? I love your eyes, so calm like the night and seemingly with stars. Bang!
Yilan could no longer stand the disgust, that feeling of someone seriously saying the most anti-human words. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet, with a fiery tail, drew a beautiful arc and shot out.
Pop!
The bullet hit the unknown creature's forehead squarely, sinking in a little, and then the bullet bounced off.
Bounced off? Oh, little brother, this isn't fair. If you blow up my head, how can I be embarrassed to swap my head for yours? Or. She pointed at Su Lejong, and her hand, connected to the chainsaw, lightly swiped. Or. Do you actually want that head? Yi Lan. Ha! Just then, the mind cat's shriek echoed in Yi Lan's mind. I know. I know who it is. 433 sewing doll meow. That anomaly is a pervert meow. It likes to cut different things and sew them together for fun meow. It even claims that one day it will sew a new anomaly within 100 meow meow. Another time it broke containment. In the chaos, it controlled several researchers, over 10 animals, a pile of furniture, and even 2 weak anomalies. After dismembering them, it sewed them together haphazardly, with internal organs exposed. Ugh! It's too disgusting meow. You absolutely must not contain this guy. I strongly suggest eliminating it meow meow meow. Yi Lan. He had never seen the mind cat so agitated, clearly it was truly disgusted. Even if he wanted to, he felt an extreme sense of nausea. It was too shocking to his worldview, the kind of enemy that a normal person would rather die than fall into their hands. As long as I can do it, I strongly support elimination. Mary, what are you doing? Just as Yi Lan was about to make his next move, let's call it a doll for now, looked at the other doll named Mary in confusion, but saw that the other doll was completely motionless, as if it had frozen solid. Yi Lan only glanced at it and instantly understood what was happening. This little fool Su Lejong still had some brains. Did he really understand his hint? And he also remembered that he had a flashlight on his shoulder. That doll was petrified. Mars. The number of enemies was directly halved, and the situation instantly improved greatly. Otherwise, facing 2 chainsaw murderers with steel bones impervious to blades and guns, Yi Lan truly felt there was a possibility of being trapped. Here. Putting everything else aside, if he were truly cut in half by the opponent's various weapons, he would still have to die once no matter what. The spiritual energy consumed for revival would be equivalent to 3 days of unlimited free eating of devil black chili. And most importantly, he really didn't dare to die in front of these 2 things. When he was revived, who the hell knew what he would have turned into? If he had to live with Su Lejong's idiotic head from then on, he might as well just die. Bang! 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 Without another word, while the opponent was still wondering about Mary's situation, Yi Lan fired 4 shots in changing directions at the operating table. The 4 shots hit the shackles that fixed Su Lejong's 4 limbs on the operating table. Then, the remaining bullet was fired almost point-blank at the doll's head. The close range brought greater impact. Even though it didn't even graze her skin, the huge impact undoubtedly sent the doll flying. Ha 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 ha. I'm saved. Yi Lan. You're my god. Su Lejong's excited laughter was so annoying that Yi Lan wanted to beat him up too. He angrily shouted, "Idiot! Quickly shine the flashlight on her." Oh. Oh, oh. Su Lejong finally reacted, springing up and dashing behind Yi Lan. From a slightly backward angle, he shone the strong light on the doll. By the way, are you sure you can do this? A chainsaw, damn it, aren't we done for if we don't dodge it even once? He, so this is what you used to break Mary? What a pity, Mary's gone, so from now on, only you 2 can play with me. It would be interesting to put the legs on the head. Dodge. Bang. Yi Lan kicked out, sending Su Lejong flying, and then he himself dodged to the side. Screech. The doll's speed was not like a normal human's. She almost horizontally slashed through the space between the 2 with the chainsaw, and even a second slower would have disemboweled one of them. But she didn't seem to pursue the advantage. With a swing of the chainsaw, she cut open the entire wall and ceiling, causing half the room to collapse. Bang! 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 You don't want me to leave? Coincidentally, I never thought I'd let a ghost like you leave this place. An entire magazine was emptied. The doll hung upside down on the ceiling like a spider, dodging Yilan's bullets at an extremely fast speed. Her terrifyingly agile speed completely evaded all of Yilan's attacks, and then, with the force of creation, the rotating saw teeth slashed down from above. Damn it! Yilan reloaded while rolling on the ground with all his might. Then, with a loud bang, the ground was cratered as if hit by a human cannonball. Bang! 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 Another clip of bullets was unleashed. 3 out of 6 hit, but it was like a tickle, causing no damage at all. This is bad, Yilan. Mary! Mary moved. Yilan's pupils contracted. Fighting one was already so perilous. If the doll named Mary also woke up, the situation would undoubtedly worsen to an unimaginable degree. Bang! 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 Yilan glanced over. Mary still seemed to be in a numb state, only having gained some flexibility. He unhesitatingly raised his pistol and aimed at her elbow joint. 4 shots landed, with bullets hitting the same spot consecutively, successfully dislocating one of its arms. It can be done. Lu Zhang! Hold that doll back for me. Su Lu Zhang! Damn it, you're the bodyguard. You are. How do I hold it back? I'll try. You better hurry up. Ah! Click. Yilan sprinted towards Mary, reloading as he went, and then swept his leg, kicking Mary down. He immediately pressed the muzzle of his gun against her other arm joint, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 Having completely dislocated one arm, Yilan let out a sigh of relief. He reloaded while turning his head to look at Su Lezhang's situation. Ah! Ah! Sister! Be gentle! Be gentle! Please! Please! Not a big problem. Bang! 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 Another magazine completely dislocated Mary's leg joint. With 3 out of 4 limbs gone, even if it woke up, it should no longer have combat capability. But as he reached into his bullet pouch again, Yilan paused. It's over. No more bullets. Ammunition was heavy, and Yilan couldn't carry that many magazines every time he went out. Besides the usual 4 or 5, the rest were kept in the inn. But now the bullets were exhausted, and the strongest enemy remained completely unharmed. Even if he brought all the remaining magazines, it would be futile. The opponent was agile and could not possibly become a stationary target for him to continuously shoot at one spot. There was only one chance to win, and that was for his flashlight to work wonders again. But the doll was crazy, not stupid. Its continuous movement, even sacrificing attack power for it, prevented Su Lezhang from continuously illuminating it for more than half a second. It was unlikely to replicate the method used to defeat Mary. At this moment, Yilan deeply missed the Chaos Bell, and even the beggar's version of the Chaos Bell in Arthur's hand seemed especially precious in such a scenario. Because it could kill instantly. Yilan! I can't hold on anymore. Damn it! Yilan abandoned the idea of using the last magazine to remove Mary's last leg, pulled out his grappling hook, and shot it at the doll's chest. Of course, the dodging doll prevented Yilan's shot from hitting precisely, but it did manage to grasp her shoulder. The hook cable firmly gripped her, allowing Yilan to use the elasticity to propel his entire body like a bird towards the doll. Oh, seeking death? The doll let out a mocking laugh, temporarily abandoning Su Lezhang, whom she could have cut down immediately. She completely ignored the hook claw gripping her shoulder and instead activated her chainsaw, slashing it towards Yilan as he charged at her.
At this speed, this direction, and the irreversible gravity of the grappling hook's retraction,
Yilan's path would undoubtedly meet her chainsaw in the next second, splitting him in half. Yilan.
Su Lezhang was saved, but he was also stunned.
He didn't understand why his teammate would suddenly throw his life away. Slap.
Yilan, who had charged forward, no longer held his gun, but flattened it, using it as the first point of impact.
Screech.
The chainsaw cut into the gun's body, its gears rotating at a terrifying speed, cutting into the gun and sending out dazzling sparks. But even so, the chainsaw still failed to cut through the gun. This was Yilan's method, and the only thing that could block the chainsaw. To use the toughness of an ability objects to resist the chainsaw's cutting.
Bang!
As the grappling hook pulled him, the moment Yilan was almost pressed against the doll, he released the grappling hook with his right hand. Desperately gripping the doll's neck, and then, using the momentum, head to head, he slammed into her.
Bang!
But obviously, the opponent's head wasn't made of flesh and blood. Yilan was like a head slamming into an iron plate, seeing stars. But no matter what, the doll was momentarily stunned. Perhaps she was wondering why her chainsaw hadn't cut through his pistol, or perhaps she was thinking,
"He's hitting me?"
But in any case, Yilan seized this opportunity. The hand gripping the doll's neck pushed her center of gravity down in midair. He stepped on her wrist with his left foot and her chest with his right foot, like a swordsman flying in a wuxia novel, stepping on her as she fell.
From the sky. Boom! A crater was smashed into the room's floor.
With her wrist stepped on, the chainsaw could no longer be adjusted downwards and could only cut into the dirt on the ground.
And Su Lezhang, amidst the swirling smoke, slightly opened his mouth. "Brother, do you know? You just looked like a war god.
The dust has settled.
What the hell are you standing there for? Shoot it."
The moment he landed, Yilan changed to a half-prone position. His left foot firmly pinned down its wrist, which was connected to the chainsaw, while his right leg exerted all its strength to suppress its legs.
Counterattack. His forearms desperately locked its neck, pressing it to the ground.
Under the struggle and stalemate, veins bulged on Yilan's forehead.
This was an extremely fragile balance in a moment of panic.
The doll was also stunned, having never seen anyone fight so wildly. It only needed a slight chance to react, and it could use its leg to leverage itself free, and then everything would return to the initial situation.
Coming. At the critical moment, Su Lezhang proved reliable.
He stumbled and crawled over, then lunged forward, embracing the doll's legs. While prostrate, the light from the flashlight on his shoulder shone directly onto the doll's face.
Yilan.
You must hold its hand. The whirring sound of the chainsaw was right against the ground, echoing in their ears without stopping for a moment, making Su Lezhang tremble with
fear. If you hold its foot, nothing will happen.
Similarly, Yilan was quite worried about him messing up. After more than 10 seconds, the doll stopped struggling. Yilan did not relax his guard. He replaced the foot pinning the doll's wrist with his left knee, placed his right foot on the doll's chest, half-squatted, and pressed his pistol
against its forehead. Bang 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 bang. The last 6 bullets all struck the same point on its brow, finally penetrating through, and it fell silent. Dead?
Yilan confirmed the wound, then collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily.
Yes, it's dead.
This sudden battle almost used up all of Yilan's strength, yet he barely escaped death.
There were too many unexpected twists, too many possibilities where he could have lost this fight. He won, but Yilan's confidence seemed to have suffered a huge setback. Little cat? Brother Yilan is so amazing, meow.
To be able to fight so beautifully with such limited resources and an unbalanced power dynamic, meow.
You were so cool just now, meow meow.
Yilan was not affected by its words at all. He opened his mouth, but there was no hint of a smile.
Even now, do you still think I am the strongest 001? He didn't even fight an anomaly, just a small fanatic of some anomaly, yet he almost died? Does this even qualify as an anomaly? Does this even qualify as 001? With an opponent like this, let alone 002 or 003, the Chaos Bell could easily play with it with its eyes closed, right? The Mind Cat was silent for a rare moment before speaking softly. That's not the point, meow. Even if a tiger is the king of beasts, its teammates can be any strong enemy, and it will be invincible, but it can still die from an insect bite. But if a tiger can wear equipment, it can be invincible, meow. The Mind Cat spoke more and more fluently, and its mood became more and more cheerful. All the anomalies you see now, their powers have undergone decades of exploration and accumulation. But you have just arrived in this world, so it's normal to be unaccustomed. But you can become stronger, meow. The day you successfully contain the first anomaly, meow, I guarantee you will never be as embarrassed as you are today, meow. Yilan smiled faintly, his mood improving a little. Then I shall wait and see. What it said actually made sense. From beginning to end, wasn't his greatest advantage compatibility? As for the origin or not, he couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. But other anomalies often only needed to use their own abilities to walk around the wasteland. However, he could theoretically use the abilities of any anomaly. The simplest logic. When he had the Chaos Bell, he could even kill the magic scythe without fail. If today's scenario recurred, and he had the Chaos Bell, wouldn't these two be as easy to control as toys? Little cat, is there any cellmate suitable for a melee weapon? I miss it. Mind Cat. Your mental recovery is a bit fast, isn't it? I'll keep an eye out. Sewage Town is almost a hotpot now, meow. There are always a few melee anomalies with good characteristics, meow. Tucking the pistol into his waistband, Yilan sighed. All right. After this, he'd have to find Arthur for more ammunition. Thinking this, Yilan, still seated, nudged Su Lejang next to him with his toe. Are you all right? Returning to the cause of all this, Su Lejang suddenly disappeared from his side. He truly couldn't understand it even now. How did you even get in? Oh, how were you caught here? Su Lejang also looked bewildered. I don't know. Wasn't I looking at the knife rack in the pharmacy over there with you? Then I suddenly felt a chill. I turned my head, and suddenly everything spun, you disappeared, and then those two dolls dragged me over and tied me up. Everything spun. Yilan narrowed his eyes, picked up the chainsaw from the ground, found the window, which was now a collapsed area, and cut into a relatively weak spot. Rumble. Before long, a new exit was opened. Stepping out, everything was a familiar sight. The silent, eerie corridor, and the pharmacy on the other side where he could still see traces of his visit. But Yilan knew something was wrong. Before he entered the operating room and everything spun, it wasn't like this. It was as if a hidden real scene had been pulled back into reality. This definitely isn't the sewing doll's ability, meow. It doesn't have such a characteristic, meow. Yilan nodded lightly, but waves surged in his heart. So, there's something else hidden here? Let's go. With that, Yilan led the way into the dark secret passage leading to the first floor. It was time to evacuate, he was literally out of ammunition and supplies. What was more worrying, however, was that the bald doctor upstairs in the clinic couldn't possibly be unaware of what was beneath the clinic, and it couldn't even be ruled out that he was the instigator. Perhaps the moment they went upstairs, they would be met with a second boss battle, one after another. If the doctor knew about this place, and at the same time, the doctor was imprisoned here by Arthur. Damn it, Arthur wouldn't be trying to use this thing to kill him, would he? Yilan's steps paused as he ascended the stairs. Excluding the absurd answers, a more likely truth emerged. Arthur knew there was something here that could attract anomalies, and after he learned of his purpose, he led him here in this way? If he died, it would only prove he was bluffing. If he truly solved the anomaly, it would be more convincing proof than anything else. The only problem was, Little cat, are you sure the sewing doll isn't here? The Mind Cat shook its head. It's not here, meow.
But I think it might frequently descend here, at least those two dolls know how to summon it.
Oh, if only we could have left one alive, meow.
Yilan's heart stirred slightly.
Mary should count as alive, right?
Standing at the exit of the secret passage, both of them stopped simultaneously.
Su Lejong instinctively adopted a fighting stance.
The bald doctor stood at the entrance of the secret passage, looking at them coldly.
Their gazes met. Gift?
What are you doing? The bald doctor asked flatly, his voice filled with an endless chill.
I heard gunshots. Yilan raised an eyebrow. It was practically a war zone down there, and all he said was he heard gunshots? We were attacked.
The bald doctor narrowed his eyes, as if he had received an unimaginable answer. Especially since this answer also implied.
How were you even still alive?
Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to ask such a direct question, instead putting on an angry and serious expression.
Didn't I tell you not to go to the operating room?
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
What was this, a preemptive strike?
But thinking about it, the bald doctor had indeed given such a warning, and had also mentioned that Su Lejong shouldn't go down.
Could it be that whatever was down there wouldn't attack the town guard?
In a daze, Yilan seemed to grasp some key details. Of course, his face was always 3 parts grumpier than the bald doctor's.
We didn't go, but they came to capture my teammates. Yilan pulled out his empty pistol. And now, it should be me interrogating you. Why are such things hidden beneath your clinic?
Yilan's words made the bald doctor's expression fluctuate.
He was right, they were the town guard. You destroyed my operating room. I won't answer any of your questions.
Yilan flipped off the safety.
What if you have to answer?
After a long silence, the bald doctor smiled.
What if I refuse? Will you kill me?
Yilan frowned, a genuine confusion rising in his heart.
Why not?
Based on what I saw down there, I can conclude that you are harming innocent people and engaging in bloody sacrifices and rituals.
Being in this place, you can't clear your name. If you are a servant of the sewing doll, like them, I'm afraid you'll have to give me a reasonable explanation or evidence before I can leave here. Sewing doll.
Upon hearing that unusual name, the bald doctor's pupils contracted unprecedentedly, and his face changed drastically. But as Yilan finished the latter half of his sentence, he almost laughed in anger.
That bastard, Arthur, that bastard. He called you here, and he didn't tell you anything? Dispensing justice, how laughable. Thanks to that scoundrel, I've lost my freedom. I've given all the warnings I could within the scope. How dare you say I haven't harmed the innocent? But if you want to talk about blood debts, you should go find him, not me.
The bald doctor's angry roar made Yilan's heart slightly tremble. It was hard to believe he was lying, because the content of his lie was simply too easy to expose. Arthur must have known about this place.
Damn it, why can't I get away from you, Arthur? What exactly are you doing?
And these riddle-tellers, one after another, I'm truly fed up.
I really want to grab one and interrogate everything out of them.
As his thoughts churned, Yilan temporarily dropped the idea of pressing the other party. The reason was simple, out of bullets and supplies, unable to fight anymore. He couldn't judge him, and besides, even for the 2 puppets downstairs, he had no evidence that they had harmed innocent people. At most there was attempted murder against himself and Su Lejong, but that had already been dealt with by him. The best outcome of pressing him would be to force out the method of attracting the sewing doll, but he wasn't suitable for another battle right now.
Arousing its vigilance would be more trouble than it was worth.
And no matter what, the bald doctor didn't seem able to leave Sewage Town, and he would definitely have to come back in the next few days, sooner or
later. Leaving him here should be fine. Did you also issue another commission?
Ha! Yilan's topic jumped too far, and for a moment, the bald doctor didn't understand what he was saying at all. It was only when he reacted that his expression changed.
You're not Arthur's person?
No. You're not from Sewage Town. He mumbled to himself for a moment, pacing back and forth in front of Yilan, even glancing at Su Lezhang with a slightly apologetic look.
You brought him down with you, I thought you wanted to use him as... Never mind. The bald doctor stopped, and quietly asked Yilan, do you also want the God of Stitching's blessing? God of Stitching. Blessing.
At this moment, Yilan was absolutely certain of one thing. This bald doctor was indeed a believer of the sewing doll.
As for any blessing. Haha, forget it, I don't want it at all, nor do I need it.
Perhaps.
I want to see it.
The bald doctor seemed to be caught in a dilemma. You fought with Shui Yao and Mary, it might be difficult to obtain a blessing. But introducing you isn't impossible.
How about this?
The bald doctor made up his mind at this moment. If you bring me the deep sewage ditch water needed for my other commission, I'll find a way for you to meet him.
How does that sound? Yilan's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Can you really do that? Then your faith is probably no lower than theirs. You really can't judge a book by its cover.
Yilan slowly put down his pistol, as it seemed that under the current circumstances, a fight with him was highly unlikely.
Is this data for you, or for the Radiant City Research Institution?
Yilan clearly remembered that the commission also had a data sheet from the Radiant City Research Institution attached.
It's none of your business. I only promised to introduce you to the God of Stitching. This reaction. Not denying it means he's admitting it.
Yilan took a deep breath, pointed towards the door, and motioned for Su Lezhang to go first.
Today's matter isn't over. I'll be back.
The bald doctor rarely smiled, though it was a bit unpleasant.
Go ahead, but you'd best be quick, before the ceremony.
Watching Su Lezhang successfully push open the door and walk out of the sewage clinic, Yilan subtly exhaled, maintaining a certain vigilance as he
calmly walked out.
The sunlight once again fell upon him. Yilan turned his head, the secret passage of the sewage clinic had already closed, and the bald doctor was no longer in sight.
We really got out.
Su Lezhang had already jumped into the passenger seat of the motorcycle, just short of shouting, please, bro, let's go. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, the bloody and dark underground and the bright sunshine he now stood in felt utterly incongruous.
Do you know who in Radiant City wants the sewage ditch data?
Yilan sat on the motorcycle and asked, looking back.
Su Lezhang shook his head. How would I know? It's certainly not me. Investigation.
I don't think I suspected you, so why are you so agitated? As they spent more time together, Yilan no longer liked to force him to do anything. Yilan believed that Su Lezhang would inevitably disclose various things to her before certain events occurred in the future. This showed that the experiences indeed improved their relationship, and it wasn't just an illusion. The motorcycle continued along the road, rounded a corner, turned back, and finally entered a small alley, then went straight ahead and stopped at the
entrance of the clinic. Su Lezhang? Why are you back again?
Soon, he remembered the first thing they came here for, and feeling bewildered, he blurted out.
You haven't given up on that commission yet?
Yilan ignored him, squatted down, and carefully examined the marks on the ground. That commission can't be completed, but coming to look won't waste much time.
I still want to confirm one thing. Su Lezhang nodded, half understanding. Professional, that was his entire evaluation of Yilan, including during the previous battle.
Although Yilan hadn't displayed any surprising combat power, that madness and the feeling of utilizing resources to their limits still made him feel a
belated sense of awe.
How ruthless must a person be to grab a monster with a grappling hook that's invulnerable to chainsaw blades and guns, then use a pistol as a shield? Pushing against the chainsaw like a swordsman parrying, and then pounce down while choking the monster. Yilan, of course, didn't know the chaotic thoughts in Su Lezhang's mind, she was just deep in thought while crouching on the ground. As the bald doctor said, no one ever walked on this road, so the marks on the ground were very fresh. After the apocalypse, there were only a few places in Sewage Town that still had people moving around, and only a few roads that were still in use. This road, for example, had a bad surface and didn't connect to any important places, so there were hardly any pedestrians.
Therefore, the tire tracks were extremely obvious. Even tire tracks from 7 days ago were clearly visible. Because there was only one set. Get in.
Yilan called out, got into the driver's seat, revved the engine, and drove back in the direction they came from. Upon reaching the intersection, Yilan glanced down at the marks, then turned left and continued forward. The marks became increasingly faint as the road surface improved and they approached an area with heavy foot traffic, then stopped.
The marks also reached their end. The town guard's compound. It brazenly drove into the town guard's yard. It's just ridiculous. Isn't the sewage clinic the designated medical facility in Sewage Town? Isn't it closely connected to Arthur, or even the detained party? Is the town guard short on medicine? Does Arthur need to steal medicine?
It seems steal isn't even the right word. The other party was aboveboard from beginning to end.
It's truly perplexing. What is Arthur's relationship with the cultists at the sewage clinic? Yes, cultists.
So far, even the Rotten God cult hasn't truly given Yilan a cultist level of impression, but the sewage clinic has indeed shockingly gone beyond
normal people's 3 views. Boom. Arthur wasn't inside, and to be honest, Yilan wasn't in the mood to talk to Arthur right now. There were suspicious points everywhere, and any questions could be brushed off with gag order, so communicating with him was truly a waste of time. The motorcycle started once again, heading in a familiar direction. Su Lejang weighed his options repeatedly, but still hesitantly asked from the passenger seat. Speaking of which, where are we going now? He wanted to rest. Yilan glanced at him, unable to help but laugh. Nonsense, we're going to eat. Su Lejang. Click.
The motorcycle stopped in front of the Mosquito restaurant. Yilan pushed the door open and glanced at the scene inside the restaurant.
Intact.
It seems there was no fight after I left.
Why are you again? No, welcome.
The restaurant owner poked his head out from behind the counter, revised his unfriendly greeting several times, and finally settled on a welcome.
Eating, same as always, 2 set meals. The owner was stunned, then realized. He almost forgot that this guy eats 5 meals a day. Alright, please wait a moment, I'll go make it right away. Does this person eat? Su Lejang, burp. Owner.
Skillfully settling into her familiar seat, Yilan looked up at the painting, becoming even more unrestrained.
Lejang, look at this photo, tell me your thoughts?
Su Lejang was stunned, looked up at the photo, thought long and hard, but still didn't understand.
What did Yilan mean?
He thought of many phrases that would make him sound more cultured, but in the end, he painstakingly uttered the very first one.
Nice scenery? Yilan. Aren't you curious? Why are they rowing a boat into the middle of the sewage ditch?
Su Lejang immediately felt a connection, slapped the table hard, and asked the restaurant owner, who was hurrying over with noodles.
Exactly. Why are they rowing a boat into the sewage ditch? And why is this scene hanging here? Owner. Yilan? You're a dog, aren't you? Why ask that in front of them? I don't know either.
The hotel owner chuckled, his brows furrowed with complexity, and turned to get the second bowl of noodles. As he turned, his brows were tightly furrowed, and he muttered to himself.
Radiant City is also eyeing that place?
At the dinner table, looking at Yilan, who doesn't like to eat written all over her face but was still devouring her food, Su Lejang felt a
little uncomfortable. What's going on? Did I say something wrong just now?
Yilan shook her head.
No, you didn't say anything.
You said it perfectly, you perfectly helped me attract the other party's attention. Remembering one of the 3 commissions, Yilan glanced at the restaurant owner, who was relatively idle behind the counter and occasionally Su Lejang waited for a moment and called him over.
Owner, I'm actually very curious about the food source for your restaurant.
The restaurant owner was stunned, and his eyes glowed with pride.
Hey! Let me tell you, that's truly a magnificent sight.
To put it this way, our sewage town's mosquito farming industry is invincible in the wasteland. As he said this, the restaurant owner became completely excited. If you come to Sewage Town and don't see this magnificent sight, it's a bit of a shame.
No need, I really don't want to see a mosquito farm. I'm afraid my soul will be traumatized. Where is it? Can we see it now? Yilan asked curiously.
The restaurant owner was genuinely stunned. He really hadn't expected Yilan to show interest in this.
Yes, it's a few hundred meters outside of town. Around this time, the restaurant won't have customers, so should I take you to see it? Outside of town? No need.
Yilan decisively changed her mind.
You want to trick me outside, right? No way. But I haven't seen anyone deliver goods to you. How do you store your things?
The owner was stunned, also not knowing why Yilan had suddenly become so interested in the restaurant's operations.
The basement. There's a refrigerator, an ice cellar, basically all the equipment for storing ingredients you could imagine. I always buy a large batch of goods. Down here?
Yilan stomped her foot, finally finding an opportunity, and asked naturally as if a sudden thought had occurred to her, "Can I visit
it? Chain. Of course not." The restaurant owner's refusal came without even a hint of hesitation. Before Yilan could even react, the owner's words struck. What are you doing?
Getting comfortable and want to settle down in Sewage Town, open a restaurant, and steal my business.
Yilan. Your thought process is truly absurd.
You're overthinking it, but Lu Zhang mentioned to me last night that your cooking here is very classic.
He's thinking of investing a bit in opening a branch in Radiant City as a chain. Su Lozhang? When did I say that?
He forced out an extremely awkward smile and confirmed Yilan's words.
I really like. My friends in Radiant City might really like. I think someone will be willing to try it anyway. The restaurant owner actually believed him. It's not impossible. If it's really profitable. Su Lozhan.
If I were to open this thing in Radiant City, even if I somehow made it back alive this time, my old man would surely beat me to death, thinking I'd
lost my mind. Speaking of which,
Yilan finally helped Su Lezhang, who had been tricked multiple times but still cooperated, out of a bind, initiating a deeper
probe. With so many people recently, have you considered staying open at night? Sometimes I wake up hungry at night, but I can't come over to eat.
The restaurant owner paused, a troubled expression on his face.
Well, I remember there are cooking utensils on the first floor of the inn. I close at 9, why don't you buy a portion at 9 and reheat it yourself later?
Yilan shook his head decisively. That wouldn't taste good, and I might get a stomachache.
The restaurant owner couldn't help but mutter. Then that won't work either.
I'm getting old, I can't stay up all night.
Yilan nodded gently, not saying anything more. He silently gave up on the lead for the restaurant owner's nighttime whereabouts.
Firstly, they were currently in a cooperative relationship. Secondly, the Mosquito restaurant was his crucial source of food supply and the necessary place to replenish Devil Black Chili in the coming days. Rashly sneaking in at night could lead to unexpected developments, even tearing apart the established relationship, which seemed not worth it. After a few more idle chats, Yilan wiped his mouth and left the restaurant.
By the way, buddy, why can you eat so much?
Leaving the Mosquito restaurant, Su Lezhang, who watched Yilan eat 2 more bowls within a few hours while he himself couldn't eat anything, posed a
profound question. Most importantly, you eat so much and don't gain weight, maintaining such a good physique. Is there any justice in this world? Because I'm hungry. Su Lozhan. You're so humorous.
Yilan ignored him, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and pressed Arthur's communication button.
I need to restock on bullets. Is now a good time?
Arthur's voice came a few seconds later, sounding somewhat tired.
Not convenient. How many do you need? 10 magazines, I guess. Still for that pistol model?
After seemingly thinking for a moment, Arthur's voice came through.
I don't have time to trade now. If it's convenient, I'll have someone put them in your room this afternoon. Not convenient. Arthur. Then I'll hand them over to the hotel owner, and you can pick them up from him tonight?
Yilan thought for a moment and nodded.
All right. After thinking, Yilan asked, do you know which commissions I've taken?
Upon hearing this, Arthur abruptly cut Yilan off.
No, and don't tell me. All right, I'm busy, gotta go.
Without giving Yilan a chance to speak again, the walkie-talkie buzzed with the busy signal.
Can't even talk about it?
Yilan looked up at the time. It was already nearing 11 o'clock. It was actually quite fast, but recalling what happened in the underground of sewage clinic, it was hard to feel like time flies. Instead, it felt
unreal, like an eternity had passed.
Currently, 2 of the 3 commissions he had accepted could not be completed, leaving only 1. After a brief contemplation, Yilan patted Su Lezhang's shoulder.
Lezhang, do me a favor. Su Lezhang blinked. Why?
He regretted asking immediately, realizing how rare and precious the opportunity to survive by following this big shot was, then nodded righteously.
All right. Who told us we're roommates?
Upon hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly.
Actually, you might not quite qualify as my roommate. Back then, my roommates were all anomalies.
Returning to the inn, and confirming that the hotel owner was sitting at the front desk, Yilan boldly walked in, while Su Lezhang followed behind. Yilan, striding with a heroic gait. Boss, he wants to use my personal relationship with you to discuss some business.
You handle it.
The hotel owner was indeed stunned, wanting to ask Yilan what kind of personal relationship they had, but he quickly understood that the focus was on
the latter half. Huh? Business? What business could he discuss with me? Does he want to bring people from Radiant City to stay at my shady inn, and then split the spoils together?
Meeting the hotel owner's confused gaze, Su Lezhang, full of bravado, spoke grandly. Boss, when I leave Sewage Town, I want to buy some sewage to take with me.
How much does it cost? Money is not an issue.
The hotel owner paused, feeling inexplicably like punching him.
But this matter clearly had profit to be made. And the hotel owner believed the other party's money is not an issue statement. After all, he was from Radiant City. As for selling some sewage, creating an external income stream wasn't bad either. Wasn't the sewage inn also there to make money?
Of course, this unexpected business still made him quite cautious.
Why do you want sewage? To drink? Su Lezhang nodded approvingly, clapping his hands excitedly. Exactly. I found your sewage here quite interesting, and I'm planning to take it back for my friends to try. Maybe I'll even open a drink shop called Sewage Special Drink. Yilan. I thought I didn't give you so many lines. Why are you adding drama? You've even thought of the shop name. You don't actually have this plan, do you?
I heard you're in charge of water collection and supply in Sewage Town, so this business can only be discussed with you. The hotel owner was clearly very shocked, and on top of the shock, confusion arose.
Why? I heard Radiant City still has pure water production lines, doesn't it? Isn't that stuff much cleaner? Su Lezhang waved his hand. Got tired of it. Drinking it every day since childhood, who can stand that stuff?
The hotel owner seemed a bit unable to understand this guy's mentality, but why not make this money? He could even make a lot of money without selling much, because I sell it at a high price.
No problem, I can sell you a few cases, enough for one banquet.
To his surprise, Su Lezhang shook his head with extreme disdain.
A few cases? What's a few cases enough for? I'm opening a drink shop, understand? A drink shop.
For once, the hotel owner felt a headache, and it was the kind of pain where money was right in front of him but he couldn't earn it.
I really can't. The output isn't enough, I can't give you that much. Why don't you think of a way to make it a rare item and sell it at a high price?
TSK, worthy of being one of Sewage Town's two Shadian owners, they have a lot in common, even offering reverse advice.
Why isn't the output enough?
Su Lezhang asked with a puzzled expression.
Isn't that just sewage from the ditches?
Just load up a few trucks for me, the more the better.
What's the difference from picking up money for free? Can't go through the main entrance?
The hotel owner gradually became speechless.
How could it be that simple? I also need to purify it. You don't think water from the sewage town can be drunk directly, do you?
Su Lezhang, very cooperatively, was extremely shocked.
This water can't be drunk just by boiling it directly?
The hotel owner rolled his eyes. Who told you it could be drunk directly?
If there was such a good thing, I'd be ecstatic. Anyway, no. Just a few boxes? Are you trying to fob me off with beggar's scraps?
Su Lezhang also directly started acting like a rogue. At the very least, you need a whole cart.
Right? I already said it. Money is not an issue. You just figure out how to get it, give me a quote, isn't it simple?
What the heck?
Don't be anxious yet, let me check the situation.
The hotel owner's expression grew more conflicted. Money is not an issue, these few short words ultimately made his heart waver.
A batch of goods will arrive tonight. I'll see if I can spare a cart for you.
Yilan narrowed his eyes, and Su Lezhang delivered the perfect follow-up.
Arrive?
The hotel owner suddenly realized he had let something slip, his face changed drastically, and his expression turned gloomy.
Enough, don't pry into business secrets. Do you still want it or not?
Su Lezhang knew when to stop, waving his hand with an expression that said, "Why are you so ill-tempered? Yes, 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 oh, how stingy."
Then I'll wait for your news.
With that, Su Lezhang went upstairs on his own, leaving only a back view that made the hotel owner and Su Lezhang sigh with emotion.
Just too much money to burn.
Yilan shrugged at the opportune moment. Some people are just like that, try to understand. The hotel owner came back to his senses and nodded in deep agreement.
Exactly, there's actually someone who specifically drinks sewage town water? He even wants to open a beverage shop and let many people drink sewage town water.
Yilan delivered a few more opportune blows, gradually reducing
the hotel owner's suspicion, then bid a simple farewell and walked upstairs.
Pushing open the door, Su Lezhang was already sprawled on the bed, his face full of indignation, feeling like his image was mostly ruined in that
life was meaningless. Smiling softly, Yilan put the magazine from the drawer into his bullet pouch, leaned against the headboard, and fell into thought. There was indeed a problem, and the time was tonight.
Raising his head, Yilan looked at Su Lezhang.
Do you have a telescope?
Still in a state of losing face and life being meaningless, Su Lezhang rolled his eyes, his voice somewhat testy.
Do I look like Doraemon?
Then, he rummaged through his backpack placed by the bed and pulled out a very exquisite telescope, adorned with rather flashy stickers.
Here, it's for my personal collection, not professional in function, but the clarity is fine.
Beautiful. Yilan praised, took the telescope, and put it in his pocket. Su Lezhang's mind stirred, and he immediately sat up.
Wait, are you going out tonight? Yilan nodded, not hiding anything.
After all, he definitely wouldn't be in the room tonight, and Su Lezhang had gone with him to accept the commission. Su Lezhang immediately became interested, pulling a chair to sit beside Yilan.
That? Can you take me?
Yilan was stunned, looking him over curiously.
Why?
Hearing this, Su Lezhang seemed to have a ready argument.
Remember our contract. I follow you, and you provide protection.
But the key point of this agreement is that I provide protection, not that you follow me. Yilan interrupted his spellcasting, saying, my actions take place at night, and I'm going to cause trouble, which is very dangerous.
The hotel is the safest place.
There was logic to it, and Su Lezhang couldn't argue, but he couldn't give up like this.
I just helped you.
I let you use me as a gun, and although I don't know what you did, it's clear I've already been suspected by the hotel owner because of you.
You owe me a favor.
Yilan didn't deny the favor, but merely reminded him.
Are you sure you want to use this favor in such a place?
Su Lezhang clearly hesitated for a moment, but quickly firmed his resolve again.
No fear. I think as long as I follow you, you'll always owe me favors. You've got it backward, haven't you?
Yilan muttered inwardly.
If you follow me and I protect you, aren't you the one who owes me more and more favors?
After a moment of hesitation, Yilan nodded slightly.
Whatever, just don't mess up my business. Pausing, Yilan stared into his eyes. You also want this data?
Yilan hadn't forgotten one thing, his investigation into this matter was prompted by the Third Commission. And on that Third Commission, there was an inspection report from the Radiant City Research Institute.
In other words, this thing was very likely something Radiant City was interested in. It really isn't.
Su Lezhang shook his head decisively.
Oh? Then you have some other purpose, perhaps? Su Lezhang. Show mercy when you can, brother.
Watching his embarrassed expression, Yilan chuckled softly.
Whatever, but, he said seriously, if you still want to continue following me later, you'll have to be more honest with me. Without looking at his reaction, Yilan got up and walked to the window. However, just as he opened it, he hesitated slightly, then turned back. If you want to come along, you can. The matters to be discussed next were related to the night's operation.
Since he had already decided to take him tonight, there was no need to hide too much now.
As for Su Lezhang, he naturally followed along eagerly.
Although, he didn't quite understand why Yilan was standing by the window.
Grab me. Su Lezhang?
He finally grabbed Yilan's arm at the last second, and Yilan had already pulled out his grappling hook, shooting it at the wall, skillfully swinging.
Into room 402. Then, two dark figures, almost crashing into the girl sitting by the window combing her hair. Holy crap!
The dark figures, descending like airborne troops through the window, startled the girl, causing her face to change color.
Her hand cannon instantly overloaded and preheated, probably ready to fire in the next second. Man, wait. Don't!
Xia Qingyu reacted extremely quickly and shouted, finally managing to stop Xia Man, who thought they were invaders, looking at the dark figures.
With a hint of helplessness. I say. Can't we just use the front door? Ho! The people from 404 are in the room, I can't just knock on your door.
Yilan put Su Lezhang down and walked in casually.
Ho! Although, he was actually a bit embarrassed too, as he hadn't thought that much before setting off, and this entrance was a bit too wild. Sister! What's going on? Aren't they? For now, we're allies. Xia Qingyu comforted her, pulling out 2 chairs. Please sit. Holy crap?
Su Lezhang tried to say holy crap several times but couldn't get it out, he was really a bit disoriented. At first, Yilan suddenly grabbed him with the grappling hook and flew out the window, making him want to say holy crap. Then, before he could shout it out, he flew directly into another room, again making him want to say holy crap. Then, before he could shout it out, he found that there were actually people in the room, and immediately wanted to say holy crap again. At this point, he also thought, this was probably the Twilight God cult's room, and he couldn't get out holy crap directly. Then, seeing that the leader of the Twilight God cult not only didn't attack but also told him to sit, he couldn't help but blurt out holy crap. You guys? You really have something going on. What kind of visiting method is this? Round and round. Yilan sat down on the stool without ceremony, but his gaze swept over the 2 girls' beds with a slightly strange look.
After all, he had slept there. Didn't go out today? Xia Qingyu nodded. Rotten hasn't made a move, Arthur. Her voice suddenly paused, and she glanced at Su Lezhang, who was at a loss beside Yilan, then stopped. Speaking, is he your confidant? For now.
Yilan gave a rather ambiguous answer, but Xia Qingyu obviously needed more confirmation.
Can he be trusted? Yilan shook his head without hesitation. No. Xia Qingyu. Su Lozhan.
Xia Manman could probably already simulate the thought processes of these two people.
Xia Qingyu was probably thinking, if you don't trust him, why are you discussing things with him present? Su Lezhan was probably thinking, do you really have to say that in front of me?
Xia Qingyu didn't quite understand Yilan's thought process, but in reality, Yilan was very clear-headed, just playing with fire while being clear-headed. The situation in Sewage Town was already a complete mess. Town guard, Twilight, who could Yilan say he absolutely trusted?
At least Su Lezhan's current behavior and the agreement between them provided sufficient reasons for him to be by his side, and several battles and experiences had shown his ability and established initial trust. Since he was following, then he was following, it was better to give him free rein and let him get things done. Anyway, Yilan's ambiguous relationship with the Sewage Town officials and even with the Twilight God cult was very obvious, other forces weren't blind and could see it, so it wasn't a great secret. The worst-case scenario was just making the water even murkier, the good outcome was gradually learning more, and perhaps even gaining a firm ally. From Yilan's perspective, the only thing that couldn't be exposed right now was that he was an anomaly and that he carried an anomaly with him. Nothing more. Xia Qingyu thought for a moment and also acknowledged Su Lezhan's presence. After all, the relationship between Radiant City and the Twilight God cult was inherently closer, far superior to forces like the Rotten God cult, which were not well regarded in the wasteland. Immediately, she spoke. Let me introduce you. Xia Manman, my team's scout and area of effect attacker. Xia Manman. Xia. She also has the surname Xia? You. Xia Qingyu took over the conversation without much change in her tone. Yes, my younger sister. Ah. Yilan's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a little surprised inwardly. Their skin colors weren't the same. However, there was a foolish person present who promptly asked the question Yilan was too embarrassed to ask and which could easily offend someone. Your younger sister? You two are quite different. My father adopted her, but she's closer than a biological sibling. Xia Qingyu interrupted Su Lezhan's casting, and the matter came to an end. Yilan seemed to realize something, recalling a previous conversation with Xia Qingyu. Actually, I just want one person to get out alive. Was that person this Xia Manman? Of course, with the intelligence provided by Arthur as a factor, Yilan couldn't determine the truth of her statement. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment. Alright, we've wasted too much time. I like things simple and efficient. Xia Qingyu said calmly, a sudden visit, is there something you need? She was direct, and Yilan was also direct. He also liked simplicity and efficiency, or in Su Lezhan's words, professionalism. I want to borrow that crystal ball-shaped ability objects you've used recently. Put. Xia Manman was stunned. You. How dare you just ask like that? Are you even acquainted? Hey. Don't be too. Xia Qingyu gently pulled Xia Manman and nodded. No problem. Xia Manman? Sister, haven't I been by your side all this time? When did you two? Ah, could it have been that night? Huh? Xia Qingyu had no idea what chaotic thoughts were going through Xia Manman's little head. She held the crystal ball in her hand, her expression serious. Of course, I want to know what you're using it for. Yilan nodded and took it. Not now, but I'll share the intelligence with you after it's done. Xia Qingyu frowned, then relaxed. All right. The transfer of an ability objects was complete. This was the second time he had truly held it in his hand, but this time it was openly, and Yilan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Aren't you worried I won't return it? This was an ability objects, a very high-level ability objects, not on the same level as his radio. After a moment of silence, Xia Qingyu gave a sudden smile. You could have taken it when you came to the room that day, but you didn't.
That's just because I wasn't willing to go to full-scale war with you Twilight God cult people and let the fire spread to the rotten God cult.
Alright.
Yilan muttered, but of course, those words were not suitable to be spoken aloud.
Is there anything else? Yilan hesitated.
Actually, once he had this, the purpose of his visit to Xiaqingyu was achieved.
But since she asked, do you have any high-power weapons?
The battle with the puppet had made Yilan comprehensively review his current combat strength. His shortcomings were too obvious. His revolver, which could hit whatever he aimed at, made him invincible against humanoid creatures and conventional flesh-and-blood creatures, but once the opponent's defense exceeded the scope of humanoid monsters, he was truly a bit powerless. Before the chaos spell was successfully contained by him, he had to acquire a truly high-power weapon.
What kind are you looking for?
There probably aren't any more ability objects, but in terms of physical high-power weapons, there is indeed one in stock.
Yilan nodded. An ordinary one will do.
Xiaqingyu was silent for a bit longer this time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, then nodded.
Then, yes. Sis. You wouldn't.
Xiaomanman was almost unable to describe her feelings. Sister, are you really not suddenly overcome with a love-struck brain?
How can you give this thing to someone you don't even know? It's fine. Xiaqingyu squatted by the bed and pulled out a pure black box from under the bed.
From inside, she pulled out an object that was shoulder-width, with a large round head and a long rod-like iron tube at the tail, looking like some
kind of launcher. Yilan obviously didn't recognize it, but Su Lezhang almost spat out a mouthful of water and shrieked. What the heck? Yuan Gungung. Lin Zhao's information. Yes, the Yuan Gungung miniature nuclear missile launcher. Xiaqingyu checked its condition and placed it on the table. Although it's called a nuclear missile, its power is actually only a bit higher than a common RPG.
The damage range is relatively small. It's mainly popular because it combines miniature portability with high power. When using it, you need to be aware that its trajectory is a bit curved, similar to a grenade. So you need to be careful about the distance to the target. It's hard to hit if it's too far, and you might blow yourself up if it's too close. Listening to Xiaqingyu's slow introduction, Yilan didn't immediately pick it up. It was too precious in a different sense than ability objects, precious in this context. Amidst the complex forces, a top-tier heavy weapon. What do I need to pay? Seeing Yilan's serious expression, Xiaqingyu's lips curled slightly. I thank you for not asking how much. It's merely a gift to further solidify our cooperation and friendship. You can reciprocate with the actions you are about to take, and a more complete sharing of information. This time, Yilan accepted the famous Yuan Gungung deal. Seeing Yilan walk towards the window again, even the usually composed Xiaqingyu's lips twitched slightly. Please, can you not enter and exit this way every time? My sister's gaze is like I'm having a secret affair. Oh, wait. This intel is a free gift. You can take a look when you go back. Intel? Yilan was stunned, then turned around and took the note Xiaqingyu handed him. His gaze swept over it. A few words were clearly and concisely written on the note in elegant handwriting. Rotten God Cult, Lin Zhao. Immediately, Yilan's focus was no longer on the intel itself. You can still contact your church now? If so, then there was a problem. The situation in Sewage Town was already like a pot of porridge, yet no reinforcements were dispatched? The only team on a mission had split due to conflict, and there was no guidance or handling? No. Xiaqingyu shook her head. Yilan frowned slightly. Then there was an even bigger problem. You already knew the detailed intel on the Rotten God Cult team when you arrived? Neither. Don't guess wildly. Xiaqingyu shook her head. I thought of it and organized it. She pointed to the location of 404 inside. You'll know when you see it, she's too famous in the wasteland. Is that so? Yilan nodded, indicating he understood, but couldn't help but mutter a complaint in his heart. Actually, you seem quite famous in the wasteland too.
Anything else you need? Su Lojang. This isn't right. You two have a problem. When did the Twilight God cult become like this? Giving people what they want, giving things what they want? But it's a good thing, making the next actions more foolproof. Some small details can indeed be optimized. Do you have any spare men's boots? A whole set would be even better. I'll buy 2 pairs at a high price. Xia Qingyu? Xia Man? How could I have a men's boots?
Yilan was also helpless. Basic backup supplies are insufficient, so I can only buy them from Sewage Town, but the problem now is that I can't buy from them, otherwise, no matter what I do secretly, they'll know it's me just by looking at the traces. I was originally going to solve this problem with ability objects, but it's still inconvenient. It would be best if I had a set of equipment that hasn't appeared in Sewage Town's site.
Isn't this the meaning of allies? Complementing strengths and weaknesses, filling gaps. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath, pulled out 2 cardboard boxes from under the bed, and threw them over. My and Man's spare desert boots, unisex, might be a little tight. You don't need to return them to me. Thank you. Clang. Yilan's grappling hook retracted, carrying Su Lejang over the wall and away. Only Xia Man remained in the room, looking at Xia Qingyu with a profound gaze, everything unsaid. Sister. Xia Qingyu. Ah, she rubbed her temples. Swinging back into the room, Yilan closed the window tightly and walked straight to the table, sitting on the stool. And clearly, Su Lejang had already snuck over. Oh my god. Bro, when did you get involved with Twilight? What do you mean get involved? Watch your words, that's unpleasant. Yilan was gradually getting used to his roommate, and he spoke without raising his head. Cooperation, it's cooperation. Su Lejang immediately understood, got it. Like you and me? Yilan glanced at him and shook his head. No, you and I have a superior-subordinate relationship. Su Lejang. So the question was, who was the superior, and who was the subordinate? Theoretically, Yilan was his bodyguard, so he was the superior. But it seemed he didn't even have the face for that. Su Lejang quieted down, and Yilan seriously began to read the intel. Name, Lin Jiao. Identity, Saintess of the Rotten God Cult, concurrently handling important matters for the Judgment Tribunal, appearing and disappearing. Unpredictably. Background, unverifiable, suspected orphan. Abilities, unknown, suspected to possess multiple ability characteristics of the rotten tree. Achievements, led teams to annihilate 1 righteous cult and 3 evil anomalous faith groups. Key experience, once summoned the rotten god's divine descent during an assassination attempt. The intel wasn't extensive, just these few sentences. But the moment Yilan finished reading, his expression changed. Summoned the rotten god's divine descent? 002's attention to her was clearly excessive. Putting down the intel, Yilan fell into thought. Regarding the forces Lin Jiao annihilated, there was no need to say more about the righteous cults. The Twilight God cult, as the leading righteous cult of the wasteland, could be said to define what a righteous cult was. It could basically be concluded that the series of righteous cults in the current wasteland were all anomalies from the 003 faction of the containment tower back then, those close to humanity. It was very reasonable for the Rotten God cult, as a direct force of 002, to destroy one. As for the evil anomalous faith groups in the intel, after what he saw and heard in the sewage clinic's basement, Yilan could understand them. They were like the anomalous sewing doll and its fanatical followers. Logically speaking, these should be staunch supporters of 002, the rotten tree. But the Mindcat always believed that the destruction of the world was not caused by 002, so Rotten's stance was still a bit elusive. It gave one the feeling of a villainous sect leader in a wuxia novel, striking down evil while simultaneously denouncing the hypocrisy of the righteous sects. Lin Jiao, Xia Qingyu. 2 favored children, highly regarded by their respective main gods, gathered in Sewage Town. Was it truly a coincidence? behind this, were the gazes of 002 and 003 present? The warm sun reached the center of the sky, bringing a sleepy afternoon. Glancing at the time, Yilan slowly drifted into slumber. Night walk. It was 9:30 p.m., and Sewage Town, like every other night, had lost its lights, as if plunged into eternal darkness. The back door of Sewage Inn was stealthily opened, and a figure wrapped entirely in black crept out. He used no illumination but moved swiftly, walking to the bank of the sewage ditch. They've started their move. On the rooftop of Sewage Town, Yilan put down his binoculars and quietly watched the moving black dot. He ran his fingertip over the crystal ball, injecting his power into it. Amidst a faint white glow, Yilan completely disappeared from the sight of outsiders. "I say, are we really invisible now?" A hushed voice came from beside Yilan, sounding very doubtful, "but I can see you very clearly. This ability objects of yours isn't the Emperor's new clothes, is it?" The good atmosphere was ruined, and Yilan blared at Su Lejang irritably, "Scram, didn't I tell you not to talk if you came with me tonight? This is psychological invisibility, not muting." "Ah. I'm just helping you find omissions." Quiet. Rubbing his forehead, Yilan increasingly felt that bringing Su Lejang out tonight was a huge mistake. But it was too late, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. "Hold tight to me." Using the grappling hook for leverage, Yilan and Su Lejang landed steadily on the ground. Under the psychological invisibility of the crystal ball, they full-speed chased along the shallow bank of the sewage ditch. Although it was just a sewage ditch, both its scope and conditions were exaggerated. For example, this shallow bank was like a beach with tides, leaving clear footprints when running on it. At this moment, Yilan once again rejoiced at his decision to change his boots, otherwise, with his extensive activity range these past few days, anyone could easily compare the footprints and discover it was him. And so, even the most perfect stealth tracking tonight would have been meaningless. The figure ahead moved faster and faster, and Yilan also moved faster and faster. They full speed followed for over a mile before Yilan suddenly stopped. The two of them had actually chased the black figure to another corner of the sewage ditch. Looking back again, Sewage Inn was already faintly visible. This spot was also hidden behind a rock, making it impossible to observe from the direction of Sewage Inn. "Oh my God, Huff. I'm exhausted. I can't run anymore." Yilan covered Su Lejang's mouth and glared at him. "Keep it down, big brother." The man in black, who was the hotel owner, stood quietly on the bank, seemingly waiting for someone. Yilan had great faith in the crystal ball's psychological invisibility ability, but given that he and Lin Jiao had seen through it twice before, Yilan didn't dare to be careless. He stayed over 100 meters away, crouching behind a rock, and raised his binoculars. The hotel owner looked around, most likely confirming if there was any tracking, while also showing a hint of anxiety, as if the target he was waiting for made him uneasy. Rustle. After more than 10 minutes, Yilan didn't even notice when or from where, 2 trucks followed by 3 vans, stopped next to the hotel owner. It was too dark, those vehicles didn't even turn on their lights, maintaining silence and slow speed, quietly stopping beside the hotel owner. Without hesitation, Yilan looked through the binoculars, and his pupils contracted. The immense amount of information almost overwhelmed his brain. Leather armor. The people who got out of the vehicles were wearing leather armor. And according to Arthur, only one group of people in the entire sewage town wore leather armor. The town defense force. What the heck? Why, wasn't the hotel owner Arthur's man? Betrayal? Acquiescence? Conspiracy? Did Arthur know he was with the town defense force? No, were the town guard and the town defense force really not on the same side? From beginning to end, the opposition between the town guard and the town defense force seemed to be just Arthur's one-sided statement. Such a scene once again plunged countless truths into a fog. Suddenly, Yilan seemed to remember something and handed the binoculars to Su Lejang. Look! Is this the person who set fire to the stadium that day and tried to burn you to death? Su Lejang was stunned and quickly looked over there, his entire body trembling violently. That's right. It's... Slap.
Yilan covered his mouth and glared at him fiercely again.
He didn't want to warn him again, keep it down. Thank goodness, they didn't notice any movement over there.
Actually, Su Lezhang was already speaking in a hushed voice, but in his excitement, and with the close distance, Yilan still felt it was a bit too
loud for comfort. Was it really these people? The ones who wanted to kill him? No, the ones cooperating in trying to kill him were the town defense force? Which meant the town defense force had connections with some forces in Radiant City? Thinking about it, it was truly dancing on the tip of a knife. The first people to rush to put out the fire were himself and the hotel owner. Then, the people who extinguished the fire were entirely chosen by the hotel owner. How many hidden town defense force members were among them? And, he was eager to see Arthur, and even entrusted the hotel owner and the town defense force members to escort Su Lezhang back to the inn? Su Lezhang quickly understood these implications as well, and cold sweat poured down him. Holy crap! How long had he been on the brink of death? How about I refund you the bodyguard fee from the first day? Yilan said awkwardly. Su Lezhang. Is this some kind of hellish joke? He forced out a pained, bitter smile. No need. On the shallow bank, the hotel owner and the people in leather armor had no conversation at all, seemingly still waiting for someone. Still waiting for someone? Who else would appear here tonight? Splash! Amidst the long wait and silence, the sound of waves parting suddenly came. A wave parted on the sewage ditch. A graceful figure emerged from the water, her blue hair rising high into the sky, scattering a spray of water. Blue hair, Yilan's heart skipped a beat. The girl revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face, indifferent to everything in the world, and slowly walked out of the water. The water seemed to leave her spotless, except for her hair. She raised her hand and pulled out a string of enormous transparent water containers. One after another, they rose from the sewage and stood steadily on the bank, like forbidden chemical vessels. Connected to the water containers were some mechanical devices. It shouldn't have been purely pulled by human power, otherwise, it would have been too terrifying. You've worked hard, but why did you come to escort them? The hotel owner stepped forward and asked, sounding somewhat familiar, no longer like the usual attitude of their conversations seen daily at the inn. Not enough manpower. Lin Zhao's indifferent gaze swept around, and she walked towards Sewage Inn. The transaction is over. No one tried to keep her, nor did anyone stop her. It seemed her presence also put pressure on them. But Yilan's expression changed drastically at that moment. Lin Zhao was heading directly back to Sewage Inn. And this was the only way. Whoosh! Lin Zhao's speed was extremely fast. The moment her figure passed through the area where Yilan was hiding behind the rock, she suddenly stopped and looked in their direction. Under the sewage. Was I discovered? My heart pounded wildly. Honestly, if possible, Yilan didn't want to fight her. Firstly, her combat record was too brilliant, and she definitely wouldn't lack ability objects. Secondly, her backer was 002, so winning or losing would be troublesome. Lin Zhao turned her head after a moment, a faint smile on her lips as she continued to rush towards the sewage inn, disappearing into a black dot inn. The blink of an eye. Did she find me or not? Oh my god, we're so lucky. Su Lezhang, still shaken, patted his chest. Did she really not notice? Yilan narrowed his eyes, continuing to observe the movements of the hotel owner and his group. They seemed to have no desire to communicate, quietly loading cans of sewage onto the vehicle, and among them, he seemed to have personally selected one vehicle with particular care. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but show a strange expression. Could it be that he actually remembered this matter and budgeted a whole vehicle to sell to Su Lezhang? After a long while, the convoy quietly started, quietly drove, and left the area. Even the hotel owner drove away one of the vehicles, and the situation Yilan worried about most, returning the same way and discovering his tracks, did not occur. Hesitating for a moment, Yilan chose not to follow any of the vehicles, but instead quietly lay in wait.
Compared to the question of where the trucks carrying the sewage cans were going, a question that was bound to have an answer, Elon was clearly more concerned about another question. Where exactly did the water in these sewage cans come from, and why did Lin Zhao emerge from underwater? The answer to this question was too important. It might uncover the secret of what role the rotten god cult played in Sewage Town, and even unravel the mystery of the relationship between the town guard and the town defense force. Perhaps having slept enough during the day, Yilan had extremely abundant energy and patience. He remained hidden for a full hour after everyone had left. Then, Yilan stepped forward and stood on the bank where Lin Zhao had emerged an hour earlier. Looking at the murky green water, Yilan felt a chill in his heart for a moment.
It's too dirty.
But then, Yilan chuckled self-deprecatingly.
Why be so squeamish? It's already the apocalypse. Now, the only problem left was how to dive.
After a moment of hesitation, Yilan lightly patted Su Lezhang.
Lu Zhang, I need to borrow the underwater breathing ring. Su Lezhang.
Perhaps Xiaqing Yu's generosity had set an exceptionally high standard, causing Su Lezhang to suddenly feel, I'd be too ungracious if I didn't lend.
Wouldn't that imply that the relationship between you and me is worse than that between the Twilight God cult and you? How could I give my powerful benefactor such an impression?
Gritting his teeth, Su Lezhang removed one of his blue rings and extended it with a grand gesture.
Here. Take it. Seeing his expression, Yilan almost burst out laughing. You're giving it to me? Su Lezhang? Don't joke around. Just kidding, I'll return it to you in a bit.
Yilan slipped the blue ring onto his finger, feeling a bit strange for a moment.
Damn it! Why are all your personal ability objects rings? It feels so weird to let someone else use them.
Random thoughts drifted from his mind, and Yilan leaped, jumping into the center of it all, the sewage ditch.
Diving, continuously diving.
Beneath the entire sewage ditch, everything was chaotic, so murky that he couldn't see anything in front of him. This was troublesome.
If he couldn't see anything, what could he possibly see even if he dived down? Little cat, activate detection. Okay, meow. Swish.
In an instant, Yilan felt as if all the chaos before his eyes had melted away, and the view expanded to a radius of 10 meters with himself at the
center.
Praised the mind cat enthusiastically, Yilan quickly found his direction and, without wasting time, rapidly dived. During the descent, the sewage flowed over Yilan's entire body, occasionally causing a tingling itch, which made him quite uncomfortable. This water is so uncomfortable, and it smells so pungent. Yilan muttered, wondering if, as an anomaly, he was at risk of getting skin diseases. The reason he could even smell the water was also due to the underwater breathing. No matter how much it allowed underwater breathing, it was ultimately an internal circulation within an environment, allowing Yilan to smell the sewage in a way no one else could. The mind cat also empathized with Yilan's words, as even though it could switch between physical and ethereal forms, it was still in the same
environment. So uncomfortable, meow. I was just wondering why my power was depleting faster than I imagined, meow, and now I realize the sewage is actually consuming my power, meow. The sewage was consuming power? Yilan's expression changed slightly.
If this was the case, then this place was truly not suitable for prolonged stay.
Moreover,
Yilan confirmed one more thing. This water, there's no way he could drink it. Forget about the sewage special brew, which could promote spiritual power recovery after drinking. If anyone dared to drink a cup of this, they'd be lucky to survive without their spiritual power depleting and losing control.
But, if not this water, then what water? The rotten god cult couldn't possibly build a water purification plant under this ditch, could they?
He told a cold joke, but it wasn't too cold. It seemed like it wasn't entirely impossible.
So, the rotten god cult is using the water source to control the lifeline of Sewage Town, thereby controlling Sewage Town? So, what Arthur said about Sewage Town and the rotten god cult being outwardly close but inwardly estranged is true. But it still doesn't make sense. Couldn't the Twilight God cult provide water purification equipment for Sewage Town?
Of course, there are many prerequisite questions for this matter, such as why the Rotten God cult took root here in the first place. During the descent, everything beyond 10 meters was a chaotic void, giving Yilan time to let his mind wander. Then, he remembered something he had almost forgotten after a series of twists and turns.
Collect water.
Yilan maintained his diving posture, unfastened the water pouch from his waist with one hand, and opened the stopper. The water inside and outside the pouch flowed into each other, mixing together, until the pouch was gradually filled with sewage.
And then, it was gone.
It wasn't that the water was gone, it was that the water pouch was gone. Within seconds, the entire leather of the water pouch had completely rotted, riddled with holes, no longer able to serve as a container for water. He even had a feeling, perhaps a hallucination, that the tattered water pouch was subtly wriggling. But it was too subtle to determine if it was just a visual effect caused by the water flow.
That fast?
The astonishing speed of corrosion caught Yilan off guard, but then he remembered something else. From the moment he entered, his entire body had been submerged in the water. So from that moment, whether he filled the pouch or not, it was destined to be gone.
Wait, holy hell! Yilan's expression changed dramatically. For the first time ever, he was truly panicking. This damn, if I don't go up now, my clothes will be completely rotten too, won't they? Stuck bug. It was fine going down, but it would be hilarious if I came up naked. What's more annoying is that I only have this one set of clothes right now. Damn it!
But that's not right, come to think of it, Lin Jiao also dove very deep, so why was she perfectly fine?
Anyway, I absolutely cannot come up naked, otherwise, no matter who I've met so far, my persona would suffer a catastrophic collapse. Whoosh! The power of psionic energy emanated, protecting Yilan's entire body.
The consumption wasn't very large, it seemed the sewage had a relatively small effect on him.
A faint gray mist spread from Yilan's body. No one noticed that the power in the water actually receded quite a bit.
He continued to descend, deeper and deeper, darker and darker around him, to the point where even the Mind Cat's power could barely illuminate
anything. Endless darkness, surging with an indescribable sense of dread.
Actually, Yilan didn't know what he was afraid of, but this environment just made people's hearts chill, as if some unspeakable thing could pop out
of the darkness at any moment. Perhaps this was thalassophobia. In an instant, Yilan shut off all the lighting on his body. At the Mind Cat's detection limit, a pillar of light was piercing through. It was too dark, truly too dark, making even that distant, faint pillar of light appear incredibly dazzling. Behind the murky sewage, Yilan finally saw the source of the light. Then, he could no longer suppress the roar in his heart. What the hell? A submarine? In the underwater of a sewage ditch in a small settlement in the heart of the wasteland, there's a submarine. What kind of hellish joke is this? Even though this ditch was large enough to rival a small lake. Even though Sewage Town was already full of all sorts of bizarre and outrageous things, but how in the world could a strategic weapon from the ocean be docked down here? In a flash, Yilan understood many things. Firstly, this thing could never have existed at the bottom of a ditch from the start, it must have been transported and deployed from the outside. So, it's almost certain that this was deployed by the Rotten God cult at some point, very likely as an underwater operational base. Lin Jiao had just come up from underwater, carrying rows of supplies that she handed over to the town defense force of Sewage Town. The Twilight God cult was right, the connection between Sewage Town and the Rotten God cult is deeper than imagined. When did it start? Perhaps it was destined from the moment in that old photo, 60 years ago, when the mayor, full of vigor, led the people of the Rotten God cult on a boat to the center of the lake. He just didn't know what the Rotten God cult did, and whether they regretted it. Plop! Yilan burst out of the water, completely drenched, and took deep breaths of real air. The most correct decision he made on this dive was to bring that crystal ball down with him. Otherwise, after the post-apocalyptic modifications, who knows what kind of heaven-defying ability objects would have been added to that submarine. Holy crap, buddy, you're finally back. Do you know how creepy you were down there?
Sitting on a stone by the water, Yilan looked up at the bright moonlight.
The third commission also failed. Ha! Su Lejong didn't quite understand. So far, hadn't everything gone smoothly? How could it have failed? You can try to take on a few and see. Yilan's words gave him a chance to try. From the current situation, it seems that only storage-type ability objects can obtain samples from the sewage ditch. Even if it's an ability object, it's not certain if it can withstand the corrosion of this water source, which means one thing. Firstly, he doesn't have one, and secondly, even if he did, or borrowed one from Su Lejong. The sewage clinic is definitely not a primary research institution, meaning he would have to take this ability objects with him. This commission was simply too unprofitable. This isn't possible. Holy crap!
Su Lejong let out a cry of surprise. A glass jar he put in the water disappeared shortly after.
Yilan glanced at it. The other party was even using some kind of chemical-specific container, yet it corroded faster than the water bag on his body? Is it because abnormal power can delay the erosion of the power in the sewage? But that's not right either.
Although this corrosiveness isn't like acid, Su Lejong is ultimately an ordinary person, and it's strange that his skin wasn't injured. And actually, none of these are problems. After all, Yilan has many allies now. If he discussed it with the Twilight God cult, given their professionalism, they might be able to come up with some sampling methods.
But what is the true value of this data, and should it really be given to that not-so-good doctor at the sewage clinic?
Lejong, I have an idea. Yilan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said something that sounded extremely explosive to Su Lejong.
Can you just post a random ordinary commission, then let me accept it and complete it instantly? Su Lejong? No, are you serious? If you do this, you still want to get advanced access? It would be good if the wandering balance didn't just slap you to death. This won't work. The wandering balance evaluates based on the content of the commission, the condition of the commission, and the difficulty of completing the commission, and then grants upgrade qualifications. If you exploit a bug, it definitely won't pass. You might even be punished. Yes, exploiting a bug. This was the best plan Yilan thought of at this moment. He smiled. He was never afraid that the wandering balance wouldn't grant him a qualification upgrade, he was only afraid of not having a chance to meet it. Furthermore, how to complete the commission didn't matter at all. The wandering balance's stance is currently either firmly with the 003 faction or neutral. He doesn't need to figure out which of the two situations it is, because both are easy to handle. If it's firmly with the 003 faction, then 003 would support me, so why wouldn't it help? If it's a neutral faction, even 002 can accept commissions from it, so why can't he? You don't need to worry, I'm confident. The question is, can this be achieved? Su Lejong gritted his teeth, once again deeply feeling the madness in his bodyguard's bones. In his eyes, this was infinitely equivalent to provoking an anomaly. If it was just watching the show, it would actually be quite exhilarating. But if he was dragged into it, then it wouldn't be so exhilarating. Moreover, he wanted to help but couldn't. It's like this, there's something that's difficult to say, but it's actually somewhat similar to what you're doing. Su Lejong scratched his head. I can only accept commissions now, not post them. Before, I relied on having a lot of money and boosted a bunch of commissions with my friends this way, and I've already been permanently blacklisted. By the Wanderer Camp. Yilan. Title. What the hell, there really are accounts getting banned for brushing orders? Meeting Yilan's gaze, Su Lejong felt utterly ashamed. But then he couldn't help but think, aren't you doing the same thing? That's why I said. It really won't work. If you do that, you'll be out of luck with wandering missions from now on. No, we're not the same. Let's go. Yilan sighed. First, let's go back and meet up with the Twilight people. With practiced ease, a grappling hook shot onto the window of 402. Yilan hesitated for a moment, not directly breaking in,
but instead turned sideways and gently knocked on the window.
After all, it was already late. Creak.
The window quickly opened from the inside, and Yilan and the other person entered smoothly.
Splash.
Their shoes stepped on the floor of the room, leaving wet trails, and the floor was soaked. Especially seeing the shoes they were wearing on their feet. Oh my, Xia Qingyu rubbed her forehead, why didn't you change clothes before coming?
Yilan, is that really your main concern? I forgot. Su Lezhang interjected at the right time, speaking of which, you don't seem to have any spare clothes, do you? Xia Manman then added another jab. Sister, you're not going to give away your own clothes, are you? Yilan. Xia Qingyu clenched her fists, Man, that's enough.
Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingyu moved 2 stools over and sat gracefully on the bed herself.
Sit down, it's fine, I'll clean up after you leave. There's a hairdryer in the room, you can take it if you need it later. Yilan sat down unceremoniously and shook his head. No need.
Although I don't have spare clothes, I have revival stone, although, using an ability object like this is a bit outrageous.
So, your operation is over? Yilan nodded slightly. Yes, that's what I was going to say.
At the very bottom of the sewage ditch, I saw a submarine operating.
Put. Xia Qingyu almost sprang up from the bed, blurting out, a submarine? What the hell, dropping such a bomb right off the bat? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Manman also jumped up in fright, speaking quickly, it's not like we haven't been down into the sewage ditch before.
The water is so murky that even ability objects can't penetrate very far, and the deeper you go, the more severe the rotten corrosion.
How could you possibly see a submarine?
Yilan glanced at Xia Manman, but didn't feel any ill will towards her for repeatedly going against him. On the contrary, her straightforward personality was quite cute.
Of course, Xia Qingyu still gave a more reliable impression.
Of course, even she was stunned for a long time this time.
New model? Does it have torpedo or missile launchers? Is it from Sewage Town? Or the Rotten God cult?
A series of questions made Yilan feel less professional.
How would I know?
I only saw it from a distance, so I'm not sure about its age or offensive capabilities, but I'm pretty sure it belongs to the Rotten God cult, and
Sewage Town is aware of it.
After a moment of hesitation, Yilan still spoke up for Arthur. Also, I need to point out that the combat forces of Sewage Town include the town
Guard and the town defense force, and their relationship and objectives might be different.
This was something he had tried to probe Xia Qingyu about last time.
He had asked her, do you know about the town defense force, and Xia Qingyu had asked him back in confusion, the town guard? I understand. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath, your professionalism is admirable, and I'm very glad we have good cooperation. Yilan nodded.
The current cooperation with the Twilight God cult was clearly much more pleasant, far more comfortable than with the riddle like Arthur.
Of course, they certainly had their own secrets too. Here, your ability object, returning it to you.
During the item handover, Xia Manman looked extremely surprised and shocked.
Oh. You're really returning it? Yilan.
Man, Xia Qingyu's head was throbbing as she took the crystal ball.
We will follow up on the subsequent investigation.
If necessary, we will infiltrate secretly to thoroughly understand the objectives of the rotten evil cult. Similarly, I will provide you with subsequent intelligence sharing.
Infiltrate?
You're quite a ruthless person without making a sound.
Wang Lei's various accusations against you really seemed a bit unfounded.
I still need you to do me a small favor. Xia Qingyu said nothing, quietly waiting for Yilan to continue.
Firstly, could I trouble you to post a local mission in Sewage Town under your personal name, and have it directly accepted by me? Xia Qingyu visibly showed surprise. What kind of mission? Anything.
Yilan said, just as he had told Su Lezhang, the simpler the better, something I can complete immediately after accepting it.
Holy cow!
Su Lezhang subtly nudged Yilan with his elbow.
Don't mess around. She can't help you with this. If I had known you were so persistent, I would have thought of other ways just now. Xia Qingyu's expression didn't change much, just a bit of confusion. What's the point?
Ordinary missions aren't like advanced missions, any kind of reward is possible. If you understand it this way, ordinary missions are just for freelancers to earn some pocket money. I still need one more ordinary mission to attract the attention of the wandering balance, and thus upgrade to an advanced qualification. Xia Qingyu raised her eyebrows, looking thoughtful.
You want to look at the advanced mission posted by Sewage Town among the advanced missions?
Yi Lan's expression subtly changed, and his heart skipped a beat at that moment.
It's over, I messed up.
He had completely forgotten that Xia Qingyu was different from Su Lezhang. As the most dazzling new star of the Twilight God cult, Xia Qingyu herself must have the authority to accept advanced missions.
Which means she must have already seen it.
But clearly, he hadn't tried to ask her, nor had she told him, and instead, he had exposed his own secret investigation. You want to use this mission, to see if you can figure out the information of the recipients, and even investigate the true purpose of these people.
Coming here, including us? Xia Qingyu shook her head, unexpectedly not showing much concern. That thing, how should I put it? You'll probably be disappointed.
Heh, you should just go see for yourself.
She clasped her hands together and asked solemnly. But are you confident you can do it? You should understand what is responsible for upgrading your qualification. Such an action could very likely incur divine punishment. Yi Lan nodded. 90% confident.
Honestly, the wandering balance certainly doesn't have to give him face. After all, everything comes from the judgment of the mind cat and
word of mouth. But it seems that from any angle, it has no reason to deliberately offend him, right? Xia Qingyu pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. The registration and review period for local missions is 9 to 18 hours.
If you're not in a hurry, I'll post it on the local mission board at 6 tomorrow morning, and you can see and accept the mission by 12 tomorrow
night at the latest. How does that sound? No, wait a minute.
For the first time, Xiao Manman ignored Xia Qingyu's obstruction and desperately tried to argue, how can you do this?
Are you crazy? Forget it.
Xiao Manman felt that her sister was already beyond saving, so she stood directly in front of Xia Qingyu and instead communicated directly with Yi Lan.
I'm begging you. If you're tired of living, can you please not drag my sister down?
If she does something so ridiculous, her future will be completely ruined.
Night attack.
Yi Lan was stunned, his gaze sweeping over Su Lezhang beside him, who was also nodding repeatedly.
All right. Yi Lan gradually understood. Actually, this matter.
It's very simple, too simple, so simple that anyone could help him complete it. But precisely, there was no ordinary person who could help him complete it. This entire matter revolved around the secret of Sewage Town. The people of Sewage Town were either tight-lipped, riddlers, or of unknown identity like the hotel owner, so much so that to stop him, almost all the ordinary wandering missions on the mission board had been taken.
Could he find someone from Sewage Town to help him quickly complete the mission?
Among all the available external aids, Su Lezhang was the most absurd blacklisted user. And between Twilight and Rotten, he couldn't possibly ask Lin Jiao from 404 to help him grind missions, could he?
But indeed.
In the eyes of someone who didn't understand the situation, this matter was indeed a self-detonation act. Xia Qingyu was the true rising star of the Twilight God cult, and the vast majority of mission sources for the various great cults in the wasteland
came from wandering missions.
If this matter were to incur the wrath of the wandering balance and truly strip her of her wandering mission usage rights,
what future could a top combatant have if she no longer had the opportunity to fight?
It was like mist forging permanently prohibiting someone from using mist blue coins.
If you couldn't spend money, how could you live? How about?
This was actually a small matter, but the magnitude of a matter was measured by how much risk was undertaken.
For the risk Xia Qingyu had to bear, this was a very great favor. No need, I will help with this matter. Likewise, it would be even better if you could help me with something as well. Whoosh!
He skillfully returned to his room in the classic posture, experiencing a long-lost feeling of "there's no place like home."
Although it felt like something was missing. Click.
Yilan closed the doors and windows tightly and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to dry my clothes, make yourself at home." Entering the bathroom, Yilan searched and still found a hairdryer. After all, it was a top-tier suite for 20 mist blue coins a week.
Whoosh!
The hairdryer made a huge noise, as if it was about to explode at any moment. He didn't know if it was too old, or if this was just the quality of appliances produced in the apocalypse. His clothes quickly dried for the most part. After all, some time had passed since he dived, and he had been running and swinging, so the wind had dried a lot. Plus, after chatting for a while in 402, it wasn't so soaking wet anymore. Only his boots were thoroughly soaked, which was troublesome, but if he aired them out tonight, they should be fine by the time he woke up tomorrow.
Time.
There were 2 days left until the start of the ceremony. The mission had been a hassle all day and wasn't completed, but he did discover many unexpected things. However, if nothing went wrong, he would be able to complete the mission tomorrow night and see the truth of Sewage Town. And also, the only abnormal breakthrough he could find at the moment was the sewage clinic. But he couldn't get a sample, and it seemed difficult to convince the bald doctor to help him attract the sewing doll.
And
the mind cat clearly didn't want him to contain it, and he was indeed very resistant.
So the capture battle would probably turn into an even more desperate annihilation battle. He just didn't know if annihilation would allow him to gain its ability.
Suddenly, Yilan paused. He suddenly remembered what he felt was missing when he entered the room.
The radio's singing.
Although it occasionally played some terrible songs that made him completely crack up, it gradually became a habit for it to sing and for him to pause.
And it wasn't just a habit.
Yilan's expression changed slightly as he suddenly pushed open the bathroom door. The window was open, and a gentle breeze blew in. There was a row of footprints on the ground, as if someone had rushed towards the bathroom, and then
was dragged back?
Yilan raised his head, stiff beyond belief. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the moonlight of the night shone through the window onto her delicate, serene face, already having a touch of
the white moonlight feel.
She sat quietly on his bed, a not-so-natural smile on her lips, just like in those goddess novels or plots where the white moonlight waited on the bed for the protagonist who had just returned home. But in every way, at this time, this place, this situation, the previous experiences, and the person herself, all indicated that things were going in
a completely opposite direction. It was Lin Zhao from the Rotten God cult.
"You're out," she said with a smile.
"I've been waiting for you for a long time.
After all, you went to the bathroom as soon as you came back, and I felt it would be impolite to intrude." Yilan glanced at Lin Zhao's side, on the floor on the other side of his bed, where Su Lezhan was tied up with ropes, and his eyebrows twitched.
"Then thank you. But isn't it also impolite to enter someone else's room without permission?" Lin Zhao's smile gradually faded. "That's no fun.
If we're going to be so theoretical, it's also impolite for you to secretly follow someone late at night and peek from a place you thought was very
hidden, isn't it?" Yilan's expression changed drastically. She found out? She found him out at that time? But why didn't she expose or attack him then, and instead waited until now? Why? You know, I feel so bored every day. This world is really too boring. What's happening in Sewage Town right now is one of the few things that I find very interesting.
Lin Zhao stood up, completely ignoring Su Lezhan, and took a few steps closer to Yilan.
Are you curious why I didn't act then? I actually don't want to be your enemy, because you're also very interesting in my eyes, even more interesting than the entire Sewage Town. Interesting. Yilan didn't know how to describe this feeling. You call Sewage Town, which is currently like a pot of porridge, interesting?
Well, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, there was an information gap between the two sides.
Yilan just didn't know what was happening here. But who told you to go straight to Twilight's room?
Yilan prepared for battle at any moment, patiently listening to the other party's words, but his heart stirred slightly.
So the real reason for her action was actually because he shared information and discussed subsequent plans with Xia Qingyu after returning from the scene of the incident? That's right.
He should have thought of it earlier. The best way he had thought of to protect himself was to make the people of the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult keep an eye on each other, so that neither would be willing to act against him, avoiding being forced to one side.
But now,
with the negotiations and involvement, he seemed to have chosen the side of the Twilight God cult, so the Rotten God cult couldn't continue to ignore
him. You know, I also thought about winning you over. Twilight and the people of Sewage Town are all doing that. Even if I were willing to say a little more.
Whether you want to be a justice seeker or an ambitious person, my reasons could be more compelling than anyone else's, and perhaps even more righteous than the Twilight God cult.
But
Lin Zhao lowered her head slightly.
I'm so lazy.
Watching them all trying to curry favor with you for their respective goals, I suddenly didn't want to at all.
Maybe it's social anxiety?
I don't know, but actually, I don't like talking to people in the cult either.
Besides giving orders, I don't talk in the team.
But it doesn't matter, I should still be quite strong.
So perhaps I should be saying sorry.
Lin Zhao took a few more steps forward, her long hair seemingly fluttering with greater amplitude.
If I weren't so lazy, so procrastinating, I wouldn't have to come to this point. After all, you seem to be in contact with everyone.
You have your goals, and it doesn't matter who you cooperate with.
Yilan frowned.
The other party said many things that were irrelevant to the current situation, creating a strange sense of incongruity, almost making Yilan think that the other party hadn't come to fight him. But soon, Yilan understood what that sense of incongruity was. It was like in various stories where, on the eve of a decisive battle, when the protagonist and a powerful enemy meet, the great villain acts like a fool, willing to spend a long time talking, saying everything, telling the protagonist all the secrets, his plans, his thoughts. However, that wasn't because the other party was feeling generous, but because they were confident of victory. Because these words were spoken to a dead person.
Not good.
Lin Zhao's eyes gradually darkened, paired with her dark blue hair, exuding a strange beauty. Then, her body floated in the air, her slender long legs no longer touching the ground, just like the operation to extinguish the fire before the fire.
Scene. Only. That time it was with the help of ability objects, and this time. Boom.
On Lin Zhao's body in midair, a pervasive gray mist began to emanate from within her, radiating a power as strong as that of an ability object's. At that instant, the mind cat, which had been observing the situation, let out a deafening shriek in Yilan's mind.
Abnormal power, meow. What the hell, meow. Oh my god, meow. How much power did 002 give her, meow? Unexpected battle. In the blink of an eye, everything visible in the entire room plunged into a world of pure black. A rotten gray mist spread, using the walls as a barrier, enveloping the entire room like a seal. Holy crap! Yilan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was the first time he had seen someone directly use abnormal power from themselves, rather than the power of ability objects. Such power came from the bestowal of abnormality, meaning it was a power only possessed by churches in the wasteland. It's just that. Yilan didn't know whether he should panic or not. Although it looked quite terrifying, it didn't actually make him feel much of a sense of crisis. It wasn't like the feeling of seeing the surging tides beneath the sewage town, nor was it like a simple pistol pressed against his forehead. It was as if, for this power, there was some no fear etched into his bones. Rustle, rustle. Without needing to say more, Yilan, like using an ability object, guided his psionic energy, and another gray mist permeated his surroundings. When the overwhelming rotten gray mist enveloped Yilan, it seemed to be unable to corrode him further, melting upon contact. A faint sound, like melting ice crystals, was emitted. Lin Zhao's eyes twitched slightly, but she remained composed. A hint of surprise, and a hint of excitement. Honestly, I'm a bit regretful about coming here.
I really shouldn't fight you, but I also really want to fight you, she said, her gaze shifting as she pointed to the room's door. How about this? As long as you can run there, I'll let bygones be bygones about you seeing secrets and telling our opponents.
What do you say? Yilan smiled, are you humiliating me?
Lin Jiao was slightly startled, shaking her head repeatedly.
No, I'm just stating facts.
As long as you can run there, those two idiots in 402 will sense it.
If you two team up, I definitely can't beat you. Yilan raised an eyebrow. The implication, they, especially Xiaoqing Yu, could also use the power of 003?
It's just that. Yilan looked directly at her, chuckling softly.
Is it possible that I don't need to run at all?
Yilan walked towards the head of the bed, presumably looking for a weapon.
Lin Jiao didn't interrupt, seemingly expecting Yilan to reveal his strength.
She had always suspected that Yilan was not simple, and everyone in Sewage Town also thought Yilan was not simple, but no one knew what exactly was
strange about him.
It was as if he only carried a small pistol, shooting everywhere, yet had already ridiculously solved problems that fundamentally shouldn't have been
solvable.
What a good opportunity this was to force his hand. Force him to show his true cards. Lin Jiao was very excited.
This was destined to be a thrilling battle of the abnormal side. Because in this state, ordinary physical means could no longer harm her. Click.
With a sound of mechanical rotation, Yilan had already pulled out the long-barreled, plump-bodied Yuan Gungung miniature nuclear missile launcher
from the nightstand. Lin Jiao. What are you doing? This is a new level of not playing fair. Is this how you fight?
I can withstand most physical attacks, but not this damn thing. If you launch that thing in here, you'll die, Lin Jiao seriously reminded him.
Die? Ha! Oh.
Yilan tilted his head, then what about you, will you die or not?
Ugh. Calm down, buddy. Su Lezhang was so scared his body went numb.
He didn't know how he rolled around for a while, but he managed to spit out the rag stuffed in his mouth. We can still talk, we can still talk.
Creak. Yilan's door suddenly opened, and an urgent sound echoed. Yilan. I'm begging you, can you go tell my sister she doesn't need to help? I'll quietly do it for you, by issuing a commission under my name, otherwise she won't agree. Ha!
Lin Jiao's seal should not have had any flaws, but she probably didn't expect anyone to come in from outside, so she set up an array that worked from
the inside out.
But
Xia Manman pushed the door open and entered.
In the next instant, Xia Manman was clearly stunned.
Lin Jiao? You guys? Ha! Damn it! Sis! Bang!
The door behind Xia Manman silently closed, and she didn't dare try to open it again. As always, precise machinery surged beneath her arm, then seemed to become a flashing light source. Endless light mixed with gray mist erupted in the room, for a moment subtly appearing to contend with Lin Jiao.
Click!
A handful of mist blue coins were pulled from her pocket and scattered onto her right arm, which was loaded with a hand cannon. In an instant, the suspected hand cannon technology item surged like a semi-liquid, and with a series of clanking assembly sounds, it enveloped Yi
Lan's entire body. Holy crap!
Yilan was dumbfounded, even more so than when he saw Lin Jiao make her move.
My perspective was too small. You're actually a mecha? And the kind that's a super high-tech, form-fitting bodysuit? Do you have to be so cool? Boom! Bang!
Xia Manman's arms emitted fire and trajectories like rocket shells, densely packed like a saturation bombardment. But this fire didn't seem to be the familiar gunfire or artillery, instead, it was accompanied by large swaths of accompanying mist. It crashed down from the sky, creating a suffocating scene like dark clouds pressing down.
This was also an abnormal side attack. Quite strong, meow.
Mein Cat's voice echoed in Yilan's mind, and Yilan nodded. Yes, and if Xia Manman is this strong, then Xiaoqing Yu is probably even more powerful. Under this overwhelming attack, the already slightly petite Lin Zhao appeared even smaller, as if she couldn't last another second. But Xia Qingyu's attitude had long proven that Lin Zhao was the strongest one. Whoosh! Lin Zhao remained semi-floating in the air, and the large expanse of black mist accompanying her became even more domineering, surging like a tidal wave from bottom to top. The entire room turned an even darker color, like a bottomless black hole, needing the so-called light from the sky. Swish! With a faint, tingling sound like escaping air, Xiao Manman's overwhelming attack instantly lost all its luster and fell downwards. By the time it reached the ground, it had completely disappeared, as if turning into dust. And it did indeed turn into dust. Because it withered. Yilan narrowed his eyes. This thing. The power of rotten, can it even corrode something as mysterious as psionic energy? Boom! But Xiao Manman's attack power was ultimately not just for show. Scattered psionic energy exploded around Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's body, enveloped by the gray mist, rippled like water. Aside from being shaken back a few steps, she was unharmed. The force of the explosion spread from Lin Zhao's side to the surroundings, touching the walls, yet not suffering any damage. Yilan narrowed his eyes, and in that instant, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression became slightly peculiar. The power of this seal seems to be able to absorb attacks? So, you weren't unable to control the aftermath of the battle after all? The other day when you guys fought, you deliberately messed up 403 like that to make the two brothers homeless. Xiao Manman's full power burst ultimately failed to harm Lin Zhao in the slightest, yet Lin Zhao's power to corrupt everything gradually corroded her. Light, inching closer to her. No one knew what would happen when one came into contact with Lin Zhao's psionic energy, which was as dark as a black hole. It was as if it was the greatest terror in this world. Little cat, how do we save her? Mind Cat's voice quickly came from within his mind. A bit troublesome, meow. You try. Looks like it's not needed, meow. Bang! The room's door, which Lin Zhao had silently closed remotely at some point, was now kicked open with a sudden forceful kick. Then, an even more intense light rushed in, and as its aura swept past, it was as if the air itself became purer. Amidst such fluctuations, a graceful figure charged forward like the wind, holding a long sword that burned with flames like the surface of the sun in both hands, sweeping it across. Clap! Buzz! A withered, yellow branch appeared in Lin Zhao's palm. The branches intertwined ing something, like a beating heart. Then, a sharp and hard corner condensed on the branch, carrying the black mist mixed with rotten, meeting the incoming attack. Clap clap. Crack. A surging wave of air completely erupted, and for the first time, it destroyed Lin Zhao's isolating array. The entire fourth floor of the sewage emitted a collective crisp sound, and this entire floor, and possibly even the third floor's glass, instantly shattered as if hit by a sonic attack. The cold night wind whistled in, signifying that the powerful lock had disappeared. Baffling. A sword. Compared to a gun, is this your true hidden combat method? Who? Xia Qingyu watched Lin Zhao with extreme vigilance. Suppressed Man who was eager to try, took a few steps back, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yilan. Hey! Yilan, we got into a fight with her suddenly because we were helping you. Why didn't you help just now? Yilan was slightly embarrassed and helplessly shook the behemoth in his hand. Yuan Gungung. I was going to use this, but then you guys showed up. Xia Man. Xia Qingyu? No, bro, calm down. Xia Qingyu quietly pressed Yuan Gungung and took a deep breath. Although Man's offensive seemed very destructive, her mecha had been modified. Powered by mist blue coins, what looked like physical bombardment was actually an abnormal side attack. But yours is definitely a mutual destruction. Yilan scratched his head and put Yuan Gungung down, but he was deep in thought. So restrained. Is Xia Qingyu still extremely unwilling to go all out against Lin Zhao? The Twilight God Cult and the Rotten God Cult are true archenemies in the wasteland. What kind of battle happened on the fourth floor that day,
And how much pressure did Lin Jiao bring upon her? To be honest, if scene playback could be used without restriction, he would really like to witness that battle. Lin Jiao's expression was cold, her gaze sweeping between the three of them. After a long time, she sighed softly. You guys are truly persistent. Xia Qingyu sneered. You're the persistent one, aren't you? A filthy heretic cultist wielding rotten. TSK. That's just how you are, branding and packaging yourselves as righteous messengers, but secretly doing things that even I find disgusting. Lin Jiao smiled with disgust, revealing that cool aloofness that was part of her personality. Do you really know why you're here right now? Do you know that the remaining light heretic cult is also the mastermind behind Sewage Town? You're spouting nonsense. Ha! Lin Jiao smiled uninterestingly, ignoring Xia Qingyu's anger and Yi Lan's confusion, no longer willing to say more. A villain prattling on, revealing their grand plan, is because they are confident of victory. Not out of mercy when they are uncertain. She looked back at the window, moonlight shining in, along with an unknown, perhaps non-existent, gaze. If they continued fighting now, whether they could win, how much commotion it would cause, whether it was worth it, all that aside, it would definitely. 100% alert. I don't want to fight anymore. You have the protection of pure remnant sun, that heretic god, and you're stubborn and annoying. She pursed her lips, even with a hint of expectation. No one should stop me from leaving, right? She just didn't know if she understood how incredibly mocking this behavior was. How punchable. You. Man, Xia Qingyu gritted her teeth, signaling her not to act rashly. Actually, no one knew that Xia Qingyu sometimes envied that simpleton Wang Lei. Weighing pros and cons, analyzing the situation. Retreating, compromising. That simpleton didn't have to consider any of these things. Just charge. Just like at this moment, she really hated that feeling of what can you do to me from Lin Jiao, even if it wasn't intentionally displayed. But the adult world is like this. No one can be invincible. There are always gains and losses, and one always has to compromise for something. No. Yes. Yi Lan's sudden interjection surprised everyone. Huh? What's yes? I have an objection. Yi Lan said, what do you take my room for? A place you can just come and go as you please? No one expected that the first to make a move would be Yi Lan, who hadn't even made a move just now. Xia Qingyu instinctively wanted to say something to persuade him, but then she closed her mouth. Yi Lan is Yi Lan, Xia Man is Xia Man. In every sense, she had no right to command or restrain Yi Lan. Moreover, if he truly decided to act and was confident, then with the combined strength of the three of them, even if it meant serious injury, if they could truly keep Lin Jiao here, it would be quite a gain. Oh? Lin Jiao's voice actually held a hint of expectation. Then if I insist on leaving, are you going to stop me here and fight to the death? She seemed to genuinely want a good fight, but was also compromising for the sake of the situation. Of course not, I don't like fighting. Yi Lan spoke nonsense with a straight face, but if you leave like this, I might go for a walk in a bad mood. And then just happen to stroll to a place quite far from here and shoot this Yuan Gungung at your room. Lin Jiao. A threat? And a deterrent one at that. Logically speaking, everyone who had ever threatened her in her life was now dead. But for some reason, this move of yours always felt a bit absurd. As expected, after feeling both annoyed and amused for a while, Lin Jiao was also a bit confused about what he truly meant. You won't fight me, and you won't let me go. Do you want to keep me in your room for a party? You broke my window, invaded my privacy, and caused severe psychological trauma to my good brother Su Lezhang. It wouldn't be right if you didn't offer some compensation, would it? Su Lezhang? Lin Jiao? Xia Qingyu, Xia Man? So you're not letting her leave because you want to extort, oh no, demand compensation? Surprisingly, Lin Jiao wasn't angry at all. Instead, she genuinely, very happily and seriously, thought about it. You really are interesting, he. Give you something, alright?
Her slender fingers reached to her waist, and a small wooden token exuding a decaying aura was thrown towards Yilan.
Bang!
Yilan narrowed his eyes, not daring to catch it with his hand, and also afraid of missing it if he tried. In one fluid motion, he drew and fired his grappling hook, casually snatching the item.
What is this? What kind of marksmanship was that?
A chill ran through all their hearts simultaneously.
Lin Jiao thought for a moment and said, "It's like a token? If you inject psionic energy into it, I can sense your location." Yilan? What is this thing? Why are you giving it to me? Am I looking for trouble? Wait, why does this sound so strange?
It's like in other stories, a powerful figure gives the protagonist a token to protect them, so that when activated at a critical moment, their
backing will arrive.
Lin Jiao's strength certainly seemed to be within the powerful figure category.
What, you failed to assassinate me, so now you want to protect me? Ha, you're overthinking it, dear. Now that you've found out, I guess you won't be able to resist going to your death underwater. Since you're going to die anyway, you might as well let me kill you when the time comes.
Lin Jiao's dejected face twisted into a small, unenthusiastic smile.
You're so interesting, I like you. Impromptu. Yilan?
He increasingly felt that Lin Jiao's thoughts were inexplicably scattered.
The like you're talking about shouldn't be the kind of like I understand, right? How dare you? I think you're scared that we'll completely purify your filth underwater, and then... Man.
Xiao Qingyu rubbed the head of the impassioned Xia Man, her vigilance, still in combat mode, never stopping for a moment. The underwater submarine had most likely touched upon the core secret of the rotten god cult in this area, and at this moment, they didn't want a decisive battle. Sending them away smoothly was the optimal solution. Why insist on touching their sensitive nerves? Think whatever you want. But as long as you go, I won't need to make a move anymore. She failed. Not only did she not succeed in an assassination, but she also completely pushed Yilan's stance towards the Twilight God cult.
Just before she left, she paused again, looking at Yilan seriously. Don't go to that clinic again, you don't understand what you'll face. Even our main god is watching there.
Yilan had no expression, or rather, he didn't know what expression he should have. Although the people in Sewage Town monitored each other and played games, no one had much privacy.
But it's really annoying. How long have you been watching me? Watching?
Lin Jiao looked at him strangely. Watching sounds so bad.
Since you put on this new skin of the town guard, you haven't even hidden your movements, have you? Swish!
Xia Qingyu raised her hand and swung her sword, and the power of light drew a shining, brilliant mark on the ground, centered on the three of them and...
Lin Jiao! You should go. She felt more and more that something was wrong. What was this scoundrel babbling about? Did she want to incite Yilan? Lin Jiao's figure became fainter and fainter. Just like that, she completely disappeared from everyone's sight.
Yilan's room once again returned to quiet. It seemed the dust had settled, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Basically, everyone was more confused than the last, according to their return order. Xia Man was very confused. Hadn't Yilan just come out of their room?
She had just dealt with her sister, ran over here, and as soon as she opened the door, there were two groups of people at daggers drawn.
Xia Qingyu was even more confused. By the time she arrived, Xia Qingyu had already started fighting with Lin Jiao. So, what's going on?
It seems I was discovered when I stealthily approached earlier, Yilan said, a little annoyed, stating the answer he could already guess.
Xia Qingyu nodded, and it was impossible to blame Yilan for being careless because of this.
After all, she hadn't even been able to discover information like the rotten god cult's underwater base.
However, this sudden accident was inevitably extremely annoying. But if that's the case, we've once again lost our covert advantage.
She already knows that we've discovered the existence and location of the submarine, and it will be even more difficult for us to infiltrate.
Silently. This might not even be a matter of being silent anymore. Going to the submarine now would be no different from committing a crime under their gaze. The strength of this Lin Jiao. Especially tonight, when he was so far away, and even had the psychological invisibility of the crystal ball, how on earth did she discover him? It was simply incredible. Are you still going to the submarine? Yilan asked. Her strength is very strong, not to mention how many rotten god cult members might be. Underwater in Sewage Town. Everything that had just happened was vivid in her mind, and Xia Qingyu also felt a great headache, leaning slightly against the wall and rubbing her head. We really need to plan this out, she paused, with a hint of difficulty, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Her words. Don't worry about it. Yilan saw Xia Qingyu's dilemma and interrupted her. I definitely trust you guys more. This was referring to Lin Jiao's recent statement that the Twilight God cult is one of the masterminds behind Sewage Town, and this place might even be a large-scale testing ground for the Twilight God cult. As for what he really thought. Thank you, Xia Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, then we'll take our leave. We'll contact you if there's a new development. She turned her back and glared fiercely at Man. Let's go. Creak. The door closed, the two girls left, and the room once again fell silent. Except for the completely shattered window, it was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion, and nothing had ever occurred. Lin Jiao. Yilan toyed with the wooden token, which carried a rotten smell, between his fingers, narrowing his eyes. Is this an ability object? And why did she give it to me? Is it really okay? Her attitude is also very intriguing. In the silent room, a hesitant voice suddenly appeared. Can you untie me? Yilan. Goodness, he completely forgot that there was still an unlucky guy tied up in the room. Why is your presence so low? It's even better than the crystal ball's invisibility effect, alright. Yilan grabbed a dagger and cut the ropes binding Su Lezhang on the bed. Su Lezhang immediately felt alive again. Damn it! I almost thought I was going to die just now. What's going on? Su Lezhang truly felt like he had escaped a disaster, his big eyes wide with immense lingering fear. She's so scary, you don't know. The moment I came back, she took me down, then giggled strangely. It felt like she wasn't looking at a person. It was pitch black all around. Do you know how terrifying that is? Ha! Yilan imagined that scene, and it was indeed a bit scary, even making his crotch tighten. But, this doesn't seem to be Lin Jiao's style, right? Lin Jiao only gave off a slightly playful feeling today. But in reality, all the information recorded about her, and everything he had seen, was a gloomy and quiet feeling. Just as she said, boring. To her, everything seemed boring, and she didn't need to humor anyone. She was strong enough to do as she pleased, so she didn't have to smile. Coupled with that touch of dark blue hair, it really pushed the melancholic style to the extreme. She was the type where, as long as she was in a nighttime shot, no matter the angle, a picture would be a beautiful 4K wallpaper. Giggle, doesn't fit the character, does it? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Yilan's mind. How do you see tonight's events? Su Lezhang was stunned. Ha? What do you mean, how do I see it? Yilan was asking him, but he was also sorting out his own thoughts. Lin Jiao appeared here tonight. Su Lezhang was immediately confused, completely not understanding what Yilan was asking. Isn't it because we exposed her in Sewage Town secret, and she came to silence us because the cat's out of the bag? Is that so? Yilan narrowed his eyes, feeling that many things were wrong. Insufficient killing intent. Su Lezhang's expression was extremely serious, looking at Yilan with a very difficult to understand, strange expression. What do you mean, insufficient killing intent? Are you not a war god? You weren't confused by her I like you, were you? Insufficient preparation, and the location isn't reasonable. It's more like an impromptu decision? Yilan increasingly understood what that feeling of something being wrong was. That's right, it was an impromptu decision. Lin Jiao came to his room for another unknown reason,
and only because of something, did she try to kill him.
That's it.
He thought he was flawless, and Lin Jiao hadn't discovered that he and Su Lezhang had gone to the water, but in reality, she had seen everything, had the upper hand, and had so many ways to use this information gap to trick him. For example, when he and Xia Qingyu quietly infiltrated the underwater submarine, she would have already been ambushed for a long time, setting up a
net. But she chose to make a move here.
To make a move with the Twilight God cult's room right next door. She is Lin Jiao, the strongest person in the Rotten God cult's history, a young person favored by 002, not that silly Wan Lei. She didn't even know his strength, so what if there was a so-called seal? As long as he tried his best to contact 402, he wouldn't die, but she would lose the initiative to set up a net in the underwater submarine.
It does seem a bit off.
But young people, sometimes they act on impulse and are very confident.
Maybe she just thought it over and didn't want to wait anymore?
Yilan gave Su Lezhang a blank look, regretting that he had even thought of asking for his opinion. Go to sleep. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Su Lezhang, lay back on his bed, half-turned, with his back to Su Lezhang's direction, and took out the wooden piece Lin Jiao had given him, gently caressing its surface. Of course, he couldn't just sleep like this. Instead, he sent a telepathic message to Mind Cat.
Little cat, is there something wrong with this thing? Mind Cat's voice quickly responded. I don't know, meow. I'm still studying it.
This thing seems to have a strong connection with 002, but I'm sure, meow, as long as you don't actively inject psionic energy to activate it, you
won't be monitored or spied on because of it, meow. Is that so?
Yilan frowned and put it in his pocket. Leaning against the headboard, Yilan looked at his hand.
Power, he lacked power. Yilan was a little annoyed.
But just then, his gaze sharpened, and then he stared intently at the side of his bed. On the edge of the bed, under the moonlight from the now windowless room, there seemed to be some crystal and dust, faintly visible.
This is... His expression was extremely ugly, and he sat up the next second. Lu Zhang, go to 402 for a while. Don't come back until I contact you. Su Lezhang? Backtrack.
Su Lezhang sat up from his bed, looking at Yilan with undisguised confusion.
Brother, why did you kick me out of the room in the middle of the night for no reason? What's wrong with you? God of War, I have something to do.
Don't come back until I contact you, and make sure those two don't come over either.
Su Lezhang was stunned. Not only am I being kicked out, but I'm also being given a task? But it seemed like it wasn't over yet. And, when you go over, mention to Xia Qingyu to make sure Lin Jiao hasn't left her room. This. You want the person I'm monitoring to help you monitor another person, right? You've really mastered maximizing value through layered subcontracting.
Seeing that Yilan was serious, Su Lezhang hesitated for a moment and walked out of the room.
Hurry up, brother, I'm really scared.
His appearance made Yilan chuckle.
After Su Lezhang left, Yilan's expression grew serious once again. What's wrong, meow?
Mind Cat, who had been in constant communication with Yilan and knew his thoughts, was now equally baffled as to what Yilan was up to.
I need a scene recall. Recall everything that just happened in this room. Ha! Mind Cat was humanly stunned and didn't respond immediately. Why, meow? Didn't the matter already end? What is there to recall, meow? Is he specifically looking to see how Lin Jiao came in and beat Su Lezhang? Or was the battle between the two groups just now not enough, and he's preparing to savor it again? It's too strange. Lin Jiao shouldn't have come here today, and everything just now was too anticlimactic.
Thinking about it now, it's as if everything she did was a performance.
She made a big fuss, then just left. Of course, the biggest problem isn't that. According to Su Lezhang's description, he was tied up and thrown on the floor between the two beds. After Lin Jiao came in, she tied him up and sat by the window. From beginning to end, Lin Jiao's range of activity did not exceed Su Lezhang's bed.
But Yilan pointed to his window, where there was extremely subtle, glistening dust that faded with the dim moonlight.
My bed was moved, and someone else entered my room during that time. Meow?
Mine cat froze, materialized, jumped to the spot Yilan pointed to, sniffed, and then immediately jumped back.
Achoo, meow. Achoo. It's poisonous, meow. Yilan's expression darkened. As expected. Then let's begin.
Be careful and confine the recall to the room.
Absolutely do not let it seep out. Everyone is still awake right now.
At this moment, Mind Cat hesitated.
Do you really want to do this, meow?
I can only recall one last time before you successfully contain the anomaly. Even with the devil black chili intake, it will only sustain your hunger until the day of the ceremony. If you overuse your power or are killed once during this period, I'm afraid. Yilan also hesitated but still gritted his teeth.
Recall. If this matter couldn't be clarified, he wouldn't be able to rest easy.
I understand, meow, Mind Cat murmured, its paw gently rubbing Yilan's back, as if afraid of losing something.
If you truly fail, meow, the little house and I will do everything to bring back your sanity, meow.
Yilan was startled, feeling a warmth in his heart, and gently stroked its back.
I won't.
In this small sewage town, I am, after all, the anomaly.
Swish.
An endless mist, centered around Mind Cat and Yilan, spread out, reaching the four walls of the room and enveloping the windows. The scene began to change.
Recall what time, meow?
Yilan thought for a moment and specified the time. When I finished exploring the sewage, and Su Lezhang and I first returned to the room, then went to 402 through the window.
Got it, meow.
Mind Cat nodded in agreement, and time began to flow forward. Everything in the room was being restored, the glass window was perfectly intact and open. Yilan's gaze swept over his bed, and the sparkling dust had also disappeared.
Creak.
The window was gently opened, and he and Su Lezhang climbed in together through it.
That soaking wet appearance.
Even now, looking at that sight, Yilan couldn't help but want to laugh.
Soaking wet, truly like a drowned rat.
A moment later, he and Su Lezhang left through the window again, scaling walls and rooftops to 402, and the room returned to silence.
Extreme silence. But in less than a minute, a change truly occurred. Creak.
His window was pushed open from the outside, and a tall figure jumped in. The figure was completely wrapped in black leather, wearing a cotton hat that covered his forehead, and a large mask over his mouth, his face completely obscured. In the only exposed gaze, however, there was still a sense of weathered experience and an intimidating aura. Through the faint glimpses of skin, it was the same dark complexion as most of Sewage Town's residents.
Someone really came, and, leather clothes? Yilan's eyes narrowed tightly, the identity of the intruder was already clear. Town Defense Force.
Damn it, after being messed with so many times, how could he still forget to lock the window when he left?
Someone from the Town Defense Force also came to his room? So not only did Lin Jiao discover it, but they did too? This is truly... Yilan's stealthy heart was gone.
It seemed like every time his confident, perfect infiltration ended in a grand failure. After entering the room, the person cautiously looked around and quickly retreated into the shadow of the corner. The pile of clutter where the folding bed was stacked. This hiding spot, why was it exactly the same as his own? He pressed himself against the wall, seemingly to confirm if he was in the next room, but he probably didn't dare to investigate further. He pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and quickly went to the bed closest to the window, Su Lezhang's bed. Then, he crouched down, flipped through a drawer, and looked at the bed, seemingly trying to determine whose bed it was. At that instant, Yilan suddenly thought of something. The big fire at the stadium, where people suspected to be from the Town Defense Force and another group from Radiant City collaborated to kill Su Lezhang. Then he should. Creak. The Town Defense Force intruder, after making his judgment, did not linger but quickly came to his bed. Then, he opened the bottle of poisonous powder. How could this be?
Yi Lan's pupils contracted. Shouldn't he have come to kill Su Lejong? But why, after determining the location, did he come to poison him? He came to kill him? And given the actions and stance of the town defense force, wouldn't it be better to poison both him and Su Lejong, killing two birds with one stone? But he carefully identified the bed, clearly afraid of accidentally killing Su Lejong. This is illogical. Click. The bottle opening gradually tilted downwards, and a bottle of poisonous powder was about to pour out. But at this moment, the sound of a handgun's safety being disengaged suddenly appeared in his room. Yi Lan suddenly turned his head, only to find that he, being in the same room, hadn't even heard when someone pushed open the door and stood at the entrance. That person held a silver-white revolver, aiming it at the town defense force member who was about to poison him by his bed. Yi Lan looked towards the door, his pupils constantly dilating. The person who came through the main door with a gun was Arthur. Busy. Damn it. At that moment, Yi Lan truly felt a bit self-conscious. Look at how others infiltrate. He was even in his room now, and he was next door then, yet no one noticed. But how did Arthur come? And, didn't he lock the door? Right, the hotel owner must have the keys to every room, he must have given them to Arthur. But didn't the hotel owner appear by the sewage town with the town defense force? Arthur, we won't interfere with each other. Don't get in the way. The town defense force member didn't seem to doubt whether Arthur would actually pull the trigger, finally stopping his action of pouring out the poison powder. But this could only be considered an abrupt halt, a very small amount had already fallen out, floating on his bed, which was the bit he saw. He is now a member of our town guard, you have no right to lay a hand on him. Ha! Ha! The town defense force member seemed to have heard something funny, suppressing his voice as he burst into laughter. A member of the town guard, indeed. Do you really consider this person a part of our small town? Arthur's face was expressionless. He stepped forward a few paces and, with the hand not holding the gun, closed the door behind him. Yes, I have that right. Just as you said, we won't interfere with each other. Are you going to tear off your face with the town guard? The town defense force member's face was extremely unsightly. Although his face couldn't actually be seen, his gaze was clearly very unpleasant. He strode forward, standing aggressively in front of Arthur. He pressed his forehead against the muzzle of the gun. I'm warning you for the last time, don't interfere with my business again. Only I can save Sewage Town. Arthur's face remained expressionless, not retreating a single step. The gun barrel pressed against his forehead continued to push forward forcefully. Save? Your town defense force has been a mistake from the very beginning, a mistake that started 60 years ago when you brought the rotten god cult into the game. Ha 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 ha. The town defense force member laughed loudly. Our mistake? Then what about you? Arthur, after all these years, why are there more and more anomalies in Sewage Town? You always naively attract one more greedy thing after another, anomalies, Twilight, Radiant City. You even directly brought this person of unknown origin into the town guard? As he laughed, he unknowingly began to feel a bit bitter. Don't be naive anymore. Twilight, Wanderers, and those anomalies. Everyone is watching us, but no one helps us. Only the rotten god cult has truly extended a hand to us. Arthur still held the pistol steadily, his face expressionless. Rotten always brings destruction to the wasteland, not salvation. I have my way, they don't have to die. Ha. Enough, Arthur. Put away your self-righteous act, will you? You are always so righteous. With your plan, how dare you criticize me? Do you really not know what Radiant City's goal is? Don't you know that agreeing to their terms will kill more people? You even chose to give our native land to that group of despicable ambitious people. What right do you have to criticize me? A ripple appeared in Arthur's firm eyes, but it quickly solidified again. Someone always has to bear the sin. One always has to choose who dies. At least, that cost is better for us. At this point, a hint of confusion couldn't help but surface in Arthur's eyes. I don't understand.
Since you've come here, you chose to kill Yilan instead of
him? The town defense force member's expression seemed gloomy and uncertain. Why are you playing dumb with me? He has that thing. If he dies directly by my hand, it will be discovered. Arthur was thoughtful. So, that big fire. Enough, Arthur. I'm giving you one last chance, don't stop me from killing this person.
The town defense force member said grimly. He uncovered the secret of the
underground in Sewage Town. He cannot be left alive.
Arthur came back to his senses, pushing the muzzle forward again.
Then let the rotten people deal with it themselves. Your status doesn't qualify you to make a move on him. Bullshit. You clearly know that their current focus is only on Twilight. They won't expose any of their power on other matters. Arthur was unmoved, perhaps this was his confidence. The atmosphere was quiet for a long time. Good. After saying good 3 times in a row, the town defense force member turned around. From today, you and I go our separate ways. The town guard and the town defense force will have no further connection. After the ceremony, let's fight to the death. Swish! The window was pushed open, and the town defense force member jumped out. The room returned to quiet. Arthur. Yilan sighed. Many things were still unclear, but at least it was confirmed that the goals of the town guard and the town defense force were indeed inconsistent. And Arthur was truly cooperating with him. But what exactly was their purpose? Su Lejang has that thing. What exactly is that thing? Just then, Arthur made another move. This won't do. How could Yilan be so careless? He was right next door, yet he let others enter his room as if it were nothing. Arthur paced back and forth in the room. No, this definitely won't do. Su Lejang can't stay here. At least that thing, I must get my hands on it. As he said this, he let out a soft sneer. You keep saying rotten, but it seems they're not on your side. That big fire, wasn't it ultimately extinguished by Lin Jiao? After hesitating for a moment, Arthur went under Su Lejang's bed. He fumbled on the carpet a few times and actually pressed a certain protrusion. With a slight, almost inaudible sound, a secret door appeared under the bed, connecting to the 3rd floor. Then, Arthur jumped down, tidied the carpet from below, making it look as if everything was normal on the surface, but in reality, it was not closed. Not over yet? Still causing trouble? What the hell? My room was so lively in the few minutes I went to 402? With a slight tightening in his heart, Yilan walked to the location of the underground passage, squatted down, and felt it, letting out a sigh of relief. In reality, the underground passage was sealed shut, which at least indicated that Arthur was not there at the moment. This was truly good news, otherwise, if Arthur saw the current flashback process, it would be troublesome. Creak. In the flashback scene, his window was pushed open, and he and Su Lejang returned to the room. The moment they returned to the room, he walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to dry my clothes. Make yourself at home. With that, Yilan entered the bathroom. Yilan gathered his spirits. Lin Jiao's appearance and what Arthur did would all happen in these few minutes. Sitting on the bed, when he wasn't there, Su Lejang actually seemed dazed, his expression particularly solemn, as if he was thinking about something important. Such a serious expression. Yilan seemed to have never seen it before. This guy always acted like a clown. Does he have such a side? Swish. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. From the underground connected to the 3rd floor, Arthur rushed out at an incredible speed. Crack! Ah! A powerful handchop landed on Su Lejang's neck before he could react, but Su Lejang didn't fall down in response, letting out a pig-like scream. Arthur was also stunned for a moment, not expecting this guy to be so thick-skinned and tough that he couldn't knock him out with one blow.
As his expression changed, he quickly threw something out, and Yilan immediately felt
much quieter. Some kind of sound dampening device? To prevent me from discovering?
The loud noise of the hairdryer echoed in the bathroom, and at that moment, Yilan felt a bit speechless.
Is this hotel deliberately using such noisy equipment? To make it easier for others to sneak in?
I really need to stay alert at all times.
Who? Swish.
Arthur raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of powder, which went entirely into Su Lezhang's eyes, making Su Lezhang unable to see anything.
Instantly. Who? Who is it? God of War save me
Arthur was behind Su Lezhang, skillfully pulling out a rope and suppressing Su Lezhang with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, he had him firmly tied up. During this process, he didn't forget to hang a small microphone-like object by his mouth and let out a laugh.
Giggle giggle. Holy crap! At that moment, Yilan's entire worldview for the night had never been so shattered. It's not Arthur. You, looking like a human but acting like a dog, using a voice changer to pretend to be a woman? Splash!
Yilan's window was pushed open again, and Arthur's action of abducting Su Lezhang suddenly stopped. A slender, graceful figure stood on the window, her dark blue hair flowing in the wind, reflecting the moonlight, appearing even deeper. She stood there motionless, looking at Arthur, her face expressionless, their two gazes meeting.
Investigation. Lin Jiao. Oh my mind cat.
To be honest, Yilan himself was a bit slow to react. He had initially thought that Lin Jiao came in the middle of the night to silence him after he discovered her secret, but so many things had happened.
Behind the scenes? It was worth it, this flashback was truly worth it. Let him go.
Lin Jiao said expressionlessly from the window. Arthur frowned, blocking Su Lezhang from Lin Jiao, and with a backhand, he sprinkled another handful of powder into Su Lezhang's eyes.
What is it? Don't kill me. Don't kill me, ah. Su Lezhang couldn't see anything and kept wailing. Well, it really was his usual performance, being manipulated by anyone like an assembly line, wasn't it? But at that very moment, Yilan narrowed his eyes. Little cat, pause, rewind a little. Okay, meow. Such a big drama excited the little cat immensely. Yilan strode over, his gaze fixed on the flashback scene, specifically on Arthur's action of shielding Su Lezhang behind him and scattering powder. From this angle, Su Lezhang was completely blocked from Lin Jiao's view. Can you play it in slow motion? Of course, meow. The reason for rewatching this scene was that there seemed to be something else in Arthur's hand when he threw the powder. Something very small, rectangular, like a voice recorder. At the moment of scattering the powder, Arthur's hand, like an eagle's talon, swiftly and accurately snatched something from Su Lezhang's inner pocket. He pulled out an identical item and then put the fake one in. This is... Yilan narrowed his eyes. Arthur and the town defense forces that thing? Why? Arthur asked Lin Jiao with a very displeased expression. The Holy Church does not permit such things to happen. Lin Jiao said with a bored tone, why not stop these little tricks and quietly await? Salvation? Salvation. Oof. I obey your command. Arthur bowed slightly, looking troubled. He couldn't afford to delay, this time was meant to be quick. According to the plan, he should have already left with Su Lezhang, but he was stuck here. This Su Lezhang fellow was truly cunning. Ever since he was rescued by Yilan, no matter how dangerous or what the situation, he never left Yilan's side for a moment. He truly had no chance to make a move. Yilan could come out at any moment. He went to the restroom to air dry his clothes, not to sleep. The reason he hadn't been discovered yet was partly because he had set up soundproofing, partly because everyone was moving very lightly and carefully, and also, the hairdryer at Suijin was really loud. Leave immediately, I will handle the aftermath for you. Lin Jiao's voice came again. Arthur paused, put away his revolver, and cupped his hands. Then, thank you.
With that, Arthur, without hiding the existence of the secret passage, lifted the carpet and jumped down.
He had no other choice. The secret passage door was still open. If he left by other means, Yilan would definitely discover it when he returned.
Lin Jiao couldn't possibly be so doting as to help him lay the carpet.
Back.
Lin Jiao, however, looked at the location of the secret passage, deep in thought, seeming to find it interesting.
For a moment, Yilan was speechless. Alright, so you're also eyeing this quick passage to visit my home, are you?
The moment Arthur completely left, something that left Yilan speechless occurred. Lin Jiao elegantly walked to Su Lezhang, pulled out another identical rectangular object from her pocket, took the item from Su Lezhang's inner
pocket, and swapped it. Just.
Yilan was dumbfounded.
You all play like this, huh? How many hands has it passed through? And is the one Arthur took necessarily the genuine article?
After doing all this, Lin Jiao calmly found a place to sit, seemingly waiting for him.
So, the way to help Arthur hide was to make him think that she was the one who came in? Whoosh!
She flicked her fingertips, and something else scattered out, restoring Su Lezhang's vision. Su Lezhang, sprawled on the ground in disarray, looked up and saw the girl in the moonlight, his eyes bulging in terror.
Lin Jiao?
God of War save. His mouth was sealed once again.
Creak.
He realized something was wrong in the restroom, pushed the door open, and saw the exact scene he had witnessed before.
Then, he knew everything that happened next.
Lin Jiao's so-called attempt to kill him, Xiao Man rushing in, Xiao Qingyu rushing in, a series of tentative attacks, and then a ceasefire.
Little cat, that's enough.
The scene flashback ended, and everything returned to its original state. Only this time, Yilan remained silent for a long time. What the hell was that?
Meow. The mind cat also didn't know what to say for a moment.
Even Yilan, who felt something was off and initiated the scene flashback, had never imagined that so many things had happened in such a short time.
Swish. Creak.
Yilan ripped open the carpet, found the switch, and pressed it. The secret door slowly opened.
Yilan didn't jump down directly but lay on the ground and peered down.
It was an ordinary room, empty and clean, already deserted.
Damn it.
After cursing, Yilan got up, pressed the switch again to close the secret door, and casually spread the carpet back.
Let's go.
Yilan no longer concealed his tracks, pushed open his room door, and knocked on 402.
Knock, knock, knock. Creak.
The door opened, revealing Su Lezhang, who was looking around anxiously.
Yilan glanced inside. Xiao Qingyu was sitting by the bed, and Xiao Man looked a bit annoyed.
Should be no problem.
Thanks, don't sleep yet, I might need to come over again in a bit. Xiao Man? Xiao Qingyu.
Without waiting for their reply, Yilan dragged Su Lezhang directly back to his room.
Ha! God of War, you.
Su Lezhang was a bit flustered. He felt that Yilan was acting very strangely now. Especially, his attitude towards him.
Bang!
The door closed. Yilan pulled over a stool and sat in front of him, leaving him at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay.
You have one more chance to choose. Leave me immediately, and I will not pursue your affairs.
Or, I might forcefully uncover your secret next.
Ah! Su Lezhang blinked. What? What does that mean? What secret? No, why do you want me to leave? In this cursed sewage town, where could he go? He started to feel uneasy, but he couldn't just leave. After all they had been through, he clearly felt that their relationship was quite pleasant and getting better and better. You can't do this. Su Lezhang said with a face full of indignation, you took my money, you can't just say you don't want to play with me anymore. Yilan was not surprised by his choice, but everything had its price. Out of their past camaraderie, if he truly chose to leave, he could choose not to forcefully investigate anything, but since he had already made a choice. Yilan reached into his inner pocket and, catching Su Lezhang off guard, pulled out the rectangular object. tell me what this is?
Su Lezhan was completely unprepared for Yi Lan's move, and even more confused as to why he knew the exact location of this item. His expression changed drastically.
No, give it back. I'll go, don't do this. Too late.
The chance was just now, and now everything was laid bare.
Tell me, what is this, and what is your purpose in coming to Sewage Town?
Yi Lan placed his finger on the only button on the rectangular object, not
knowing what it was for, otherwise, I'll press it. At this moment, Su Lezhan's expression completely changed drastically. Don't. I'll tell you. The plan of the Glory City. Seeing Su Lezhan relent, Yi Lan also stopped his movements. Honestly, Yi Lan didn't know what that thing was. It was just the only button on it, so if there was any secret, it had to be that. But not knowing what it was for, Yi Lan actually didn't dare to press it randomly. This is actually not anything important. It's a communicator that can directly contact my old man. Huh?
Yi Lan was stunned, never expecting such a simple answer.
A communicator for your old man, the Vice City Lord of Guangwei City Lower District? Wait. So? You can always stay in contact with your grandfather?
Yi Lan's expression turned grim. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to align with what you
said before, about your grandfather being deceived and you being framed by a competitor to come here, does it?
At this point, Yi Lan didn't forget to scare him.
You should understand that Death Note is no joke, right? You've already signed it. Aren't you afraid of death? Su Lezhan was indeed startled and quickly explained. I didn't lie. It's just that some parts were a bit vague. It's true that my grandfather sent me, and my grandfather was indeed deceived. It seemed he was truly afraid of that Death Note. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, gradually understanding something. So, you were sent by your grandfather, but the subordinates who were sent to escort you betrayed him, and with other motives, colluded with some people in Sewage Town to try and kill you? That makes it very clear. Arthur is the one who conspired with Su Lezhan's grandfather, which relates to the plan Arthur mentioned, and the town defense force colluded with those who betrayed Su Lezhan's grandfather, attempting to kill Su Lezhan. Their goal is to disrupt the plans of Radiant City and Arthur. Finally, some things hidden beneath the surface began to emerge, but Yi Lan was still puzzled. No. It's just this one thing. Why are so many people fighting over it? A communicator? You might not know. Su Lezhan lowered his head. Sewage Town has been completely isolated from the outside world. No one can get in or out, including communication. Even the two major churches currently have no way to contact their own cathedrals. Only this is because my grandfather in Sewage Town planned it in advance and customized it, so it can connect with the outside world. I am the only person in Sewage Town, from top to bottom, who can contact the outside world. I'm really scared. And I really didn't want to come. I don't want to get involved in these absurd messes. Only you are strong and don't belong to any side here. I truly have no conspiracy, I just want to follow you. And leave alive. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. Is Sewage Town truly isolated from the world? How was it done? Who did it? Watching Su Lezhan's nervous demeanor, Yi Lan gradually relaxed. This guy really doesn't seem like a cunning schemer. Whatever Radiant City's plan is, it probably has nothing to do with him. But inevitably, he absolutely could not have known as little as he previously claimed. Sit down. Yi Lan moved another stool, and they sat face to face, but Su Lezhan was as nervous as if he were in an interrogation room. This time, if you hide anything again, I won't protect you. What exactly does Radiant City want to do? For a moment, Su Lezhan was speechless, and Yi Lan couldn't help but frown. Still unwilling to speak? Time is running out. The ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Oh, it's already past 12 o'clock, so the ceremony is tomorrow. Everything that should happen and shouldn't happen will occur tomorrow. Do you still want to leave here alive? Do you really think I'm invincible with insufficient information? Hearing this, Su Lezhang shook his head. No. I just feel that this answer is so absurd. You won't even believe it. Yilan raised an eyebrow. Just say it. None of the things that have happened in Sewage Town so far have been normal, each one is compared between absurd and more absurd. Yilan felt that nothing could be so absurd that he couldn't imagine it anymore. Radiant City wants to occupy Sewage Town. Yilan? Yilan? What the hell are you talking about? Sewage Town is already so chaotic with forces as numerous as dogs and abnormalities everywhere. Are you seriously going to start a Lord Domination quest with me? Is there something wrong with your Radiant City's brains? This place is so resource poor that people can't live, and abnormalities are everywhere. What does your Radiant City want with it? Which mortal can manage a place like this? Even abnormalities are experiencing traffic jams in Sewage Town now. It's true. Su Lezhang said, bracing himself, actually, I don't know why you don't understand the value of devil black chili at all. But you should have heard a saying, he who controls Sewage Town, controls the world. Seeing Yilan's increasing confusion, Su Lezhang sighed and said, as long as there is enough devil black chili, you can have an endless supply of gene enhancer armies. As long as there is enough sewage, you can cultivate an inexhaustible supply of experts. No city-state doesn't dream of monopolizing all the output of devil black chili. Nearly 1/5 of Radiant City's research institutions are working tirelessly day and night, studying the water source of the sewage ditch, to understand why only they can formulate sewage special brew. Yilan narrowed his eyes. So, only your Radiant City is eyeing it, and no one else has made any attempts? Su Lezhang shook his head. Sewage Town is jointly blockaded by the Twilight God Cult and the Rotten God Cult. They don't intercept individuals, but they intercept all groups entering. Decades have passed, and almost none of the teams sent in have made it out alive, dying in various, gruesome ways. Only this time, Radiant City is the first force in the wasteland to collude with the Sewage Town officials, and thus wants to do something. This. Yilan became increasingly confused. If Radiant City's goal was occupation, then how could Arthur, as the occupied, be in cahoots with Radiant City? Most importantly, Sewage Town is full of abnormalities from top to bottom. How can your Radiant City occupy it? Don't you know that Sewage Town is full of various abnormalities? This is not a place that can be occupied by defeating the human defense system of Sewage Town, do you understand? Su Lezhang nodded, giving a bitter smile. They all know, I just don't understand where they get their confidence. Yilan frowned tightly. Then what's your mission? Your personal mission. Your grandfather sent you to Sewage Town, what did he tell you to do in Sewage Town? Su Lezhang gently shook his head. I don't know. He only told me to settle down here, cooperate with the god of non-appearance, and wait for the opportune moment. God. What god? In a moment of confusion, Yilan's pupils contracted, and he almost uncontrollably slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Radiant City brought an abnormality for you? Pie in the sky. Su Lezhang jumped in fright, then noticed Yilan wasn't angry, in fact, he seemed oddly excited. Yes, no. I didn't bring it. It had already arrived in Sewage Town. My grandpa told me to contact it after I got to Sewage Town. Yilan took several deep breaths, realizing he seemed a bit out of sorts, and sat back down. Have you contacted it? Su Lezhang immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No. I told you I didn't want to do any of this. After I arrived in Radiant City, I've been with you the whole time, I haven't even contacted my grandpa. Yilan's expression kept changing as he rubbed his forehead. Occupying Sewage Town, an anomaly. Something's still not right. Forget an anomaly, the current trouble with Sewage Town is that even top anomalies like 002 or 003 can't change anything. Can an attached, or perhaps the anomaly that rules Radiant City, possess such ability? Radiant City must have other preparations, some true trump cards.
This Su Lezhang is probably, at most, just a feint, but doesn't that just prove how complex things are?
If a feint position warrants an anomaly, then what about the true main attack? Human ambition.
Yi Lan muttered. Even in the wasteland, there are still people striving to dominate it at all costs, even in such a treacherous place where gods find it difficult.
Are humans still greedy?
What he couldn't understand most was how Radiant City could possibly align with Arthur. He knew very well that both the town guard and the town defense force, though different in methods, had the same goal, to save Sewage Town. To free Sewage Town from the influence of anomalies for generations to come. If they couldn't achieve this, Radiant City could never convince Arthur.
But how could Radiant City possibly achieve this? Can you guess how Radiant City plans to achieve its goal?
Su Lezhang shook his head.
Countless known pieces of information flashed through his mind, but he couldn't make sense of it.
The Twilight God cult said that Sewage Town was planning a huge sacrifice, to erase this generation and sever the influence of anomalies on the next.
Currently, it seemed the town defense force was planning this, not Arthur.
The Rotten God cult was rooted underwater and, logically, should be in cahoots with the town defense force, single-minded in purpose. Yet, Lin Jiao had disrupted the town defense force's actions several times.
For example, that big fire.
Yilan had a hunch that the moment the high-level commission unlocked, he would truly touch the core of all these endless mysteries.
No, I can't wait until tomorrow morning. This needs to be sped up. I should go find Xiaoqingyu now. Su Lezhang anxiously interrupted Yi Lan's thoughts. Can I have that communicator back?
Yi Lan paused, then, somewhat amused, tossed it to him. Of course, but take a closer look.
Su Lezhang didn't understand, but accurately caught the communicator Yi Lan threw.
He looked at it with a puzzled expression, then his face drastically changed.
This isn't my communicator. No, this thing can't be lost. Who took it?
Su Lezhang's anxiety and worry far exceeded Yi Lan's expectations. With a thought, Yi Lan shrugged, speechless.
How should I know?
From what I've seen, it's already been swapped by several groups of people.
Su Lezhang? What do you mean it's been swapped by several people? How come I didn't know anything about it?
Yi Lan sighed, growing more and more suspicious of why Radiant City would send such a person to handle such a monumental task. It was as absurd as the Twilight God cult sending Wang Lei.
Wait, is this also a coincidence? Squinting, Yi Lan's heart stirred. By the way, where is the anomaly you brought?
Impacted by a series of absurd events, he almost forgot what a huge piece of cake this was.
He was looking for an anomaly. All the anomalies in Sewage Town were hidden.
The things underwater were inherently of very high status and under the control of the Rotten God cult. Before a full-blown confrontation, it was truly unsuitable to forcefully engage them. Just as Yi Lan himself had planned, he had to contain an anomaly before the ritual. If he really couldn't find one, then he would have no choice but to completely overturn the pot of Sewage Town, shattering its calm surface.
For example, by forcefully going into the sewage.
But now, a brand new possibility lay before Yi Lan.
Su Lezhang could definitely contact this anomaly from Radiant City.
Now, he just didn't know who it was, or how strong it was.
Huh? Su Lezhang was utterly astonished and couldn't help but ask, what do you want to do? Meet it.
Yi Lan said the most terrifying words in the most ordinary tone. It's not good that you haven't contacted it.
Isn't this a great opportunity? Su Lezhang felt like he was about to cry. No, we'll die. That's an anomaly. Yi Lan's thoughts stirred. Isn't that your Radiant City's anomaly? Su Lezhang was speechless for a moment. No. Brother, what do you take anomalies for?
It just has some connection with our Radiant City, like the relationship between the guest anomalies of the two great divine churches and the divine
churches. It's not controlled by Radiant City. We normal people avoid them like the plague. Who would deal with that thing? Heh, good. This almost confirmed that Su Lezhang really knew where that anomaly was and could find it. So, you don't dare to meet it yourself, but you have me now. I'm your bodyguard, so I definitely have to protect you to go meet it. Su Lojong? Just saying, is there a possibility that when we meet it, you're the one most likely to die, not me? After all, that's Radiant City's ally, I'd probably be fine, but you. Brother, will you please listen to me? Su Lejang was truly pouring out his heart. The reason I haven't contacted it until now is precisely because I'm counting on you to get me out of here alive. If you say we contact it, and you die, then I can't escape either, and I'll just have to keep going down this spiral, won't I? Although I call you the god of war, you're not a god after all. That's a real god. At this point, the mind cat finally couldn't stand it anymore, its voice echoing in Yilan's mind. I can't stand it, meow. These people keep saying God, God, God. By that logic, aren't I also a god, meow? Hee meow. Brother Yilan, do you think I can also establish a meow meow cult, meow? Yilan. And how would the robes be designed? With pink kittens printed on them? Don't mess up the wasteland's aesthetic, hey! Don't be so anxious. Anomalies also have strengths and weaknesses, don't they? Introduce me to your, what was it called again? God of non-appearance? Su Lojong. Why, exactly, do you give people a feeling of is that all? Is that all? I don't know much. I only know it's a hand that can make anything, or even anyone, in its line of sight disappear by snapping its fingers. Yilan? Why does that sound like a weapon from a certain superhero blockbuster villain? Just then, the mind cat's voice urgently rang out in Yilan's mind. Quickly ask him, meow. Is that hand gradient-colored, meow? Hand of the invisible. Yilan was stunned, then immediately adopted the demeanor of an expert, speaking calmly and indifferently. Is that hand a gradient color? Su Lejang was stunned, then nodded in confusion. Yeah, how did you? I know who it is, meow. This anomaly is called the formless hand, meow. Perfect, it's too perfect, meow. Containing it as the first anomaly is just too suitable, meow. Listening to the mind cat excitedly dancing in Yilan's mind, Yilan felt relaxed and then asked. You know it? The mind cat nodded repeatedly. More than just knowing it, meow. This guy is my little brother. Back in the containment tower, it was always bullied, and I always stood up for it, meow. I really miss it. Its hand was so comfortable for stroking my fur, meow. Yilan. How weak must it be to need you to stand up for it? But speaking of which, your days in the containment tower were truly carefree. You made friends every day, had extracurricular reading, and even took in a little brother. Are we really staying in the same place? Why is there such a huge difference in treatment? But it seems very powerful. It can make people disappear with a snap of its fingers? Bah, meow. Powerful my ass, meow. The mind cat said with a look of disdain, it doesn't disappear at all, it's stored in the space within its body. To describe it using the extracurricular reading I've seen, it's like a storage ring, meow. Then, the mind cat thought for a moment. Meow. Well, thinking about it carefully, it's still quite powerful. Maybe it's because it's been my little brother for so long. Although the disappeared things aren't dead or destroyed, for any living creature, being trapped in another space with nothing and no supplements means they can only wait for death, which is no different from being directly killed. Of course, it's powerful. Especially from the perspective of an ordinary person, what kind of strangeness is it to snap your fingers at someone and have them vanish into thin air? So if it snapped its fingers at me, it's asking for a beating, meow. The mind cat said disdainfully, using its ability requires spiritual energy, meow. It can't contain anything stronger than itself. Understand it this way, the power it expends to contain must be stronger than the total power of the target itself to be contained. Don't even think about using it to fight anomalies, meow. It can only temporarily contain very weak anomalies like the Night House, or very weak and powerful anomalies. Yilan.
Yilan hesitated to speak, then stopped, then wanted to speak again, but still couldn't help but remind him.
You said, are we currently considered very weakened anomalies? Mind cat. But soon, it came back to its senses. But it's useless, meow. Others aren't going to just not recover.
When they recover, they'll turn its stomach upside down and make it meow in pain. It used to get beaten in the containment tower because it always randomly snapped its fingers at others. Of course, using it to deal with small anomalies, humans, or ability users is still very good, meow.
Just like that Lin Jiao, if she comes causing trouble again, you just snap your fingers. Yilan immediately yearned, then she'll be locked up?
The Mind Cat's introduction abruptly stopped. Maybe not, after all, she carries the power of the most domineering 002, and her own body is also
very strong. Yilan. Then what are you saying, meow? I snap my fingers, and nothing happens, right?
Oh, meow, anyway, containing it is really simple, we must find it, meow. Yilan nodded, his thoughts returning to the real world.
I think I know now. It's called the Formless Glove, also known as the Formless Hand, right?
Su Lezhang saw Yilan lost in thought for a long time and thought he had given up, but he didn't expect the first thing he said when he came back to
his senses was this. It seems he's even more eager to try? Yes. Yes, you know? Yilan nodded. Take me to see it. Su Lezhang. Do I have other options?
Yilan thought for a moment and nodded.
Yes, you can tell me the location, and I'll go myself.
Yilan's thinking became increasingly mature. If I don't come back, you can tell Xiaoqingyu
and the others everything. Whatever the Twilight God cult's true purpose is, they clearly wouldn't want Radiant City, this third party, to succeed. What the hell is a third party? Su Lezhang fell into a dilemma. Indeed, it seemed that he couldn't be involved no matter what.
Yilan had essentially kicked him out of the incident. He could still choose not to contact his grandfather, not to contact the prepared anomaly, and not to be the one who opens Pandora's box.
But
honestly, among the forces currently in Sewage Town, the Twilight God cult, the Rotten God cult, the Town Guard,
I don't trust any of them, and I don't want to deal with any of them. Su Lezhang, for once, didn't have his usual playful demeanor and said,
seriously, compared to the two great divine churches, our Radiant City can only be considered a medium-sized force, but even we have great ambitions.
Those two. I can't even imagine. Oh. Yilan awkwardly crossed a leg, propped his chin, and scanned Su Lezhang. So, what, I'm just instantly identified as a good person? Of course not. Su Lezhang shook his head, because you are someone who shouldn't be here. Yilan narrowed his eyes, someone who shouldn't be here? What did he mean? But before he could ask anything, Su Lezhang stood up. Forget it, I'll risk it. I'll take you.
Yilan was stunned, pushed the doubt to the back of his mind, and showed a genuine smile.
Thank you. Su Lezhang sighed, feeling immense regret. Why did he have to act so crazy? Seriously, you really need to know what you're doing. Yilan smiled.
Sometimes he really wished he had some of the Mind Cat's abilities.
Relax, I'm not going to seek death for no reason. That's not necessarily true.
Su Lezhang muttered. From his perspective, Yilan was constantly seeking death for no reason.
Creak.
The door opened, and a chilling cold wind blew in, adding a few more points of eeriness to the old building in Sewage Town. The moment the door opened, Yilan knocked on the door of 402. This action startled Su Lezhang, who spoke in a very low voice.
You can't take them.
Yilan was stunned, a little speechless.
Why would I take them? It's something else. Just don't talk. Oh. Odds of winning. Creak.
The door was pushed open, revealing Xiao Manman's face.
Yilan? Yilan nodded and walked in. The door closed, and a faint light illuminated the room. Xiaoqingyu leaned against the headboard, looking a bit tired.
Seeing Yilan, she straightened up.
You're finally here.
I was just about to talk about what happened earlier. She pulled up chairs for the two of them, while she and Man sat on the bed.
Thank you for earlier. Yilan's gratitude was sincere.
Although Lin Jiao's attack was only a pretense to cover up Arthur's visit, it was also a genuine test. If he had truly been no match, she might have turned the fake act into reality.
You're welcome, we're allies. Xia Qingyu finished speaking, then shook her head. We're too passive now. Since we've been discovered, that submarine is probably not suitable for a stealthy infiltration. Yilan nodded.
You are right, especially do not let yourself play infiltration anymore. It is truly impossible to handle. Even now, thinking about the submarine incident, something still feels off. Lin Jiao never seemed to try to dissuade or stop him from investigating. Instead, there was even a hint of
eagerness? I want to hear the truth. If you really go to war with Lin Jiao, what are your chances of winning?
Xia Qingyu was stunned, then pondered for a moment before giving an answer that was not entirely unexpected.
30%. That low.
You know, he wasn't asking about going to war with the Rotten God cult, but with Lin Jiao alone.
The Twilight God cult's forces sent here are too weak, aren't they? Even Radiant City sent an anomaly. Oh, it seems he missed a point. The Twilight God cult sent a squad, while Xia Qingyu and Xia Man can at most be considered half of the people. What about adding Wang Lei and the other two? Xia Qingyu's face was expressionless, then she spoke again.
It becomes a 20% chance of winning.
Yilan. Good heavens, they're having a negative effect, aren't they?
But if you're added, and the three of us go all out, the chances of winning should exceed 70%. Xia Man looked at Xia Qingyu in confusion, and even Yilan seemed a little surprised.
Why do you always trust my combat power so much?
You two combined only have a 30% chance of winning, but with me, it becomes 70%.
Doesn't that imply that I alone have a 40% chance, which is even stronger than you and Xia Man combined?
After thinking about the powerful combat strength they had displayed earlier, Yilan simply took it as a compliment.
What's next? Any plans?
If the submarine can't be investigated, the Twilight God cult seems to have nothing to do.
Yes.
Xia Qingyu nodded, straightened her body, and her expression became serious. So, I hope that previous promise can be used here. I hope you can join us tomorrow night to explore the submarine beneath Sewage Town.
Yilan frowned. What? Didn't she just say that the other party was already prepared, and it wasn't suitable to explore the submarine now? However, Yilan suddenly understood, and his expression became slightly strange. Indeed, stealth was no longer an option, the strategy had to become a direct assault. Bringing him along meant that if they were discovered, they would immediately engage in combat. If they won, they would continue to fight their way in, and if they couldn't win, the three of them working together to retreat would make it very difficult for the opponent to stop them. After a moment of thought, Yilan shook his head, unequivocally rejecting the proposal. No, I won't consider going there now, and I don't recommend you go either. Are you kidding me? There's clearly an anomaly under the sewage ditch, and it's ridiculously strong, the kind that he's planning to tackle last. Not to mention, there are who knows how many experts from the Rotten God cult and the town defense force down there. How is this different from poking a hornet's nest? Xia Qingyu frowned.
If Yilan refused to help with this matter, their current strength would absolutely not be enough to accomplish it. The Rotten God cult, lurking beneath the sewage, plotting unknown schemes, was truly unsettling.
My strength is insufficient. Until I get a sufficient boost, this matter is not to be considered.
Yilan was speaking the truth, but in Xia Qingyu's ears, it clearly took on a
different meaning.
For a moment, her expression couldn't help but become slightly strange.
Is he asking me for resources? What do you need? In a flash, Xia Qingyu had already considered her limit ability objects? Weapons? Or something else? I can find a way. Find a way.
Yilan clearly realized that Xia Qingyu had misunderstood him, but the phrase find a way caught his attention even more.
What does that mean? Is there still a way to get outside reinforcements or supplies? But the things that can enhance my strength, you can't give them to me. I'd like to ask you for some information.
Yilan carefully asked, in your Twilight God cult's intelligence system, how many anomalies are there in
Sewage Town right now?
Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman exchanged glances, seemingly unaccustomed to someone discussing anomalies so casually.
3. 4. Two people spoke, giving two different answers, and for a moment, the air was quiet. Alright, you two haven't even coordinated your stories yet, have you? 4. Xia Qingyu settled the matter.
This only includes what we know, those whose main bodies are confirmed to be in Sewage Town, and does not include unknowns, or those whose main bodies are elsewhere but exert influence here.
Yilan nodded slightly.
80% still isn't completely comprehensive, but it's roughly the same as the number he has. However, the statistical significance of this is not great either. Powerful anomalies like 002, 003, the Wandering Balance, and Mist Forging all have their eyes here, and the anomalies brought in by Radiant City, both
openly and secretly, won't be in the data. It's just, it feels like there are so many anomalies here that it's almost a traffic jam, but why can't he meet them? The submarine matter. I'll consider it again after I unlock the Advanced Commission Acceptance Permission.
Yilan thought for a moment, still not making his stance too
absolute on this matter.
Let's see if he can successfully contain the Formless Hand tonight, otherwise, Yilan would absolutely not go on that submarine.
Are you free now?
I don't want to wait until tomorrow morning, it's best to go to the town guard building now.
Now.
Looking at the sky, Xia Qingyu really had a lot to say.
Can you try to arrange more daytime activities? Okay. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Su Lezhang quickly went to the door. He's finally back.
The terror of being captured alive by Lin Zhao in his room tonight, coupled with agreeing to go find anomalies to court death, a double whammy, truly, made him like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. But the moment he was about to open the door, his movements abruptly stopped, and his body even stiffened.
That's not right. Yilan never knocked on the door, after all, it was his room. In an instant, Su Lezhang couldn't help but shiver. That's terrifying. If it's not Yilan, then who is knocking? Subcontracting at every level. He could almost imagine himself opening the door, revealing long, dark blue hair, accompanied by a cluck-cluck-cluck laugh. But Yilan was currently in 402, if he were to come again, he'd likely come through the window, not brazenly knock on the door, right? But if it wasn't Yilan, then no one else could possibly be here now. Bang! Bang! Bang!
As he unknowingly agonized for nearly a minute, the increasingly impatient knocking on the door sounded for a third time.
For a moment, Su Lezhang could only grit his teeth. Who is it?
Then, a reply came from outside.
Me.
Hearing the voice, Su Lezhang was visibly stunned, then opened the door, indeed revealing the face of the girl behind it.
Of course, it wasn't Lin Zhao. Xia Manman? You.
Go to sleep. Xia Manman ignored him completely, glanced at the beds, found Yilan's bed, sat on it, and leaned against the headboard.
Ha? Oh. Okay.
Su Lezhang obediently returned to his own bed, but he felt very uneasy, secretly glancing at Xia Manman from time to time.
Who could possibly sleep like this? What's going on? You come in the middle of the night without a word. Where's Yilan? If I may ask, why are you here? It's really creepy, okay?
Xia Manman glanced at him, also a little speechless.
Yilan asked my sister to have me come and protect you for a while. Su Lezhang.
It took him a long time to untangle the tongue-twister-like sentence and fully understand what was happening.
So, was this another layer of outsourcing? At least, thanks to Yilan not forgetting that he needed protection. Soon, Su Lejang reacted again.
Then, where's the god of war? He just agreed to find anomalies with him, so why was he gone? Xia Qingyu had been somewhat lost in thought and paused before realizing who he was talking about.
God of war, my foot.
Your god of war and my sister went out.
Ha? Oh. Ha? Went out. The two of them? In the middle of the night? Boom.
The roar of an engine echoed through the streets of Sewage Town, and the motorcycle sped off, leaving a trail of dust, towards the town guard
building. There was nothing to hide.
The mission board was something Arthur had pointed out to him, and the Rotten God cult and the town defense force already knew he was involved with.
The Twilight God cult.
On the back seat, Xia Qingyu wasn't riding Yilan's motorcycle for the first time. In fact, she felt a little relaxed. I don't quite understand why you're so dedicated to protecting that guy from Radiant City.
Yilan glanced in the rearview mirror and casually replied. He paid. Xia Qingyu. Alright, your reason is truly down to earth. It's not just him. You and I are out now, and Man and he are alone.
Yilan added, if someone attacks at this time, everyone will be in danger. Hearing this, Xia Qingyu was stunned for a moment.
You would even consider Man? Yilan focused on driving and casually replied, is something wrong?
Xia Qingyu was momentarily speechless, then after a few seconds, she spoke again, nothing, but that guy doesn't seem to have much combat power.
Does he?
Thinking about Su Lejang's various assembly line operations, always calling for help or being captured whenever they met, Yilan couldn't immediately come up with any counterexamples to prove her wrong. Who knows, just consider him support. In a flash, the motorcycle stopped in the courtyard of the town guard building.
Without needing to say more, the mission board came into view.
Xia Qingyu's efficiency was as high as ever, or perhaps she was a little sleepy and didn't feel like talking much, so she went straight to the mission
board and took out her wanderer badge. Then, she pressed it onto the mission board.
The next moment, a thin gray mist spread across the mission board, swirling around the badge and Xia Qingyu, then the entire mission board was enveloped in mist. After confirming high-level authority, the mission board will automatically hide the panel, so you can't see it now.
Xia Qingyu explained, took out paper and a pen, and began writing on it. Finally, 2 pieces of paper were written.
She once again pressed the papers onto the mission board, and surrounded by gray mist, the 2 papers disappeared on the spot.
It's done.
Xia Qingyu withdrew her hand and walked towards Yilan. You can pick it up tomorrow at noon. You'd best be a little early, otherwise if someone else takes it, you'll have to wait another 12 hours. Having witnessed the publication of the Wandering mission from start to finish, Yilan still found it somewhat surprising.
The things these anomalies created were actually quite convenient? I understand, thank you. What's the mission content?
Xia Qingyu glanced at him, and for a moment, she also had a feeling of what exactly am I doing? One mission is to go to Mosquito Restaurant, and the other is to go to Sewage Inn.
The reward is 1 missed blue coin. You just going there counts as completing it. Yilan. It really is simple. Compared to the other missions he had taken on, how much trouble were they? As for the assessment mechanism, if it were someone else, they would probably infuriate the wandering balance and have their wandering mission usage rights revoked for life, right? Clang.
The lights on the second floor of the town guard building suddenly came on, and then a window was pushed open, appearing incredibly abrupt in the
quiet night. Yilan and Xia Qingyu both looked up simultaneously, just in time to see a figure by the window, under the light, gazing at them. Arthur?
Yilan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but call out. Arthur was expressionless, but Xia Qingyu frowned slightly, suddenly getting ready for battle.
Why are you here so late? Arthur also asked, then turned and left, most likely coming downstairs.
Yilan hadn't felt anything at first, but in a flash, he suddenly realized something. Arthur and Xia Qingyu had both drawn him in and formed an alliance, but their current relationship
seemed to be hostile.
When both of them approached and tried to win him over, they repeatedly expressed doubts about the other. And now, his own position. Oh my, it felt a bit like being a double-crosser, especially to Arthur.
This matter.
While Arthur was coming downstairs, Xia Qingyu quietly pointed to the mission board and asked in a low voice.
No need to hide it.
Yi Lan confirmed. Using the mission board to find clues was a solution Arthur had first revealed to him.
Arthur's silhouette gradually emerged from the main entrance.
Yi Lan looked at him, feeling a bit complicated. Arthur didn't know that Yi Lan had seen him at 401, interacting consecutively with the town defense force and Lin Jiao, but Yi Lan clearly did. This was the feeling brought by information asymmetry. The ability to rewind scenes was truly comfortable.
Dealing with mission matters.
Arthur's gaze swept between Yi Lan and Xia Qingyu, as if he understood something.
I see. Then I won't ask any more questions.
It's not very safe in town at night, so you two should go back early.
That's it? No interrogation at all?
But unexpectedly, the first one to have something to say was Yi Lan.
Arthur, I have something to tell you.
Arthur was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, let's go upstairs. He glanced at Xia Qingyu again, appearing very enthusiastic.
Come up and sit for a bit? No. Xia Qingyu refused his insincere invitation, but deliberately added at the end, I'll wait for him here.
Arthur and Xia Qingyu's gazes met like electricity, both bearing polite smiles, yet seemingly sparking with fire.
Flexible thinking. Oh my god. How did those two end up running into each other? It's already the middle of the night.
Stepping into the hallway, out of sight of the main door, Arthur immediately asked.
What's going on? How did you end up with someone from Twilight? Strategic cooperation, obviously. Yi Lan said grumpily, you didn't make a move, so how was I supposed to beat Lin Jiao by myself?
Arthur.
You're so self-righteous that I can't even refute you. Wait. Why can't I refute you?
You were scared stiff by the chaos bell in my house, right in front of me, and now you're telling me you can't beat Lin Jiao?
What nonsense are you talking about?
Arthur, nothing is absolutely monolithic. Just like Sewage Town has to be divided into the Town Guard and the Town Defense Force, there aren't necessarily no potential partners among the
Twilight God cult's people.
Arthur's brows furrowed tightly.
You mean, her? That's my current assessment.
Yi Lan nodded. Of course, if you're certain she's not, you can share your reasons with me. Arthur's tightly locked brows relaxed slightly. I can try, but you'd best not be deceived.
The person sent by the Twilight God cult cannot be that simple. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan couldn't help but inwardly complain. So you're simple? Knowing Lin Jiao and conspiring with Radiant City.
Everyone here has their own secrets, and they only say what they can say. Yi Lan fully understood that, at least for now, they were all firm allies.
Is your revolver convenient for me to borrow for a few days?
Arthur was stunned for a moment, then shook his head after a brief pause.
You're truly ruthless, you even want this thing?
I'm not lying to you, the revolver in Sewage Town cannot be lent out.
The revolver cannot be lent out.
In an instant, Yi Lan recalled the scene when he first arrived in Sewage Town and tried to pawn his pistol at the Mosquito Restaurant. The old couple at the Mosquito Restaurant looked like they'd seen a ghost and told him that no one in Sewage Town would dare to accept such a thing. It was just that what he understood then was too different from what he understood now. Yi Lan already had a hunch that it was probably related to the rules left behind by the Chaos Bell.
What about other methods?
Yi Lan suggested several ideas to Arthur. For example, you lost it, and then I picked it up.
Or, you left it at home, and I stole it?
Arthur.
You're quite resourceful, aren't you?
Slap.
Of course not. Your idea is truly outrageous.
Arthur's face showed anger, and he slammed his hand heavily on the table, turning around. I never thought you were
this kind of person, no deal. Yi Lan blinked.
Arthur, with his back turned, had his back directly facing his waist, where the ability objects, the revolver pistol empowered by the Chaos Bell, was
located.
I almost thought you were genuinely angry, turns out you're an old actor. Without another word, Yilan reached out, stole the revolver, and tucked it onto his person. Alright, I might also need some bullets, just buy them at market price. Yes, Yilan was no longer short of this small amount of money. After a few days of bodyguard missions, he gradually achieved financial freedom.
More bullets? Arthur was a bit numb. Are you eating bullets? Didn't I just send you some today?
In the battle at the sewage clinic, Yilan's bullets were almost completely depleted, so afterwards he contacted Arthur to resupply ammunition.
Arthur sent 8 magazines.
It sounded like a lot, but it was revolver ammunition, and each magazine only held 6 rounds.
8 magazines might not even be enough to fight Mary and her again.
Brother, this is a pistol.
You can't allocate it based on rifle quotas, can you?
Several minutes later, Yilan returned fully loaded. After Arthur's figure disappeared around the corner, Yilan's smile gradually faded. He pulled out Arthur's revolver pistol, played with it for a moment, and still felt a bit unreal.
He really gave me this thing? Yilan currently didn't have enough strength for new activation.
Aside from dealing with abnormal creatures like Mary, this gun wasn't as good as his current weapon.
It was both insurance and a test.
Arthur was indeed still fully supporting him. But he was also cooperating with Radiant City.
2 birds with 1 stone?
I can't believe I might actually succeed, but I'm not very willing to bear the cost of Radiant City's plan. Walking to the motorcycle, Xia Qingyu was sitting sideways, her hair fluttering in the wind, waiting quietly.
Sit tight. The motorcycle roared, driving away from the town guard building, heading back towards the sewage inn.
At this moment, Xia Qingyu spoke softly.
You still seem to trust him? After I told you about Sewage Town's plan last time.
Hearing her words, Yilan slowed down slightly to prevent the wind from completely blocking their communication. What I promised you was to investigate whether this sacrifice matter is truly as you said.
If it is, I will join forces with you to deal with Sewage Town. Xia Qingyu nodded lightly, non-committally, then, what are your investigation results?
Recalling Arthur's conversation with the town defense force in the room, Yilan gave an answer that could be confirmed for now. This plan may exist, but Arthur is definitely not the initiator or implementer.
Xia Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly, then gradually relaxed. Since you're sure, I won't say anything more.
The wind howled, and the motorcycle stopped in front of the sewage inn.
I need to use the crystal ball tomorrow. Can I borrow it?
Xia Qingyu was startled for a moment, but there was nothing to hesitate about, so she handed it directly to him.
Take it. Next time, if you haven't used it up, don't return it to me. It's a hassle to keep borrowing it. You're too straightforward, I feel a bit awkward.
Pushing open the door to 401, everything inside was as usual. Both Yilan and Xia Qingyu breathed a huge sigh of relief.
It's good that these two are okay. God of War. You're back.
Su Lezhang hadn't fallen asleep at all and immediately jumped up. It wasn't until he noticed Xia Qingyu was still next to Yilan that he realized he was a bit out of line and couldn't help but awkwardly chat.
You guys finished so quickly? Yilan? Xia Qingyu? Oh my god, you're finally back.
I was almost driven crazy by this guy, asking one question after another, like 100,000 whys. Xia Manman felt her spirit had been tormented by billions of points and finally ended this agonizing time. How on earth can you tolerate protecting him and even letting him stay in the same room?
As you?
Yilan's mind was full of more important matters, so he answered casually.
He pays. Money? Xia Man blinked and couldn't help but ask. How much money? Man. Xia Man was forcefully dragged away.
Yilan smiled and called out to Xia Qingyu. You take this. Taking the stone Yilan handed her, Xia Qingyu couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Ability objects? Yilan nodded. Just put it by the window for a while, and the window will be fixed. Fix the window.
She immediately thought of the glass window that was destroyed in the battle today, and the painful memories attacked her fiercely.
Last time, the roof of 402 was leaky and took half a day to fix. This time, the window was broken again, and it needs to be fixed again? Living in this inn, I'm really...
Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman left, leaving only Su Lejian with a look of confusion in his eyes.
Why did you give her half of the death note? On the road.
A single sentence transported Yilan back to the day of the stadium fire, making him feel a little amused for a moment. Driven by Yilan, the crystal ball enveloped both of them in mist, and then Yilan moved to the window.
Alright, it's time to hit the road. Those two short words, hit the road, made Su Lejian completely forget what he was thinking a second ago.
Anxiety, unease, and all sorts of other chaotic emotions converged at this moment. What was destined to come had finally arrived. To go before the gods and seek death. Hitting the road, indeed.
Are we really in such a hurry? How about we tomorrow? His attempt to back out was utterly useless. Aided by the concealment of the night shining pearl in Xia Qingyu's unrepaired window, he swung down. Bang! The sound of their landing was heavy.
Su Lejian looked on in a mix of panic and confusion. Despite such a precise arc, his feet had still created a small crater.
This seemed illogical. Then,
he saw what was on Yilan's back and was dumbfounded.
No. Why are you bringing Yuan Gunggung?
At that moment, Su Lejian felt his heart turn cold.
Brother, you swore you'd take me to see the anomaly. You're not planning to blast it with this thing, are you? Brother! Gods aren't afraid of this kind of thing. How about you prepare a bit more, and we go another day?
Yilan was slightly embarrassed. For him, this battle absolutely had to be won, had to succeed. Whether it was useful or not, he'd bring whatever he had in fight with all his might.
What are you thinking? Do we even need this to fight it? Yilan looked at Su Lejian with extreme confusion. How far is it from here? Do we even need this to fight it? Are you really listening to yourself? Things had come to this, and Su Lejian was gradually entering a state of resignation.
To the direct west of the small town, at its very edge, there's an abandoned factory. Beneath the factory is a cellar.
That's all I know.
Directly west of the small town. Yilan roughly estimated the direction, his brow slightly furrowed.
That direction. Although he had never been there, why did it feel somewhat familiar?
It felt like he had forgotten something, but he wasn't sure if it was important, which was truly vexing. A cold wind whistled, and Su Lejian shivered, feeling his resolve falter again.
I see the weather isn't great today. How about we pick a more auspicious day? Yilan gave him a blank look. What the heck is weather isn't great? What weather is there in the middle of the night? Let's go.
Su Lejian could only follow suit, then abruptly stopped.
Where's the car?
He seemed to realize something, his face completely bitter.
Buddy, we're not walking, are we? Yilan was non-committal, otherwise? Do you want everyone to know? Su Lejian.
But it's 5 or 6 kilometers.
That's 10 kilometers round trip. Frowning, Yilan couldn't help but hesitate.
Indeed, that distance would be a pleasant stroll if one were full of energy, but for a tired team after a day's exertion, if a retreat was involved. He wasn't an athlete after all, and Su Lejian was even more lacking in exercise.
Especially. Yilan glanced at the heavy Yuan Gunggung on his back and sighed. They could only finish this quickly. Follow me. Ha! Su Lejian froze for a moment, blurting out, where to? The garage. Su Lejian? What the heck, Suijin has a garage? Boom! The engine roared, driving towards the west of the town. Finally, they didn't have to walk.
Su Lejian sat in the back seat, feeling very comfortable. But as he enjoyed it, a delayed worry set in.
Isn't this too flashy? Will someone follow us?
Yilan was pressing the accelerator very fast, answering casually as he sped along.
Perhaps, we just need to be as fast as possible. The location of the Suijin's garage was very interesting. It was about 200 meters from the inn and in a blind spot. When starting the car, he used a medium gear with the clutch half engaged, keeping the sound to a minimum, and then after a few hundred meters, he fully sped up. This directly avoided detection by the two great divine churches. The next concern was whether the town guard and town defense force would notice them as they crossed the town. In this quiet night, driving slowly or fast made no difference, they would be noticed either way. So, it was better to go faster. Even faster. Arrive quickly, finish quickly, and solve the problem before anyone tracking them could investigate. As they sped along the deserted road, the scenery became increasingly desolate. Yilan compared his approximate location with the map in his mind. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Had they really not left the city limits? Buildings on both sides had gradually disappeared, replaced mainly by wasteland and trees, and the road was as flat as a highway. It was even more desolate than the farthest spicy pepper field they had reached previously, giving a feeling of being even more suburban than the suburbs before the apocalypse. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but glance at Su Lezhang in the rearview mirror. You're not trying to trick me into leaving Sewage Town, are you? Gradually, different scenery began to appear at the end of the road's visible stretch. A very dilapidated factory, but one could imagine how large it once was just by looking at it. On the factory, there were logos and markings that vaguely allowed Yilan to guess the type of building. Food factory? He scanned it carefully again, or to be more precise, Yilan asked in confusion, dessert factory? Dessert. Exactly. Su Lezhang said happily from the back seat, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This was the best thing before the apocalypse. But now, most of the raw materials can't be found, so it's almost completely shut down. Yilan nodded slightly. Yes. Constantly eating plain noodles was making people crack, and he also greatly missed these things from his memories. So, a dessert factory in this location seemed quite normal. Sewage Town itself was full of empty buildings and had few people, even the town center wasn't full, so once a place like this ceased production, it could only be abandoned. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped on the brake in front of the gate. By the way, why would it stay here? Although the other anomalies in Sewage Town also seemed mysterious, lurking somewhere and entertaining themselves, this might be the only one located in such a remote place, right? Su Lezhang scratched his head, a gesture that conveyed, I know it sounds a bit absurd, but if you think about it carefully, this is probably the situation. It really likes to eat desserts. The sound of the wind. Yilan? Are you sure you're talking about an anomaly? Likes to eat desserts? The anomaly's prestige is gone, alright. And this place. It looks like it's been abandoned for decades. There are no desserts either. According to the records, he also really dislikes spicy and oily things. Once he senses them, he'll stay far away. Yilan? The more you talk, the more it sounds like a ghost. But looking closely, the location of this place actually seems to be directly opposite the spicy pepper field in Sewage Town, situated at the farthest, most opposite two corners. Damn it, you're not actually telling the truth, are you? As his gaze shifted, the factory was connected on both sides by endless barbed wire, seemingly dividing two sides of a realm. Crossing this net means leaving Sewage Town, right? Yilan muttered. The factory's location was in the middle of the net, and its building itself seemed to be a part of this dividing line. The other side of this factory wall was the wasteland. Organize your equipment, and stick close to me. Yilan instructed, drawing his revolver, disengaging the safety, loading a bullet, and walking into the dust-sealed iron gate, the empty and silent courtyard in front of the factory building. It was as if he had broken into another world that had been closed off for many years. Clang! Thump, thump, thump. Walking further inside, there was no sound at all, even his breathing was clearly audible.
Yilan turned on his flashlight, and the powerful beam of light continuously extended, yet it seemed only to make the path beneath his feet clearer.
Unable to penetrate the boundless darkness. Gulp. God of War, don't you think it's very scary here?
Yilan didn't stop at all, just glanced back at Su Lezhang. Are you afraid of the dark? This question instantly made Su Lezhang a little unconfident.
He didn't feel afraid. But if Yilan wasn't here, he would probably be scared to death, right? Whoosh!
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, bringing a chilling sensation, and the wind howled softly. Trees and weeds in the distance swayed, making rustling sounds everywhere.
The wind picked up? How about we stop?
Su Lezhang tugged at Yilan. I always feel like something is watching us. Yilan actually stopped as he was told, narrowing his eyes.
Is it a sensation from an ability object on you, or are you just scared? Su Lezhang didn't expect Yilan to be so serious, and he grew even more uneasy. Probably both? But I really feel a prickling sensation on my back.
Yilan's brows furrowed, and he controlled the flashlight to sweep around, but its penetrating power was too poor, he couldn't see anything.
It was an open space here.
Referring, of course, to the surface of the reinforced concrete, sand, and ruins everywhere on the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing in his line of sight. Actually, he also had a slight feeling like that, though only a little, but he didn't dare not take this possibility seriously. There were indeed people in this world with such abilities. Even Xiaomanman, as strong as she was, when he watched her in the scene playback the next day, she could vaguely perceive it even though it happened the day before. Even now, thinking about it still sent shivers down his spine.
Can you be more specific? Which location?
Now, they were only about 200 meters away from the factory building's main gate. At their speed, they could rush in within half a minute at most, but Yilan didn't want to leave any hidden dangers here and be caught like a turtle
in a jar. I don't know. I feel like it's everywhere, in all directions.
Yilan was stunned for a moment, swept his gaze around, and chuckled softly. Damn it, he actually thought Su Lezhang had discovered something. Everywhere, in all directions, was clearly impossible, otherwise, unless those guys could blend into the environment with every color, he wouldn't
fail to see even a little.
In his line of sight, perhaps people could hide behind small ruins, but definitely not that many people. Especially since the entire sewage town combined didn't have that many people to surround this place from all directions.
What, is everyone not sleeping tonight and running to this place for a party? Stay closer to me, and keep moving forward. Thump, thump, thump. Whoosh.
The wind seemed to pick up a little more, making his hair dance, as if telling Yilan that autumn was deepening.
Perhaps in a while, it would be winter.
Yilan stopped again. There were rustling sounds everywhere. He had always thought it was the wind, but now it had reached a point where even he felt something was off. It was too dense, there were no bushes or weeds of that scale nearby, so how could the wind make such a loud sound? He narrowed his eyes, looked at the gate less than 100 meters away, changed his movement, walked sideways, and headed straight for the nearest
dark ruin. Where are we going?
Ignoring Su Lezhang's question, Yilan clicked open the safety, and walked into the pile of dark debris that blended with the night.
Creak! Creak!
Several harsh noises sounded in front of them, sounding like the creaking of an old door in a dilapidated old house swaying in the wind and rain. On the ground were 3 large steel pipes stacked together.
The steel pipes were cylindrical and completely hollow in the middle.
Yilan lowered his head and looked through the circular opening at one end of the steel pipe, even able to see the exit at the other end of the
hollow. What's wrong?
Seeing Yilan looking so intently, Su Lezhang asked nervously. There was a particularly dense sound here just now. Yilan explained simply, half crouching down, his fingertips lightly brushing its surface. It was too dirty, he didn't know if it was rust or a mixture of rust and dust, but just a light touch had already stained his fingertip completely
black. The surface was pitted and uneven.
It wasn't obvious at night, but once Yilan's flashlight beam shone inside, he would find light leaking everywhere. Gradually, Yilan had a moment of realization and stood up.
It should be the wind, alright.
He pointed to the steel pipe. The things here are too corroded or weathered, there are small holes everywhere. So when the wind blows, there's sound everywhere, just like the principle of a flute or a shao. Su Lezhang was stunned for a moment, then, following Yilan's reasoning, he re-illuminated it with his flashlight, and a look of surprise gradually
appeared. It really is. You're an expert.
I just thought this rustling sound was too creepy, and I thought something was crawling around everywhere, so that's what it was. With that, he also very professionally reached his hand into the hollow of the steel pipe and wiped it, as if to help Yilan corroborate from a
place he hadn't noticed. Why is it sticky?
Yilan frowned and looked over, the flashlight beam hitting Su Lezhang's fingers, gradually changing color. He had intended to try it himself, but then quickly abandoned the idea. He held his gun with one hand and pulled Su Lezhang back a few steps.
You smell it? Su Lezhang?
He found it inexplicable, but still extended his hand to his nose and sniffed lightly.
Ugh! What is that? It stinks so bad.
He wildly shook his hand, but Yilan no longer looked at him, instead crouching down again, the flashlight beam shining into the space inside the
steel pipe.
This time he looked exceptionally carefully, and finally confirmed
the thing he had mistaken.
Those patches of brownish-black stains clinging to the inner wall of the steel pipe, how could they be rust as he had thought?
Instead,
it was like something was everywhere, then smeared on by small, bloated creatures crawling around inside feces. Strongly suppressing his nausea, Yilan looked at the pitted area again, and now saw something completely different. Each of these small holes looked more like countless, messy
tooth marks. Damn it! Never mind that thing on your hand. Do you have a torch?
Su Lezhang still didn't understand what was happening, but he instinctively responded to Yilan's question, who brings that primitive stuff?
Don't we have flashlights? Oh, do you want a lighter? Damn it! Do I need to ask you for a lighter?
With his expression constantly changing, Yilan pursed his somewhat dry lips, pulled a mirror from his backpack, took one for himself, and threw
another to Su Lezhang.
Hold it up towards the sky.
Su Lezhang? Your preparations are a bit too thorough, aren't they? Why bring a mirror when you go out? Yilan didn't explain anything, throwing the mirror in his hand into the air like a frisbee.
Then, he held his flashlight close behind it, shining it at the mirror in midair. The dazzling light reflected downwards, illuminating everything in a small area of about 10 meters around them.
The inescapable fate.
Reflection could bring a wide range of strong light, but unfortunately, the mirror surface was too small, and there were no more mirrors. It was already quite good for such light to appear for an instant. Moreover, the thrown mirror was like a frisbee, in the sky, and moving. For it, to be able to illuminate for an instant was already good. No one could consistently and steadily stay at that critical reflection point for a
few more seconds.
But the flashlight in Yilan's hand was not an ordinary flashlight, it was an ability object, something that had undergone activation. It could
always find the most correct position. Whoosh! Blinding light reflected down from the mirror in midair, illuminating the entire ground.
Perhaps it was still not bright enough, but it almost achieved the effect of half a giant searchlight.
So dazzling, so illuminating everything in the shadows.
In an instant, everything familiar before their eyes seemed to change. Pitch black, a vast number of huge black shadows lingered around various ruins, at angles, in narrow corners.
They were densely packed together, almost perfectly blending with the environment in the night.
In the distance, there were even more than 10 larger ones, brazenly sitting on the sheds, seemingly watching this side, but before everything was
illuminated, they could not be discovered at all.
They were too fat. When connected, they looked like a row of stone piers.
Rats. Rats whose size was fundamentally unlike rats.
Yilan finally understood why he always felt that he had never been to this area, but always felt a hint of familiarity. In the commission, he had seen it many times, as if tempting him to accept the location of the mutated giant rats.
Am I really going to fight mutated giant rats after all? It was like an inescapable fate.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutated giant rats emitted enormous squeaking sounds. It was a truly enormous description.
Every rat's roar was a sound even louder than a strong man's full-throated yell, deafening.
Then, as if responding to a signal, from all directions, all the giant rats started to cry out together, and then it was like a mountain roaring in a tsunami, just like thousands of warriors shouting Sparta together on an ancient battlefield. The stimulation to the eardrums was no less than a round of 10,000 cannons firing simultaneously from an artillery position.
Damn it! Go!
Yilan roared, dragging Su Lezhang and rushing towards the factory with all his might.
Looking down, the factory courtyard was actually full of mutated giant rats. There was a dense mass of no less than 1,000, even if he emptied his ammunition, he couldn't take down 1/10 of them. Moreover, just by looking at their appearance, he could feel that these creatures had thick skins and tough flesh, even with the blessing of activation, it would be difficult to kill one with a single shot. How could they fight this? They couldn't fight at all. He knew very well that he couldn't deal with these things, even an army would find it difficult to deal with such a rat tide. It seemed that entering the factory was cutting off their retreat, as the space inside was narrower, more suitable for rats to scurry around than humans, but it was Yi Lan's only option besides choosing to retreat. A classic tactic. Divert the trouble, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. As long as they were led to the location of the formless hand, then it would only need a snap of its fingers to send all these rats to their doom. Squeak, 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 squeak. The dense squeaking made one feel as if ants were crawling in their heart, and the sound was getting closer and closer. They surrounded them from all directions, like a tide, mocking the tiny humans. Save, save, save me. Su Lezhang wailed and jumped out, suddenly rushing ahead of Yilan. Yilan, running, tilted his head slightly, the closest place already had 4 or 5 giant rats rushing to their side. If Su Lezhang hadn't jumped just now, his butt would probably have lost a piece of flesh. Bang, 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 bang. Almost instantly, a magazine was emptied, barely taking down 2 mutated giant rats. The other 3 once again lunged at their faces. Damn it! Yilan kicked Su Lezhang flying, pulled out Arthur's revolver, and disengaged the safety and fired in one swift motion. Just in this movement, the giant rat was almost pressed against Yilan's face, revealing its large white teeth, and saliva was about to splash onto his face. Bang! A powerful shot, almost pressing against the giant rat's head, blasted a large hole in its forehead and sent it flying, but it left Yilan's tigers mouth numb, almost losing sensation. Damn it! Was this gun too powerful, or without the blessing of activation, his operation was no longer so smooth, even a little unable to bear the power of the shot? Bang, 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 bang. Enduring the trembling of his hand, he fired the remaining bullets at all costs, repeatedly missing the mark, but he managed to hit 2 shots, though only in the fur, not hitting vital points. At this moment of complete and utter exhaustion, there was still one giant rat that he didn't have time to deal with, which, with lightning speed, took advantage of the gap in Yilan's gun-holding posture and pounced on his chest. Crack! Boom! At this critical moment of life and death, with ammunition depleted, Yilan, with all his might, leaned back a few inches, single-handedly holding the revolver, which was bitten into the giant rat's mouth. The hard revolver propped up its upper and lower jaws in the giant rat's mouth, finally preventing Yilan's hand from being bitten off. And under such impact, Yilan was completely knocked to the ground, rolling countless times, and finally was pressed down by the giant rat with unimaginable inhuman strength, its sharp rat claws shining like blades, stomping down on Yilan's abdomen. Squeak, 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 squeak. Ah 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 ah. Puff. Su Lezhang roared and rushed over, holding a dagger with both hands, stabbing downwards. Blood splattered, and the giant rat on Yilan lost its strength. Damn it! Yilan grabbed the revolver, and with his hand still in the giant rat's mouth, he
he forcefully flung it out, stood up covered in blood, and patted the
still shaken Su Lezhang. Thanks.
There was no time for a second word, the two were already surrounded by an endless swarm of giant rats, with no way out.
Clap.
Yilan grabbed Su Lezhang's clothes with his left hand, switched to the grappling hook with his right hand, raised it, and fired, aiming at a tin
container 10 meters away, flying over before being submerged by the endless swarm of rats. Clap.
You go close the door. Rushing directly into the container, Yilan roared, punching the head of a mutated giant rat that was staying inside. In the exchange, a full-force punch only slightly shifted the giant rat's head, and it casually opened its bloody maw and bit down towards Yilan.
Wait. Leave a gap in the door.
Yilan roared, grabbing a grenade tied to his waist with one hand, pulling the pin, and throwing it into the giant rat's
bloody maw.
Then, with a diagonal roll, he fired the grappling hook, sinking it into the giant rat's belly, and swung himself out through the gap in the container.
Door. Bang.
Amidst the huge explosion, the container door was finally slammed shut by Su Lezhang, who used all his strength to insert the rusty horizontal lock.
That was almost impossible to close. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bang, bang, bang.
The tin walls of the container on all sides echoed with constant rubbing and stomping sounds. The tide-like giant rats had already crawled densely
over, and the two were now trapped like turtles in a jar. It's over, it's over, it's over, what do we do? I don't want to die at the hands of these rats. Su Lezhang screamed, his volume momentarily even suppressing the squeaking of the rats. God of War, we. Bang! The container vibrated, and the outer tin wall seemed to have suffered a huge force, collapsing an entire section. In the very center of the collapsed part, a weak small hole appeared. Through the small hole, one could even see the rat's eye outside. The sharp teeth of this mutated giant rat could actually bite through the tin of this container. Rat's nest. We can't stay here. But, we can't get out anymore. Calm down. At that moment, Yilan also felt a bit numb. Who the hell would have thought that coming to investigate an anomaly would lead to being trapped in an endless rat nest? And these weren't normal rats at all, they were mutated giant rats, affected by the anomaly. Damn it, do the town guard, or even the town defense force, know that this hellhole has this many mutated giant rats? Yilan cursed. If these things charged towards Sewage Town, there wouldn't even be a need for an anomaly. Sewage Town, as Yilan saw it, simply couldn't stand a chance against these things. Although these things couldn't compare to a magic scythe, there were so many of them. And, he didn't have the chaos bell in his hand either. If he himself, though he couldn't afford to die, still had a chance to come back to life even if he truly died. But Su Lezhang might really die. And if he did, it would be because of him. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the frantic shaking of the container, Yilan expressionlessly reloaded both revolvers, contemplating a chance at survival. Little cat, have you pinpointed the location of the formless hand yet? The mind cat had been silent for a while before finally responding. Meow can. Meow can. It's in the factory. As long as we can get in, I can definitely lock onto it, meow. Yilan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but a hint of gloom also rose in his heart. If he couldn't even deal with these, after several near-death experiences, what would happen when he encountered a true anomaly, even if it was just a weak chicken as the mind cat called it? Leave the big clumsy hand to me, meow. Meow, 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 I'll leave this place to you, I hate rats, meow. What do we do, God of War, Lu Zhang. Stop screaming. Yilan roared, shoving the grappling hook into the panicked Su Lezhang's hand. I'll clear out a bit of space in a moment. You shoot at whatever you see, and hold on to me with your other hand, understand? We have to rush out. Su Lezhang was so scared his voice was almost choked. I don't know how to use it. We'll all die because of me. Bang! The container's iron sheet dented inward again,
the sharp part nearly piercing his thigh directly.
Damn it! You know how to pull the trigger, right? Just shoot randomly. It has auto-aim.
Before Su Lezhang could even ponder what auto-aim meant, Yilan yanked open the horizontal lock, revealing a small gap in the door, and tossed out a
flashbang. Bang!
The blinding white light brought a large area of frantic squeaking from the rat swarm.
Yilan kicked the door open, dual-wielding revolvers, and fired madly without restraint. Bang, bang, bang.
In the blink of an eye, 2 more magazines were emptied. The commotion caused by the flashbang, combined with the revolver fire, caused a chaotic scramble among the rat swarm at the main entrance. The closest few giant rats' limbs went limp, and they collapsed, revealing a half-passable gap in the airtight container door. Yilan sprinted with all his might, trampling over the corpses of the giant rats, stepping on a fatter giant rat further back, and once again saw that
sliver of moonlight. Now! Shoot! Snap! I'm shooting. The grappling hook shot out, piercing countless obstacles, accurately grabbing onto a lamppost.
Then, Su Lezhang didn't forget to grab Yilan with his other hand, and the retractable force carried the 2 of them flying out again. On the way out, countless giant rats blocking their path were sent flying, flung away from mid-air.
Bang!
The 2 of them hung from the lamppost by the grappling hook, and their weight made the lamppost seem precarious, teetering as if it could collapse at
any moment. Holy crap! We made it? I'm that awesome? Su Lezhang shrieked, what now? What now? Keep going. Next lamppost. Yilan gazed into the distance. Their current position should be no more than 30 meters from the factory gate. Swinging twice more along the lampposts, they could reach the gate. I'll try.
Su Lezhang roared, whether from fear or excitement, operating the grappling hook's release claw, and, while falling, shot it towards the next
lamppost. Bang! They hung on. I made it. I made it again. I'm too awesome. Yilan.
Just as they swung under the lamppost once more, Yilan spoke again.
This time, aimed directly at the door. We'll smash through it when we fly out. Okay. Snap. Bang.
The grappling hook shot steadily onto the large door, and the 2 of them, carrying immense momentum, slammed into it. In this process, Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. Although hitting the door with their bodies would probably hurt a bit, the crisis with the giant rats should be over. As long as they successfully crashed through the door, they could run a few steps inside before the rat swarm caught up. A factory building couldn't just have one large hall, it would have one passage and room after another. Entering each one and locking the door would also buy some time. They would wait for the mine cat's precise location, then if it was upstairs, they would swing up with the grappling hook, and if it was downstairs, they would shoot through the floor with the revolver. One could only say that imagination was beautiful, but reality was harsh. After the factory's large door was slammed open with a bang, Yilan and Su Lezhang both stood still in silence.
For a moment, they forgot the pursuit behind them. The factory was dark. An endless, writhing blackness.
Tens of thousands of mutated giant rats, piled on top of each other due to insufficient space, covered every inch of their vision, with no end in
sight. It was like a black tide. Yilan, This factory, this was the real rat nest. The mutated giant rats chasing the 2 of them outside like stray dogs were only a little over 1,000, but here, at a glance, there were already nearly 10,000. So many mutated giant rats, even Guangwei City Lower District couldn't stop them. This was truly hellish. Sewage Town.
Yilan pursed his lips. Such an enemy was truly pushing him to his current limit. Silently, Yilan picked up Yuan Gungung.
Now, only this thing could have some effect.
When Su Lezhang saw Yilan take out this item, his face turned pale, but he had no other options.
Even with this, we can't hold them off. You must hold them off.
Yilan looked at Su Lezhang with burning eyes, and for a moment, Su Lezhang's mind short-circuited. Yilan's body trembled slightly as he looked at the 5 large rings on his hand, shining with colorful light, and spoke again.
Tell me again, can you hold them off or not?
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutated giant rats in the factory seemed not to have reacted to the situation yet, but the relentless swarm of mutated giant rats chasing them from behind had already surged forward like a roaring tide. It felt like their butts were not safe.
I can hold them off. Cover me. Boom.
Amidst a tremendous shriek, the missile from the Yuan Gungdung miniature nuclear missile launcher shot out like a skyrocket, leaving a white vapor trail, and slammed into the black tide within the factory.
Boom. In the explosion, the entire factory was engulfed by a furious blast, instantly pulverized. Steel beams, iron frames, and all remaining debris that could still stand, collapsed with a crash, like an iceberg sinking. Blazing fire illuminated the night of Sewage Town, and a dazzling mushroom cloud rose above the factory. In Sewage Town, countless people pushed open their doors and windows, looking in astonishment towards the west of the town. Lights flickered on, and together with the distant blaze, they lit up Sewage Town's brightest night since the apocalypse. All kinds of things at night. Sister! Over there!
At Sewage in 402, Xiao Man sprang from her bed, pushed open the newly repaired glass window, and gazed at the firelight and mushroom cloud to the
west. Is that Yuan Gungdung? Xiao Qingyu's expression slightly condensed, and she nodded softly, then pondered for a moment. Go knock on the door of 401.
Xiao Man froze, understanding what she meant.
If he's not there.
At the Sewage Town guard office, the secret passage rumbled open, revealing Arthur, who had just pushed open a window.
That place? Such a big commotion, who is it?
His brows were tightly furrowed, and he felt for his waist. The place where his favorite pistol used to be. He knew Yilan had stolen it, of course. But as long as he never touched that spot, he could always not know it had been stolen. Immediately, he picked up his communicator.
Arthur? What's going on? That place isn't.
Go knock on the door of 401 and see if Yilan is inside.
Ha! Splash!
In the sewage ditch, dozens of figures in diving suits slowly surfaced. They wore leather clothes, and aside from their somewhat bulky boots, they had dried off all the water from their bodies. Looking at the place where the firelight rose, the person leading them removed the hood covering his face and smiled.
That place? Heh, now you can't stop me from seeing what kind of trick you're pulling with Radiant City.
He waved his hand, signaling everyone behind him to load their weapons.
Bring everyone.
Surround that place.
Yes.
On the roof of the sewage inn, Lin Jiao sat on the eaves, her beautiful legs dangling as her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her long, dark blue hair danced in the moonlight as she propped her chin, looking down at the town defense force by the water, then turning her head to look at the towering fire to the west of town, and agilely flipped herself down.
Crash!
Glass shattered everywhere, and Lin Jiao stood at the window of 402. She smiled brightly.
Excuse me, may I ask where you two are going?
At the sewage clinic, a dim yellow light flickered, accompanied by the old doctor's hazy, aged eyes, as he used a scalpel to remove several bullets
from flesh.
So late, how did you get injured? On the sofa, the grimacing young man wrapped the gauze around his own arm.
Mind your own business. Old man, I have something to ask you.
The old doctor had his back to him and didn't turn around.
Wang Lei, isn't it? Don't change the subject. You. Boom.
The old doctor pushed open the window, and a piercing roar came from afar, followed by a rising mushroom cloud.
Wang Lei's expression changed. What's going on? The old doctor shook his head. How would I know? I can't leave here. Wang Lei's expression kept changing as he glanced at the basement in the room.
Why are there so many messed up things in this ghost place?
Listen up, we're going down to hide, and if you, old man, dare to betray us.
Humph.
The old doctor suddenly turned around, his gaze burning. Don't go. Humph humph.
Wang Lei sneered, pulling out his pistol. Oh, a secret?
This young master is staying in there tonight. If you dare to report us, don't blame me for being merciless.
The old doctor narrowed his eyes and turned back around.
As you wish.
The secret passage closed. West of Sewage Town, the dessert factory, the massive explosion had already rendered it unrecognizable. The entire factory's surface buildings, along with the courtyard, were shattered beyond recognition. The original location of the factory had been blasted into a giant sinkhole nearly dozens of meters deep, and all the rocks, soil, waste, reinforced steel, and dead or alive rats were falling downwards like a mudslide. And Yilan and Su Lejian were falling within this endless debris, covered in blood.
Firelight, dust, and those terrifying auras were destroying everything.
Only when they touched Su Lejiang and Yilan, the two rings on Su Lejiang's hand emitted a gray mist, shimmering with dazzling light, seemingly
absorbing everything around them like an energy shield. Yet, even so, they were rapidly dimming. Woo. Bang!
During the fall, while screaming miserably, Su Lejiang didn't forget to grab 2 devil black chilies from his body and shove them into his mouth, which made Yilan frown deeply. Then, as the light from the 2 rings recovered slightly, he continued to scream miserably. With a thud, the 2 fell to the bottom of the sinkhole, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Behind them, countless debris pressed down.
Although they avoided being directly crushed under the protection of the rings, it only protected their bodies from being pierced, and the 2 were truly buried underground. Suddenly, Su Lejiang's miserable screams abruptly stopped, as if he had run out of breath. The 3rd ring, the ring of underwater breathing, immediately lit up, and abundant oxygen appeared at their nostrils, allowing Su Lejiang to resume his miserable screams.
I can't hold on anymore.
I can withstand the aftermath of the explosion, but I can't withstand being crushed 50 meters underground by debris after the collapse. Yilan lay on the ground, ignoring him, only sighing.
As long as this guy was still screaming, it meant he was temporarily fine. Of course, it probably wouldn't be for much longer.
Su Lejiang was human, not an anomaly, and didn't have that much spiritual energy to continuously maintain the operation of the ability objects. Especially now that all 3 rings were operating at full power. Fire immunity, physical immunity, water immunity, with the water immunity serving for breathing.
Truly, you're as hard as a turtle shell.
How cautious are you, to still need a bodyguard like this? However, Su Lejiang had probably reached his limit this time. Yilan didn't even know if he could hold on for another 10 minutes. Just now, he was so low on spiritual energy that he had to swallow devil black chilies whole. It was truly spicy for him. It was a desperate situation, and Yilan gave a bitter laugh. After all, he had been careless. Truly embarking on the path of facing anomalies, he hadn't even met the boss yet, and the small fries had almost
worn him out. Sewage Town must be in utter chaos now, right? With such a big commotion. The Mind Cat's voice rang out urgently. Hold on, Meow. Don't die, Meow. It's okay to be buried underground, Sewage Town should send people, if not, I'll contact the night house to dig now, Meow. Yilan gave a bitter laugh. This time, the Mind Cat's comfort was useless. How long would it take for the night house to get here? How long to dig this place open? What would happen when they encountered various people from Sewage Town? By the time all this was over, he might have already died a second and third time. At this moment, the Mind Cat suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, right, Meow. Don't you still have a Lin Zhao's token on you? Try it. What if she comes to save you? Yilan. You're really a clever little imp. Are you trying to die faster? But at this moment, he seemed to somewhat understand Arthur, that feeling of desperately grasping at straws. Right, Arthur. Yilan painstakingly fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the walkie-talkie. It had already shattered into 3 pieces. It was probably unusable even by a deity.
Casually injecting a trace of spiritual energy into the wooden token with its rotten scent, Yilan paid no more attention to this casual act.
Put.
Yilan felt blood flowing from many places, and his head grew increasingly dizzy. Su Lezhang's annoying, signature miserable scream stimulated Yilan to stay conscious, feeling somewhat helpless. He, on the other hand, consistently maintained abundant vitality. There was nothing more he could do. Yilan couldn't help but complain to the mind cat in his mind. Little cat, is this crystal ball really useful? Of course it's useful, meow. Yilan was non-committal. Then why, every time we've used it, have we always been discovered? Even if Lin Jiao is an exception, this time even rats could discover our arrival? It feels like the Emperor's new clothes. Mind cat. I think I've read that story, meow. It's called. Ha! Meow 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 meow. The mind cat suddenly became incoherent, and then a crisp snap echoed between heaven and earth. Snap. Breathing and restlessness. Snap. The snap was so crisp, and it didn't sound very loud, but in such circumstances, it could be heard clearly. Wait, a snap? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the ruins vanished, and a vacuum appeared beneath them again, causing Yilan and Su Lezhang to fall heavily. Thump. Before he could even feel the pain, Yilan rolled over and looked up. After the ruins disappeared, countless mutated giant rats, both dead and alive, filled his entire field of vision above, crashing down on him like a black mountain. Wah, the F *****. Snap. Another crisp snap, and all the mutated giant rats, dead or alive, vanished without a trace. It was empty, everything was empty. After 2 snaps, everything in the sinkhole disappeared, leaving only the firelight and the uneven rock walls on either side. The space above was empty, and he could even see the bright moonlight. 2 snaps, and all the chaos before his eyes vanished. Yilan thought of something, rolled over, and got up, looking at the center of the spacious sinkhole, about a dozen meters away. A 2-person tall, 3-meter-long gradient-colored giant hand. The giant hand glowed with a shimmering light, its palm facing down, 5 fingers touching the ground, crouching there in a grasping posture. It was facing him, at least the direction of its fingertips was facing him. Formless hand. Anomaly. Finally, besides himself, besides the mind cat in Nighthouse, he had seen the true form of a third anomaly. The formless hand's fingers moved back and forth, pointing at the 2 people on the ground. It seemed to finally recognize Su Lezhang, then re-aimed at Yilan, flipped its palm upwards, and brought its thumb and index finger together. No! Su Lezhang finally saw what was happening, jumped up, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. But, it was too late. The third snap was aimed at Yilan. The crisp sound surged, echoing throughout the entire sinkhole. In that instant, Yilan only felt that everything before his eyes was like a wisp of white mist, a vast whiteness. His psionic energy was being uncontrollably sucked away by something. But the problem was, it was like trying to vacuum up rocks stuck in a foundation, it simply wouldn't budge. The imagined snap of a cool finger, where nothing happened, didn't occur to him and Lin Jiao, but rather to the formless hand and himself. Big clumsy hand. Stop it, meow. The mind cat completely disregarded that Su Lezhang was still there, instantly switched to its physical form, jumped off Yilan, and while scolding, charged towards the formless hand. Do you want a beating? Take my meow meow punch. The sudden appearance of the cat clearly made the gradient-colored formless hand pause for a moment, changing from a gradual golden to a gradual red. Then jumped in fright in a very human-like manner. It really did jump in fright, all 5 fingers simultaneously leaving the ground, leaping up. At that moment, Yilan felt his entire body lighten, as if his soul had returned. When he looked up again, the gradient-colored giant hand had turned and fled. Yes, fled. The middle 3 fingers of the formless hand moved frantically on the ground like legs, with the thumb and pinky suspended in the air in and outward. Splay, visually resembling the running posture of some cute girls. In an instant, its speed was incredibly fast,
creating distance between it and the mined cat. But, it was ultimately chased in a desperate retreat by a cat.
As it ran, its index finger would occasionally cock backward, as if turning its head to observe the situation.
Then, it ran even faster. You've got guts, meow. You dare to run, meow. You're making me so mad, meow. Big brother, hit it, meow.
Fully unleash your power. The quality of your psionic energy can force it to maintain a physical state. It can't turn illusory. Don't let it run away.
Meow. Yilan. What the heck am I supposed to hit it with? But I can unleash my full power. Bang bang bang. Yilan reloaded his 2 revolvers and chased after it, firing as he went.
The ability object's revolver, directly empowered by the Chaos Bell, seemed to indeed pose a certain threat to it.
As the bullets fired, the formless hand fled even more frantically. Its 3 fingers moved flexibly, dodging Yilan's shots.
In this process, its speed inevitably slowed down, allowing the charging mine cat to catch up a bit more.
Snap!
Yilan picked up the grappling hook and fired a shot into the ground within effective range, further closing the distance between them.
Su Lozhang?
He had already stood up, but for the first time, he was speechless. From the moment the formless hand snapped its fingers and Yilan didn't die, he couldn't understand anything that followed.
What is this? Am I really dead and in heaven, being rewarded with watching a funny cartoon?
One of Radiant City's town-guarding anomalies, the famous god of non-appearance of the wasteland, being chased like a stray dog by his god of war.
Roommate and a cat? Am I blind? Or did I just hit my head? Bang!
Yilan reloaded his bullets once more, anticipating the formless hand's next landing spot based on its movement speed, and fired a shot, denting the
ground.
Then, with a thud, one of the formless hand's fingers stepped into the dent, causing it to fall to the ground.
Meow!
The mine cat charged forward, finally pouncing with bared claws.
Meow meow meow. Running, meow. Where are you running to, meow? Do you know who you hit, meow? The mine cat furiously swung its claws, so fast that it created afterimages. You're making me so mad, meow. Have you forgotten how to get a beating for snapping your fingers randomly again, meow? You still dare to hide, meow. Take my meow meow punch, meow. Yilan. Little cat, your image is gone.
Please imagine a cute little cat stepping on a hand that is curled up in a corner, with its 5 fingers grouped together, protecting itself.
Trembling slightly, and being slapped by meow meow punches more than 5 times per second.
After beating it like that for a while, the mine cat finally realized something. The speed of its claws gradually slowed down, it shook its ruffled fur, and with a gentle, ladylike jump, it landed on Yilan's shoulder, its voice
calm, fully displaying the demeanor of a noble cat. Did you see clearly, meow? Do you know who it is now, meow?
The formless hand's index finger extended upwards like a stretching neck, then curled back in, seemingly flustered.
It wasn't stupid.
Although it had been beaten up quite a bit in the containment tower before, it usually only bothered anomalies ranked outside the top 300.
Never provoking those numbered within the top 100.
Yet, this time, it snapped its fingers at 001.
It was stunned.
Why did 001 fall from the sky? This was illogical. It restlessly squirmed for a moment, and its thumb and index finger gradually began to overlap again.
The influence of the abnormality. Just as Yilan almost thought it would snap its fingers again with a pop, its overlapping thumb and forefinger formed a heart shape. Yilan. Mind cat. Why are you as abstract as that radio at home?
After a long moment, it was still the mind cat on Yilan's shoulder who spoke.
Please understand, meow. This guy is dumb, meow. It can't speak, meow. Yilan nodded slightly, but didn't agree. Isn't the reason it can't speak because it doesn't have a mouth? However, it seems the formless hand has indeed surrendered.
But Yilan didn't think it was because of his kingly aura, as the little cat claimed.
This guy just surrendered to the little cat, didn't he? Not fighting back or talking back. Or rather, a bit of both? After all, it has lived in the wasteland for over 60 years, plump and well-fed, unlike him who just stepped into this world. As he relaxed, Yilan couldn't help but feel confused. Why did that finger snap not work on him? Was he not weak enough? Although the little cat had been comforting him, it was probably already frantic itself, wasn't it? He couldn't even revive now, yet he was in such a dangerous place. But if he didn't contain it, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. The anomalies in Sewage Town were getting stronger and stronger, and the mine cat was probably running out of tricks. At this moment, the little cat heard about an anomaly that was very good friends with it back then, saw real hope, and repeatedly urged him to come over, because this containment could be resolved through its favor debt. But finally, he had passed the critical moment and caught that crucial breath. Once the containment was complete, Yilan would have brand new abilities, new activation item quotas, and at least one revival without losing his sanity. In the true sense, he could be bolder in adventuring and seeking death, possessing power and confidence. So, how do we contain it? Yilan looked at the mine cat, but was met with the mine cat's silence. After a moment of hesitation, it finally spoke. The technical conditions here can't do it, meow. We'll do it when we get back to the night house. For now, you just use it directly, like me, just wear it on you, meow. Use it directly? Yilan was stunned. Anomalies throughout this world were extremely bizarre, invisible and untouchable, worshipped like gods, and they could be used directly? Only at this moment did Yilan truly feel a bit 001. Just. You try to devour its power, but don't use too much force, meow. Leave some for it, don't directly drain its consciousness, meow. Devour. Why does that sound like a word only villains would use? That's not right, little cat. You once told me that only by containing anomalies could I use their power. And at the same time, finally achieve the grand goal of returning anomalies to anomalies, and humans to humans. But you never told me how to contain them. The formless hand squirmed at this point, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating, then was glared back fiercely by the mine cat, deflating. Yilan narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly, glanced at his injuries, and softly hummed. I see, then let's do it this way for now. There must be something he didn't know here, but at least he understood that the mine cat couldn't harm him. He wouldn't have made it this far without the mine cat. But the little cat's evasive and vague manner made him very worried that for some reason he didn't know, the little cat would harm itself for his sake, silently enduring things it shouldn't. However, the situation was clearly different now. As long as the formless hand was with him, would he still not find an opportunity to avoid the mine cat and ask it properly? Suddenly, Yilan remembered Su Lezhang, who seemed to have been ignored for a long time. As he turned his head, Yilan saw Su Lezhang with his back to them, facing the corner, his ears plugged with waste paper, and he had even torn off a piece of his clothes to blindfold himself, muttering softly and trembling. What was he doing? Did he feel like he was about to be silenced? The current situation was indeed a bit troublesome, but no matter what, it wasn't enough to silence him. Of course, some things had to be discussed properly, or threatened. In any case, what happened here absolutely could not be leaked. Let's go over. The cat-hand-human trio walked together towards the corner where Su Lezhang was, and then Yilan pulled off his makeshift blindfold and earplugs. Su Lezhang trembled all over, and when he turned around, he only felt 3 huge mountains pressing down on his head. He wanted to scream, but for a long time, he couldn't even manage an ah. What oppressive feeling, what oppressive feeling. His roommate was surrounded by 2 gods, pressing down on his face? It was a bit funny too. But honestly, from another perspective, this incident was enough for him to brag about for several lifetimes. He felt he could write a novel when he returned to Radiant City, something like Apocalyptic Anomalies, My War God Roommate. Speaking of which, are you working for Radiant City? Yilan tilted his head slightly and asked the formless hand. The formless hand buzzed, and the mine cat immediately began to translate. It says, to be precise, it merely accepted Radiant City's invitation for worship, meow.
You can understand it this way, meow. Every anomaly has its own needs and preferences, and will continuously cause its unique negative impact on everything around it, as well as the price the user will pay. Among anomalies, there are those who like to cause trouble, those who prefer comfort, those with grand goals, and those who are evil. For humans, if they can bear the price and impact, they can try to request to worship a certain anomaly.
Like it, this is its situation, meow.
Apart from the major churches directly subordinate to the anomalies themselves, existing human factions and powerful city-states should all worship
one or more anomalies.
Yilan nodded slightly, as if he understood the structure of this apocalypse more deeply.
For a moment, he couldn't help but ask. So what about it then? What does it need Radiant City to worship it with?
Buzz. The formless hand said something, and then the mine cat fell silent.
Meow. It says it's an endless supply of desserts, meow. Yilan.
At that moment, even Yilan felt it was a bit of a disgrace to anomalies. It seemed the mine cat wanted to save its little brother some face, so it immediately added.
But its impact is actually very terrifying, meow.
Oh? Yilan immediately became interested. No matter where it is, meow, there will continuously appear a tide of mutated giant rats around it.
Without sanity, endless mutated giant rats will continuously appear, attacking everything without rest.
Yilan finally understood, so these rats are.
They exist because of it, meow. At this moment, Yilan truly understood the impact of anomalies on the wasteland. Why the cat once said that whether intentionally or unintentionally, anomalies would affect everything around them, and couldn't be taken away or resolved. Even a harmless anomaly like it, satisfied with just some sweets, chased and fleeing in panic by the little cat, could bring such destructive power. Staying for a period of time would lead to tens of thousands of rat tides, and he had just personally experienced how strong such a rat tide was. For some small settlements, perhaps just its passing would lead to utter destruction. Even large cities would have to pay a considerable price to resist.
Yilan gradually made more connections, and then asked.
So for you to live inside Radiant City, they would prepare and deploy a 24-hour standby army in advance, constantly clearing the rat tide you bring?
This way, they would have completed the removal of impact step, and then satisfied your needs.
By paying a certain price, they could ask you to take action for them?
Having received affirmation from the formless hand, Yilan finally understood why Xia Qingyu had once told him that the Twilight God cult had nearly
30 anomalies enshrined.
To be able to simultaneously bear the impact of over 30 anomalies and still maintain powerful influence over the entire wasteland, should it be
said that they are indeed the largest force in the wasteland? Like Sewage Town, it was actually the same form of anomaly worship.
It's just that perhaps at the beginning, they couldn't withstand the impact, just like if Radiant City had actively invited the formless hand to
reside there, but couldn't resist the rat tide and was destroyed. Then I have a question. Yilan said, frowning, if I take it back to the center of Sewage Town, will the rat tide also follow?
The truth of the containment tower. This problem was quite concerning, but fortunately, the mind cat gave a negative answer.
No, meow. When have I ever affected my surroundings, meow?
The mind cat seemed proud for Yilan. As long as the anomaly is by your side, it won't affect the
surroundings. Yilan was stunned, not understanding the principle behind this. Why? This time, the mind cat also couldn't explain why. I don't know, meow.
To be precise, your power can suppress the influence of anomalies, meow.
So that's how it is.
No wonder he felt like an unshakable 001 despite having no abilities.
The containment tower used his power to contain all anomalies, yet isolated him from all anomalies, not daring to create an opportunity for him to gain other anomalous powers. What about me? What's my influence? Am I not also an anomaly?
The mind cat and formless hand reacted simultaneously. You have no influence, meow.
Buzz. Shut up, meow.
Yilan glanced at the mind cat and formless hand, this time not choosing to let it go.
What did it say?
The mind cat opened its mouth, then sighed.
Actually, you did appear, and it was the only time your influence appeared. Yilan straightened his body. What? It was the day the containment tower was destroyed. And then
there was no need to say more.
The containment tower was destroyed, all anomalies lost their suppression, and the world ended. Rubbing his brow, Yilan didn't know what to feel for a moment. The reason? I don't know, meow.
The mind cat shook its head, then comforted him, but it's not your fault.
If it weren't for you, the containment tower wouldn't even exist.
You restrained the influence of all anomalies, allowing them to be contained there one by one. If it weren't for you, perhaps even the peaceful era when the containment tower existed wouldn't have happened, and the world would have entered the
apocalypse long ago. What the heck? So that's why he was 001.
Many questions seemed to be answered, but Yilan knew that the most crucial question was something no one knew.
How did the anomalies appear in the first place? What exactly is the influence of anomalies? And why did his influence suddenly appear? This crumbling apocalypse can't withstand another doomsday.
Rubbing his brow, Yilan's thoughts slowly returned. After all, these were all things from a long time ago. The complex situation at hand was the real priority.
So, what does Radiant City want to do in Sewage Town? What exactly is going on with Sewage Town? Buzz.
The mind cat didn't translate immediately. Instead, it glanced at the formless hand, seemingly judging the truthfulness of its words.
It says it doesn't know, meow.
It's been here for a long time, meow. Staying here is why so many mutated giant rats gathered, meow. Yilan frowned, pointing at Su Lezhang. His mission is to contact you. The formless hand nodded, buzzed, and the mind cat began to translate. It says that the representative from Radiant City only requested it to protect this guy, with no other requests.
Yilan's eyebrows twitched. What did that mean? It felt like a whole nest of failures. Radiant City asked the two of them to connect, and then he knows nothing, and you know nothing?
And one is lazy and gluttonous, the other doesn't want to participate at all. It's truly incredible.
But is it a coincidence?
The Twilight God cult also seemed to be the same, a 4-person team with 2 deadweights, a similar effect.
So now the question is, how should he be dealt with, meow? As the mind cat's words fell, the 3 anomalies once again looked at Su Lezhang simultaneously. Their conversation just now was all through telepathy. Yilan's words to the little cat couldn't be heard by him, and the formless hand would buzz occasionally, but Su Lezhang couldn't possibly understand. So, in Su Lezhang's eyes, it was 3 great gods gathered around, looking at each other, no one speaking. The pressure was mountainous, alright. After thinking, Yilan came up with a reason that could be accepted by ordinary people. Since things have come to this, I'll just tell you, Yilan said, pondering, we belong to a powerful hidden force in the wasteland. Our purpose is world peace and saving all of humanity. Yes, that's right. Then, Yilan pointed to the mind cat and formless hand, his thoughts flowing more smoothly. One of them is a revered entity of my force, just like how the Twilight God cult has its own revered anomalies. As for the formless hand, it's a friend of our revered entity, and it has decided to help me do something even greater in this Sewage Town incident. Oh, I am the leader of this hidden force, do you understand? After further understanding the situation in the wasteland from the formless hand, Yilan gradually realized that having an anomaly on him was not something to be suspected, as he had originally imagined, but something that could be explained. There are countless sects and forces in the wasteland. What's wrong with me having a hidden force? What's wrong with my force having a revered anomaly? No one would suspect that he himself was an anomaly, and that was enough. Su Lezhang gradually showed a look of realization, feeling that things suddenly became understandable. A hidden force. I get it. That cat is an anomaly revered by this hidden force, I get it. It's normal for it to chase after the god of non-appearance and fight it, which means it's a stronger anomaly. But you're actually the leader of a force with anomalies? This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Aren't you like a Pope-level figure?
It's just that the god of non-appearance defected at the last minute, which is a bit.
Wait, what does that have to do with me? He felt a chill. How could he be so stupid? Can't he react now?
This is the real reason his life is being decided, alright?
Radiant City's affairs have nothing to do with me.
I never supported their plan. I will not have any dissatisfaction with the god of non-appearance actions. Oh, my ideals are exactly the same as yours.
I also long for world peace. Yilan nodded, satisfied with Su Lezhang's reaction.
What if it's sincere?
What if it's fake? As long as he doesn't cause trouble during his time in Sewage Town, that's fine. As for the formless hand joining his force, what if it reports to Radiant City after leaving Sewage Town? First, Radiant City won't even be able to find him, and even if they could, would they dare to launch an anomaly war against a force that is known? To have two revered anomalies? So now, we must deal with these mutated giant rats, meow.
The Mind Cat said solemnly, it can't hold them for too long, meow.
These rats were born because of it, they are its influence, so it cannot solve them itself, otherwise, it will lose its sanity, meow.
Yilan was stunned, and quickly understood. If the anomaly itself could solve the influence it brought, then it would be equivalent to no influence existing, so how could it have troubled
this world, and even benevolent anomalies, for so many years? How should we deal with them? Yilan asked, just throw them into this pit?
Buzz.
Meow.
The little cat and the giant hand communicated for a bit, then shook their heads.
It says no, meow, they will crawl out.
Once they leave here and lose the presence of the formless hand, they probably won't stay here anymore, but will charge towards Sewage Town.
Yilan frowned tightly and nodded.
Yes. In the current Sewage Town, he couldn't see any force capable of dealing with this rat tide. Even those rat corpses would be difficult to deal with. If they were left here to rot and stink, and then spread by insects. Especially since Mosquito Restaurant in Sewage Town mainly features many people eating insects, a terrifying rat plague would be enough to sweep
through here. In that case, Yilan looked up at the vast sky outside. With such a commotion, many people will come soon, right? Let's take the opportunity to truly establish our prestige. Burning. He looked at the formless hand. How do I use it? A forward snap of the fingers is to store, a backward snap is to release. Oh, big clumsy hand, why don't you shrink a bit, meow? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the formless hand rapidly shrunk, becoming the size of a hand. Yilan glanced at it. It really was a glove, with a space in the middle for a hand to slip into. Hesitating for a moment, Yilan put it on. In an instant, the glove completely conformed to his skin, so thin it felt like his own skin, as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. He hadn't done anything, yet the power of the formless hand was surging into his body, as if to fill every inch of his hungry flesh. How magical! The moment he put on the formless hand, Yilan only felt his strength slowly begin to recover, and then, with a poof, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yilan! I'm fine. Yilan waved his hand, feeling that the reason he had spat out such a large mouthful of clotted blood was because his strength had recovered, and his body had begun the self-recovery process that had previously stopped. As he moved again, he nearly stumbled and had to lean on Su Lezhang. Heavens! Yilan gave a bitter laugh. Had his body really become like this from the recent battle and explosion? Yilan hadn't felt the pain because he had been under intense mental strain. Now that he had stopped moving and stood for a while, his body relaxed, and he suddenly felt too weak to move. Just looking at his clothes. Half dirt, half blood, tattered everywhere, as if he had returned from hell. The Mind Cat's form gradually dissipated, returning to Yilan's pocket, while the formless hand remained on Yilan's hand. In this vast sinkhole, only Su Lezhang and Yilan were left once more. Su Lezhang. Suddenly, he felt very nervous. Battle. Call me Yilan. Yilan rolled his eyes exasperatedly and supported him. Grab the grappling hook and get us up. Oh. Oh. Alright. With something to do, Su Lejeune finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had some experience using that grappling hook, and after several contractions, the two of them were back on the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, flames roared, and the area was a ruin, like a battlefield. Yilan hesitated for a moment, then snapped his fingers at a fallen tree on the ground. Snap! The tree disappeared. It worked! Yilan stood up and snapped his fingers at various flammable materials suitable for burning: wood, cloth, leather, plastic, then stood at the very edge of the cliff's sinkhole and snapped his fingers in reverse towards the sinkhole. Snap! Miscellaneous items fell like rain, covering the bottom of the sinkhole. At that moment, looking from above, it seemed as if a giant pot was about to be set up. This should be enough. In the current ruins, fire was the most abundant thing. After successively absorbing several of the most intensely burning spots, Yilan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Brother Yilan, slow down, meow. Most of its power has already been swallowed by you, meow, it itself can't quite handle it, meow. Yilan was stunned, the pain in his hand gradually easing. Yilan felt something was off, the containment the kitten spoke of definitely had some problem. Nodding gently, Yilan extended his hand towards the giant pit and snapped his fingers in reverse once more. Whoosh! Countless sources of fire were thrown down, instantly turning into terrifying, roaring flames. In some of the most intensely burning spots, the flames were even close to leaping out of the hole. For a moment, everything around him was red, as if a man covered in blood was standing on a volcano. The flames brought by the nuclear explosion originated from the destruction of everything in that area. For example, gasoline from abandoned cars, gas, chemicals. These chaotic things burned fiercely, turning the massive sinkhole into a terrifying sea of fire. Thick black smoke rose, and gradually, it even changed the color of the bottom of the mushroom cloud above. Then, Yilan's hand, which had been gradually changing, brought his thumb and forefinger together, pointing towards the sinkhole, but for the first time, he hesitated for a second. This touched upon a philosophical question. Were the mutated giant rats, without any reason, only knowing how to attack and destroy, considered life? The town that might be destroyed, the plague. Was it a blood debt to prevent these tragedies from happening? Snap! The last reverse snap of the fingers was made, and an endless black tide appeared from mid-air, then uncontrollably plummeted into the sinkhole. Squeak! 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 Tens of thousands of mutated giant rats, alive and dead, fell like a black cloud, plummeting into the endless, blazing sea of fire in the sinkhole. Whoosh! The fire grew fiercer and fiercer, the flames already almost reaching the edge of the pit, so much so that Su Lejeune quietly activated his fire immunity ring, enveloping himself and Yilan. Looking at the sea of fire below the giant pit, Su Lejeune also felt a slight sense of emotion. I heard they did something similar during the rat plague before the apocalypse, catching rats and burning them centrally. Human lives are paramount, after all. Yilan gave him a strange look, rolling his eyes. Nonsense, do I need you to enlighten me? It's just... Yilan looked at the flames and the mutated giant rats, sighing softly. It's just that when you're the one doing such things, it always feels a bit complicated. The evil mutated giant rats, with terrified looks in their eyes, desperately struggling to survive in the sea of fire. Su Lejeune awkwardly scratched his head, glanced at Yilan, who was covered in blood, and hesitated to speak. Shouldn't you hurry back to town to treat your injuries? Before he could answer, countless loud noises came from behind them. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, countless engine roars sounded, and in the darkness, dense headlights illuminated everything. Then, accompanied by the sound of turning and braking, dozens of off-road vehicles rushed through the smoke and ruins, surrounding Yilan. Bang! Bang! The sound of car doors opening and closing echoed, and countless fully armed people in leather armor got out of the vehicles, their footsteps dense. Forming a large semicircle formation, completely encircling Yilan.
A uniform line of automatic rifles pointed directly at Yilan, who stood at the edge of the sinkhole, before the surging fire, his back to them.
Covered in blood as if he had walked out of hell. Finally seeing it. Tap, tap, tap.
Footsteps wearing leather boots approached, and a person in leather armor, with a weathered and scarred face, strode towards Yilan. Yilan finally turned around, meeting that gaze.
Oh, it's you.
The one who secretly infiltrated his room and was stopped by Arthur.
I thought there was no one left in Sewage Town. So much has happened, and only Arthur has been doing anything. You finally dared to show your faces, huh? Town Defense Force.
The man's face was expressionless, and combined with his already fierce appearance, he seemed even more unapproachable.
My name is Luo Cho, captain of the Town Defense Force.
Although he glared fiercely into Yilan's eyes, the corner of his eye subtly scanned the
terrifying scene. What exactly happened in this place? You are under arrest.
Yilan narrowed his eyes. Against the backdrop of the raging fire and his blood-soaked body, his face no longer held that delicate, youthful innocence.
With the remnants of mud and bloodstains, he actually appeared even more menacing than the other man. Is that so? On what grounds? Using large-scale destructive weapons within the town, destroying the city, damaging Sewage Town property, and endangering Sewage Town's public safety. Luo Cho said expressionlessly, do you need more? I can probably give you an entire list. Had ha. Hey! Don't you know we saved?
Yilan waved his hand, cutting off Su Lezhang's attempt to retort, and sneered inwardly. All the things he listed were just excuses. To put it plainly, his and the Town Defense Force's goals were different from the rotten god cults. This was the second time he had come to kill him. What a perfect opportunity.
I'm afraid you don't have the authority.
Yilan recalled Arthur's words and sneered, you don't care about the chaos roulette, you don't care about the street assassinations, you don't care about the spicy pepper field being poisoned, you don't care about the stadium catching fire.
Since you don't care about anything, then just stay hidden.
Yilan took a step forward, his gaze meeting Luo Chao's as if sparks would fly, amplifying his voice so that everyone he brought could hear him. The town guard is performing official duties.
This has nothing to do with you. The clothes on his body were the best proof. Although it seemed the town guard was completely outmatched by the town defense force in terms of strength, several observations also showed that he couldn't do anything to Arthur. There must be some restriction between the town defense force and the town guard, preventing them from attacking each other. Within this, there might even be interference from abnormal rules. Ha! Luo Chao's lips curved upwards. I'm sorry, you might not know. The use of strategic-level weapons falls under the jurisdiction of the town defense force. Let alone you, even Arthur might not easily get past me this time.
His expression became serious, and he raised a gun with an extremely large, unusually strange muzzle.
Last warning. If you don't cooperate, you will be killed on the spot. The air fell silent. Su Lezhang even gulped, whispering a very quiet reminder from behind Yilan. That one in his hand, an ability object.
Luo Cho, with interest, shifted a step to the right, and Su Lezhang could no longer avoid his gaze.
And this outsider from Radiant City, complicit in the crime, guilty.
He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by one of his subordinates.
Captain, please. Come take a look. Luo Cho frowned.
His subordinate, after controlling the situation, immediately reached the edge of the sinkhole and looked down to observe the situation.
Then,
he seemed to be in shock, acting very strangely.
You'd better not make any unwise moves.
After speaking, he waved his hand, and all the town defense force members in the encirclement simultaneously pressed forward with their guns, as if to
show their attitude. Move, and they'd open fire.
Yilan's face was expressionless, flickering between light and shadow under the firelight.
No one knew what he was thinking. Tap, tap, tap. Luo Cho quickly walked to the sinkhole, which was engulfed in raging flames, stepped on the edge, and looked down.
Then, his breath also paused for a moment. A sinkhole tens of meters deep, burning with raging fire. In the firelight, there was a black tide so numerous it covered the color of the flames. A pit of tens of thousands of mutated giant rats, roaring, burning, wailing, struggling.
This hellish scene, and
the one who created this hellish scene, Yilan, whom he thought he had completely surrounded and had the upper hand over.
Tens of thousands of mutated giant rats. Damn it, where did so many mutated giant rats come from?
If these rats hadn't been cleared, and launched an assault on Sewage Town.
How did he do it? Looking at the situation below, Yilan even laid out the fire in the pit early on, and then forced all the mutated giant rats into it? He found himself a bit afraid to act rashly. The two of them stood on opposite sides of the fire, not far apart, back to back, neither moving. Boom! Another vehicle sped in. The town defense force members in the encirclement glanced at the newcomer, hesitated, and then cleared a path. Bang!
The car door opened and closed. Arthur straightened his clothes and strode over.
Damn it, put down your guns. This is my man. He walked all the way to Yilan's side, not forgetting to loudly repeat, "How did the thing I gave you turn out, huh?" He was still thinking about how to legitimize Yilan's actions when he also saw what was beneath the sinkhole. It wasn't raging fire that was burning, but the apocalypse that Sewage Town had almost faced.
Huh?
It couldn't have been Yuan Gungung who did this, could it? Yilan lifted his eyelids to glance at the town defense force soldiers in the encirclement with their guns raised, then turned and walked back to the sinkhole's location, between Luoqiu and Arthur. You don't need me here anymore, do you?
Ah. Arthur blinked, giving him a complex look.
Of course, post-event handling isn't your task.
Yilan nodded, then turned and swept his gaze over the circle of town defense force soldiers who had fallen into hesitation. Then I'm leaving. Su Lezhang blinked, then followed closely behind Yilan as he walked out.
Don't you dare leave.
Luoqiu suddenly turned around, letting out a thunderous roar, and once again raised his gun.
Luoqiu! What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you want to argue whether this matter is the town guard's business or the town defense force's business?
Arthur cursed and drew his own gun, but forgot his revolver was already with Yilan, looking awkward for a moment, then shouldered his rifle.
Get out! You traitor!
Luoqiu ignored Arthur completely, walked up to Yilan, his expression slightly changed. First, on behalf of Sewage Town, I thank you for dealing with this thing.
He paused, then spoke again, however, I ask you to leave Sewage Town. Immediately. I am willing to send you out. Send me out?
Yilan narrowed his eyes. From the information currently available, Sewage Town had been sealed by some power, and no one could enter or exit, but he claimed he could send him
out.
That would mean that the cause of this blockade was...
Luoqiu glanced at Su Lezhang and continued, you can also choose anyone you want to take out.
This idiot from Radiant City, even those two girls from the Twilight God cult who were played for fools, as long as they're not from Sewage Town, you
can take whoever you want, I'll let them all pass. Whatever you want, I'll give it. But... He raised his gun and pressed it against Yilan's chest. If you refuse, then I'm sorry, you must stay here today. Or, leave me here. Splash, splash, splash.
In the sky, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall.
Treatment.
The sudden light rain caught everyone off guard.
How could it rain with the sky like this? And so coincidentally, it rained just as the fire started?
Let him go, don't cause trouble. The sound of short boots came from the smoke, as another person arrived at the scene. The sky-high dust and widespread fire gave her light, unblemished clothes a touch of earthiness, but it couldn't hide her brightly colored hair and
unique temperament. The town defense force's encirclement once again made way, and the newcomer's appearance was revealed to everyone. Lin Jiao? Saintus! Why? Luoqiu was stunned for a long time, then anxiously roared. You opened up the blockade of this place,
What were you thinking?
Lin Zhao said idly, didn't you see I didn't trouble him?
She walked towards the sinkhole, a fragrant breeze passing by Yilan. As she approached Yilan, she leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear.
Because you asked me for help.
Yilan glanced at her, then nodded slightly.
Thank you.
Then, without further delay, he strode out amidst countless willing and unwilling gazes.
Amidst the raging war and sky-high dust, 2 rows of soldiers made way.
He walked out expressionlessly, his back to the raging flames, the wails of mutated creatures, and the varying gazes of everyone. Su Lezhang followed cautiously throughout, his body tense, until the dense smoke blocked everything on the other side.
Holy cow! Bro! That was cool. You're really a god of war. Do you know how cool you looked walking out just now?
And you were expressionless the whole time.
Su Lezhang felt like he was about to kneel, that aura was absolutely insane, alright?
What if there's a possibility? At this moment, Yilan squeezed out his first smile after climbing out of the sinkhole. It's because I was about to
collapse. Slap.
Yilan fainted, his body losing strength and falling to the ground.
Ha! Yilan! Oh my god!
Above the sinkhole, Lin Jiao stood at the edge, looking down, and had been silent for a long time. Luoqiu looked at Arthur, no longer as belligerent, and no one was raising their guns, just filled with confusion.
I really don't understand you. He clearly ruined your plan.
Arthur chuckled, about to say something, but Lin Jiao had already turned her head.
I'm interested in this place.
I announced that the Rotten God cult will officially take over. She still had that calm, unblemished expression as she spoke. Please, town guard.
Leave on your own. Arthur raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Your Rotten God cult hasn't left Sewage Town for decades, and now you want to take over this place? But looking at the row of town defense force members, he couldn't say anything. Whatever.
Flames surged, and above the sinkhole, only the town defense force and the Rotten God cult members remained. The light rain was still falling, and the fire in the sinkhole was diminishing, slowly showing signs of extinguishing.
Saintus! Why? He will affect.
Lin Jiao waved her hand, her pupils reflecting the corpses of mutated giant rats strewn across the sinkhole below.
The fire will be out soon.
Go down and investigate, see how it was done.
How is it? Don't play tricks, I don't trust you. Shut up. If you don't trust me, why did you bring him here?
You're the only doctor in Sewage Town.
Where else would I bring him?
Alright, don't disturb him while he's examining.
I'm watching. No, trust me this once, you must keep a close eye on him. Hey! Stop, what are you injecting him with? Nutrient solution. No. Change to oral. None.
The incessant arguing in his ears agitated Yilan, and in a daze, he gradually woke up.
Where is this? Damn, I think I fainted at the end. Oh my god.
Yilan's initial sight was his own body, bandaged everywhere, and other exposed parts covered in bruises.
Phew, a hospital? Looks like I wasn't finished off. I made it back alive. Wait, a hospital? Damn it, where else in Sewage Town is there a second hospital?
When the old doctor's appearance came into view, Yilan almost sprang up directly.
Oh my god. I won't be disassembled and sewn back together, will I?
Su Lezhang's face appeared in his vision, and Yilan calmed down slightly. Looking around further, he saw Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman nearby, and finally let out a sigh of relief. If they were here too, it seemed he hadn't been turned into something strange.
Oh my god. You're finally awake. Su Lezhang exclaimed in surprise, and Yilan no longer pretended to sleep, sitting up. This is... Alright, since you're awake, pack your things and leave quickly. This old man needs to go back to sleep.
Glancing at Yilan, the old doctor took off his medical gloves, his face devoid of any extra expression, as if nothing had happened since Yilan's
last visit.
His recovery ability is terrifying.
Nothing is wrong. Eat more, and you'll fully recover in a few days.
After speaking, he turned and went upstairs, no longer paying attention to the group. Yilan merely watched his departure and then no longer paid attention, looking at Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman, a little confused. Why are you here?
Xia Qingyu sized up Yilan, also a little surprised.
Your recovery ability, she didn't say more, explaining. Su Lezhang carried you, barely alive, to our room and begged us to accompany him to this
clinic.
Yilan breathed a sigh of relief, giving Su Lezhang a heartfelt thumbs up in his gaze.
I never thought you were so smart.
Given the strangeness of this place, if Su Lezhang had brought him here alone, he might really have been doomed.
He even knew to find external help, and knew who the most suitable external help was. Powerful strength, strong background.
Unless a sewing doll personally came, they probably wouldn't dare to fall out with the Twilight God cult at this time. But the next second, Yilan felt a little uncomfortable. His body was covered in wounds, and he probably had to take off all his clothes for bandaging and treatment.
Were Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman here the whole time? Xia Qingyu's cheeks flushed for a moment, and she turned her head away. I couldn't help it.
This guy told me no less than 10 times on the way that there were problems here, begging me not to take my eyes off the old man's movements for a
second. You really should explain what's going on. Her eyes held some confusion. Isn't this the designated hospital in Sewage Town? It should be legitimate, right?
Yilan gave a wry smile, sat up, glanced at the upstairs, and shook his head. We'll talk about this later.
How long was I unconscious?
I don't know, but it's 7 o'clock now.
7 o'clock?
Yilan jumped, turning to look out the window. It was slightly dim, but the rising sunlight made him relax.
It's morning, thank goodness. And Su Lezhang was still trying to take credit. I'm telling you, I didn't give him a single chance. He wanted to insert needles and draw fluids, but I didn't agree to any of it. I heard you. You wouldn't even let him give me in-4. The doctor must have been speechless. What kind of treatment is that? But you were right. Let's go.
Yilan sat up, grabbed the jacket hanging nearby, and put it on. Let's go to Mosquito Restaurant, eat and talk, and you can tell me.
What's happening outside?
Just as they passed the tunnel, Xia Qingyu suddenly paused, her pupils shrinking sharply.
Neutral anomaly. Sister? Xia Manman noticed Xia Qingyu's pause and turned back with a hesitant look.
Xia Qingyu put her index finger to her lips, gently squatted down, and wiped her finger across the floor. When she lifted it, there was a shimmering fleck of light on her fingertip.
Is something wrong?
Xia Qingyu's expression changed several times, and she stared deeply at the cracks in the floor before finally shaking her head.
Let's talk after we leave.
When they pushed open the door and finally left the sewage clinic, Su Lezhang took deep breaths, his tension unknown to anyone else.
My heavens, they actually let us out?
Xia Qingyu gave him and Yilan a strange look. Although she had many questions, she managed to control herself. After all, the sewage clinic was still close by. Looking at the empty road, Yilan felt a bit lost.
It's just... Why does it feel like something's missing?
At that moment, Su Lezhang truly felt like his soul had been scared out of him. Even Xia Qingyu was made a little nervous by Su Lezhang's constant hints and nudges. Then, Yilan finally realized what was missing.
Damn it! Where's my motorcycle? It wasn't blown up yesterday, was it? Su Lezhang. Xia Qingyu. Why are you still thinking about your broken motorcycle?
Let's take our car first, Xia Qingyu said, rubbing her forehead helplessly.
Yilan could only nod.
Xia Manman drove, Xia Qingyu sat in the passenger seat, and he and Su Lezhang sat in the back.
What's the situation over there?
Xia Qingyu glanced in the rearview mirror, realizing Yilan seemed to be asking her, and shook her head helplessly.
How would I know? From the moment this guy dragged you to our room, we've been with you two at the sewage clinic, and we've been here ever since. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but add, but I'm sure Lin Jiao went in that direction after the explosion yesterday, and she hasn't returned all night. Hasn't returned all night?
Yi Lan was stunned, his expression becoming strange.
Didn't you follow her to the clinic? How do you know she hasn't returned all night? The atmosphere grew quiet. You didn't install that surveillance in her room, did you? Xia Qingyu couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Only a fool would install something so easily discoverable in someone else's room.
Instead, I want to ask you, what exactly did you go and do?
After thinking for a moment, she remembered something else and added, Arthur came to the clinic to check on your condition around 5 a.m.
Seeing you were fine, he left again. Arthur came.
The car was quiet for a moment, and Xia Qingyu fell into thought, the image of seeing Yi Lan last night in her mind.
It's just Yi Lan's injuries, they don't look like they were caused by Yuan Gengeng's explosion at all.
It was as if he had fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Nuclear explosion, a big fire, Lin Zhao not returning all night, something big must have happened there.
I found tens of thousands of mutated giant rats there. To clear them out, I made a bit of a commotion. Poof!
Xia Man, who was driving, almost lost control of the accelerator and stared at Yi Lan with wide eyes.
Don't just throw out numbers. Tens of thousands of mutated giant rats?
Forget about whether you can beat them, those thick-skinned, tough-fleshed things, even if they stood still and let you chop their heads off one by one,
even my sister's good sword would have trouble getting through, right? Xia Qingyu. Man. Why do you always have to use me as an example?
Yi Lan chuckled softly, not explaining much. After all, this involved anomalous powers, which were not something easily discussed.
I blew a big pit and burned them all. Xia Man?
You're saying something so outrageous so casually. Secretly glancing at Su Lejean's expression, which was not good at hiding his emotions, it seemed to show no doubt, really, or confusion.
The
two girls in the front exchanged an unintentional glance, their eyes both a little grave.
If it's true, then Yi Lan's strength assessment needs to be raised a bit. Click. The SUV stopped steadily in front of the Mosquito restaurant.
The engine was turned off, the doors opened, and the four people got out of the car.
Creak.
The door was pushed open, and the restaurant owner at the counter stretched his neck to look. Seeing it was them, he was stunned. Looking at Yi Lan, who was walking normally, he was even more surprised.
You're fine now? Why do I feel like you think I should be on my last breath right now?
Muttering to himself, Yi Lan nodded.
What's the situation there last night? Who's in charge? I don't know, it's not Arthur.
The restaurant owner glanced at the two Twilight God cult members who came in with Yi Lan, and unconsciously frowned.
I'll go cook you some noodles. You 2 bowls, right?
Yes. Yi Lan skillfully found his usual seat for every meal, and the others sat down with him.
Is there something wrong with that clinic?
Xia Qingyu asked the question she wanted to know most all night, even more than what exactly happened at the explosion site. Your roommate's reaction was a bit too extreme. Yi Lan pondered for a moment, then nodded.
This was not information that needed to be kept secret. In the basement of that clinic, there are a pair of sewing doll followers hidden. I have reason to suspect that the old doctor is also a sewing doll follower. Sewing doll? Xia Qingyu's face changed drastically, and she almost stood up directly. What kind of followers?
Yi Lan knew what she wanted to ask, as long as she knew about sewing doll.
They are human, but not entirely human anymore. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath, finally understanding why Su Lejean had been so insistent and cautious all the way here. Why he insisted they accompany him, and why they had to watch every second. He was afraid that he would directly reassemble Yi Lan. You didn't know there were sewing doll people in Sewage Town? Xia Qingyu shook her head definitively. No, we don't have that information. Is that so? Anyway, thank you all.
Yi Lan smiled and shook his head, but, next time, if there's nothing serious, don't send me to the hospital.
What the hell, next time, there's a next time. Speaking of which, how does the Twilight God cult classify sewing doll? Yi Lan asked. Xia Qingyu thought for a moment, feeling a bit tired.
very disliked, but considered a neutral force, not involved in anything.
Neutral force? Yilan frowned, pressing on, not defined as an evil anomaly? He vaguely remembered that in Sewage Town 60 years ago, even Chaos Bell was defined as an evil anomaly. No, Xiao Qingyu clearly had her own opinion on this matter, but in the wasteland, I'm afraid no one doesn't consider it an evil anomaly. Then, she remembered something else. And the two sewing doll followers you encountered? How strong were they?
Quite strong, killed them.
For a moment, Xiao Qingyu was speechless.
This guy was once again saying the most astonishing things in the calmest tone.
So, sister, when we left, why did you suddenly? Xiao Qingyu looked back. The restaurant owner hadn't finished cooking their noodles yet.
She then looked at Yilan and the others, and extended her hand. The shimmering fleck she had picked up from the floor was still on her finger. This is something only found on the divine robes of our Twilight God cult. There was a moment of silence, and everyone thought of something.
Wang Lei? Just do your best.
For a moment, everyone present understood the situation. Given the strength of those two guys, falling into the sewing doll's lair and then disappearing without a trace, it could only mean.
This matter had nothing to do with Yilan and the others, but Xia Manman couldn't help but feel conflicted.
Sister, what are you planning?
Seeing Xiao Qingyu's increasing conflict, Xiao Manman couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. At least she wouldn't be conflicted about it. No, sister. Those two scoundrels treated you like that, and you still want to save them? Sigh.
Xiao Qingyu sighed, speaking with some helplessness.
Don't laugh at me.
If they had fallen into anyone else's hands, I might not have cared whether they lived or died.
But
they fell into the hands of the group of lunatics under the sewing doll, and it's truly. Everyone understood her unspoken words. It was truly a fate worse than death. Unable to die, they would be haphazardly pieced and reassembled, becoming monsters whose appearance even horror films wouldn't dare to depict.
Enduring endless torment and suffering.
In this somewhat somber atmosphere, Yilan suddenly spoke up. Unless they are truly very important people to you, I don't recommend attempting a rescue.
Xiao Qingyu looked at Yilan in confusion.
If Xia Manman had said this, it would be reasonable, but it seemed inappropriate for Yilan to speak. The sewing doll's true body is within Sewage Town, and that clinic old man at least has a way to contact it, Yilan calmly stated.
You can't defeat it, and neither can I. If we rashly attempt a rescue, we'll only add 2 more experimental subjects wailing in the basement. I'm unwilling to lose such important allies.
Even Xia Manman and Xiao Qingyu widened their eyes, speaking in unison.
The sewing doll's true body?
Yes. Then they were indeed powerless.
But we must try to do something, right? Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but earnestly ask Yilan for his opinion. Do you have any suggestions?
His mind was undoubtedly the best at this table, and he seemed to know a lot about the sewing doll.
Why are you asking for my opinion?
Apply pressure, Yilan said.
No matter what it's doing in Sewage Town, it still needs to operate in the wasteland. As long as it's operating in the wasteland, no anomaly should want to provoke.
Oh, provoke the Twilight God cult.
You write a letter, attach the evidence you have, hint that you already know the people are in their hands, and then say something ambiguous in the
letter, such as hoping for help in finding them. Then, at the end of the letter, inexplicably and unreasonably threaten them a bit, saying that if they aren't found, the cult will do such and such. He should then clearly understand that you know where the people are, leaving room for maneuver, but they must return the people. After a pause, Yilan continued, it's best if you ask Arthur to deliver this letter, and you can even tell him directly about this matter. That place is after all a designated institution in Sewage Town, and he should have some say. In that case, with multiple factors combined, keeping those two would definitely be more harmful than beneficial. As long as they aren't involved in a core part of the sewing doll's central plan, they should be returned relatively intact.
Relatively intact.
Xiao Qingyu listened, stunned, slowly considering the feasibility of this plan.
It seemed. It was indeed feasible?
In this way, whether successful or not, they would have at least made an effort, and no matter their fate, they wouldn't have to carry that burden in their hearts later.
Thanks, I'll do that when I get back.
Yilan nodded, smiling, "You're welcome."
Thank you again for escorting me to the sewage clinic this morning.
Actually, he shouldn't have gotten involved in this kind of thing. Whether it succeeded or failed, it might not end well, and there might not even be a better solution than his.
But who could understand his despair upon waking up and finding himself in the sewage clinic? It was like he'd rather have been bitten to death by rats yesterday, okay?
At that moment, seeing Xiaqingyu there, Yilan truly felt as happy as if he were bathed in the light of righteousness. Helping with such a small favor, offering advice, was fine, and it also prevented the low but existing possibility of these two sisters going to their deaths. Of course, Su Lezhang was even more indispensable, but he was a roommate, always clinging to him like a shadow, so there would be plenty of opportunities to repay the favor.
Hey! Your noodles are ready!
The hotel owner returned to the table with 5 steaming bowls of noodles, and stomachs rumbled instantly. The warm steam rising from the noodles made the utterly exhausted Yilan desperately want to return to bed, eat them like takeout in bed, and then
collapse into sleep. Owner, could you pack one to go? Oh. Wait. I'll take one to go too. Su Lezhang immediately shouted.
He had already firmly established his core principle of going wherever his bodyguard went. As long as he was in this cursed sewage town for another day, he would resolutely stick to Yilan.
Alright, coming right up.
The hotel owner took the noodles away to package them, and Xiaqingyu looked up. Then have a good rest, and I wish you a speedy recovery.
Yilan nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. You still want to explore the underwater submarine?
Mentioning this again, Xiaqingyu nodded gravely.
The festival starts tomorrow.
If we still don't understand what conspiracy the rotten god cult is up to, it's truly hard to rest easy.
Indeed.
He didn't know about the rotten god cult, but Lin Jiao's attitude was truly puzzling. Yesterday, using the token was a desperate measure, but Lin Jiao was different. The matter had nothing to do with her, she had all the advantages and nothing to rush, so she could do what she wanted at her own pace. And then, she did indeed help him. Helping him was very unreasonable. They're packed. Be careful on your way, don't spill them.
Okay. Yilan took the noodles and stood up. I'll give you an answer this afternoon.
Things were getting more and more chaotic, and there was more and more to deal with. It felt like every place was a mystery, yet every place was a breakthrough, leaving Yilan unsure where to start. And having gained a brand new anomaly, with his psionic exhaustion recovered, Yilan no longer needed to be so timid. Even exploring the submarine wouldn't be impossible for him. If he got excited, he might just snap his fingers and collect your submarine. But only he understood that the greatest danger underwater was not the rotten god cult, nor that submarine, but something deeper. Of course, all of this would have to wait until afternoon, when he unlocked his advanced commission permissions and saw what commission Sewage Town had issued. Perhaps
he might even meet a truly high-sequence fellow inmate, the Wandering Balance.
Creak. As he stepped out of the shop door, the moment Yilan turned to casually close the door, he froze dead in his tracks. Standing at the doorway, he looked towards the spot where he usually sat, beneath the photo frame. The girl looked up, gazing at the photo frame on the table.
This scene. This moment. Why did it feel so familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before? I'll investigate thoroughly.
Walking back to Sewage Inn, and pushing open the door to his room, Yilan was still thinking about that last scene.
Xiaqingyu was sitting in the same spot he had been sitting in, looking up at the portrait? When had he ever seen a scene like this? Xiaqingyu did look at that thing every time she came here to eat, but it seemed unrelated to this scene, right? Damn it. Finally back, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. I want to sleep soundly.
As soon as Su Lezhang entered the room, he jumped straight onto his bed, lying spread-eagled, looking as if he had no intention of getting up.
Slurp.
Yilan was too lazy to bother with him. He had already unwrapped a package of noodles and was slurping them down. But he still gave him a reminder. I'm going out at 11 in the morning, you can arrange your own schedule.
11? Su Lezhang sat up in despair. Bro, are you really not sleepy? Are you really not tired? You're covered in injuries.
I feel like I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. How are you so energetic?
Yilan.
It's really different for me. I've slept for dozens, even hundreds of years. If it weren't for getting sleepy, I truly wouldn't want to sleep ever again.
Ah, ha.
Yilan yawned, feeling dead tired, and sped up his eating, unwrapping a second bowl of noodles. Eating this kind of thing had completely lost any enjoyment for him. It was solely for replenishing psionic energy and filling his stomach.
I'm just saying, you don't have to follow me everywhere.
I'm not doing anything, I'm just going to pick up a commission, and then I'll come back.
There won't be any more incidents.
You should just sleep, right? In my opinion, the probability of you being assassinated in the room is infinitely close to zero.
Su Lezhang disagreed, rebutting loudly, but it's still not equal to zero, is it? Gulp gulp.
Yilan drank the last of the soup, threw the food scraps into the trash can, and lay down on the bed.
If you casually open 2 rings, it will be exactly 0. Su Lezhang.
But speaking of which, he really was almost completely without value now. His small communicator had long since been swapped by someone, and the anomalous formless hand had been taken by Yilan, and it itself knew nothing. As long as he didn't leave the room, whatever those people outside did, even if they broke their heads, it had nothing to do with him.
Sigh.
You say, if.
Who?
Snoring gradually began from Yilan's bed. He had fallen into a deep sleep.
Sigh. Su Lezhang's gaze gradually deepened, and he clenched his fist while looking at the ceiling.
They all think I'm here to help you implement and achieve your goals, but Grandpa,
I won't let your plan succeed. Rumble.
At noon, a vehicle, with its unique roar, arrived at the town guard building. The car door closed, and out stepped one person who looked well, and another who looked as if he were about to die from exhaustion. Yilan, walking ahead, took 2 steps and couldn't help but glance back at Su Lezhang, a little speechless. I'm just saying, even if I unlock advanced permissions, there should be some confidentiality mechanisms, so you won't be able to see anything anyway.
Why did you insist on coming with me? I'm your bodyguard. Su Lezhang said very firmly. He's a body sticker, right?
Even after witnessing such an exaggerated scene, Su Lezhang was actually able to adjust to a good mindset and interact with him peacefully and
normally.
In a sense, his mindset was truly excellent. Of course, his chosen excuse was also good. A powerful force meant that everyone was now on the same level.
Was Radiant City a small force?
Soon, Yilan walked to the commission board, just as Arthur, drinking water, walked out of the building.
Put.
A mouthful of water sprayed out, and Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment.
Yilan?
He observed Yilan's gait. Apart from being a little tired, it was perfectly smooth.
So, you're fine? This morning, hadn't he gone to check on him?
Those injuries felt like he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for months. The scene that had gradually faded from his mind, the hellish sight outside the factory last night, flashed through his mind like a slideshow once more. It really was, when he first opened his mind and invited him to join the town guard for a temporary position, how could he have ever imagined
Yilan's strength to be this terrifying? What happened there afterward?
Seeing Arthur also surprised Yilan a little, and he couldn't help but inquire about the situation inside.
Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman might not know, but Arthur definitely would.
He had been present at the scene yesterday and left much later than him.
Remembering last night, and then Yilan brought up last night, Arthur sighed. I don't know. The town defense force sealed off the area, but the Rotten God cult took over the investigation. The Rotten God cult took over. Lin Jiao has her eyes on that place? This piece of information made Yilan slightly uneasy. With their methods, even if they couldn't restore it like Mindcat, they could still get some accurate inferences and find useful clues. So, should this matter be handled by the town guard or the town defense force? Arthur spread his hands. Both have the right, you understand? Everyone can find reasons why their own side is more reasonable and the other is unsuitable, but our town guard can't beat them. Of course, if Yilan hadn't been injured and considered himself a member of the town guard, then it might be a different story. Evidently, Arthur also had questions he very much wanted to ask. So what exactly happened? Why did you go there in the middle of the night, and why were there that many mutated giant rats there? Yilan looked at Arthur seriously, a hint of confusion in his eyes. You really don't know? But it didn't matter, this matter was actually no longer important. The formless hand was already in his possession, and the mutated giant rats had been dealt with. The only people who would still pay special attention to this were those who were informed and suffered losses. Simply put, someone in the town collaborated with Radiant City, requested reinforcements but didn't connect with the higher-ups, and didn't make proper contingency plans, burning themselves in the process. Arthur. Are you really not saying that specifically for me to hear? You know, oh no, what did you discover? Arthur asked tentatively, completely unaware that his lips, which had just drunk water, seemed a little dry. I don't know anything. Yilan glanced at him, then retracted his gaze, pointing at Su Lezhang. It's just that his item was recently swapped by someone, which further corroborates that someone in the town is collaborating with Radiant City. Clap. Arthur excitedly slapped the wall, his eyes wide with anger, appearing both surprised and furious. Such a thing happened? Colluding with outsiders, and brazenly stealing something under your protection? Don't worry, I'll thoroughly investigate this matter. Yilan. Wandering balance. Yes, if I hadn't seen it last night, I almost would have believed it. Arthur quickly skipped this topic and then asked, after we chatted that day, my pistol was stolen. Do you have any leads? Yilan blinked. Are you serious or just going through the motions? I don't know, but I'll help you investigate this matter. Arthur nodded in satisfaction, patting Yilan's shoulder. Thanks, this item is very important to me. You're too kind, too kind. Yilan showed a beaming smile. To think something like this happened, that someone dared to steal from the town guard. Right in front of you, so brazenly. I will thoroughly investigate. Arthur. Those words sound a bit familiar. Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic? Alright, then I'll go on patrol first. I'll make sure to catch the thief for the guest from Radiant City as soon as possible. Oh, right. He was about to leave, but then he suddenly remembered that Yilan had come here for a reason, a mission? Yilan nodded lightly. This was, in itself, the hint Arthur had given him at the beginning. You'll see it very soon. Arthur nodded, no longer delaying Yilan's business. To provide Yilan with a more convenient space, he left the sewage town building. After Arthur left, Su Lezhang seemed a little confused. Why did your conversation feel so strange? It sounded very normal, like two good colleagues discussing work, but every word and sentence seemed to have an underlying meaning? It was perfectly normal, Yilan said casually, silently adding in his mind. Just actors putting on a show. Finally, he arrived in front of the mission board. Yilan took a deep breath and pressed the Wanderer badge onto it. A faint gray mist rose, gradually covering the badge in Yilan's hand. The contents of various missions appeared on it. Indeed. 2 brand new missions appeared here. Yilan glanced at them, a slight curl forming on his lips. It really was exactly as Xiaoqing Yu said, just this simple. Mission objective, go to Mosquito Restaurant. Mission objective, go to Sewage Inn. Mission reward, 1 missed blue coin. Requester, Xiaoqing Yu. Accept. Yilan muttered to himself, making a tearing motion on the mission with the hand holding the Wanderer badge. The Wanderer badge left the mission board, and the thin mist dispersed with it, quickly returning to its normal state. Now what?
Su Lejang gradually shook off his drowsiness. After all, even the sleepiest person eventually wakes up after getting up early. Eat, Yilan said, walking towards the car that had pulled up.
Su Lejang? Eating again?
Are you a pig?
Boom!
The vehicle started, speeding along the road it traveled back and forth every day, already more than familiar.
Can 3 days really make a person adapt to their current environment?
Unconsciously, it felt as if every aspect of Sewage Town had been lived in for a long time. Familiar, and even something he would miss later. He wondered how his motorcycle was doing. He couldn't walk back and forth with all this hassle. Since Xia Qingyu had no plans for today, she lent her off-road vehicle directly to Yilan. Upon entering Mosquito Restaurant, he ordered 2 bowls of noodles as usual.
After much internal struggle, Su Lejang also bought a bowl.
The two quickly ate their food in the restaurant, then packed up another bowl for takeout, and got back into the car. Entering Suijin, the hotel owner was sitting at the front desk as usual, his gaze at Yilan subtly complex. They exchanged slight nods, which counted as a greeting. Yilan walked all the way back to his room, 401. To be honest, every time he passed 404 and 402, he felt a sense of potential accidents, but his room was at the very end.
Boom!
To be honest, Yilan himself couldn't eat anymore. He placed the takeout on the table, turned, and walked out of the room, starting the car and driving towards the town guard building. Su Lejang was so disoriented he began to doubt his life, seriously pondering the necessity of getting up and following him out.
Wouldn't it be better to sleep until now and then go out with Yilan? The car parked steadily in the town guard building's courtyard.
This time, Yilan didn't see Arthur.
He walked directly to the mission board. He placed the Wanderer badge on it.
Gray mist swirled around his fingertips, and the mission board lit up successfully once again. He clicked submit on his 2 missions. Amidst a flicker of gray mist, they had already changed to a mission complete status. How amazing, Yilan sighed in his heart. Compared to the first time he accepted a mission, the Devil Black Chile one, he hadn't personally handled much. Arthur had done the acceptance and
completion.
This time, he truly felt the wonder of the wandering mission. It could even, through some means, authenticate and automatically recognize the completion status of a mission. At this moment, another line of small text was added below the mission.
Hint: the requester for this mission is a high-credit user.
The mission is set for self-collection of reward and no deposit has been made to the Wanderer Camp or local authorized agency. Please claim your reward directly from the publisher. After the hint, more and more gray mist gathered around his ID Wanderer badge, as if undergoing some kind of maintenance or upgrade. Immediately after, in an instant, a deeper gray mist descended, like a smoke bomb exploding, completely enveloping the mission board and Yilan
himself. Su Lejang couldn't even see Yilan anymore.
At this moment, Yilan felt as if he had been frozen in place. A powerful force that wasn't his own was swirling and converging around him, and even on the mission board, an increasingly tangible power was rising.
As if something was coalescing.
Finally, Yilan felt a gaze fall upon him. Then, a deep, echoing voice, as if with reverb, spoke.
Who is issuing meaningless missions in this place, wasting my power and computing resources?
Yilan couldn't see the source of the voice, only the surging gray mist on the mission board. But he knew, very clearly, that the wandering balance had arrived. Or more accurately, it was the gaze of the wandering balance, for who knew where its true body was?
Anomaly 014, Wandering Balance. To date, this was the top-tier anomaly Yilan had truly encountered in the wasteland, an anomaly starting with a 10. Hello, we finally meet.
Yilan thought long and hard, and with words that fit his identity, he delivered a rather satisfying opening line. This sentence broke the silence, and then plunged the mission board into an even greater silence. Or rather, disarray. Finally, the voice, like it had reverb, coming from all directions, spoke again.
You are awake?
Yilan nodded, at a loss for words for a moment.
They weren't close. Truly not close.
If it were the mind cat he was talking to, he would definitely have gone up to reminisce with an oh, meow.
This place, sigh, you shouldn't be here. How about I pick you up and take you out? Pick me up and take me out? Good cycle. Take me out? Does the wandering balance have the ability to freely take itself out of the sealed sewage town? And since it said so, it must know what exactly happened here. No need. Just tell me what's going on here right now.
After a long pause, the voice came again.
No. Those two guys sealed my mouth. I can't disobey. Sealed mouth. Those two guys?
There's no one else, 002 and 003. 002 was understandable, since it has long been known that the rotten god cult is deeply rooted here, but 003. So does the Twilight God cult really have an ulterior motive in this place? Are you asking me this through this method? It hesitated, still persuading, you. Please be very careful. Humans don't understand your power, and they act without restraint. If you accidentally lose your mind, that would be. Yilan shook his head. He hadn't intended for the wandering balance to reveal everything to him. If he had to ask them face to face, why wouldn't he just let Lin Jiao or Xiaoqing Yu pay the price to create an opportunity for 002 or 003 to discover
him? After all, he didn't know them, and his strength was too weak right now. What he wanted was to analyze what was happening here by looking at the missions in Sewage Town. No need, just help me unlock the permissions for the Wanderer badge. The wandering balance seemed to have not expected such a simple request and agreed without hesitation. Upgrading permissions now, it'll be ready soon. I didn't expect you to need such a mortal item. In fact, I could even give you the Wanderer camp, but I feel that would be an insult to you. How could you govern a force under my command? Yilan. It's not insulting at all. He's currently underpowered. If he could truly gain full control over the Wanderer camp, a force that has been rooted in the wasteland for decades and is protected by anomalies, the path ahead would be unimaginably smooth. But since the wandering balance said so. Whoosh! The Wanderer badge continuously absorbed mist like a metal, only taking in and not letting out. The badge grew brighter and brighter, even undergoing a certain change in its form. Then, as if the sun's light in the sky dimmed for an instant, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground, reaching to the heavens, bright and thick, drawing everyone's gaze. In Sewage Town, the patrolling Arthur suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the town guard building, muttering to himself. Can it really unlock advanced mission permissions at this time? In Sewage in 402, Xiaoqing Yu raised her head, looking at the pillar of light, a little lost in thought. This is? Under Sewage Town, the lights inside the submarine flickered. In countless vessels and on the rotten, hellish open ground, swaying, some kind of plant appeared. A group of people ran around in a panic, shouting continuously, "Protect the holy object!" Further away, at the headquarters of the Wanderer camp, several people simultaneously raised their heads. A new legendary Wanderer? The huge commotion lasted for nearly half a minute, causing Yilan to frown. It's too much of a commotion. Can you help me hide my identity? The pillar of light rapidly weakened, and the voice of the wandering balance slowly came through. Understood. This will only tell others that a new legendary wanderer has appeared, but no one will know who became the legendary wanderer. Yilan nodded, glanced at the new wanderer badge, and then looked up. Where are you now? Actually, he wasn't asking this question very seriously. After all, it was too far away. Even if it said where it was, what could he do now? Go there? The essence of this sentence was similar to "Have you eaten breakfast?" or "Did you sleep well last night?" But unexpectedly, this sentence seemed to touch a sensitive nerve of the wandering balance, stirring up unpredictable changes in the atmosphere for a moment. Then, a half-affirmative rhetorical question. Is 299 on you? Yilan was stunned, then nodded. He couldn't hide it, nor was there any way to hide it. After a long time, the echoing voice spoke again.
It wasn't hostile, but it carried a sense of self-protection and aloofness. There was even a hint of pleading.
Boss, I like my current life. Don't look for me anymore. Ha! Yilan didn't understand what it was saying.
The figure of the mind cat appeared on Yilan's shoulder, and in an instant, it jumped onto the mission board.
How can you be like this, meow? We clearly agreed back then to change the current state of the world and end these disasters, meow.
The mist in front of the mission board surged, and a part of it, like the mist surrounding Yilan, enveloped the mind cat.
There are other ways, still other ways to find.
002, 003, they are all trying and searching.
No, meow. Can't you see the power of 001, meow? He is the greatest hope, meow. So what?
Completely different from the formless hand, the wandering balance had a feeling of wanting to avoid the mind cat, and its voice didn't
have much intimacy. Did the containment tower succeed? We all stayed inside obediently, but didn't the human world still perish overnight?
It paused, then spoke again. This time, its words carried an undeniable declaration to the mind cat.
It was also telling Yilan.
After leaving the containment tower, all anomalies reached a most basic consensus, except for you.
We will never be contained again. We will not lose our freedom again. Claw. Claw.
The mind cat scratched the mission board in dissatisfaction, questioning.
But can you control your influence? Don't you know that the characteristics and influence of anomalies affect everything in this world? We are not suitable to live in a world with humans, meow. I can.
The wandering balance roared. Why do you think the Wanderer's task board, which covers all inhabited places in the wasteland today, exists?
Why did I create it? For fun? For convenience? Wrong.
I meticulously designed it, combining my needs, influence, power, cost, and all elements together, and integrating them into it while balancing the
world's rules, thus laying the foundation for today's wandering mission. One of your powers is large-scale psionic connection. As long as you can't vent it, meow, you can mess everything up, meow. One of your needs is the exertion of power. Anomalies can only maintain their power by continuously fulfilling their needs. This means that even if you are unwilling, you must continuously drive the people around you to do things, meow. Your influence is the omnipresent proliferation of anomalies and the deviation of results. You tell me, can these things of yours exist in the world? But suddenly, it froze, and even Yilan seemed to understand something. He understood the meaning of the Wanderer's task board's existence. The wandering balance, through its own power, built a platform, a Wanderer's task board that spread throughout the entire wasteland. Through this, it continuously consumed its own power. Its need was to drive. And through the platform built by the Wanderer's task board, there would be a continuous stream of people taking on missions, posting missions, and completing missions here, causing everyone to actively do things they wouldn't normally do, achieving driving without enslavement. The feedback from the missions also gave it enough psionic replenishment to restore its consumed power. Then, through its insight, combined with the previous costs and needs, the existence of the mission board perfectly operated within the new human society. Humans who took on missions, whether for justice, personal gain, or money, everyone got what they wanted. Missions were taken on one by one, problems were solved one by one, and in this way, through another method, its influence dissipated. Its influence was minimized, allowing it to exist reasonably in this world. It's quite ingenious. To be honest, Yilan felt a bit emotional. For an anomaly, to minimize its influence on the human world while maintaining its power, and to cycle its costs and influence within a single matter. It was truly quite impressive. And it's not just me like this? Mist Forging, 003 Pure Remnant Sun, and all the anomalies led by it, even 002 Rotten Tree, which of us isn't thinking of other ways, racking our brains to protect these weak and fragile humans? Do you think this is easy? Did we not put in any effort or sacrifice? But, meow. The mind cat's words couldn't be spoken.
The wandering balance let out a cry that had been suppressed for who knows how long, the heartfelt voice of countless anomalies throughout their
lives. Why is it that we anomalies don't deserve to live in this world? Why is it that from birth to death, we must be locked up for a lifetime? So-called containment.
Such emotionally charged words left no room for rebuttal. It was even hard to believe they came from an anomaly.
Yet, they were the ones with the most powerful strength in the world. They were all intelligent beings, all living on this land, so why? Honestly, even Yilan, would he truly be willing to be imprisoned in the containment tower for all eternity? He didn't even know how he became an anomaly. Wasn't the mind cat the same? Among all the anomalies in this world, which one knew its origin? Swish!
A wave of mist rippled across the Wanderer's taskboard, and the advanced wandering mission appeared, revealing the largest and highest one, with a
layout bigger than all other missions. It was the only S+ rank mission on the entire board.
It hung high, and who knew how long it had been there. The mission's completion record showed over 300,000 acceptances and nearly 4,000 rewards claimed. Mission content: destroy all former containment tower organizations, affiliated forces, locations, and still-serving personnel worldwide. Below it were the joint signatures of the 7 major orthodox religions and the 3 major evil cults of the wasteland. A place where 002 and 003 reached a consensus and appeared together. The wandering balance, with the clearest facts and data, conveyed this truth to Yilan. This is our stance, the stance of all anomalies. And, the over 300,000 acceptance counts, the choices made by humans themselves. After a long silence, its tone softened slightly, echoing here once more. Times have changed, boss. That era is no more. This new civilization after the apocalypse includes us. Anomalies, humans, we can all live in this world, live together. Silence. Finally, the mind cat broke the silence, appearing somewhat calm. Let me in, meow. Let's talk alone, meow. The gray mist flowed slowly, as if the wandering balance was hesitating, then it sucked the mind cat inside. Yilan only felt the sense of being watched disappear. The wandering balance and the mind cat had temporarily left this place. Quietly, Yilan's mood was a bit disheveled. So, what 003 meant by anomalies to anomalies, humans to humans, each existing on this land was actually this. He didn't know how to comment on it for a while. After all, the apocalypse had already arrived long ago. What he wanted to know more was what the mind cat meant by the new containment, and what it had hidden from him. Wait, wasn't this a golden opportunity? Yilan suddenly lowered his head, looked at the formless hand, and spoke seriously. You were stopped by the little cat before. What exactly is the containment method it mentioned, and why didn't it want you to tell me? Yilan's hand gradually glowed with gold, the formless hand appeared, then hummed softly twice. Paper and pen? Oh right, you can't speak, wait a moment. Yilan quickly took out paper and a pen. He placed the paper on his left palm, and his right hand, wearing the formless hand, held the pen and placed it on the paper. Soon, the formless hand controlled Yilan's right hand, scribbling words rapidly on the paper. It can't contain anymore. It can't even achieve the containment tower's containment method. It just wants to save humanity but has no way, so it came up with a possibility that still holds a bit of hope. Yilan frowned. No way to contain? The little cat actually didn't have a containment method? As he thought, the formless hand continued writing downwards on the paper. The containment tower's containment method is centered on your power, suppressing the influence brought by us anomalies, and then, within the massive containment tower, carving out an area that can barely sustain our needs for different anomalies, which are essentially cages. This prevents us from affecting the human world, maintaining us at a minimum level to prevent loss of control. Many anomalies even live their entire lives without leaving their small rooms. Yilan nodded. I understand that. Wasn't that me back then? It cannot do this, and the human civilization after the apocalypse can no longer support such a project. So its idea is much simpler and cruder, to remove the very existence and meaning of the containment tower, and for you to collect, or rather, devour all of us into yourself. Under your control, when we are devoured, we can retain consciousness and faint power. Anomalies will completely lose freedom and space for activity, and you will truly become the strongest and only anomaly in the world, with only you. You can contain us and suppress us, and you won't affect the outside world.
This is its method. Yi Lan's mouth gradually widened.
Please don't blame the little cat, okay? The formless hand hesitated before writing. Actually, there's a simpler way to save the world.
What method? As long as your power is completely depleted and you go mad, you will devour all anomalies. Without anomalies, the danger of the wasteland will be solved. Humanity will experience a second apocalypse, but some will always survive.
Although that surviving group will be small, they will eventually multiply and cover this land again.
That era will be free from the influence of anomalies.
Compared to such a foolproof plan, she trusts that you can fully control yourself and bring a future to humanity.
Should he blame the little cat for not telling him about this? It seemed he couldn't.
It might have let down all anomalies in this world, but it certainly didn't let him down. If they followed this method, only he would truly live in the end, even it would only be a part that remained within him.
But this wasn't what Yi Lan wanted.
And the formless hand continued to scribble downwards.
But forgive my bluntness, this would be even more terrifying, posing a greater hidden danger to human civilization.
Because once you gather the power of all anomalies, you will truly be invincible.
Even if you couldn't possibly harm humans, some things are unknown to anyone and uncontrollable by anyone. If you were to lose control inexplicably, just like on the day the apocalypse arrived.
That possibility no longer needed the formless hand to continue writing. Yi Lan could already imagine it. Before, he had no power from any other anomalies on him, and no one had restored any power to him. He was as weak as he was now. But even then, a sudden influence from him led to this terrifying apocalypse.
So, what would happen when he concentrated all anomalies, when his power became unimaginably terrifying? This world might not even exist anymore, right? But, by devouring? Devouring these roommates? Oh my goodness.
The wandering balance and the mind cat had not yet returned. Yi Lan seized the time to ask the formless hand more about things he didn't know.
If you are devoured into me, what will happen to you?
The pen paused for a moment, then continued writing.
Of course, it depends on how much power you devour.
I'm not even devoured, just being used by you has already made me like this.
Think about my strength when you first met me, and what it is now.
Most of our power will go to replenish the deficit in your body's power, maintaining a very low level of strength, even losing the ability to act.
As Sister Cat says, blackening triples strength, whitening weakens by 70%. Yi Lan. Oh my goodness, what did it teach you? I know its extracurricular readings are extensive, but can you stop misusing them in the wrong contexts? It's so jarring. So, if that's the case, you're still willing to be contained within me?
Yi Lan was a bit confused, and also, complicated. At that time, the formless hand, no matter how weak its strength, could always find a way to escape.
But in the end, it agreed to such an unreasonable request?
The formless hand was silent for a moment, moving the pen several times, only to cross out what it wrote. Finally, as if it had thought it through clearly, it wrote it down. Because I feel like you all are so weak you're about to die. I can't even imagine what would happen if you didn't get my replenishment and encountered another anomaly. Yi Lan. Yi Lan also understood that the formless hand wasn't doing it for him, but was afraid that the little cat, its former big sister, couldn't hold on anymore. Anomalies, do they also value loyalty so much? But for a moment, Yi Lan was also a bit confused. But I remember, back in the containment tower, there was a time when the little cat even asked me if there was a way to break you guys out, so how did it? It suddenly went to the other extreme? Perhaps it yearned too much for the beauty of the human world? So when the apocalypse came, everyone left, and all that beauty was destroyed, which is why it so resolutely wanted to complete a containment again. Actually, it wouldn't possibly want this. It's cheerful, enthusiastic, and gets along exceptionally well with every anomaly in our containment tower. It's just, it has a much stronger human complex than any of us other anomalies. It's just too desperate, with no other way, just clinging to hope with this last possibility. And I think it didn't tell you its plan not to hide it, but because it hadn't even decided if it should do this itself. You, fellow, are quite good at talking. Are you worried that I'll be displeased with the little cat because of this? It's actually like an innocent little girl who doesn't know what to do. He nodded gently. Yilan felt a bit wistful for a moment. So, what should he do?
Meow meow.
A surge of mist, and the mine cat finally jumped out of the wanderer's taskboard, looking somewhat smug.
Although I didn't convince it, meow, my influence is great, meow. It said it's willing to mark all hidden, historical, and highly relevant key missions related to this matter, meow. With that, meow, I believe with Big Brother's brain, he can definitely analyze everything, meow. This is the charm of social interaction, meow. It marked all the key related missions? That really helped a lot. Yilan nodded, looking at the advanced wandering mission board again. Sure enough, 6 enlarged, highlighted missions appeared.
Yilan grabbed the wanderer badge and pressed it on, the highlighted missions disappeared, and were recorded. Having done all this, Yilan looked at the mine cat with quite a complex expression.
What's wrong, meow? The mine cat's tiny head showed great confusion, then it suddenly thought of something and looked at the formless hand. You? Meow. Its tense body gradually relaxed, and it slumped gently onto Yilan's arm, muttering softly. So, Big Brother, what will you choose to do, meow? Yilan thought for a moment, then showed a reassuring smile, gently stroking the mine cat's back. Don't be too impatient, the road is still long. We'll slowly contain and kill those anomalies that deliberately harm the human world and those who can't control their influence, like the ones who turned Sewage Town into this ghostly state, and then Yilan picked up the little cat, forehead touching forehead. Give me some time, let me get a little stronger, and I will find a way for humans and anomalies to truly coexist without mutual influence. The mind cat was indeed motivated by this inspiring pep talk. After all, 001 should indeed be omnipotent. First, we need to find an answer. Yilan narrowed his eyes. What exactly are anomalies, how did anomalies appear, and, looking at his reflection in the mind cat's pupils, and, how did I become an anomaly? Unsolved. Damn it. This is too much. Su Lezhang, who was turning the key to start the car, felt more and more that he was the bodyguard. Why was he always doing bodyguard work? You actually managed to pass the Wandering Balances review and unlock advanced commissions with just these 2 absurd commissions? The simplicity of your tasks is even more outrageous than the tasks he grinded back then. It's like, why was I banned for cheating, but your cheating became a virtue? However, Yilan rarely looked in an ordinary mood, one could even say he seemed preoccupied. Su Lezhang was also quite perceptive, simply driving without disturbing him. Just like that, the car stopped below the sewage inn. The 2 went upstairs and returned to room 401. Yilan still didn't speak. He sat at his table and casually unwrapped his takeout. While eating, he found several large sheets of paper, spread them on the desk, then injected psionic energy into the Wanderer badge and placed it on the paper. Amidst a faint mist, the commissions he had recorded were like a projector, replicating the information onto the new paper. No matter what, Sewage Town was the top priority right now. When anomaly containment was no longer as feasible, Yilan's future power acquisition could only come from those more impactful and evil anomalies. He might not encounter one for a very long time, yet his hunger continuously appeared with the consumption of power. Under the current circumstances, any anomalies in Sewage Town definitely had to be contained if possible, the more the better. Even if it was just to allow him to live comfortably for a period after leaving, without so much pressure. Soon, Yilan's gaze slightly narrowed. Commission, B rank. Time, Apocalypse Year 2. Commission content, help requested, an anomaly has appeared in Sewage Town. Its location is beneath the sewage ditch within the town, bringing many strange occurrences. Requesting help from major powers. Apocalypse Year 2. Yilan nodded lightly. This time was easy to understand. Apocalypse year must be a new calendar starting after the apocalypse arrived. Apocalypse year 2 meant the second year after the apocalypse arrived. Calculating the time, this should be shortly after the magic scythe was repelled, and the mayor of Sewage Town was troubled by whatever was beneath the sewage. However, at this time, the apocalypse had just arrived, humanity suffered heavy losses, and had not yet explored a systematic new power. Moreover, there were out-of-control anomalies and anomalous phenomena everywhere. The entire wasteland was in chaos. The plight of Sewage Town, at that time, was probably just one of many seemingly ordinary incidents. It was unlikely to receive much attention with just such a description. Therefore, unless Sewage Town could offer a reward that would make others envious enough to risk their own crystals exploding, it was unlikely that any major power would come to assist. But Yilan squinted his eyes, looking at the end of the commission. Recipient, Rotten God Cult. As expected, the Rotten God Cult had already intervened and stationed people here long-term at that time. At that time, even the Rotten God Cult had probably only been established for about a year, with very little strength or manpower. Long-term stationing of a large elite team. However, this commission probably didn't have any more information, which was something he had already analyzed. Yilan couldn't help but continue looking down. Commission level, B rank, time, Apocalypse Year 2. Yilan felt that some major information was coming. In the same year, Sewage Town also issued another commission? Commission title, requesting help from the major righteous cults of the wasteland. Commission content, due to an anomalous threat, a portion of our town's residents are plotting a conspiracy with extremists. Requesting the major righteous cults to send people to help us expel heretics. So, Sewage Town was indeed divided into two factions at that time? Continuing to look down, Yilan's gaze suddenly froze. Commission reward, information on the anomalous chaos bell. What is this? This can be a reward? And, the chaos bell was just openly displayed like this? However, in those years, perhaps only something like this could attract the attention of the big shots whose own homes were still in disarray. From the title content to the reward, it clearly indicated the existence of two anomalies. In that turbulent year, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. But compared to the next piece of information, this information seemed to be nothing. Recipient, Twilight God Cult. Commission status, completed, commission archived and hidden. The Twilight God Cult accepted the commission? That means in Apocalypse Year 2, the Twilight God Cult accepted Sewage Town's commission in the same year? That means, in the year the Rotten God Cult's people arrived in Sewage Town, the Twilight God Cult's people also came? The commission status was even completed. But completed what the hell? For so many years, it seems no one has seen any traces of the Twilight God Cult here, nor have any problems been solved. Were the people sent by the Twilight God Cult eliminated by the Rotten God Cult? That doesn't make sense either. Given their respective positions, relationships, and even styles of action, the Twilight God Cult would continuously send people, right? This place would have long become a battlefield. But clearly, nothing of the sort happened. Aside from the various anomalies, Sewage Town was practically extremely peaceful. Continuing to look down, Sewage Town seemed to have vanished without a trace from then on. The next time a commission was issued, it actually jumped to Apocalypse Year 55. After the two great divine churches intervened, Sewage Town seemed to have not sent out any news for decades. Commission level, A rank. Time, Apocalypse Year 55. High credibility certification, publisher, Twilight God Cult. Commission content, a picture frame-shaped anomaly has left Sewage Town and is at risk of losing control. All surrounding forces and settlements are requested to pay attention to safety and closely monitor relevant clues. Any provider of effective clues will be rewarded with 1 gene enhancement or an opportunity for this cult's faith trial. Based on the significance of the clue, the number of rewards is unlimited. Picture frame? Lost control and left Sewage Town? Publisher. Twilight God Cult? Yilan squinted his eyes. This only indicated one thing. For 53 years, the Twilight God cult's gaze had always been on Sewage Town. This picture frame was probably the shadow of the past he saw in the restaurant. It had left. Lost control. Was it really lost control? But the current problem was that this picture frame was still in Sewage Town. Yilan continued to look down and saw that in the recipient section, besides anonymous recipients, most of the major righteous cults of the wasteland were listed, but the Rotten God cult was notably absent. Commission status, completed. The commission was completed, which means the shadow of the past was eventually brought back under the Twilight God cult's control. But it was now in Sewage Town. What was going on? There's no way the Twilight God cult caught it and then sent it back, right? Prototype. Yilan's gaze shifted to the next page, the time being year 63 of the Apocalypse calendar. Which is this year? Publisher, Luo Cho of Sewage Town. Commission, Sewage Town Annual Celebration, only major forces may accept. Commission content, the annual celebration is approaching, and the town does not wish to be disturbed. All forces are requested to restrain their reach and not allow anyone, for any reason, to enter or disturb Sewage Town. Commission reward any acceptor, as long as no one under their command appears in Sewage Town within the time limit, will receive a controllable ability object as a reward. Below, the heads of the 7 major righteous cults jointly guaranteed the commission. And the number of times this commission had been accepted had actually exceeded 1,000. Holy crap! In other words, as long as these acceptors didn't come, the commissioner would have to simultaneously issue over 1,000 ability objects? How could Sewage Town have such a foundation? Wandering Balance isn't foolish, it's a very credit-worthy platform. This means it can definitely ensure that the commissioner has the ability to distribute such a reward. And those capable of bearing such an expense. Among the signatories, primarily the Twilight God cult, were the heads of the 7 major righteous cults of the wasteland. Yilan narrowed his eyes, his gaze slightly condensed. The lines were gradually becoming clear. What exactly was 003 doing in Sewage Town? Even if one didn't think conspiratorially, perhaps it genuinely couldn't clear Sewage Town's curse, so what was the need to pay so much attention? But then again, if that were the case, Sewage Town should have been strictly guarded, so how did he enter so easily? The commissioner, Luo Cho. And the first person he met after entering Sewage Town was Arthur. Arthur allowed him to enter Sewage Town. Now, thinking back to those few conversations, they truly felt full of loopholes. What are you doing in Sewage Town? I'm out of resources, I came in to resupply. Then, the blockaded Sewage Town actually let him in? However, it couldn't be said that this commission had no effect. Although Sewage Town now gathered many forces, they were all at the wasteland's ceiling level, and only they were worthy of being forced participants. Here. The first righteous cult of the wasteland, the Twilight God cult. The first evil cult of the wasteland, the Rotten God cult. The first city-state of the wasteland, Radiant City. And 001, the head of anomalies, Yilan. Damn it, third brother, what exactly do you want to do here? Yilan rubbed his forehead. Continuing to look down, even though Yilan had been stunned so many times, he still couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. How did this have nothing to do with Sewage Town? Commission level A rank. Time, year 53 of the Apocalypse calendar. Commissioner, Guangwei City Non-Natural Detective Association. Commission content: a large-scale, unexplained disappearance of people occurred in Guangwei City Lower District. The public is in a state of panic. After multiple investigations by our side yielded no results, and after commissioning the City Lord's mansion to investigate, no results were still given. We are now widely seeking out various experts from the wasteland and righteous cults to come forward and solve the problem. Radiant City population disappearance. It wasn't a question of importance, but rather, was there any necessary connection between this matter and the events in Sewage Town? Radiant City. So this commission was directed at Radiant City, or at least had an implicit connection. Yilan looked down,
the mission had been accepted dozens of times, yet it remained uncompleted. The last person to abandon the commission was a legendary wanderer from a wanderer camp, who left a note at the end. Upon investigation, this situation did indeed occur, but it disappeared without a trace after the commission was issued, and no similar situations
have occurred since.
Regardless of the initial purpose, the other party has already abandoned the action, but someone helped conceal the traces. There are no clues, and too much time has passed. This commission is recommended to be cancelled.
Radiant City. Wait. The end of year 53 of the apocalypse calendar? In other words, the incident occurred after the shadow of the past escaped Sewage Town?
No matter how he looked at these two matters, from left to right, horizontally or vertically, he couldn't see any connection, but unfortunately, these few commissions were specifically marked by wandering balance as clues that could help him understand the current situation in Sewage Town. However, the population disappearance was unlikely to be caused by the shadow of the past. It possessed an ability similar to pulling people into dreams, but the bodies of those in the dreams actually remained in the world. If it were its influence, then this commission should have been help. Radiant City has a large number of vegetative people instead.
But
Yilan slightly narrowed his eyes. These two matters definitely had some connection he hadn't thought of yet. Continuing to look down, it was already the content of the last commission. Commission level A+, time, year 30 of the apocalypse calendar.
Commission content, save us. A terrifying phenomenon has appeared in the gathering point.
Someone woke up to find their head had turned into a watermelon, someone found their head growing on a pig, someone found iron objects growing on their hands, someone woke up to find their face had become the face of a recently buried, deceased elder. A long string of content, all describing the anomalies occurring in the gathering point, made Yilan shiver. And there was no need to say much to know who had done this good deed.
Sewing doll.
A little further down, the commission acceptor, Twilight God Cult. Mission status, completed.
Why Twilight again? Mission mark, upon investigation, this incident was a spontaneous act by fanatical believers of the anomalous sewing doll, unrelated to the anomaly itself. All relevant individuals have been arrested and brought to justice, and the victims in the gathering point have been properly resettled, with severe cases transferred to Twilight Cathedral for further treatment. Spontaneous acts unrelated to the sewing doll itself.
Yilan narrowed his eyes and put down the commission content.
Was such a possibility there? Yes. But did that mean the sewing doll wasn't an evil anomaly? What kind of panic would such an ability cause in the human world? Yet, the sewing doll is still defined as a neutral anomalous force to this day?
Taking a deep breath, Yilan looked up, seeing that Su Lejan was not paying attention to him, and retrieved his wanderer badge. His figure on the paper disappeared, and jumbled information constantly emerged, linked, and reorganized in his mind. He had finished reading, but it was too chaotic at once. It was time to sort it out properly. The Rotten God Cult came here in year 2 of the apocalypse calendar, their purpose unknown to anyone, only knowing that they went underwater and then stationed themselves there. After that, this group of people disappeared for decades, and these 6 commissions related to Sewage Town hardly showed their involvement.
The opposition between the Twilight God Cult and the Rotten God Cult could still be confirmed.
Likewise, it could be confirmed that the people of Sewage Town were clearly divided into 2 factions at that time. The most prestigious mayor at the time, Yaman, who had just used the chaos spell to kill the magic scythe, and although young, had unparalleled
prestige in the town at that time.
The mayor sought help from the Rotten God Cult, while Yaman disagreed and turned to the Twilight God Cult for assistance. This, he feared, was the prototype of the town guard and town defense force in the town today.
Clue sorting. Yilan took a deep breath.
From this point on, the relationship and motives of the town defense force and the town guard were gradually becoming more traceable. In the same year, in the second year of the post-apocalyptic era, people from the Twilight God Cult followed closely and entered Sewage Town. From then on, Sewage Town was completely cut off from the world. At first, they were mostly attracted by the chaos spell, but then they discovered some secret and have been involved in it to a certain extent until
now.
However, Yilan temporarily judged that Xiaqingyu was not aware of this secret. Then, the sewing doll appeared in the commission and was specifically marked for him to see, which meant it definitely had a part, and was even a crucial link in this matter. Combining this with its continued definition as a neutral anomaly, its collaborator, or at least the entity with whom it had a utilitarian relationship, was probably 80% the Twilight God cult.
Even 003, Pure Remnant Sun.
It wasn't until the 53rd year of the post-apocalyptic era, the moment the shadow of the past escaped from Sewage Town, that Sewage Town seemed to
re-enter the world's eye.
It was as if something had been exposed and could no longer be hidden, although the shadow of the past was ultimately captured by the Twilight God
cult. And in the same year,
Radiant City experienced a large-scale disappearance of its population. Although it's unknown what connection it had to Sewage Town, it was clearly Radiant City's reaction after learning something. At that time, Radiant City understood the situation in Sewage Town, had its own plans, and became a new participant. Recalling what Lin Jiao said when he unexpectedly met her in his room last time, all the scattered information finally connected into a single clue.
A somewhat uncertain, but very reasonable hypothesis. The Twilight God cult was conducting some kind of secret, unknown-purpose social observation experiment in Sewage Town.
They completely sealed off this place, avoiding interference and influence, observing something, and allowing everything to continue to develop.
Then, awaiting the outcome of a certain event?
Subsequently, the shadow of the past escaped during this process, breaking the blockade from within, which somehow led Radiant City to learn about it.
And participate, or at least prepare to participate.
And then came today, the 63rd year of the post-apocalyptic era.
So, an intriguing point emerged. To this day, the town defense force still maintained cooperation with the Rotten God cult.
Meanwhile, the town guard was dwindling in numbers. Before he arrived, Arthur was the only one, and he even actively drew in Radiant City. And his relationship with the Twilight God cult seemed to have been completely severed.
The motives and mutual relationships were increasingly surfacing, but the most crucial question, what exactly were they trying to do? What in this small town was worth so many big players gathering at one table?
Just the Rotten God cult being here was nothing. Just the Twilight God cult being here was also nothing.
But even the human city-state couldn't resist the temptation to get involved. Why? Occupy Sewage Town? Ha ha. Even if they monopolized all the black devil peppers and special sewage in the wasteland, offending the two great divine churches, what would be the point? Could endless gene enhancers defeat dozens or hundreds of anomalies? Also, putting everything else aside, what was the significance of the shadow of the past here? Why was it indispensable here? Its ability was to drag people into dreams within photographs, but how were these photographs chosen? Records? Permanently preserve important, historical scenes. Yilan opened his eyes again.
When no one would tell him, and even many people didn't know themselves, the key to unraveling the mystery was the origin. Tonight, before the ceremony. At the beginning of all this. The second portrait of the shadow of the past.
Meow, did you find anything, Meow? The Mind Cat asked softly, its voice seemingly tinged with a hint of probing and unease.
It seemed worried that Yilan, who knew about the containment plan, would develop a rift in their relationship and no longer be so trusting. Yilan looked up at it, shaking his head helplessly.
Alright, don't overthink it. From a human perspective, you're a hero, from an anomaly's perspective. I seem to be the beneficiary. Anyone can blame you, I have no right to blame you.
Of course. Yilan paused. As I said, this plan must be put on hold, and I need to explore other possibilities.
The Mind Cat sighed, nodding gently. Okay, Meow.
After gently stroking the Mind Cat for a moment, Yilan slowly began to recount the information and deductions he had just seen. For a moment, the Mind Cat listened, somewhat dumbfounded.
Even, the small interlude about containment was momentarily forgotten. This, the truth hidden beneath, could it actually be intimately related to 003? But, it shouldn't be, Meow. What reason would 003, with its status and intellect, have to do such a thing here, meow.
Sewage Town was too miserable, it had long been enduring, and continued to endure, things far beyond its capacity. If one were to follow this deduction, then 003 was very likely the culprit behind the current state of Sewage Town.
Although it conflicts with my opinion, meow, it has indeed always protected humanity, meow. If not for its restraint and control, how would there be so many anomalies in the current wasteland striving to eliminate and weaken their influence? How could humanity have survived the initial period of the apocalypse, meow? Why bother establishing the Twilight God cult? Why bother cleaning up evil anomalies, meow? These were undeniable truths, and Yilan also believed it was certainly working towards this, but what if it could find a way to change this whole situation in Sewage Town? What if the only price to pay was Sewage Town, and it could be done? Just as Wandering Balance had said. Helpless after the apocalypse, the Mind Cat in despair could only think of the recontainment plan to change everything, while most other anomalies, led by 003, suppressed and weakened their influence, coexisting with humans in the wasteland. And they had also been constantly trying to find other solutions. Was a solution hidden here? It was the classic dilemma: if sacrificing a group of people could benefit all humanity, should it be done? And who had the right to do so? Let's wait and see. I need to know what exactly happened in Sewage Town, what it is that has attracted so many people here. Yilan frowned, asking, do you have any way to forcibly enter the shadow of the past? Even if it's risky, I must go in tonight. The Mind Cat shook its head. I can't find its main body, meow, not even at its peak, meow. The best way is to find an ability objects or anomaly with related attributes or abilities, meow. Otherwise, other methods simply won't work, meow. Related anomalies or ability objects? This was almost as good as saying nothing. The effect of the shadow of the past's ability should be quite unique among anomalies, even irreplaceable, otherwise it wouldn't have been so. Stubbornly kept in this small town by 003 pure remnant son. If it were truly about accountability or something, wouldn't it be safer and more appealing to simply imprison it in the Twilight Cathedral? What he could think of that might be useful were things that could affect dreams, and then perhaps the large-scale psionic coverage of something like Wandering Balance would be very useful. But these? Meow, why not try asking your allies, meow? They should at least have some anomalous power to use, meow. Allies. Arthur definitely knew the most, and the largest picture frame in his house was hung there. But that guy was so restricted he couldn't even say much about the Chaos Bell. Could he be expected to tell him about the shadow of the past, which was intimately related to the core? Forget it. As for Xiaqingyu, in the process of sorting out this intelligence, the Twilight God cult was almost instantly demonized into a villain, and those two little girls were even more confused, still only able to stubbornly cling to the rotten God cult. Wait. Yilan's pupils contracted, and the last scene from when he left the Mosquito restaurant this morning completely overlapped in his mind. It's her. Xiaqingyu, whom I have seen before. Thump thump thump. A steady sound spread through the corridor as Yilan knocked on the door of room 402. Creak. The door was opened by Xiaqingyu, who saw Yilan arrive and felt an extremely complex mix of emotions. It had been 1 or 2 hours since Yilan left to complete the wandering mission. Her worldview had been impacted, confused, and then constantly shifting as she thought. She had originally thought she would be calm upon seeing him again, but why? To toy with the mission like that, wasting Wandering Balance's time, she had thought it was already absurd that he wasn't punished. But she never expected that he would actually successfully advance his authority. This was simply. Hearing Yilan's assurance was one thing, but it actually happening was another. Legendary Wanderer, she asked tentatively. Yilan had just closed the door behind him and couldn't help but frown. How did you know? Hadn't he already told it to hide his identity information? Xiaqingyu hesitated, then spoke with a hint of helplessness. Big brother, others might not know, but I definitely do. I'm the one who posted the mission for you. You went, and then the promotion phenomenon appeared. Right.
So, other people in Sewage Town can also know that a legendary wanderer has appeared, but aside from those who knew I went there, others couldn't.
Possibly no, right? Xia Qingyu nodded. Yes, legendary wanderer are very rare and very special. On the wasteland, it would also be a big deal. Is that so?
Xia Qingyu definitely wouldn't blab, but whether this matter becomes common knowledge seems to depend on how big Arthur's mouth is.
By the way, about the underwater submarine, can you give me an answer now? Xia Qingyu asked with a hint of hope.
Yi Lan's strength once again exceeded her expectations. Besides his powerful single-target ability, his area of effect attacks were also excellent.
Tens of thousands of mutated giant rats. With such power, even if they started fighting directly after diving into the submarine, they wouldn't be afraid. The people underwater couldn't all have Lin Zhao's strength.
If Yi Lan could clear them out, it would still be 3 against 1 Lin Zhao, just in a different location.
Don't go. The situation beneath Sewage Town might be even more complicated than you imagine.
Yi Lan, as before, shook his head, with no intention of diving
directly.
Although Yi Lan had already contained his first anomaly, his ability was now immeasurably stronger than when he last refused. But he never expected that the water beneath Sewage Town would also be far deeper than he imagined. The Rotten God cult has been entrenched beneath this Sewage Town for 60 years.
60 years? Xia Qingyu's astonishment seemed genuine, clearly surprised by this unsettling information.
60 years of entrenchment in operation, this was almost as long as the 2 great divine churches had existed since their founding.
Even a branch should have developed into an incredible power by now.
For the first time, she felt that she had indeed been a bit overconfident.
You really don't know?
Yi Lan frowned deeply.
Her expression didn't seem feigned, but if she knew nothing, why did she come to Sewage Town? Did the Twilight God cult really send you to carry out this mission? You didn't take on a private job, did you? Xia Qingyu. What does that mean? Do you think I have that much free time? If I were taking on a mission myself, I wouldn't have chosen Wang Lei as a teammate. Yi Lan. How reasonable. Is the objective of the operation convenient to discuss? Seeing Xia Qingyu silent, Yi Lan couldn't help but ask another question. Who sent you here? To carry out the mission? You can say that, right?
After a moment of hesitation, she divulged the information. Approved by the Archbishop, an assignment from the execution group under the Church's Judgment Tribunal, directly designated by the Strategic Command Center for us to take. Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. What you're saying, I don't understand a single word of it. What level of department? What department is responsible for what? Simply put, it's the central department responsible for the Twilight God cult's external operations, specifically handling wandering mission. Is that so? Yi Lan frowned. Then, unless the Twilight God cult was also already turbulent and divided into 2 factions, this couldn't possibly be an unspoken instruction from the Twilight God cult with a purpose. And Xia Qingyu was even a God's chosen of pure remnant son, a Saintess-level member, yet she knew nothing about these matters. It was truly unbelievable. After some thought, Yi Lan stopped asking further questions, lest he inadvertently shatter the basis and illusion of their cooperation. He found a chair and sat down. After all, he was the one asking for help now. If you don't know what to do, I also have an operation tonight. Do you want to participate? Xia Qingyu was startled and couldn't help but become interested. What operation? She was gradually getting a feeling similar to Su Lezhang's. It seemed like no matter where Yi Lan went, he could always stir up all sorts of useful things. Yi Lan looked at the picture frame on the wall, also present in the room, with a relaxed air, pointed at it, and spoke with a shocking voice. There, you've been in there, right? In an instant, Xia Qingyu felt as if an electric current had passed through her, almost causing a stress reaction. Xia Manman's arm also lifted slightly,
ready to respond at any moment if her sister might utter a phrase like "this person must not be kept, you know. Too much."
After a long while, Xia Qingyu's tensed body gradually relaxed, and she slowly came back to her senses, her expression complex.
"Yes, how did you know?"
Yilan nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips.
"Yes, that explains a lot of things then."
Why Xia Qingyu even dared to fight Lin Zhao, but never seemed to consider fighting him to the death. Why she was always so certain that he was especially strong, even though she had never seen him make a move until today. Why her core strategy towards him was always to win him over. Because she was there that day, in that place, in Sewage Town 60 years ago. And then she saw him holding the Chaos Bell, chasing a magic scythe and beating it like a stray dog.
Leaving some kind of profound impression? "I saw you."
As for where he saw her, and when he saw her, let her guess, adding a bit more mystery to himself. After a good while to recover, she suddenly understood Yilan's thoughts and intentions.
"You mean we can't directly go underwater to see what they're doing there?"
The problems underwater are huge, and the rotten god cult's power is even stronger.
"We must understand more things." He pointed to the picture frame and spoke in a deep voice. "And this place is the beginning of everything."
The room fell silent. Xia Qingyu's expression kept changing, filled with hesitation and conflicted knowledge.
For a moment,
Yilan was very confused. Xia Qingyu wanted to know what was underwater and what the rotten god cult intended to do, which precisely indicated from another perspective that she
didn't know the Twilight God cult's plan. Otherwise, why would she keep staring at that submarine?
With the danger underwater and her chances of winning decreasing further without his help, his plan to return to the day it all began and witness it firsthand was already the best possible method.
"Is there some difficulty?"
Yilan's question forced Xia Qingyu to stop her solitary musings and seriously discuss the feasibility of this matter.
"It's not exactly a difficulty. But the way I get in might not be able to guarantee your safety."
Yilan raised an eyebrow, his words shocking and relentless.
"You can only enter with the help of some ability objects, or even an anomaly? You, Chapter 138, don't come over here."
The moment Yilan's voice fell, Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman stood up almost simultaneously, a hint of panic in their eyes.
"You? Why are you always like an omniscient and omnipotent being?"
Actually, ever since the formless hand surfaced, Yilan had gradually understood. For the people present, being able to use certain anomalous powers or even receive some help from anomalies wasn't a big deal, nor was it that
impossible for others to know.
Even Su Lezhang, that scoundrel, could have an anomaly assigned to protect him. Oh, counting himself, that's 2 anomalies.
Your Twilight God cult is a big organization, and you have a special identity and significance. Could you really come here empty-handed? Where is it? Can I bring one more person?
Hearing once again that an anomaly that could be found almost immediately was appearing, Yilan no longer felt the same excitement and desire for
containment as before. Now, cooperation definitely comes first. Whatever it is, it must be a genuine anomaly under 003. Xia Qingyu nodded, sighed, and pointed to her head. "In your mind?" Yilan frowned. "This feels a bit dangerous." "Yes, it is a mental anomaly that needs to reside in the brain of a powerful human. However, it loves to sleep.
It has been dormant ever since it helped me enter this frame anomaly last time.
It said, it would have good dreams in my mind?" Yilan. Where did this out-of-place fellow come from? If it can sleep so much, we must have had a good relationship back in the containment tower.
The tension unconsciously decreased significantly, and Yilan couldn't help but speak.
Then wake it up. Now, only its help can probably get us in there.
Xia Qingyu looked at Yilan strangely, finding it somewhat difficult to understand his calm and normal attitude towards an anomaly.
Yes, too normal. When a normal person hears that an anomaly is close at hand, shouldn't they at least change their expression dramatically? Moreover, it didn't understand that this was no longer something that could be resolved by their good relationship.
Just as Su Lezhang had worried when he took Yilan to see the formless hand.
If the anomaly wanted to act against you, even if she couldn't avoid its influence on you, she simply didn't have enough power to interfere. Okay, because I am blessed by the main god, it usually doesn't object to my decisions and actions. But who can truly know what will happen the next second? Life is always full of unexpected twists. So, try to speak less and don't provoke it. I will explain our solid alliance and the necessity of your involvement. Then, Xia Qingyu closed her eyes. Spiritual energy surged, and wisps of gray mist poured into her brain. Then, a phantom began to leave her mind, shifting its form in the illusion. Then, a voice filled with immense drowsiness and a hint of morning grumpiness slowly spoke. Little girl. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my sleep unless there's a life-threatening situation? Is it even daytime? Oh no, my jet lag is all messed up now. Xia Qingyu gave a wry smile and began to explain. Dream God, your holiness, it's like this. Those rotten cultists are plotting something underwater, and to uncover the truth, we can only... Before she even finished speaking, Xia Qingyu looked up in confusion, realizing that this powerful anomaly, a worshipper of the main god, was looking as if it had seen a ghost. It really did look like it had seen a ghost, even blinking its eyes while looking at Yilan. Not sure, let me look again. Yilan was also looking at it. Its body was only the size of a gecko, with a faint greenish-blue hue throughout, hovering in mid-air. The range of the gray mist accompanying its body appeared very small. But if one looked at the density of the gray mist, it was definitely the densest of all the gray mists he had seen so far. Just by looking at it, Yilan already felt an inexplicable drowsiness spreading through his body. As it floated, its body was surrounded by wisps of green silk, somewhat like a miniature version of a mighty thunderbolt, with a mythical feel of an Eastern divine dragon. Immediately after, the mime cat recognized it, and its voice loudly echoed in Yilan's mind. I know it, meow. Number 176, Eternal Nightmare, meow. Its ability is to make people enter dreams at will, meow. That's great, meow, this way we can definitely enter the shadow of the past, meow. Eternal Nightmare was still staring intently at Yilan, looking as if it hadn't fully woken up, its mind a bit hazy, which made Yilan feel a bit suspicious for a moment. Making others sleep? With just this power, it could be numbered as high as 176? It didn't sound very high, not comparable to 002 or 003, and there was a significant gap compared to the Wandering Balance and Mist Forging. However, this was the first anomaly whose number started with a 1 that he had truly seen in person. While the other party hadn't even reacted to the situation, the mime cat seized every moment to introduce it. It's not just that simple, meow. It can combine other people's dreams at will, connect other people's dream worlds, and even let one person enter another person's dream, meow. Back in the containment tower, there was a containment personnel who always bothered it. That night, it dragged that person into a cockroach's dream, meow. Then he became the king of cockroaches in that dream, surrounded by billions of roach consorts, living in that dream world for several days, meow. Yilan. I have to say, buddy, you're a bit too ruthless. That person probably has a psychological shadow for life now. Ah. Oh my god. Isn't this? Little girl, what's going on with you? Oh my god. In its frantic flailing, the great dream god actually hid helplessly behind Xia Qingyu. It even seemed as if Xia Qingyu was a bit closer to the other party, so it retreated another step and hid behind Xia Manman. Quickly call the boss over. Quickly contact setting sun, ah. Xia Qingyu? Xia Manman? What is this? What's happening? Can you calm down, meow? We don't eat anomalies, meow, making such a fuss is an embarrassment for anomalies, meow. Yilan took 2 steps forward, and the mime cat immediately materialized, standing proudly on Yilan's shoulder. If the mime cat's existence originally held some secrecy, then as soon as the Eternal Nightmare recognized Yilan, unless Yilan intended to silence Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman directly, the mime cat's secrecy no longer held much significance,
Instead, it was more appropriate to handle it as he did with Su Lejian when he met the formless hand. Moreover, the next matter must be discussed clearly, and Eternal Nightmare must be silenced. 003 would eventually know that he was awake and with the Mind Cat, but it couldn't be now, not in Sewage Town.
Little cat?
It blinked, instantly becoming even more flustered, wailing aloud, giving Yilan a strong sense of Su Lejian for a moment.
I don't harm people. I haven't done anything. I just want to sleep freely, don't mess with me, you guys. Method of entry. This helpless cry, for a moment, gave Yilan the illusion of, I'm actually the villain. If the Mind Cat's plan truly goes forward, then for the anomalies, he really does seem like the villain, doesn't he? If the containment tower's plan were to be re-executed, and an even more excessive containment plan at that, from the anomalies' perspective, he would indeed be the biggest villain imaginable. It turned into a story where anomalies across the land fight against Yilan and the evil cat's paw for freedom and survival? Wait, are we in the wrong movie set? Stop messing around. I came to you for something.
As long as you don't notify 003 and help me with one more thing, you're free to go today.
Ah. Gradually, Eternal Nightmare breathed a huge sigh of relief. Good. Only because the one who made this promise was Yilan, not the Mind Cat.
Although after getting over its initial panic, it could already feel that both of them were extremely weak right now.
But as an anomaly who had experienced the containment tower era, who would dare to lay a hand on 001? That was an existence on the same level as 002 and 003. What is it? As long as I can do it, I won't refuse.
Yilan nodded, also relieved by its cooperation. Originally, he had just come to ask Xia Qingyu how she did it, but who knew that he would accidentally draw out an old-timer starting with one. Pointing to the picture frame nearby, Yilan spoke steadily.
I need you to send us in there tonight. Eternal Nightmare?
Yilan had thought that since they had discussed it to this point, this should be a simple matter, but to his surprise, Eternal Nightmare looked extremely distressed.
Ah. I'll be drained. Your calculations are loud and clear, you want me to sleep through this entire ordeal?
That's right, as expected of 001, his considerations are thorough.
Besides this, how else could he ensure that I have no chance to tip off anyone? Has everything been calculated?
However, this was clearly its own wishful thinking. Yilan didn't quite understand.
Just sending a few people in, will the consumption be that great? Aren't you a powerful anomaly starting with 100? Eternal Nightmare.
Clearly, it was silenced by Yilan's words.
What the hell, you call that sending a few people in? Are you people?
Let's not even talk about you two, just Xia Qingyu and Xia Man alone are gods chosen favored by 003, possessing 003's power, and their ability.
Objects are incredibly tough. Which one of them doesn't consume power? Last time, just sending Xia Qingyu tired me out completely. And then the most important point is entering that picture frame. What is that picture frame? An anomaly. How is that the same as letting one person enter another person's dream?
And then you also want to bring the Mind Cat in, which is equivalent to, he wants to put one anomaly into another anomaly's anomalous phenomenon. Then add you, 001, whose power form is superior to all anomalies, and if I'm not drained, who will be? Furthermore, it didn't even know that Yilan also had a formless hand.
Soon, Yilan understood the whole story and was overjoyed. There's such a good thing? I was worried about leaving you outside and whether there would be any hidden dangers, but it turns out you can just go to sleep?
Sometimes, other people's difficulties are indeed one's own happiness. Seeing the other party's hesitation grow stronger, the Mind Cat couldn't help but blink, and deliberately, like a little treacherous minister, it
egged on Yilan in front of him. Since it's unwilling, there's nothing we can do, meow. We can only directly devour it, and you can use its power to send us in, meow. Eternal Nightmare. Look, how much of a bully. Cough cough, the problem isn't that big. Anyway, I just love sleeping, so I'll send you in tonight. I don't want to get involved in this mess anyway. Yilan's thoughts stirred, and he couldn't help but ask directly, do you know what 003 is doing here? Eternal nightmare.
Sleeping too much has made my brain fuzzy, a slip of the tongue is inevitable. At this moment, it truly felt like it was inviting trouble, and being blocked and roasted by two big shots, one in front and one behind, unable to offend either and stuck between a rock and a hard place. Anyway, you're going inside, so just see for yourself. Yilan's gaze shifted, and he nodded lightly. Good. For a moment, both sides had reached a consensus, but looking at Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman beside him, Yilan still couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, they heard something they shouldn't have heard. Well then, see you tonight. Yilan made a gesture of farewell, but before leaving, he hinted, some things are useless to say more about, be careful with your words and actions. Oh. Creak. The door closed, and Xia Qingyu still seemed a bit confused. What was that? You guys are weird, and I don't even understand? No, how did he do it, communicating with Eternal Nightmare as if they were peers? My dear auntie. Ah. How on earth did you bring this great Buddha home? Ah. What's wrong with him? Damn it. Eternal Nightmare remembered, be careful with your words and actions. Anyway, he's incredibly strong, that's it. He has an anomaly on him, yes, that's it, I'm not good at fighting, I don't want to fight. Is that so? But why did it feel like you were begging for mercy just now? Who is he? Eternal Nightmare thought for a moment and said, a famous figure from a powerful secret organization? It's not important, but his relationship with the main god. Oh, a cooperative relationship. That's right, they had a cooperative relationship before. You can ask yourself after you leave Sewage Town. The explanation Eternal Nightmare came up with surprisingly coincided with Yilan's. Had a cooperative relationship with the main god? Xia Qingyu was a little dumbfounded, this was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? But thinking about it, she felt relieved. Although it sounds scary at first, if you think carefully, a cooperative relationship is neither big nor small, it's mainly the subordinates doing the work. For example, which of the popes of the major Orthodox religions in the wasteland doesn't have a cooperative relationship with the main god, Pure Remnant's son? And in the current Sewage Town, it seems somewhat unsurprising for any kind of secret force to appear mysterious and powerful. She gently touched the sun holy symbol on her chest, it glowed with an incredibly bright luster. She had too many questions to ask, but reason told her not to use it at this moment. Just as Lin Jiao could summon a divine descent from 002 once, she also had such an opportunity. Only once. Falling asleep. Creak. Pushing open the door, Yilan returned to room 401 and spoke directly. Lu Zhang, there's an operation tonight. If you want to go, get ready. What kind of operation? He had to brace himself, as it was quite rare for Yilan to directly call on him like this. Of course, it was also possible that through his own efforts, he had finally gained his trust. Looking for anomalies. Su Lozhang? What the heck, are you really crazy? Didn't they just find one? They almost died just on the way to find the anomaly. So, I actually don't recommend you go. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. Yilan said. I can feel that you don't want to get involved with what Radiant City is doing here, and your trump card has already been given to me. You can completely let go of your burden and no longer get mixed up in these rights and wrongs. I will honor my promise and do my best to ensure you leave this place. Su Lezhan was indeed a bit timid. The last time they went to find the formless hand, even the journey back was too stimulating. Before he could recover from the shock, they were already setting off again? Are you going alone? Yilan was stunned for a moment, then sat on the edge of the bed. There's also Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman. I want to go. Su Lezhang suddenly stood up and shouted loudly.
Yilan? You want to go just because there are girls on the team? If you all leave, won't I be left alone in the room? Su Lezhang shook his head repeatedly. No, if I get ambushed again and 402 isn't here, am I supposed to ask Lin Jiao for help? Yilan. Who could break through your turtle shell? However, he didn't say anything more, just nodded. As you wish, then let's start preparing. This sudden turn of events left Su Lezhang a bit confused. How do I prepare?
Yilan thought of the last time he entered the shadow of the past, where all his belongings, including ability objects, were with him, so.
Theoretically. Carry them with you. Carry them with you? Su Lezhang chewed on the phrase and put down his backpack.
Glancing at the time, Yilan lay on the bed and closed his eyes.
Rest for a bit, wake up at 9. Tonight might be another long night.
At 9 o'clock at night, Yilan knocked on the door of room 402, and 4 people gathered in room 402. Outside, it was already deep night, and Sewage Town had no nightlife. By 9 o'clock, everything had already gone dark. Of course, it was also possible that everyone was conserving energy, preparing for the annual ceremony, which they still didn't know what it would entail tomorrow. Everyone, every force, was making their final preparations in this quiet, seemingly peaceful night. In room 402, Xia Qingyu had already moved 2 more folding beds from the corner, spreading them on the floor, and even laying down a mattress that wasn't particularly soft but was at least much more comfortable.
I've reconsidered. We can't all go in. Yilan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, why? Because I thought of my last experience entering the picture frame. Although we went in, our bodies actually remained outside. If we weren't careful, and someone like Lin Jiao directly entered our room again, it would be too dangerous, Xia Qingyu said thoughtfully, so, let Man stand guard, and we'll go in. That's really true, I almost didn't think of it. But this proposal was destined to meet with a firm rebuttal. I don't want to. Why do I have to stand guard? Xia Man was pouting, looking quite cute for a moment. Xia Qingyu was also a bit helpless about this. I can't help it, I need you too. But, it can't be me and Yilan standing guard, can it? Xia Man was instantly choked. She knew her limits and that it truly couldn't be them. But she was still a little unwilling and pointed at Su Lezhang. Isn't he also here? For a moment, the air was silent. Xia Qingyu found it inconvenient to speak, so only Yilan could rub his forehead. Are you sure his strength is enough to stand guard? Xia Man. Su Lezhang. Well, it seemed a bit impolite, but it was undeniable, even Su Lezhang himself couldn't refute it. Me, protecting the 3 of you? Oh. Xia Man couldn't think of any other solution and nodded with a wry smile. Everyone's duties had been assigned, so it was time to depart. Nightmare, I'm counting on you. Gray mist permeated, and eternal nightmare slowly revealed its form. 3 people lay on their respective beds, and the mist emanated from it as a center, enveloping all 3 of them. In an instant, a surging power erupted. The gray mist permeated Yilan's body, and gradually, an uncontrollable drowsiness welled up. This was a necessary step at this moment, and Yilan did not suppress his drowsiness, naturally drifting off to sleep. The gray mist drifted in the air, expanding greatly, seemingly searching for the presence of the shadow of the past. Finally, Eternal Nightmare's body trembled, indicating a connection had been made. Then, the gray mist all over its body vanished rapidly and frantically, like evaporating gas. Damn it! Damn it! Why is the consumption so great? In a daze, Yilan wanted to open his eyes, but Eternal Nightmare urgently stopped him. Don't! Please don't wake up. I really can't bear to put you to sleep again. Yilan nodded almost imperceptibly, his consciousness gradually returning to tranquility. It's over, it's really over, I really can't hold on anymore. It quickly sensed and calculated the power it still had, saying with a hint of guilt. Boss, your power is too strong. Sending you in is the absolute limit. I can't send the anomaly on your body in anymore.
Yilan, deep in sleep, couldn't help but frown, but he ultimately didn't dare to respond, so as not to further exacerbate eternal nightmares.
Consumption.
Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Eternal Nightmare was lying, simply not wanting him to bring such powerful abilities inside.
But what if its power truly was at its limit, and he were to wake up and question it now? There wouldn't be enough power to go in again. You think of another way, meow. 001 is here, what more can you consume? Eternal Nightmare. Damn it, it's precisely because 001 is here that I don't dare to exhaust my power, okay? It gritted its teeth. I don't understand. Weren't you and Formless Hand already devoured by the boss? Why do you still count as a separate power? I can't hold on anymore. Not devoured.
Mind Cat explained, it's just usage now, a state similar to containment.
We are still separate entities. Not devoured?
Eternal Nightmare's heart stirred, and Mind Cat added another sentence.
Brother Yilan is still relatively weak right now. If we don't follow him and something really happens to him inside, you know what the consequences will be, right? Eternal Nightmare's expression instantly changed, and it gritted its teeth fiercely. Damn it! I'm in a difficult situation now. How about this? How about this? You two stay outside for now, and I'll do my best to maintain the connection between you two, so that when the boss truly needs you, I can bring you. Instantly, how does that sound? Mind Cat frowned, then nodded gently. Alright, then, but you must guarantee that when Brother Yilan needs us, you can definitely pull us in, understand? Understood. Understood. Don't say any more.
Eternal Nightmare was indeed not lying, anxiously carrying out the final procedures for the dream connection, while drifting around. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Xiaomanman's head.
No. My power is completely depleted. If I fall asleep now, I'll completely lose control of my influence. Sewage Town will be finished. Its gaze shifted. If it could sweat, it would probably be drenched in it by now. What to do? Its gaze sharpened, and it gritted its teeth fiercely, staring intently at Yilan. It suddenly rushed into Yilan's body, and its voice appeared in his mind. Boss! I can't do it anymore, I can only sleep in your body for a bit. I beg you, please don't eat me when you wake up. I just can't hold on anymore. I'm seeking temporary refuge. In a daze, Yilan seemed to hear it, and completely sank into the dream. Okay. You are back. The sky was bright with sunlight, yet countless cold breaths permeated the air. It was very cold. Everyone wore jackets, but still felt chilly. This place looks pretty good, meow. Is this Sewage Town from 60 years ago, meow? Having seen so much of Sewage Town, coming to the historical Sewage Town, the Mind Cat was clearly extremely active. Holy crap! Is this Sewage Town? Su Lejean looked around, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. He even pinched his own flesh. It hurt. What's going on? It was ridiculous, he hadn't even asked where they were going or how. Within the anomaly. Yilan surveyed the surroundings, which gradually overlapped with his memories, and began to explain. Huh? Su Lejean was completely stunned. Within the anomaly? You mean within an anomalous phenomenon? Why are you two so calm? This clearly looks very strange, alright? Treat this as a normal world, and act cautiously, treat other people as normal people and interact with them, don't seem out of place. Unlike himself and Xiaqingyu, Su Lejean truly had no experience of being here, so Yilan couldn't help but instruct him. Ah, okay. Su Lejean felt like he understood, yet didn't, then blurted out in surprise, there are other people here? Su Lejean stopped talking. Anyway, with these two big shots leading, he just had to follow, right? Why is it so cold? As Xiaqingyu looked around, she shivered slightly.
The temperature difference was like taking a flight from the south to the north in winter. The moment one stepped off the plane, it brought a strong
sense of discomfort. It might be getting close to winter.
Yilan narrowed his eyes, reached out to feel the air, and his thoughts returned to the last time he arrived here.
The weather was cool, but warm breezes would occasionally blow through. It should have been early autumn. So, at this current time of year, 2 to 4 months have passed? Speaking of which, how long can we stay here?
Hearing Su Lezhang ask, Yilan explained, also explaining to Xiaqingyu, that depends on how long it takes for the content of the picture to occur.
Picture content?
Xiaqingyu was puzzled. Yilan thought for a moment that Xiaqingyu had already been here next time, and explained his speculation, when this place finally reaches the moment depicted in the picture frame, it should end. Su Lezhang interjected at the appropriate moment. Then, what if the scene in the picture doesn't happen? Both fell silent simultaneously. Su Lezhang. Damn it! Don't make it this dangerous, really? So, we should try our best to hide, act as observers, and wait for things to happen? Su Lezhang asked cautiously. If that's the case, it would be a good thing. Wouldn't hiding in the dark eliminate danger? Theoretically, yes, but... Xiaqingyu looked at Yilan, her face showing a strange expression. There was another method, which was to participate personally throughout and bring about that scene.
Is this what it means to be bold because of one's skill?
Even though it was so dangerous, the previous Yilan directly charged in with his spear, personally destroying the magic scythe, and ultimately
creating that scene. Any mistake in any part of this would be extremely fatal. So what do we do now? Although unlike Su Lezhang's complete ignorance, Xiaqingyu also looked at Yilan. How should we proceed?
Unconsciously, Yilan seemed to have become the backbone of this temporary small team. Yilan didn't refuse anything, this was originally an action he proposed. After checking the location, Yilan strode forward, beckoning, this way. The two quickly followed, and after a few twists and turns, their first destination appeared before their eyes.
When the outline of the building appeared before them, Su Lezhang's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Mosquito Restaurant already existed at this time? Yes, Mosquito Restaurant was Yilan's first destination.
Whether 60 years ago or 60 years later, this unremarkable small restaurant was like a core, yet it seemed like an inexplicable core area of
sewage town.
People came and went, each with their own thoughts, but they always gathered here to inquire and replenish.
Creak.
Pushing the door open, a similar scene with numerous figures appeared. It stood in stark contrast to the sparse crowd at Mosquito Restaurant in Sewage Town later, causing Su Lezhang a great sense of discomfort for a
moment. Welcome.
The restaurant owner, who had just enthusiastically craned his neck over the counter, suddenly froze. Then, a heartfelt smile bloomed on his face.
Hero. You've returned to our little town?
In an instant, Yilan froze, a chill running down his spine.
He still remembers me? Why does he still remember me?
Nodding stiffly, Yilan forcibly controlled himself, showing no abnormality, and walked towards a seat inside.
Yes, let's eat something. Let me see the menu. Oh. All right.
The owner paused for a moment before reacting, then hurried to get the menu.
Soon, the owner returned and handed the menu to Yilan.
As he scanned it, he frowned.
What? Mosquitoes already at this time?
For a moment, Yilan also found this quite surprising and probed.
Don't we have anything normal?
Initially, when he first arrived in Sewage Town, Yilan saw the menu of Mosquito Restaurant and could only lament the harsh living conditions of the
apocalypse.
But gradually, Yilan felt like that wasn't the case. Although the diet of people outside couldn't compare to before the apocalypse, it was more or less normal, whether they were hungry or not.
Only this Sewage Town.
The owner paused, his pupils flickering between light and dark, as he lowered his head.
I don't want to eat it either, but I can't.
Yilan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could sense something, even suspecting that this wasn't a plea for help.
3 bowls of plain noodles and sewage special brew.
To his surprise, the owner looked puzzled, even checking the menu himself.
Sewage special brew? What is sewage special brew?
Yilan froze, looking down, and found that the drink section was no longer the sewage special brew and sewage special brew he knew. It was simply boiled sewage and cold boiled sewage.
Could it be that they didn't have it yet at this time?
Then 3 cups of cold boiled sewage will do.
Oh, okay.
The owner went to prepare the food, and the few people at the table looked at each other.
What's going on? He remembers you? Xia Qingyu asked in confusion.
Yilan nodded lightly, sorting out his thoughts. That means the second scene isn't an entirely new, independent scene, but rather follows directly from the first scene, which is why they remember me from that time. For a moment, a new shadow loomed over their hearts. Don't forget, the way to break or even leave is to solve, or rather, restore the scene in this picture frame. The more one participates, the greater the butterfly effect.
With the groundwork laid by what happened before, can that scene truly be restored?
If, in the end, the mayor led the Twilight God cult people into the water, that would be a huge mess. According to speculation, 60 years ago in Sewage Town, Yaman should have used the Chaos Bell to kill the magic scythe. But what was happening at this moment was that he himself killed the magic scythe. In other words, to reach this step, he must continue to do what Yaman originally would have done.
Damn it, is that even possible?
Even if the decryption of the shadow of the past isn't completed this time, and there's a continuous third scene later, then the deviation will be
even more unimaginable. Of course, it's not to say there are no benefits at all.
When everything no longer restarts, Yilan gains prestige and convenience here from the previous scene. Otherwise, if he were a stranger first arriving in Sewage Town, investigating anything would be extremely difficult, just like his first time arriving
in Sewage Town. Qingyu, you also came last time, did you investigate anything? Xia Qingyu shook her head, no.
If I had to say something, it would be this picture frame itself. Under Yilan's puzzled gaze, she continued. I also made this conjecture just now when you brought up the ability of this anomaly. If its ability is to record, it must be present to record.
Right?
Yilan's pupils suddenly constricted, almost forgetting a point he had overlooked. Its ability is to record, which means that when these things happened, the shadow of the past was here. That means, before the people of the 2 great divine churches arrived, before the magic scythe came, it was already here.
Chilly.
Careful, it's hot.
Your noodles are ready.
The restaurant owner hurried over with the noodles, the soup steaming, looking very delicious. It was a pity that everyone here had already been eating to the point of nausea in Sewage Town. Considering his words, Yilan spoke.
Restaurant owner, how long have I been gone?
The restaurant owner was startled, his thought of asking about the taste interrupted.
He then answered without hesitation, it's been over 3 months, hasn't it? You suddenly disappeared back then, and we almost thought it was an illusion. 3 months?
That matched his own estimation. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Yilan casually chatted, how have things been lately? It was hard to suspect any hidden meaning behind these words.
Acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time usually greeted each other this way. Later, well, it's been alright.
Seeing the restaurant owner's hesitation, Yilan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly coaxed him.
What's wrong? Did something else happen later? After a moment of hesitation, the restaurant owner shook his head. Nothing.
After the magic scythe left, the town hasn't been attacked by mutated creatures again, and life has been very peaceful. As he spoke, it was as if he was trying to convince himself. We occasionally hear about the outside world, and this place is already considered very good. Although it can't compare to Radiant City, it's still acceptable. It's the apocalypse, after all. Yilan nodded lightly, his heart startled.
You can leave freely? Hearing this, the restaurant owner was clearly very confused. Yes, why not?
For a moment, Yilan felt like he was being foolish. Sewage Town being sealed off was a later event. No matter how far back one traced, it couldn't possibly trace back to this day.
I mean, has anyone left? The restaurant owner then nodded, yes, but very few. It's so dangerous outside. Where would one go? How would one go? Besides some youngsters who aren't afraid of death and want to see the outside world, who else would go out? Yes, in this apocalypse, long-distance travel was no longer an era where one could just hop on a train or plane and go wherever they wanted. Oh, I forgot to ask, who are these two? My friends from Radiant City. Yilan took over, not giving him a chance to elaborate. What's the mayor doing? And Yaman. I've missed them after so long. The restaurant owner was startled. The mayor?
He's working in his office, of course.
We don't know, he's busy as hell every day. As for Yaman. His gaze was slightly odd. Who knows, he's just a kid. Messing around everywhere all day. Oh, sirs? Over here, see what you'd like to eat. New customers arrived at the restaurant.
Yilan smiled and nodded at the restaurant owner, signaling him to go attend to them, then lowered his head and began eating his noodles.
The restaurant owner left, leaving only the three of them.
They looked around and began to converse in low voices.
Any discoveries? Slurp. Yilan ate his noodles and nodded, yes.
Unlike the future sewage town, they don't want to eat this, but for some reason, they have to.
He couldn't help but recall the restaurant owner's reaction. So, at this time, when you mention these foods, you can still see the strange look on their faces. But 60 years later, they've completely gotten used to it, and instead, they don't understand why we're so resistant to it. Xiaoqingyu nodded inside. I haven't discovered as much.
All I can confirm is that the picture frame hanging over there is still just an abnormal derivative, not the main body.
Not the main body?
Yilan looked to the other side of the wall, where the picture frame hung undisturbed.
This was also his first time sitting in his exclusive seat at the Mosquito restaurant. There were too many people on that side, making it inconvenient to talk. This is very useful information, Yilan said.
Last time I came, I wondered if the picture frame here was a breakthrough, but due to the circumstances at the time, I couldn't come in and
investigate. I actually snuck in that time and had already seen it once.
Suddenly, Xiaoqingyu also realized something, her expression strange. You recognized me.
Then?
Yilan nodded lightly and stopped eating his noodles. He really couldn't eat anymore.
He wasn't really a pig, and eating this stuff every day had already made him feel like throwing up. He was only consuming it for the devil black chili. Wait. Devil black chili? Forget about this bowl of noodles, he hadn't even seen it during his quick glance at the menu earlier, had he? Restaurant owner. Yilan raised his hand, signaling that he needed service. Do you have any chili?
I like strong flavors, I really can't get used to this. Hearing this, the restaurant owner, who had just arrived, looked at Yilan with an extremely absurd expression.
Damn it! How could there still be chili to eat after the apocalypse? Does Radiant City even have chili to eat? Sewage Town doesn't? Yilan raised an eyebrow, skipping the topic. Big cities, you know, lots of people, there's always some leftover stock. Don't mind me, I was just asking. Is that so?
Looking at the noodles on Yilan's table, barely touched, the restaurant owner seemed very unyielding. This was a challenge to his culinary skills. We usually use insect juice for seasoning. Since you don't have it here, it must be lacking in soul. How about some? Yilan. No need, thank you for your trouble. After the restaurant owner left again, the few of them couldn't help but exchange glances. The current sewage town doesn't have devil black chili yet? Perhaps it was cultivated later? Xiaoqingyu offered her conjecture. At this time, everyone probably hadn't fully adapted to the post-apocalyptic world yet. But Yilan frowned, not entirely agreeing with that statement. Seeing Yilan's conflicted expression, Su Lezhan couldn't help but ask with a hint of confusion. This matter, isn't that important, is it? Not important? Yilan gently shook his head. Did you forget what you said about Radiant City's purpose?
Su Lojan.
The answer was quite the opposite. This matter was extremely important.
The power possessed by the devil black chili was too terrifying. So, first, the most basic question, why did it grow in Sewage Town? If it's not here now, then when did it appear? This was simply not the effect a crop should have. Even if it was a product of abnormal influence, it seemed overly excessive. Though very faint, it could even restore the spiritual energy of an anomaly.
According to the Mind Cat, the creations of an anomaly are always and necessarily inferior to the anomaly that created them.
If an anomaly could continuously create things that restored its power, wouldn't it have been invincible long ago?
Moreover, as the town defense force surfaced, Yilan gradually began to guess. The ones attempting to destroy that vegetable field were the people from the town defense force. Besides that, the robbery he encountered in the alley was probably premeditated, sent by Luocho to assassinate, or at least probe, himself, who ignored the commission, disregarded warnings, and was let into Sewage Town by Arthur.
It was truly perilous.
At that time, I understood nothing, yet I was already caught in the struggle between the two factions of Sewage Town, Yilan murmured.
Shock. What do we do next?
Yilan's expression became a bit strange when he heard Xiaoqing Yu ask him again.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have to consult me on everything?
Being stared at by Yilan like that, Xiaoqing Yu felt a little embarrassed, but she also seemed at ease.
First, you have more experience.
Second, she paused, thinking of some unpleasant things. In a team, there can only be one voice to maximize efficiency and prevent chaos at critical
moments, so there must be a captain. What experience do I have? Sleeping?
Yilan scoffed at himself, but also gently shook his head.
Xiaoqing Yu must be thinking of Wang Lei again. Alright, but can you really follow my command? Xiaoqing Yu had a lot of titles, one of the most dazzling young people of the Wasteland's younger generation, the gods chosen of pure remnant son, the
chief god of the Twilight God cult, an appointed judge of the church, and the captain of the special operations team. Plus, the intense internal conflict between her and Wang Lei happened first, making it hard not to worry.
I never cared about those things.
If Wang Lei truly didn't have the ability, I would have given him the captaincy long ago.
In this place, I can promise to strictly follow your commands and deployments.
Yilan nodded and no longer refused. Besides, a preliminary investigation plan had gradually formed in his mind, and he immediately spoke, since that's the case, then we will now.
Thump!
A huge sound suddenly came from inside the restaurant, accompanied by a table and chairs being overturned, and bowls and chopsticks falling all over the floor. For a moment, the restaurant was in chaos. The three of them abruptly turned their heads and saw someone at the opposite table, along with the table, fall face down onto the ground. Before they could even confirm what was happening, Yilan heard the restaurant owner from not far away run out angrily, cursing.
Damn it! Who's drunk again? How many times have I told you not to damage things? Hey! Wake up! Pay up! How many times have you broken my things? This time I absolutely won't. Ah!
Accompanying the restaurant owner's scream, the person lying on the ground was flipped over, and Yilan could finally see his appearance. His face was ashen, his skin stiff as if it had no moisture, and his expression was extremely ferocious.
This.
Everyone else took a few steps back, but Yilan narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing something unusual.
Let's go, let's take a look.
No one dared to get too close when a mutation occurred, and coupled with Yilan, the great hero who saved Sewage Town, people on the road gradually
made way for him. Wow, you're so respected here? After walking through the middle of the crowd making way for him again, Su Lezhang couldn't help but exclaim. Stop, you all stay here, don't get any closer.
Yilan clearly had no time to pay attention to him now.
He walked to the abnormal figure on the ground and waved his hand, signaling them to stop there.
He himself was an anomaly, so there was no need to worry too much. If the fallen person had an infectious disease, it was still necessary to avoid involving them. Squatting down, Yilan placed his fingertip near the person's nose for a long time, then withdrew his hand.
He stopped breathing. Is there a doctor in town?
For someone living in the apocalypse, the restaurant owner actually wanted to ask why they needed a doctor when the person was already dead, but then
he shook his head seriously. No.
The only small clinic in town, the doctor unfortunately passed away the day the apocalypse arrived. Then you guys are really miserable. But to be fair, whether modern medicine from before the apocalypse is still effective for evolved humans in the apocalypse is another question.
Was there anything unusual about him before? Unusual? The restaurant owner was stunned. He didn't really know why Elon was getting involved in this, but he still thought carefully. No. This guy was the healthiest among us. He had a habit of swimming every day. Swimming? Elon felt it was absurd. Where could he swim in this place? In the sewage ditch? Could this sewage make him healthier the more he swam? Ugh! Before he could speak, at the other end of the restaurant, someone suddenly vomited violently, gasping for breath while intermittently shouting in. Panic, my throat! My throat! It hurts so much. By the latter half of his sentence, his voice had even become completely hoarse. So hot, so hot. Water! Water! As more and more people started showing symptoms, the entire restaurant truly descended into complete chaos. Everyone present was either standing or squatting, roaring or enduring, a complete mess. This cold sweat poured down the restaurant owner's forehead. He had no idea what was happening, only feeling that disaster was imminent. All these people got sick from eating at my restaurant? I really was very hygienic. And he still hadn't fully processed the tragedy of the person on the ground just now. If all these people were about to follow in his footsteps. Without a word, Elon squatted down and pulled open the deceased town resident's clothes. In an instant, even the restaurant owner was startled. The entire body had already hardened, feeling like touching a withered tree when touched. The body, under an unhealthy yellowish hue, became increasingly darker. Yi Lan's face was ashen. He didn't make any comments, his gaze sweeping over every face in the restaurant, then he suddenly turned his head and asked Xiaoqingyu, "Do you feel like they've gotten a little darker than before?" Huh? The town residents of Sewage Town 60 years ago had particularly dark skin on average. At first, he thought it was from sun exposure or a post-apocalyptic mutation, but gradually he felt it wasn't quite like that. Arthur must have undergone gene enhancement, and the various experts in Sewage Town must have also undergone gene enhancement, but it seemed no one had ever been able to improve this point. The last time he came here, 60 years ago in Sewage Town, everyone's skin color was basically similar to his, at most appearing a bit gaunt due to recent poor living conditions, and that was all. But right now, at this very moment, Elon could visibly see them getting a little darker. It was just so sudden. It seems a little. Xiaoqingyu tried to distinguish carefully, but her voice sounded somewhat shaky. Yilan suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoqingyu, and saw her pressing one hand tightly against her stomach, and the other hand clutching her clothes, looking extremely pained. At this moment, Yilan's expression truly changed drastically. "You've been affected too?" Xiaoqingyu gritted her teeth, standing there trembling all over, and nodded with effort. It might sound unpleasant to say, but in such an apocalypse, it was normal for ordinary people to be affected by anything. But for someone of Xiaoqingyu's strength to be affected, it was a bit terrifying. To what extent? Xiaoqingyu gritted her teeth, and although she tried to stand straight, her body still bent slightly. "Can ensure I won't die." For someone as steady as Xiaoqingyu, her words wouldn't stray too far from reality. "Can ensure I won't die" probably only meant she could ensure she wouldn't die. If they didn't quickly find the source and a way to contain it, it would likely worsen to an uncontrollable degree. Su Yilan was about to ask about Su Lezheng's condition, but at that instant, his eyes widened. Inside his stomach, there was a stinging pain like hydrogen peroxide poured on a wound. Original sewage. Holy crap!
Yilan was actually in so much pain that he wanted to scream, but Xiaoqingyu, who was next to him, was so strong and hadn't made a sound yet, so how
could he possibly do that?
He wanted to take a deep breath to suppress the pain, but because the pain was inside his body, he dared not breathe even more, leaving him in a
dilemma. Damn it! What is this? Why did I even get affected? Most importantly, how did I get affected? Clearly, I didn't do anything. Boom! Vast psionic energy surged within his body, but Yilan's eyes twitched. It hurts. Damn it, what is this? This doesn't seem to be an anomalous ability. Currently, his psionic energy rank almost suppresses any anomaly.
Even when fighting Lin Jiao, who possesses immense 002 power, it's merely a touch and melt.
But only this power. But he couldn't say he was suppressed, it was more like a battle. Some strange power and his own power were fighting within his body. Lu Zhang, are you alright? Yilan looked at Su Lezhang and found that he hadn't experienced anything special, only appearing at a loss due to the two people's abnormalities. I'm fine. You guys? Su Lezhang panicked, truly panicked. Although his being fine seemed like very, very good news, in this crisis-ridden ghost of a place where even these two big shots were unknowingly affected, if they lost their combat power, how would he survive? Su Lezhang is fine? Yilan was stunned. Everyone came in together, acted together, ate together, everything was synchronized, so why was he fine? In an instant, Yilan endured everything and focused his mind on this direction to think. How did this happen? There must be a clue. Is there anything different from Su Lezhang so far? Arrived, rushed over, sat down, chatted, ate. Ate? Yilan suddenly looked at his table, 3 bowls of noodles, 3 cups of water. He had eaten about half a bowl of noodles and drank a full cup of water. Xiaoqingyu politely took 2 bites and drank half a cup of water, while Su Lezhang had no appetite and hadn't touched anything. Is there something wrong with the food? Yilan glanced at the restaurant owner. His confusion, panic, and the way he was hastily contacting the mayor made it hard to suspect him of tampering, even though he was the most suspicious. No matter what, he was the person the mayor dared to trust to protect the women and children of the entire town before the disaster struck. So, is it a problem with the food source? Yilan's gaze swept across the entire restaurant. Everyone's table had different dishes and different ingredients, yet everyone was affected. But no matter which one, they all, more or less, inevitably used one thing. Water. Lu Zhang. Do you have any painkillers? Yes. Quickly, Su Lezhang pulled out 2 pills of a style Yilan hadn't seen from his pocket, giving one to Yilan and one to Xiaoqingyu. The packaging also had Radiant Biotech written on it. Medicine produced after the apocalypse? Swallowing it directly, Yilan felt his whole body slightly relax, and the stinging pain in his body had turned into a faint prickling. It took effect so quickly? Without another word, Yilan rushed to the table and picked up the water cup. He had to find a solution. Even if it didn't hurt as much now, it was only temporary. Painkillers could only relieve pain, not cure the illness. Looking at the water in the cup, Yilan couldn't see anything. He brought it to his lips and took a small sip. As the saying goes, if you have many lice, you don't fear itching. He had already drunk half a cup, so a small sip was no problem at all. Gently savoring the sensation of the water in his mouth, Yilan confirmed it was different. It had a turbid taste, and sometimes even felt a little sticky. If he had drunk it directly, he might not have felt anything, but because Yilan held it in his mouth, his tongue gradually began to feel a little numb, and there was even a slight spicy sensation. Even if it wasn't mixed with all those strange things like the sewage special brew and sewage special brew from 60 years later, Yilan at least knew that the water back then was still refreshing to drink. This is definitely not the same sewage town. Put. Yilan spat out the water in his mouth. He found that after the water had passed through his mouth felt dry,
and he especially wanted to quench his thirst.
But unfortunately, there was no water to drink now. "Boss, what kind of water is this?" The restaurant owner was a bit confused. What else could it be? "We only have water from the sewage ditch to drink." Sewage Town has always drunk water from the sewage ditch, that's right. Wait. No.
The water used for daily life in Sewage Town 60 years later was not directly taken from the sewage ditch, but was processed through some special
method. Only processed Sewage Town could form the sewage special brew.
No one knew how the Sewage Town was processed. Radiant City even issued a commission to collect samples of Sewage Town from Sewage Town.
Damn it! You guys drink this directly?
Under Yilan's repeated questioning, the restaurant owner gradually realized that the cause of all this seemed to be a problem with the water source.
Yet he still found it very normal. It's boiled. Whether it's for cooking food or drinks, even for washing dishes, we use boiled water. Damn it! What's the use of boiling it? This ditch itself is Sewage Town, the entire Magic Sites corpse fell into it, all sorts of messy liquids mixed in, and there are unknown effects. Suspected of being anomalous things under the water. How dare you drink this water?
But, it's also the tragedy of the apocalypse.
Besides this water, where else could they get water? Wells? The reason this wasteland is called wasteland is because it's already. Plants can barely grow, and you expect there to be water underground? Even if there was, could you drink it? But, something still seems off. 3 months have passed since he killed the magic scythe.
The people of Sewage Town must have been drinking this stuff for these 3 months, which means there was no problem drinking this water before.
You haven't drunk any water today?
Yilan looked at the restaurant owner, who was also healthy, and along with Su Lezhang, was the only other person
in the restaurant who was fine. He was eager for an answer. Why yes, yes.
The restaurant owner's eyes were a bit scattered, and he seemed uneasy. You're not suspecting that I knew, that I did it on purpose.
Are you?
Whether you caused it or not is irrelevant to me.
Except the investigation by the mayor and the town defense force.
Yilan gave him a deep look. There's a car at the door, right?
Give me the car keys.
Licking his chapped lips, Yilan gripped Xia Qingyu's shoulder with some worry. His pain was starting to intensify, so he wanted to hold on to something, and also wanted to check on her condition.
Can you still hold on?
Yes, Xia Qingyu said with firm eyes. Notify the entire town, no matter how, no matter the reason, forbid anyone in the town from drinking Sewage Town again.
Yilan instructed again as
he took the car keys, then strode towards the hotel's main entrance.
Boom!
Su Lezhang, for once, happily took the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator to the floor and speeding towards the sewage ditch.
If there had been no problem before, then the problem was today.
On this day of Apocalypse Year 2, the sewage ditch of Sewage Town completely underwent an anomaly, transforming from having no impact on life to
completely affecting the survival of Sewage Town. Could it be for this reason that the mayor at the time was forced to seek help from the Rotten God cult? Resources collapse. Sitting in the car, Yilan opened the window, greedily breathed in the air, then turned his head. Qingyu, do you understand medicine? This was almost a rhetorical question, but wasn't desperate seeking like this? Ask, and ask again, hoping to get even a tiny bit of hope. But it also made Xia Qingyu, who was in pain, almost laugh helplessly. If I understood medicine, I would have started looking for a solution a long time ago, okay? Xia Qingyu rested her head on the seat in front of her and said, but I did notice something. There's an undischargeable toxin in this water, but it shouldn't be poison administered by someone, it should be remnants of the magic sides. Corpse. You mean? No, the current symptoms have nothing to do with it, at least not directly. This toxin is chronic. If consumed long-term, this town would probably be in big trouble, right? Yilan sighed softly, but none of that mattered to him anymore. These were all things of the past, unchangeable. And whether this matter was ultimately resolved, in the true history,
it probably depended on the actions of the two great divine churches.
Click.
The speeding off-road vehicle drifted, braking sideways in front of the sewage ditch. If the passenger door were opened, one could even step directly into the shallow sewage at the very edge, giving Yilan the feeling that Su Lezhan finally had a chance to show off his superb driving skills. Of course, it's also possible that his driving skills really were that good, and he was just performing a very basic maneuver to secure his
qualification as a regular first driver in the future. Put.
It was too painful. Neither Yilan nor Xia Qingyu had the energy to consider the discomfort that the dampness would bring next. They simply jumped lightly into the water. As she jumped down, with a dizzy head, Xia Qingyu knelt directly into the sewage, her hands plunged in. Then, just before Yilan also performed his test, her expression changed drastically.
Rotten aura. Rotten aura?
Yilan was utterly stunned, then immediately put his hand into the water.
Well, he didn't feel anything. Should he say that everyone has their own specialty?
Twilight and Rotten, these two rivals really seemed to have the ability to sense each other from miles away.
But in the later sewage town, you didn't sense this aura? Xia Qingyu's mind wasn't that sharp anymore.
Hearing this question, she even felt a hint of shame.
Yes.
However, what Yilan was concerned about was not this question at all. At this point in time, the people of the Rotten God cult clearly hadn't arrived here yet.
It was truly baffling.
Before the Rotten God cult's people came, the sewage was filled with a rotten aura, but after the Rotten God cult came, the aura disappeared.
Should we go down and explore? Xia Qingyu asked, gritting her teeth. No.
For a moment, Yilan truly felt both admiration and helplessness.
No, you're already like this, and you're still thinking about what's underwater? Rumble.
A large group of cars sped over, stopping haphazardly by the water.
A large group of people jumped out and quickly approached the trio.
Similar leather armor, similar equipment, greater numbers, forming a circle around them. Only, last time they were surrounded to be captured, this time they were surrounded to be escorted.
Hero. When did you arrive? Are you all right?
Yilan stood up, leaning lightly against the car door, and waved his hand to interrupt the mayor's speech.
After I left, did you find anyone to check the situation under this water?
The long-delayed matter finally turned into a full-blown hidden danger, and the mayor could only let out a difficult, bitter smile.
We contacted some former friendly forces, but it's too chaotic outside now.
Everyone is too busy with their own affairs, and the two great divine churches' sphere of influence is too far from us.
No one can spare the effort to come here at all. Yes, who has time to care about Sewage Town now?
Your water source has a problem.
You definitely can't drink it until it's resolved. In an instant, Mayor Ya's face turned pale. What? No, can't drink it anymore?
He swallowed, his gaze sweeping over the warriors beside him, revealing a similar helplessness.
It's over. What about all the people in Sewage Town, up and down? Click.
Yilan opened the car door, helped the very ill Xia Qingyu inside, and closed the door.
How much reserve do you have? Reserve? Where would we get a reserve? The mayor was completely lost. This sewage ditch just stays there and doesn't run away. Who would bother to reserve it?
When it's not boiled, it smells terrible in the room, and after boiling, it spoils in less than 2 days.
Everyone just has mosquito restaurant uniformly salvage and store it daily, then take it as needed. I see.
Then Sewage Town truly doesn't have much time left, perhaps even less than those who already have symptoms and are dying. Some say people can survive 7 days without water, which is generally true, but that refers to extreme conditions.
When thirsty to a certain extent, wouldn't the mouth and tongue be unbearable? Wouldn't the mind collapse? Moreover, without water, there's no way to eat. Even if you love mosquitoes, you can't eat them raw, right? What to do? What to do? Can you handle it?
You're so powerful, you must have a way, right?
No.
Yilan's answer was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Firstly, this situation most likely already happened in history.
If I handled it, you would no longer have an urgent need, and what would happen to the rotten god cult? How would the final scene be restored? Secondly, I really can't handle it, I'm even struggling to protect myself right now. Rumble. Another car sped over, and the car door slammed shut. Yaman ran over, looking panicked. It's bad, it's bad. Everyone at Mosquito Restaurant is rapidly deteriorating, Uncle Lou and Aunt Lee are almost gone. Almost gone?
The mayor's face was so grim it looked like it was about to drip water. Perhaps others still had a chance to hold on for a few days and hope, but some already had no time left at all.
What to do?
Gritting his teeth, the mayor made a swift decision and gave an order.
What about that madman in the prison? Let him out, let him take a look. In an instant, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Of course, the only one who unequivocally objected was Arthur.
Mayor, this is not appropriate.
Not appropriate, my ass. Do you have any other ideas?
The mayor roared furiously, if we don't do something, Sewage Town will be destroyed within 2 days. Either drink the water and die in pain, or die of thirst.
Even then, we shouldn't rely on him. We still have time.
If we are willing to return the Chaos Bell and accept the punishment, we might not be able to get the Twilight God cult to help us.
To ensure smooth breathing, the off-road vehicle's windows were open, and Yilan couldn't help but exchange glances with Xiaoqingyu as they listened
to the conversation. After all, the Twilight God cult was mentioned. However, they clearly had no opportunity to discuss it now, as the argument on the other side continued to escalate.
Enough, Yaman.
Don't make me say it for the 4th time, this matter is off limits.
The town chief roared, before the apocalypse, I kept telling you to read more. Books, read more books, did you listen, huh? If only we had one medical student here now, would we be so helpless and without any solution? I disagree.
Suit yourself, but unfortunately, in Sewage Town right now, I make the decisions.
He. Bang.
He got into the car, slammed the door shut, and Yaman drove away from there. The town chief was so angry his teeth itched, he slammed his fist heavily on a nearby car.
Damn it, that brat.
Let him go, town chief, calm down. He is still just a child, after all.
In the silence, someone offered advice, then said, or, should we try to migrate? The town chief clenched his fist, then released it powerlessly, sighing. Migrate where? Outside, there are mutated creatures everywhere and desolate lands. We don't even know where to go. What if we encounter enemies? We have no food, no water, and barely any bullets left.
Sighing, the town chief waved his hand. You few, go get all the painkillers from the inventory and take them directly to the Mosquito Restaurant. You two, immediately go bring that crazy doctor from the jail to the Mosquito Restaurant.
We can only place our hopes on him now.
Although it's a bit unsettling, he does have real skills, so we can only see what solutions he has. Watching the town chief distributing and assigning tasks, Yilan seemed thoughtful.
So the first team Sewage Town had was the town defense force? If that's the case, it's quite absurd. After all that, was the town guard the one that split off later?
Then, in the true history of Sewage Town, the town guard should have appeared at this time. When Sewage Town faced such a crisis, the town chief proposed the current plan, and Yaman disagreed, having his own ideas. Of course, in the scene just now, Arthur couldn't convince the town chief, and no one was willing to follow him.
But what about at the actual time?
At that time, Yaman had just defeated the magic scythe and saved Sewage Town. His prestige was unmatched.
What if he had voiced his opposition in that situation? Truly. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. What has everything here turned into because I had a satisfying fight with the magic scythe last time? Of course, Sewage Town might not have been pushed to this point at that time either. After all, fewer people survived, so there wasn't as much water demand. If everyone got a cup, they could last for a very, very long time. I apologize for the scene.
Finally, after arranging everything he had thought of, the town chief walked over to Yilan, a look of genuine concern on his face.
I heard you also. Yes. Yilan waved his hand and asked directly, what were you just talking about? A doctor, why was he locked up? A doctor.
For Sewage Town at this time, that was truly high-level talent.
What kind of major crime would he have to commit to be locked up?
Although, in the current situation, Yilan found it very difficult to believe that it was within the scope of what a doctor could solve. Seeing that Yilan was truly fine, at least much better than those people in the Mosquito restaurant, the town chief could only sigh, as expected of
an expert.
He was actually full of curiosity and interest about the two friends Yilan brought, who were called from Radiant City, but he truly had no time for
such irrelevant topics.
I really find it hard to describe this. The town chief seemed tired, or perhaps he was hoarse from shouting for so long and had no water to drink. So he leaned against Yilan's car. To make a long story short, a month ago, a type of ape-like mutated creature appeared around the town. We call them smiling monkeys.
As he mentioned this, the town chief, who
had already experienced countless trials and tribulations with Yilan, actually showed a hint of fear. Their combat ability is actually average, and I didn't feel they had too many strange abilities, only that they were agile and could even use human
weapons.
You know, after the battle 3 months ago, the town was almost out of ammunition and food, so we had a rather difficult fight.
Yilan nodded, cooperatively asking, and then?
They certainly didn't sound like overly powerful mutated creatures, assuming they couldn't use guns. But Yilan believed the town chief wouldn't speak idly or provide irrelevant information at this moment. But the most terrifying thing about that group of smiling monkeys is that they have extremely wide, long white mouths that look like a person is
constantly smiling exaggeratedly.
The town chief gestured with his hand, seemingly wanting Yilan to vividly imagine it. Did you watch movies before?
The apocalypse? That mouth is a bit like a clown's makeup.
They also particularly like to act at night, rushing out flexibly and eerily in the darkness, then making giggle sounds everywhere.
Can you imagine that scene? Gulp.
It was the sound of Su Lejean quietly swallowing in the car. Then, during that battle, a young man in the town was unfortunately severely wounded, and we had no ability to treat him at all. At this time, someone claiming to be a doctor came to the town, and we had no choice but to ask him for treatment.
Yilan nodded gently, not interrupting.
He knew the most crucial part of the situation was about to come.
Then,
he performed a heart transplant.
Yilan's pupils constricted. What on earth? And then it failed? No. The town chief swallowed, he succeeded. Yilan?
This time he was truly shocked.
What kind of medical skill was this? In such a crude environment, with such simple equipment, he completed a heart transplant? This could no longer be explained by medical skill, could it? Then why? Because what he transplanted
was a smiling monkey's heart. Yilan was stunned, but the town chief continued to recount the terrifying things that happened next. That young man was indeed cured. But from then on, he started acting exceptionally strange and no longer spoke to anyone. During the day, he was quiet like a human, but at night, he would show that smiling monkey smile and then wander around the town, peering into people's windows and even beside their beds, making giggle sounds. It was like he had turned into something else. If you called him, his mouth would just stretch even wider.
Suture.
For a moment, even Yilan, who had never witnessed that scene, began to feel a chill.
A terrifying atmosphere spread through the town.
After multiple meetings, we decided to gently persuade the doctor to leave Sewage Town. But we never expected him to refuse to leave, insisting on staying here. The town mayor recalled those days, still feeling goosebumps even now. It wasn't until another time, when that young man he operated on appeared in someone's home in the middle of the night, that everyone could no longer tolerate such fear and apprehension.
The town defense force made a final attempt to persuade the doctor to leave.
After receiving a refusal, they confiscated all his tools and carried out a protective detention. Yilan couldn't comment on the matter, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet for a moment. I should go. The town mayor put out the cigarette in his hand, looked down at his watch, and barely managed to lift his spirits. I must personally oversee this matter, and you all. Let's go together. We also need to hear what he has to say. The town mayor was stunned for a moment, then he realized that they had also consumed the sewage and were also afflicted. Yilan had been chatting with him so casually that he had completely forgotten. I'll lead the way. The town mayor returned to his car, started the engine, and drove steadily into the town. Yilan also returned to his car and told Su Lezhang to follow. Qingyu, are you alright? Not at all, but... Listening to this town mayor tell a ghost story made me feel much more awake. Yilan. Indeed, although it was absurd, he had been so engrossed in empathizing with the story that he almost forgot he was poisoned and in critical condition. That, if that doctor says he can cure this disease, you wouldn't really let him treat you, would you? Su Lezhang, who was driving, hesitated several times before finally asking anxiously. The look of horror in the rearview mirror made Yilan find it a bit amusing for a moment. We, the two people involved, aren't even scared. What are you scared of? Su Lezhang hesitated, then wanted to speak, then stopped again. I mean, is it possible that I should be more afraid? If you two also turn into those smiling monkeys, and then every night you crawl onto my bed, giggling, I'm going to surrender to Lin Jiao, okay? Compared to her, her giggling is simply a pleasure. Amidst a mix of pain, suppression, and unease, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of Mosquito Restaurant. What an inauspicious start. Almost immediately after entering the shadow of the past, the entire team's combat power was on the verge of collapse, making it difficult for the team's morale to not hit rock bottom. And this couldn't even be blamed on Yilan, as the captain, for tactical errors. The team was paralyzed during a lunch before anything could even be set up. Creak. Mosquito Restaurant had been completely cleared out, with all the tables and chairs moved elsewhere. The large restaurant hall was empty. Folding beds were brought in, and everyone in Sewage Town who showed symptoms was lying there, making it look like a makeshift hospital ward. As the saying goes, as long as there is no hospital in Sewage Town, then everywhere can be a hospital. Inside, people were busy, especially its owner, the boss of Mosquito Restaurant, who was so numb, confused, and questioning life that he had no expression at all. Are they here? The town mayor asked authoritatively. His trusted subordinate, whom he had sent to bring the doctor, naturally responded, so this question was basically just a formality. They were already here, how could they not have arrived? They've arrived, town mayor. He's currently examining the deceased's body under the supervision of the town defense force. The town mayor nodded, took a deep breath, and walked inside. He was both apprehensive about meeting this person again and keenly aware that the moment determining Sewage Town's fate was here. Creak. He pushed open the kitchen door and walked through. Creak. Then, he pushed open the room door again, and a distinct smell of disinfectant, characteristic of a hospital, wafted out. The old doctor heard the door open, turned his head, and met the eyes of the several newcomers. At that instant, Yilan felt his brain buzz, and a chill shot straight to his head. Holy crap! Su Lezhang shrieked in terror, and Xia Qingyu's hand was already suspended in front of her, as if she was about to summon her sword, her ability. Objects, the next second. The old doctor in front of them looked exactly like the old doctor from Sewage Clinic 60 years later. Do you all know me? The old doctor looked at the three of them one by one, his lips curling up, and asked with interest. Yilan quickly composed himself from the brief shock, his face expressionless. No. The old doctor shrugged, turned around, said nothing, and continued to examine the corpse. Out of his sight, Yilan silently glared fiercely at Su Lezhang. What are you screaming about? Whether this guy is the old doctor from Sewage Clinic 60 years later or not, there's no way he could know us now. Moreover, if he really is, then it gets interesting. Setting aside how he lived so long, 60 years later he's still in Sewage Town and has become the official doctor of Sewage Town. Furthermore, this old doctor has an intricate connection with the sewing doll, which also provides a highly probable explanation for those previous
bizarre events. What a load of nonsense about heart transplants.
A month ago, the way this old doctor saved that young man was probably through the power of the sewing doll.
He sewed a smiling monkey's heart to that young man's body.
That's why the young man was in such a bizarre state after recovering, maintaining the habits of a smiling monkey's and acting strangely in the
middle of the night. Is he still the same person he was originally? Even those who look so much like humans, the so-called smiling monkeys, are they perhaps all the handiwork of the sewing doll? Hoping he'll save Sewage Town? Suddenly, countless clues fell into place.
Yilan and Xia Qingyu exchanged glances and nodded slightly.
Prepare for battle.
I need to perform an autopsy. After several minutes of quiet observation, undisturbed by anyone, the old doctor turned to the town mayor and said,
Autopsy?
No, the town mayor shook his head. Under such circumstances, performing an autopsy on the deceased to further identify the cause would normally be a necessary and essential step, but given his past record, it was unlikely that anyone in Sewage Town would dare to let him operate again.
Even if it was a deceased person. However, this matter was probably truly unstoppable.
The old doctor refused to budge and didn't express much interest, giving off a rather indifferent feeling.
Then I'm afraid I can't help.
In the long silence, the town mayor fell into great indecision.
Finally, he can only look at Yilan with a hint of seeking help, seemingly wanting to ask for his opinion.
Yilan narrowed his eyes, meeting the old doctor's gaze for the second time.
Permanent residence. Okay, Yilan said, I'm watching.
Yilan couldn't guarantee anything else, but he could at least swear that if the old doctor dared to use the power of an ability object, Yilan would
definitely be able to tell. As for if he used the power of the sewing doll, he'd be even more able to tell.
It's just that he and Xia Qingyu's strength might not be enough to defeat him right now, but they could still plan for the long term. Formless Hand and Mind Cat were ready outside, but their usage conditions were extremely strict, and he wasn't willing to reveal his trump cards for such a small matter. What's more, the armed forces of Sewage Town were all gathered here, and with Yilan's current prestige and the old doctor's notoriety, they had no shortage of numerical superiority. Hearing Yilan say this, the town mayor finally breathed a huge sigh of relief, his suspended and wavering heart settling down. He was truly a little afraid of this guy, but the equally powerful Yilan also made him feel very secure. The heavy burden of making this potentially Pandora's box opening decision was, in effect, half lifted by Yilan. The old doctor nodded, not surprised by his final answer, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come here from the big shots today.
Then you two should leave too, people disturbing me will affect my work.
The town mayor narrowed his eyes, this condition had completely reached his limit.
Impossible, I must be here.
The old doctor's eyebrow twitched, he actually didn't insist anymore.
Alright, but not so many people, at most two.
You two discuss it yourselves. Saying that, he went to organize his surgical tools, leaving the town mayor and Yilan to exchange glances and nod.
Lu Zhang, Shangyu, you two go out for a bit. If there's an emergency, you can ignore it and come straight in. The two nodded, just as Xia Manman couldn't compete with Yilan and herself, as the captain, for a spot to enter the shadow of the past. Since only two people could stay in this room, she had no reason to contend with the town mayor and Yilan, as the captain. In the blink of an eye, only the town mayor, Yilan, and the old doctor remained in the room. The old doctor put on his gloves and began dissecting the corpse. Click, click, click. The scalpel cut upwards along the navel, making an unusually harsh sound, as if it wasn't cutting through skin but something almost like wood. This. Yilan's eyes didn't blink.
Although witnessing this process was truly sickening for someone seeing it for the first time, it was also fortunate that the corpse of this sewage
town resident had basically mutated, making it less bloody.
During this quiet preparatory work, the old doctor actually started chatting casually.
You and your companions aren't from this small town, are you? Where are you from? Heh, so he's trying to dig for information about me? I'm clearly the one who wants to ask you. Radiant City. Yilan was concise, realizing that while he could be a bit silly in front of familiar people, he was increasingly fond of maintaining this cool persona in front of strangers. This cold, distant feeling meant fewer problems. Oh. The old doctor's movements paused for a fleeting moment, then he continued operating and spoke. That's quite a distance. I won't ask why you're here, you certainly wouldn't tell me anyway. But the people here seem to trust you, which is quite rare. Yi Lan's heart stirred slightly, and he asked, what do you mean? What do I mean? Just look at the sour face of the person next to you, I've never seen any other expression on him. I hadn't noticed. From the first time I came here, the town mayor has been enthusiastic towards me. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Of course, the sewage town 60 years later was truly exclusive. Narrowing his eyes, Yilan probed directly, his tone unperturbed. Isn't it because of the shocking things you've done? The town mayor's body tensed instantly, and he cast a somewhat resentful gaze at Yilan. Why are you telling him that? Isn't that provoking him? But unexpectedly, the old doctor seemed not to care about Yilan's words at all. Or rather, he already knew what kind of matter this was. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In fact, with his injuries, any other doctor would just let him die, but I gave him a new choice, a chance. If it were you, how would you choose? Yi Lan's expression remained unchanged, but his attitude was already very clear. Do I even need to choose? If I were to be turned into that monstrous state by you, I would absolutely choose death. The dissection process had reached a critical moment. The old doctor took something out, held it up to the brightest light, observed it carefully, and then put it down. Interesting. Very interesting. A strange smile appeared on his face, which was turned away from the two. He didn't know what he was sighing about, and then he spoke. The water here can no longer be drunk. Yi Lan's eyebrow twitched. Do I need you to tell me that? I could tell without dissecting. How to save them? Yi Lan asked. Everyone in the hall outside drank the sewage. The old doctor didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Lan with great interest. He wanted to reach out his hand, but ultimately stopped. You also drank the sewage? Yi Lan was stunned, a strong sense of vigilance rising in his heart. Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts. I'm here with a straight face, acting as if nothing's wrong. Do you know how much pain I'm enduring? How did you see through it? Let me examine you. You seem very special. No. Seeing the old doctor walk towards him, Yi Lan couldn't help but tense up, one hand already on his gun. He did nothing but made his stance clear. Tisk. The old doctor pouted, but stopped his steps, as if losing interest. Suit yourself. No good deed goes unpunished. He returned to the makeshift workbench and began packing up his personal tools. There's a type of black waste in the wasteland southwest of the town that can neutralize this. I'll call it toxicity for now. Of course, it can only alleviate it, it will still erupt again soon. Hurry and seek help from major powers. Seek help. We've already sent out requests for help, but there's been no response yet, the town mayor said, frowning, keeping an eye on his every move. That means you're looking for the wrong people. He wiped the last piece of dirt from his surgical tool, packed all his belongings, and walked out. Go find the Rotten God Cult, maybe they can solve your problem. Rotten God Cult? The town mayor's expression suddenly changed. Are you sure that's a force we can ask for help from? Haven't they caused several shocking incidents, and been reported as an evil force by various major righteous sects across the entire wasteland? Multiple times? But he had probably said all he wanted to say. He slung his somewhat eerie medicine box over his back and walked out. Hesitating for a moment, the town mayor resolutely blocked his path. Where are you going? The old doctor's steps paused, his cloudy old eyes calm and unruffled. To find a place to stay. Are you still going to keep me locked up?
The town mayor neither nodded nor shook his head, but spoke in a deep voice.
I have no intention of detaining you.
It was because you were unwilling to leave that I had to resort to such measures. The old doctor, of course, knew this and shrugged.
And now? The town mayor also fell into great indecision, finally gritting his teeth hard.
Of course, I won't detain you, but we must send people to accompany you at all times. I hope you can help treat the townspeople outside once we find what you mentioned, and help them hold on a little longer.
If
He paused, if this matter can pass smoothly, and you still insist on staying in the town.
I grant you permanent residency. Yi Lan's eyebrow subtly twitched, out of sight of the two. So, in the apocalypse, every word and action must be extremely cautious. Permanent residency. Is it from this moment that the foundation for the future sewage clinic was laid? Wait.
It said inside not to barge in randomly.
Get out. Don't block me. A commotion came from outside the room.
Then, with a bang, the door was kicked open. The young man was furious, the dark muzzle of his pistol pointed at the old doctor's head.
You bastard. Why couldn't you let him die like a human being? Concerns in Sewage Town. Yaman. No.
The mayor anxiously tried to stop him, yet feared provoking Yaman further, so he stood in front of the old doctor.
Get out. Are you still going to shield this demon? Calm down.
The whole town is sick, and he's the only doctor.
Do you really want everyone to die because of your impulsiveness?
Killing intent and malevolence intertwined, leaving only the boy's heavy breathing in the room.
He suddenly saw Yi Lan and was startled. You.
He wasn't among the first group the mayor took to the sewage ditch, he had rushed over later due to an urgent matter. Their conversation ended badly, and he hadn't noticed anyone else present.
Only now did he realize Yi Lan's arrival. At the same time, the mayor looked at Yi Lan with extreme anxiety. Yi Lan, quickly persuade him. He looks up to you, he'll listen to you. Yi Lan. What does that have to do with me?
Yaman was clearly distracted, or perhaps the mayor's words had made him indecisive, leaving him in a daze. And Yi Lan could indeed become the backbone with some decisive influence.
You also want to persuade me to give up?
Although he didn't know how he became the one to decide the old doctor's life or death, in a single-player game, this situation would likely be a critical turning point affecting the ending, so he had to be cautious. As his thoughts churned, Yi Lan stepped forward, gently tugged the mayor, and pulled open the space between Yaman and the old doctor. From the perspective of Sewage Town, follow your own decision. Yaman was stunned, and after a long time, he dejectedly lowered his gun.
Thank you, he said. You're the first person to let me make my own decision, instead of giving me a bunch of grand principles telling me what to do. He gave the old doctor a cold glance, then the mayor an expressionless look, and left without looking back. The room became empty once more.
The old doctor gave Yi Lan a deep look and walked out the door.
When only Yi Lan and the mayor remained, the mayor couldn't help but ask Yi Lan in a low voice, with a mix of confusion and resentment, why didn't you persuade him, and instead pulled me away?
Just look at the outcome, Yi Lan said casually.
At a time like this, the more you try to stop him, the angrier he gets, and the more likely he is to act, okay?
The mayor's expression gradually turned to shock, and he scratched his head.
Is that so? Nonsense.
For Yi Lan, Yaman was one of the key figures 60 years ago in Sewage Town. His every move, every thought, was inevitably a microcosm of 60 years ago. It had to be his own decision for things to progress. For instance, in this scene, Yaman 60 years ago had prestige, completely different from his current situation. The present mayor could easily stop him, but at that time, he couldn't. So, he acted as a catalyst.
If the mayor couldn't stop him, what would Yaman do? Why is his reaction to this doctor so strong? Didn't I mention it before?
There was a young man in town who had a smiling monkey's heart transplanted, and since then, he's been like a human by day and a monkey by night, the mayor said in a somber tone. That person was his childhood friend. The room fell silent, and only then did Yilan understand how difficult a decision it had been for him to lower his gun just now.
Town Guard, Town Defense Force. Arthur, Luo Cho. Unlike outsiders like himself, although their philosophies and methods were completely different, and they brought various good or bad results in the process, their ultimate goal was to save their own small town. Just like the current mayor in Yemen. But no matter what, he was a very resolute young man. What's your plan now?
The mayor gave a bitter laugh, pulled open the refrigerator door, found a cup, and seemed to want a drink, but then stopped.
He put it back. So thirsty. We can only take it one step at a time.
Yemen's concerns are not unfounded. I must keep an eye outside to prevent these townspeople from suffering the same fate as Yemen's childhood friend. He sighed, with an undisguised hesitation and unease. Then I'll send someone to see what that black waste he mentioned is. If the townspeople's condition worsens, we might have no choice but to try it.
Black waste. It doesn't sound like something that can be used in the human body. But sometimes, how many choices do people have?
However, what Yilan asked was not actually about this matter.
I'm asking, will you seek help? Yilan said. Like the rotten god cult he suggested? Sigh. The mayor rubbed his forehead in dejection. I don't know.
I heard they corrupted many human settlements during their expansion, and although there are rumors of other hidden reasons, they are ultimately not
easy to deal with. We are simply too weak now.
Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask Yilan, may I be so bold as to ask?
Is Radiant City behind you willing to lend a hand?
Ah. I'm a lone wolf, I can't speak for Radiant City, and I don't know if they'd be willing to help, Yilan said, then a little puzzled. Why not try?
Asking the Twilight God cult for help?
The mayor glanced at Yilan and shook his head.
No, you've seen it. The Chaos Spell's origin is illegitimate, and
in a sense, they are more extreme than the rotten god cult.
More extreme? Yilan frowned.
The Twilight God cult shouldn't have such a reputation, otherwise, it wouldn't be called the leading righteous cult of the wasteland. Over the past year, they have traveled throughout the wasteland, resolving threats and handling abnormal disasters, but sometimes they are very ruthless.
For example? For example, humans or even settlements that have been deeply affected by anomalies will be directly eliminated by them. Yilan was stunned.
Although they publicly claim they do this because the danger is extreme, irreversible, beyond salvation, and severely threatens other humans in the
wasteland. But who knows?
The mayor looked at his hands with a touch of sorrow.
We've already been affected by the Chaos Spell. What if they deem us extremely dangerous, beyond salvation? Yilan was stunned. Had Sewage Town already been affected by the Chaos Spell at this moment? Yes, it must have been affected.
It was strange that the mayor gave it to Yaman last time, and now it seems even more absurd the more he thinks about it. So what exactly is the Chaos Spell?
God of War. God of War, it's bad.
Just as Yilan was about to continue asking, hurried footsteps came from behind him.
It was Su Lezhang rushing in. It's bad, it's really bad. Xia Qingyu seems to be dying. Searching for the cure. Ha! Yilan's expression shifted, and he quickly ran towards the main hall.
Inside the hall, Xia Qingyu lay weakly on a medical bed, her face flickering between a deep grayish-black and a bright light, as if the pure remnant sun energy within her body was resisting the darkness. Her delicate face showed weakness and good fortune, her forehead red as if she had a high fever. Almost at the same moment Yilan rushed into the hall, old doctor stood in front of Xia Qingyu, his brows unfurrowed.
This is
Twilight, his voice abruptly stopped, and he looked at Yilan, who was staring intently at him, and closed his mouth.
What's the situation?
Yilan squatted down, his hand resting for a moment on Xia Qingyu's burning forehead, then stood up to look at old doctor.
Well, I really don't understand you. Didn't you bring her here?
Old doctor was about to explain, but then felt there was no need for him to explain, can't you tell?
Isn't that a rhetorical question? Speak frankly.
To speak frankly, the power in her body is in conflict with the power from Sewage Town. She inadvertently absorbed it into her body without any defense, and now she can't quite hold on. Yilan frowned, glancing at the Sewage Town residents for whom temporary beds filled the room, finding it hard to comprehend. Why is she so serious?
She should clearly be the strongest, right?
Well, you can understand it this way, the others don't have the strength to resist, so they are very calm. But as for her, the two forces are fighting each other using her body as a battlefield, which led to this situation.
His eyeballs rolled.
However, the young lady's life is not in danger, it's just that her symptoms are more severe than others.
If you're willing to let me perform a small operation, I have an 80% chance. No need.
Yilan directly refused him.
Unless there were absolutely no other options, who would choose to let him operate?
He squatted down, gently placed his hand on Xia Qingyu's head, and spoke softly.
Relax, don't activate any power. Just pretend you're a normal person.
Xia Qingyu weakly opened her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming softer, then steady. Her face was still very hot, but it was no longer red. Her condition should have improved a little, for now.
Don't stress too much, get some good rest. With me, you'll be busy later.
Yilan instinctively wanted to say with me here to comfort her, but having spent time with her recently, he could tell she was a very strong-willed girl, so he changed his words. Whether it was her family environment or external perceptions, sometimes wanting something too much can make one overly sensitive.
Insisting on being strong when it's not necessary becomes showing off. I'm dragging you down.
No, Yilan simply comforted her, then picked her up and stood, walking towards the door.
Where are you going?
Old Doctor actually called out to Yilan, asking. Yilan slightly turned his head and said, to see the black waste you mentioned.
Is there a problem?
Yilan's words startled him, he clearly hadn't expected Yilan to act on the solution he proposed.
You're right, I'm sure it's effective. But I want to remind you of something. He paused, hinting, don't let anyone else come. The more people there are in this place, the more troublesome it gets.
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
What did he mean? Was he warning him not to let people from Twilight God Cult come?
After all, he probably saw that Xia Qingyu was from Twilight God Cult, only he couldn't have imagined she was from Twilight God Cult 60 years ago. But he couldn't possibly be on the same side as him, so why would he advise him? At this moment, the mayor also caught up.
Hero.
I know you are powerful, but there are times when you can't handle everything.
It's better to take some people with you before you go.
The mayor's face showed a hint of shame. I should have sent people for this matter, but...
Instead, I'm letting you go again. Take some people?
The thought crossed Yilan's mind, and he immediately said, okay, let Yaman come with me.
Yaman?
The mayor was extremely surprised, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded.
Alright, but I don't know where he's run off to again. It's fine, I'll look.
Su Lezhang pushed open the door of the Sewage Town restaurant ahead, and Yilan followed closely, placing Xia Qingyu in the back seat and sitting in
the passenger seat. War God, this. What the hell is this place? Why is it so eerie?
To be honest, when he went out this time and saw Yilan and Xia Qingyu together, he wasn't very panicked.
What kind of dream team is this? Top experts joining forces, isn't this just a breeze? And then, this happened. Should he say it lived up to being Sewage Town, whether 60 years ago or later? Should we retreat? Retreat?
Yilan looked at Su Lezhang strangely. It wasn't the first time he had doubted his intelligence.
How do we retreat? Su Lezhang.
Yes, how to retreat. Everything here was too real, so much so that he almost forgot he was likely already in a dream created by an anomaly.
And Yilan knew even more that this opportunity was extremely precious and unique.
Eternal Nightmare's power had completely exhausted itself and fallen into slumber at the last moment. Once they left, it would likely be impossible to
re-enter.
Unless Su Lezhang or Xia Qingyu were on the verge of death, Yilan would not consider such matters.
Moreover,
Yilan looked at Xiaoqingyu, then felt the stinging pain in his own body, a hint of worry crossing his face.
Could leaving solve the problem? Would the injuries sustained here be carried into the outside world?
What happened here could only most likely be resolved here. No matter what, he had to go and see the place that Guy mentioned first.
Let's go, southwest direction. Wait.
Yilan was about to tell Su Lezhang to drive, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. Through the car window, on a nearby lawn, a person was sitting alone, looking at the sky.
Yaman! Wait for me here.
After a brief instruction, Yilan opened the car door and walked over.
Hi. Yilan walked up to Yaman and sat beside him. What are you thinking about?
The thin Yaman had a rather delicate face, and gazing at the sky, he possessed a very unique temperament, somewhat like a novel's male protagonist.
Of
course, this might not be a compliment, but rather indicating that he looked like someone who could cause a lot of trouble.
Ah, it's you?
Yaman snapped out of his daze, his mood slightly low. How is it inside now? He was wearing a neat and capable outfit, looking quite elite. The situation isn't good, the doctor is trying his best to delay the onset of symptoms.
What?
With a single sentence, Yaman was stimulated enough to stand up. Last time, one person was harmed, and this time he's using so many people.
As test subjects? What the hell is the mayor thinking? Eradicate.
Don't panic, Yilan said, patting his shoulder. The town chief is watching inside, and given what happened last time, the town chief won't give him a chance to pull any tricks.
TCH, Yaman scoffed, a look of disdain on his face, but he finally relaxed considerably. What good does him watching do? Yilan didn't argue the point, nor was he there to argue. He stood up. I'm going to check the southwest. Want to come along? Southwest? Yaman froze, seemingly surprised that Yilan had invited him, and couldn't help but ask, what for?
To find a solution, of course.
Let's go. Yaman immediately agreed.
Although he wasn't from Sewage Town either, Yilan was completely different from that old doctor in his eyes. This was someone who had truly saved Sewage Town, someone trustworthy.
What kind of solution?
Yilan shrugged.
I don't know.
That doctor said there's some black waste in the wasteland to the southwest of town that can alleviate the current symptoms.
Hearing that, Yaman stiffened for a moment, his expression a mix of complexity and reluctance. It's him again?
Yilan nodded, as if it were the most natural thing.
That's why we need to see for ourselves, isn't it? Yaman nodded, unable to refute Yilan's point.
The reason they kept that doctor alive was precisely because they were hoping he could save those people, wasn't it?
He just held an opposing view. Let's go.
Following Yilan towards the off-road vehicle, he opened the passenger door for him to get in, while Yilan sat in the back. Hello, Su Lezhang greeted politely and familiarly, making Yaman slightly uncomfortable.
He just nodded slightly. Hello.
He always felt that these people had a strange sense of being out of place. It was as if they hadn't experienced the despair of the apocalypse.
Then we're off. Oh, how are you so similar to? Bang! Yilan kicked the back of Su Lezhang's seat, interrupting him mid-sentence. He immediately stopped talking.
The car started and slowly drove along the main road, quickly leaving the center of Sewage Town. This elder sister, Yaman, sitting in the front, looked back. Xiaoqingyu's condition was truly bad, even more severe than those in the sewage clinic, which made him a bit stunned.
Don't worry, my friend is very strong. As if to respond to Yilan's explanation, Xiaoqingyu managed to force a smile.
Yaman was a bit surprised, looking at Yilan with a complex expression.
Are you also? Yilan nodded. Yes, we are also poisoned. If what was in the sewage was truly poison. Yaman didn't know what to say for a moment, only feeling a little touched.
It was the second time, for Sewage Town. He knew there was nothing he could do, but he also held a glimmer of hope.
Since you are so strong, you must have a powerful force behind you, right? Can you help us?
Sewage Town was like a middle-aged man riddled with disease, already pushed to his limit. Just a little more, and it would truly collapse.
Everything was too hopeless.
Yilan gently shook his head.
Unfortunately, it's just the few of us. And we are more skilled in combat than anything else. Yaman was a bit disappointed and sighed. Since he was eager to chat, Yilan also had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. I see your opinions seem quite different from the town chief's? Yaman nodded.
When Yilan brought up the matter weighing on his heart, it was as if he wanted to find some resonance, and he suddenly spoke voluminously. Yes, he's too conservative, content with the status quo, thinking that the current situation and disasters are unacceptable.
But, why?
Sewage Town clearly has a chance to live better. There's no need to endure these current misfortunes. We can try more, take more risks, instead of just comparing ourselves to settlements in worse situations, right?
Yilan was non-committal. Was it like conservative versus radical? From a later perspective, he supported the town chief.
If Sewage Town could be content with the status quo, at most it would just bear the impact of an anomaly.
Places with anomalous existences are not easily destroyed, so it was indeed quite good. But Yilan already knew the later outcome.
In order to solve the original impact, it brought one after another even greater impacts to Sewage Town. Eventually, it seemed to accumulate to its limit, and there was no way to turn back.
However, as people of that time, especially hot-blooded young people, would they truly be content with the status quo? No one could blame anyone, everyone just wanted things to be better. So, what do you want to do? Yilan asked openly.
Of course, call for help. Yaman, a person of little influence, rarely had the chance to pour out his heart to someone.
This is simply not a situation that our Sewage Town can face.
There are clearly people who can help us, to make our town chief better.
What if we just join a large force, becoming a subordinate power? What then?
When danger exceeds the scope of response, exchanging service for protection has been the rule since ancient times. TSK, he really is like Arthur, always venturing out to find solutions and reinforcements.
And both of you ended up coming to me.
But I heard that you've already tried calling for help,
but no one responded? Yilan asked tentatively.
This was a mix of his analysis and speculation. The apocalypse had only just arrived less than 2 days ago, and most places, especially remote ones, were in chaos.
Small forces could barely protect themselves, and large forces couldn't manage everything. No responses because we didn't specify who to find. Yaman said gloomily. We just issued a simple, undirected request. We're in a remote location and don't offer any presentable rewards, so naturally, no one came. But what if it's more precise?
For example, if we directly name the Twilight God cult in the request, raise the reward, and create some buzz, even if it's for their reputation, no matter how busy they are, they'd have to send people to take a look, right?
Yilan nodded slightly. This guy's thinking was quite clear. Then, he followed up on the content. But the town chief seemed to have said not to ask the Twilight God cult for help?
He's just a coward, Yaman scoffed, letting out a soft tisk. The Twilight God cult has maintained the wasteland for so long, always diligently
solving the problems of the residents on the wasteland. How serious could it be? They only act to eliminate particularly large anomalous pollutions.
Yilan narrowed his eyes, quietly glancing at Xiaoqingyu.
Seeing no special reaction, he asked, eliminate? Weeds. Yes. Yaman nodded. Have you seen zombie movies from before the apocalypse?
For example, a city experiences a biochemical virus outbreak, and to prevent its spread, it's directly nuked.
While cruel, I think it's understandable. If it leaks, the whole world would be destroyed. But we haven't reached that point yet, have we?
Yilan looked at Xiaoqingyu, who was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. He's right, but under non-extreme circumstances, the Twilight God cult would not make such a decision.
It's a very complex process.
Normally, if a very serious, irreversible, and transmissible abnormal influence appears, the discovering executive team will submit an initial
report. Then, after receiving the report, the cult will conduct a secondary verification based on the level of danger.
If the secondary report still insists on the eradication request, it will be submitted to the Grand Inquisitor, who will convene a divine council
meeting for discussion.
Only after more than half approve will it be reported to the Pope. If the Pope agrees, then such a situation will be enacted. In necessary situations, such as those involving multiple anomalies or something that cannot be handled, even the Pope cannot make the decision. They must apply to the pure remnant son, or even request that the main god intervene. She paused, then shook her head, but such situations are rare.
Now,
given the situation in Sewage Town, it's simply impossible.
Xia Qingyu's lengthy explanation left Yaman stunned. This elder sister. She's so professional. He even started to not understand as he listened. Is that so?
Yilan didn't refute anything, but just thought about the matter. What Xia Qingyu understood was certainly the situation 60 years later, where regulations and systems were increasingly detailed.
But what about now? The Twilight God cult has only been established for less than 2 years now. Even their doctrines might not be complete, right?
Suddenly, Yilan's gaze sharply focused, and he spoke urgently.
Stop the car. Click.
The off-road vehicle came to a steady stop. Yilan pushed open the car door, got out, and squinted as he looked out at the roadside.
Not just him, everyone was stunned.
Before them was a vast expanse of lush green plants of unknown type, making it momentarily seem unlike the wasteland.
What is this stuff? It can even grow in this kind of soil? Su Lezhang asked suspiciously. Yilan didn't speak.
He didn't recognize this plant either, but he recognized the location where these plants were growing.
60 years later, it would be the Devil Black Chili Field.
He had felt very familiar driving this way. It turned out he had really been here before.
It's just... What's going on? Was this here before? Yilan asked Yaman, who decisively shook his head. No, we don't have this stuff, never even heard of it.
Squinting, Yilan stepped forward and pinched the body of the green plant. It was somewhat unripe, a bit soft and glutinous, very plump, and grew exceptionally well. It even felt full of moisture, which was quite absurd. The people in Sewage Town were practically dying of thirst, so how could this plant be so full of moisture? Drawing his revolver, Yilan disengaged the safety and walked inside. I'll go take a look.
I'm coming too.
Yaman followed closely, and Yilan didn't stop him. The two walked a few steps together through the gaps between the plants. Then, Yilan stopped, not daring to go deeper rashly. He hadn't noticed it immediately from the outside, but now that he was inside, with plants all around, Yilan was startled to find that the plants were not uniform in height. From the outer edges to the interior, they grew larger and taller. Looking as far as he could see, the furthest plants had already grown to over 2.5 meters.
Why does it look a bit like weeds? Yaman's voice sounded in Yilan's ear.
At first, Yilan only found it absurd, but then his eyebrows twitched. You know what, it really does look a bit like overgrown, enlarged weeds. Gradually, Yilan felt a slight dampness under his feet, as if he had stepped on water for a few seconds and it had slowly soaked through his shoe.
Soles, making him feel it.
Looking down, there was actually a thin layer of black liquid on the ground. This liquid was a relatively light black, not very different from the dark brown wasteland, so Yilan hadn't noticed it at first.
Is this the black waste that old doctor mentioned? Yilan crouched down. The pitch-black liquid had very small, strange bubbles, spreading inward, or more accurately, spreading outward from within.
Compared to the small amount here, the depths of this patch of plants could almost be described as a very shallow marsh. The giant weeds were submerged within it, and the deeper the water, the taller the grass grew.
For a moment, Yilan was thoughtful.
This certainly wasn't natural growth, it was more like the plants were stimulated to grow by this substance, underwent a mutation, and even gained
spiritual energy effects. It wasn't that absurd, wasn't the wasteland full of such things after the apocalypse?
It's just that mutated plants were relatively rare. Yilan took a few more steps forward, stopping at a slightly deeper location. He took out several water bags specifically obtained from the mayor, filled them with this so-called black waste, and hung them at his waist.
What is this stuff? That old guy is truly intent on harming people, wanting to use this for our patients? Yaman cursed, feeling very uneasy staying there. Shall we go? Yilan didn't speak.
He pulled Yaman back a few steps to a less deep area, then drew his dagger and swung it heavily, cutting at the nearest weed.
Put. Hiss. A strange liquid sprayed out from the severed weed, as if it were bleeding. The remaining half of its body even let out a hissing sound like a scream and began to writhe. Immediately after, this entire patch of grass began to shake, as if a strong wind swept through and then swept away. Rustle, rustle. Amidst a rustling sound, Yilan looked down and found that one of Yaman's feet was actually entangled by the weeds, and at the same time, several more weeds were extending towards him. Take this. Yilan's expression changed drastically. He threw the severed half of the weed to Arthur, then grabbed him to his side with one hand, and quickly disengaged the safety of his pistol with the other. Bang! Bang bang bang! He fired one shot at the weed around Yaman's foot, 2 shots to the sides, and the last shot towards the way back. Because they hadn't gone very deep, after 4 shots, Yilan grabbed Yaman and leaped out, directly jumping clear. A loud sound echoed from within the grassy area. Yilan didn't look back, but he felt as if a fierce giant beast with a gaping maw was behind him, biting at him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Ah 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 ah. Gunshots rang out from behind. Su Lezhang also fired a burst into the dense weeds behind Yilan. Yilan felt the cold sensation on his back ease, and he completely rushed back. Click, click. An entire magazine was emptied, and Su Lezhang was still foolishly pressing the trigger. When he looked back, the giant mutated grass patch had completely stopped wriggling. But even then, Yilan had a chilling feeling of being watched. Taste this. Let's go back. Yilan patted Su Lezhang's shoulder. This burst of bullets really helped a lot, and then he got into the car. No one had the slightest reluctance to leave this place. Everyone returned to their original positions, and Su Lezhang started the car at light speed. Almost drifting on the spot, driving rapidly towards the town at an escaping pace. Sitting in the back seat, Yilan looked at the item in his hand, and Xia Qingyu had also managed to sit up. Do you recognize this thing? Xia Qingyu covered her dizzy head, looked at it carefully for a moment, and then gently shook her head. It's a mutated plant, but its type has not been recorded within the church. Is it just a mutated plant? Yilan was non-committal, hanging the half-piece of so-called weed on his body, opening the stopper of his water skin, and sniffing it at his nose. Then, Yilan's expression changed slightly. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity? He was certain he had never seen this thing before. Carefully pouring a few drops onto his hand, Yilan dipped his index finger in it and brought it close to his eyes to observe closely. Soon, Yilan felt his eyes sting and promptly moved his hand away. This feeling. Yilan squeezed his eyes hard, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. It wasn't a harmful sensation, just like when your eyes sting when cutting onions? An irritant gas? What exactly is this thing? Yaman, sitting in the passenger seat, was still a bit shaken, craning his neck to look back at Yilan experimenting. I don't know. Yilan wiped his hands, put the water skin away, and sighed. Let's go back to Mosquito Restaurant first and see what old doctor says. Yaman hesitated to speak, but in the end, said nothing. What else could they do? The off-road vehicle stopped in front of Mosquito Restaurant, and Yilan helped Xia Qingyu up, walking towards the restaurant. Pushing open the door, the inside was eerily quiet. If before, this place was very noisy, filled with murmurs and faint moans everywhere, now it was another extreme, unsettlingly quiet. It certainly wasn't that everyone had recovered, rather, their symptoms were getting worse, gradually losing the strength to fall into a coma or wail. Bastard! What did you do again? Yaman glared at him. At once, old doctor gave him an annoyed glance. What's it got to do with me? This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed, I can't do anything.
Yilan patted Yaman's shoulder, helped Xiaqingyu onto the nearest empty bed, walked over to old doctor, picked up the water skin from his waist, and
opened the stopper. I brought it back. See if this is it.
Old doctor clearly preferred communicating with someone as sensible as Yilan. He took the water skin, poured a little into his hand, and lifted it to smell it. He seemed to have anticipated the smell. He merely narrowed his eyes and didn't seem irritated. He nodded, then strangely shook his head.
It seems a little different, but this thing is correct. Did something happen there? A mutated grass grew out.
Yilan was waiting for him to answer his questions, handing him the half-piece of mutated weed. Old doctor took the special weed, his eyes growing brighter and brighter.
Interesting, interesting. It's a miracle. A miracle?
Yilan wanted to ask more, but glancing at the lifeless atmosphere in the restaurant, he chose the most important matter.
I've brought the item back. How do we slow down their symptoms? Oh.
Old doctor came back to his senses and casually said, I need to keep half of it.
As for the rest, you call someone to boil it, and everyone drinks 1 drop, that's all.
At once, countless people frowned deeply.
What is this? Drink this stuff? They must really want to die faster. As for the two of you, you have psionic energy in your bodies, so it's not that troublesome. Just drink it directly.
Yilan stared at him expressionlessly, his ill will almost materializing. Old doctor had no choice but to respond seriously.
Sai, you people really are something. Why does no one believe I'm a good person?
He showed a very wronged expression, poured the black water from the water skin into his palm, drank it down in one gulp, even smacking his lips and
showing a very satisfied expression. See, I'm fine.
Yilan confirmed that he hadn't played any tricks during this process. He took out another water skin filled with black water, looking at this bubbling concoction with extreme reluctance.
What exactly is this thing?
Old doctor shrugged, I don't know, maybe it's a miracle.
Ha!
Yilan turned his head and looked at his teammates. One was a weakling, the other severely ill. There was no way he could let them try it first. On the other hand, he could at least revive if he died, which barely counted as having a trial and error cost, so he poured a few drops onto his hand.
After some mental preparation, Yilan swallowed it.
The bizarre black water entered his mouth without any strange taste, but it had a burning sensation. The liquid looked quite fluid, but upon entering the mouth, it carried a viscous feeling, and as it flowed, it seemed to stick to his throat.
Cough. Cough cough. Cough. Bastard! What did you do?
Yilan's abnormal reaction had already made Su Lezhang tremble and draw his gun.
Damn it, this ghostly place relied on Yilan, their big brother, to carry them. If he fell, Su Lezhang might never be able to go back. Lezhang, cough cough.
Yilan pushed down Su Lezhang's gun, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. At first, he was a bit panicked by the burning sensation, but as the liquid went down, he truly felt no pain, and
he seemed to have regained some strength. Damn it! Yilan directly cursed. At that moment, he finally understood what this bizarre thing was somewhat like. Qingyu.
Seeing Yilan hand over the water skin, Xia Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth and drank it, choosing to trust Yilan's judgment.
Cough cough. Xia Qingyu's cough was quieter and more elegant.
After coughing, her gaze also shifted.
How do you feel? Xia Qingyu stood up and nodded gently, it's effective. The pain is fading, but I feel very weak.
Yilan nodded, that's good, just don't use any strength. Su Lezhang looked left and right, his face full of confusion. His two mainstays seemed to have recovered, which was great news, but
what are you two talking about? You're giving each other meaningful glances, and I still don't understand?
Seeing his expression, Yilan, whose mood had improved now that the crisis was temporarily averted, shook the water skin at Su Lezhang. Want to try?
Some? Su Lezhang. No need, right? I'm not sick. It's fine even if you're not sick.
Yilan's lips curved, as if recalling a certain scene. This is your favorite flavor?
Su Lezhang? My favorite flavor? After a moment of hesitation, Su Lezhang gritted his teeth. I'll risk it.
Yilan and Xia Qingyu had both drunk it, so even if it was poison, it didn't matter. If both of them were gone, he wouldn't be able to get out anyway, which would also be death. A small sip entered his mouth, and Su Lezhang, who had already prepared himself for how painful it would be, smacked his lips and didn't even cough.
This isn't.
He widened his eyes in shock, and the gazes of the three intertwined, all feeling something in common.
This is the taste of devil black chili. Suijin.
As the first to be shocked, Yilan had now recovered, but his mind became increasingly chaotic with the questions brought by this incident. It has the effect of restoring spiritual energy, subtly suppressing the effects of things from under the water. Yilan rubbed his forehead as his expression changed.
What exactly is the sewage town's devil black chili? And what is the connection between it and this strange black water? You two, follow them.
Seeing old Doctor quickly and excitedly leave the restaurant, the mayor decisively waved his hand, calling two of his capable men to follow. Then, he came to Yilan's side, looking at the strange bubbling black water with a reluctant and hesitant expression.
Hero, this thing.
You can use it, Yilan replied, but don't use too much.
Can it be guaranteed that there will be no problems at all? Of course not. This is just very similar to devil black chili. It's not actually devil black chili. But this is the apocalypse, this is the last resort before death. If there's hope, you have to try. You're about to starve to death, and you only have a 60-year expired can of food next to you. Do you eat it or not?
Having received Yilan's answer, the mayor no longer hesitated and distributed the remaining 2 water bags, excluding the one old doctor took. Go.
Boil them in the pot. Then 1 drop per person, don't let your hands shake, understand?
Aside from the restaurant owner, who looked extremely displeased at the thought of his pot being used to boil such messy things, fearing it would be
unusable afterward, the atmosphere in the room was once again filled with hope. Hero, what are your plans? Yilan thought for a moment.
Even he was very tired, Xia Qingyu also needed to recover, and his mind was too chaotic and needed to be sorted out.
He spoke. Let's rest for a bit. Is there a place to stay? The mayor was stunned, and at this moment, a hint of joy actually appeared on his gloomy face. Absolutely. Let me tell you, do you remember what we talked about by the sewage ditch last time? That inn has already been built. You can be the first guests to stay, for free. Yilan? Damn it, don't tell me it's the sewage inn. With so many empty houses in the town, why build a special one?
From the first time he saw Sewage Town, he felt it was unreasonable.
Who would build a building here?
The mayor scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, we don't have that many people now, everyone lives in this area.
Those empty houses are too far from the town center. I'm just thinking of creating a unique feature. When this wasteland settles down in the future and people come to Sewage Town for tourism, they can stay there. The magnificent sewage ditch will be in full view, and there's also a fascinating history.
Maybe, Sewage Town will have a chance to become lively again.
I'm currently debating whether to call it Magic Side Inn or Sewage Inn. What do you think? Yilan. Are you crazy? How can you still give me the feeling of wanting to revitalize the tourism industry when things are like this? This is the apocalypse, big brother. Sewage Inn. Yilan shook his head, both annoyed and amused, feeling a little pained in his heart. Although the idea was terrible, they were all people who faced life with optimism. But he knew the future of Sewage Town for the next few decades. Well, if everything goes smoothly, not for Arthur's sake, but for your and Yaman's sake, I'll do my best to free Sewage Town, okay? Take my car, you two rest for a bit. After speaking, he hailed another Sewage Town team member. You go help them drive that car to the sewage inn. Without refusing, Yilan and Yaman temporarily parted ways, taking Su Lezhang and Xia Qingyu into the mayor's car. As soon as they got in the car, the mayor became serious. While igniting the engine, he spoke. This afternoon, we're holding a town-wide meeting about seeking help. Do you have time to come?
Yilan was startled, then realized.
That's right, seeking help.
All of this hasn't been resolved yet. The black water can only alleviate symptoms. If it's not resolved, it will erupt again soon. If a solution isn't found during this period, it will probably still be a dead end.
I can.
He had no reason to refuse. What a good opportunity to further understand what had happened during this period.
All right.
With Yilan, this legendary master with overpowered combat ability, accompanying him, the mayor felt his pressure lessened by more than half, and his
driving pace quickened considerably.
The car steadily stopped at the entrance of the sewage inn.
He grabbed the keys at the front desk and led everyone upstairs.
Upon entering the familiar corridor and opening the familiar room door, Yilan hesitated to speak. Not to mention him, Su Lezhang was dumbfounded, and Xia Qingyu also felt it was incredibly absurd.
Damn it, I'm still staying in 401 here? How is it?
This is the most luxurious suite I designed, with a sewage-style layout, offering a full view of the entire sewage ditch.
The small window on the side also allows you to see the entrance. And there's a secret passage in the middle connecting to the third floor, right? Mayor? You're truly a kindred spirit.
The mayor patted Yilan hard. I thought your idea of building an inn here was an accident, but I didn't expect you
to have thought of this too. Yilan. He wisely avoided the topic and asked, what are the specific contents of the meeting later?
Vain happiness would eventually dissipate due to impending pressure, and the mayor's mood sank again. Statistics and reports from various departments, and most importantly, discussions about future plans.
Yilan nodded. Who are you planning to find? Not sure, that's what we'll discuss later.
The mayor shook his head, then his expression became serious. Please don't tell Yaman about this.
Yilan nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. Although he said he didn't know, in reality, didn't this decision already have an answer in his heart? If they decided to ask the Twilight God cult for help, what would be the need to avoid Yaman?
The mayor bid farewell to everyone and left 401, and the room instantly became quiet. Su Lezhang skillfully lay on his bed in a shape, enjoying the comfort of the mattress.
So nostalgic. My God, the feeling of this mattress is the same.
Seeing his undignified sleeping posture, Yilan was speechless for a moment and helped Xia Qingyu lie on another bed.
Xia Qingyu sat lightly by the window, looking at Yilan. What about you?
The sewage inn was newly built and had no previous guests, so the facilities were clearly not yet complete, and there were no extra folding beds
prepared. It's fine, you recover first, I won't be resting for long anyway. With that, Yilan sat down at the table. Recalling everything that had happened, Yilan's brows furrowed tighter. The doctor, identical to the one in the sewage clinic, was it him, or were their appearances the same for some reason? Where did Sewage Town's specialty, Devil Black Chile, come from? Its unique restorative ability was something coveted throughout the wasteland, clearly not an ordinary item. What was the connection between that patch of mutated weeds, the black water, and the Devil Black Chile? What was under the water? Why was it fine before, but erupted today? Toxins?
Perhaps, but at least not entirely. There was a powerful force within it, a force that could even harm him.
Soon, the mayor would call him for a meeting.
If nothing unexpected happened, the final result would be to request the Rotten God cult for help, and then the Rotten God cult would come.
What was with the rotten smell in this sewage ditch? What would they do after they arrived?
All these mysteries seemed to be about to be unveiled.
And Yilan looked at Xia Qingyu, seriously wanting an answer. If the Twilight God cult came to Sewage Town at this time, what would they do? Would they really destroy this place? Secret passage. Ha!
It took Xia Qingyu a long time to react, her voice filled with extreme confusion. Yilan didn't play coy or act like a riddle, informing her of the commission he had seen.
In true history, Yaman and this town chief issued commissions one after another, and the Twilight God cult accepted one of them? Her expression
changed drastically, and she realized the seriousness of the matter. This
shouldn't be.
Yilan didn't argue, but asked with some curiosity.
In the Twilight God cult's records, did anything major happen during this period? Or what was the Twilight God cult's focus? Xiaqingyu fell into thought, past history surfacing in her mind. Sewage Town Year 2? Her expression grew stranger. If I remember correctly, we were in a full-scale war with the rotten evil cult, fighting fiercely. Fighting with the rotten god cult? Yilan's eyelids twitched. He didn't know whether to be worried or amused. So, under Sewage Town's manipulation, how bloody would it be when the Twilight God cult and the rotten god cult appeared here together? Seeing her unfeigned expression, Yilan gave her a moment to process, then spoke. Sewage Town is having a meeting soon. Do you want to go, or would you prefer to rest more and recover your condition? Go! Yilan nodded slightly. The three of them complemented each other's strengths, and acting together was indeed the best configuration, but then you must remember, everything here is fake, it's history that has already happened. Whether you change it or not is meaningless. Do you understand what I mean? Softly, she nodded. She understood that Yilan was worried she wouldn't be able to control her emotions at the meeting, unable to bear what she saw. But the wheels of history rolled forward unstoppably, and the rotten god cult was bound to arrive in Sewage Town at this time. Only a shadow fell over both their hearts. Is it really fake? Is all of this really fake? They can talk, they can change, they can develop, they can get hurt. Is all of this really fake? The town chief, Yaman, everything here, aren't they all living beings? She looked out the window at the calm, deep, vast Sewage Town. She really wanted to go down there. Leaning back in his chair, Yilan turned to Su Lezhang, finding him lying on the bed staring blankly with open eyes, seemingly not sleepy. What are you thinking about? Su Lezhang stared blankly for a moment longer, realizing Yilan seemed to have said something that no one responded to. He then saw it was directed at him and recalled Yilan's question. Oh. I was thinking if Radiant City hadn't survived the first wave of disasters after the apocalypse, would it also be like this? Of course. It would. After thinking for a moment, Yilan suddenly wanted to understand more about this teammate of his. What do you want to do after the Sewage Town incident is over? Perhaps it was just a casual question, but Su Lezhang's answer genuinely surprised him. I want to seize the right of succession. Oh, this guy, who seemed to be a slacker, invincible in defense, and timid to death, really didn't seem like someone who coveted power. I really don't seem like it. He said slowly, with an emotion he couldn't quite place, but if this power were in my hands, the people of Radiant City would never appear in Sewage Town 60 years from now. Yilan chuckled softly. Good heavens, he had gained some insight. I wish you success. If I'm in Radiant City then, I can help you a little. Then, Yilan looked at Xiaqingyu. What about you? Me? The next mission, of course. Xiaqingyu said, solving anomalies and making the world better, just as the Twilight God cult has always done. This is our creed. Heh, noble indeed. Get some sleep. Yilan lay on the table, then suddenly felt a bit amused. If he were also a god, he would undoubtedly be the god of sleep. 100 years of sleep wasn't enough, he took a nap and then slept into this dream, and then in the dream, he needed another nap. Who could sleep like that? Yilan quickly fell asleep. High-intensity combat and thinking, coupled with physical discomfort, were draining his energy. Time flowed by, and it was already time for the meeting he had agreed upon with the town chief. Opening his eyes, Yilan wanted to wash his face. But then he remembered that the sewage town here was problematic now, so he had to cancel that plan, kicked Su Lezhang's bed, and then gently woke Xia Qingyu. Wake up, it's time to go. The two of them were truly impeccable when it came to waking up. Su Lezhang didn't dare to sleep too much because he had to follow Yilan at all times. If he slept too much, Yilan would leave.
Xiao Qingyu, on the other hand, had years of field experience and combat experience, allowing her to be fully alert at any moment.
How's your recovery? No problem.
Yilan nodded, handing the activated revolver in his hand to Xiao Qingyu. You still can't use psionic energy.
Take this for self-defense for now.
Biting her lip, Xiao Qingyu sighed and took the revolver.
Okay.
After a quick tidy-up, the few of them left the room.
As he locked the door, Yilan couldn't help but grumble. Damn it, no one else should come to their room here, right?
Getting into the off-road vehicle, Yilan sat in the passenger seat, Xiao Qingyu in the back, and Su Lezhang, getting his wish, took the fixed driver's seat. He started the off-road vehicle and drove out. The vehicle slowly drove towards the town center, stopping at another place Yilan was familiar with.
The town guard office building.
As they stood there, the town chief was already waiting at the door. As the few of them got out of the car, he immediately came forward to greet them.
This way.
Following the town chief, they walked inside, went up to the second floor, and continued to the end of the hall, pushing open a door.
Yilan's expression was slightly unusual. Good heavens, wasn't this Arthur's office?
Walking to the desk, the town chief reached under the desktop and slapped it. A rumbling sound came from the room, and a dark secret passage actually opened on the side.
Oh, this.
Yilan was very surprised, as he had no idea about this place at all, and for a moment, he couldn't help but make a connection.
There should be a secret passage in this place in the real world too, right?
This was a pleasant surprise. If he couldn't find Arthur in the future, he could just come here directly. Either he would find him directly, or if he couldn't, he would probably see many secrets. Going down the secret passage, they entered a room the size of a living room, with a large table in the center. A group of people were already seated there, and judging by the arrangement of the chairs, they seemed to have all arrived. He scanned the room. There were only 7 or 8 people in total, and he knew most of them. They were basically the ones who had charged to the front in the magic scythe battle the last time he was here. At this time, there weren't many guns in Sewage Town, so the users were definitely the people the town chief trusted most. The restaurant owner of the Mosquito Restaurant was also among them, and there were even 2 patients who had drunk Sewage Town and were recently lying in sickbeds at the restaurant. It seemed the old doctor hadn't played any tricks, everyone was recovering well. Upon Yilan's arrival, no one raised any objections. Even though Yilan wasn't from Sewage Town, no one thought he was unqualified to sit there. He had saved Sewage Town once and was now helping them a second time. The restaurant owner even directly invited him to sit in one of the 3 unknown seats next to him. The town chief sat upright in the center, his expression very serious as he scanned the room.
Since everyone is here, let's begin. Let each party report their situation first. Help!
This was not a meeting full of useless chatter. In this life or death situation, everyone had too many urgent matters to report and discuss.
The first to speak was the current captain of the town defense force in Sewage Town. The town defense force is adequately staffed, but our weapons and ammunition are completely insufficient. The last Smiling Monkeys incident nearly depleted our remaining ammunition.
We are now incapable of responding to any medium-sized or larger disaster. Everyone was well aware of the town defense force's situation. Even though it was dire, it no longer caused much of a stir. As soon as he finished speaking, another person immediately chimed in. The townspeople's emotions have been barely appeased, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Without water, we can barely cook food with our existing ingredients. With the entire town cutting off dinner tonight, hunger and thirst will likely exacerbate everyone's worries explosively, spreading into panic. We must take further measures.
Measures? What kind of measures? Can food and drink be conjured out of thin air?
The room was quiet, no one could offer any suggestions.
Another person then spoke.
A tricky situation just arose. A townsperson, heartbroken that her 3-year-old child kept crying from hunger, disregarded our water restriction notice and fed him a small sip. The child has already been poisoned and was sent to the Mosquito Restaurant, but we dare not use black water on a child without caution. The mayor's brows were practically twisted into a knot. This matter had to be addressed.
Have you consulted the old doctor? The townsperson who spoke nodded. We asked him.
His opinion is that it would be effective, but the smell of black water might cause respiratory blockage in young children. He suggested surgery to alleviate it, but we didn't dare decide and are awaiting your instructions.
Instructions? How can I give instructions?
The mayor tapped his head and waved his hand. Let his mother decide. Whether it's drinking black water or surgery, we have no right to decide this child's future, just as she ignored the water ban.
Subsequently, the restaurant owner spoke.
Most patients who drank sewage during the day have basically regained their mobility, but we must seize this time to find a solution, otherwise, once
the relief period passes, it will be too late. The sky outside the room was so clear, yet everyone felt suffocated.
Sewage Town was already covered by dark clouds, like a precarious broken mist, ready to shatter at a touch.
Such oppression. We must ask for help.
Yes, Sewage Town no longer had the ability to handle this matter on its own, or even the ability to continue surviving. The problems before us are, who to ask for help, how to ask for help, and what price we can pay. After a brief silence, at first only a few, but then all of them, without prior agreement, looked at Yilan. Yilan felt a slight pressure and glanced at Su Lezhang. Seeing him shake his head, Yilan immediately spoke. Firstly, I do not represent Radiant City, I am just a lone wanderer.
Secondly, based on my understanding of Radiant City's current state, providing supplies is already the limit. They probably can't help with the things under the sewage or these patients.
Amidst a period of silence, Yilan also dispelled everyone's last glimmer of hope.
In fact, from the beginning, everyone's choices were only two, the two great divine churches. Soon, someone expressed his thoughts.
I heard that the Twilight God cult is very professional in handling abnormal events, and they are a recognized Orthodox church. They have promised the entire wasteland that if a gathering point is in a life or death situation and calls for help, they will respond 100%. Of course, after it ends, they will determine whether it was truly a life or death situation, otherwise, they will enforce punishment. But I think our current situation, no matter how harsh, couldn't possibly fail the judgment. Before Xia Qingyu could even puff out her chest, there was immediate opposition from the back of the venue.
But they also have equally strict judgments for people affected by anomalies.
They will carry out the cleanse on places with significant impact and great potential for harm.
Who knows if we will be cleansed by the Twilight God cult along with the things under the water?
His idea clearly gained more agreement.
That's right, have you all forgotten about the Chaos Bell incident? Perhaps without that incident, it wouldn't be a big problem, but with that preceding it, how dare we still ask for their aid?
The person who suggested seeking aid from the Twilight God cult immediately retorted.
How big of a deal was that? Even if the Twilight God cult is particular, will they really implicate the people of our small town? If it's just punishing the person involved, can't I take full responsibility? Tap, tap, tap. Someone tapped on the table and spoke. Have you all forgotten that the old doctor said only the rotten God cult can solve this? This time, more people objected. You believe that guy? The rotten God cult, too. They are already so infamous throughout the wasteland, how many notorious tragedies are inseparable from them? You are inviting a wolf into the house. Ha ha! You're so self-righteous, yet weren't you saved from the brink of death by the method proposed by that doctor? What reputation or no reputation, none of us have ever seen either of the two great divine churches. Who knows what the truth really is? The conference table erupted into an argument, and Xia Qingyu really wanted to say a few words, but Yilan firmly held her down. Enough! The mayor slammed the table, his face deathly grim. What a difficult decision this was. For a moment, he pushed everyone else aside and only looked at Yilan. You are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Who do you think is more likely to help us? Yilan was startled, then turned and nodded at Xia Qingyu. Finally, she could speak. The Twilight God cult has specific regulations. In such a situation, an emergency plea for help will definitely result in people being dispatched. Conversely, the rotten evil.
The rotten god cult is different. They have no experience whatsoever in assisting gathering points, let alone expertise. Although your situation is complex, it is far from warranting the Twilight God cult to carry out the cleanse plan. You don't understand how complicated and rigorous that process is. Yilan gently kicked her chair, a little helpless. Restore history, brother.
Do you still want to go back?
Xiaoqingyu's mind went blank for a moment, and she indeed paused.
But it cannot be guaranteed that it won't happen 100%.
The mayor fell silent, looked deeply at Xiaoqingyu, and slowly spoke, I only have one question.
If both are willing to help us, who can 100%, absolutely, solve the underwater problem?
Xiaoqingyu slightly parted her lips.
That's the aura of rotten.
Their specialty.
Rotten.
The mayor nodded, having made his decision. He looked at Yilan, who directly shook his head. This is your future, you decide it yourselves.
Don't ask me.
The mayor leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes with difficulty. Then, he suddenly opened them, filled with resolve. I announce that Sewage Town is officially requesting assistance from the Rotten God Cult immediately. All departments, please do your utmost in security and reception work.
Mayor. Enough, my decision is made. He said, whatever they want, I will give. As long as the heritage of our sewage town is preserved, as long as our women and children are safe, what does it matter if it costs me my old life? Even if Sewage Town belongs to Rotten from now on, what does it matter? We are just an ordinary small town, everyone. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, which was dry and already cracked and bleeding. We have exhausted all our efforts to get to where we are today. Destiny.
The prolonged silence, even Yilan could feel that helpless despair and sorrow. It was just to survive.
The Rotten God Cult could ensure their survival 100%, but what about Twilight? Even if there was a slight chance of the cleanse, who would dare to gamble? Everyone, get busy.
I'll post a targeted commission for the Rotten God Cult on the Wanderers Commission Board. With the conclusion made, the people at the conference table gradually dispersed, each carrying their own emotions. He saw Yilan, who had no intention of leaving, and asked in confusion.
You? It's nothing. Yilan waved his hand, you go ahead and get busy. Is it convenient to leave this place for us to talk alone for a while?
The mayor was stunned, then laughed wryly, you certainly know how to pick a spot. I also like thinking things over in this quiet place.
Then I won't disturb you. You're welcome to come anytime in the future.
This is also your safe house. Yilan nodded, and the mayor turned and left the secret room. Once it was quiet again, Su Lejam was a little puzzled. God of War, what are we staying here for? Yilan was silent for a moment, then looked at the shadows in the corner of the room.
Still not coming out?
Xiaoqingyu had also noticed it earlier, but Su Lejam was undoubtedly startled, looking over in astonishment. From the shadow Yilan was facing, a person actually walked out.
Yaman!
He casually found a chair and sat down, burying his head in his arms on the table.
For a long time, no one spoke. No wonder they didn't let me participate. Rotten? They're getting crazier and crazier. It was Yaman who first couldn't bear the silence, raising his head with a hint of disappointment. Why didn't you tell me? When will you all understand that I am just a passerby? Yilan shook his head, Sewage Town's fate is chosen by yourselves. Yaman was stunned, then let out a soft, bitter laugh. Yes, you've already helped us too much. Instead, Sewage Town has become increasingly reliant on you. He looked up at Yilan, so, since you found me, will you tell the mayor?
Yilan's mind turned, and he asked casually.
Why don't you tell me what you want to do?
I will ask the Twilight God Cult for help.
Yaman said resolutely, from any perspective, the Twilight God Cult is more reliable than the Rotten God Cult. I cannot sit idly by and watch the town descend into an abyss of no return. He stared intently at Yilan, showing his own resolve, and also, pleading. That's how they got to that point. I understand.
Yilan closed his eyes. You may go. Yaman was instantly stunned, seemingly not expecting Yilan to agree so simply. He had observed the meeting throughout and understood clearly. Although Yilan had never expressed his stance, he was very much inclined towards the rotten god cult.
Go ahead and do it. Of course, all future plans with Twilight must include me. Can you do that?
Of course.
Yaman exclaimed excitedly, thank you. I will remember your kindness for generations. Such a good thing? Yaman was genuinely grateful.
In his opinion, Yilan not only gave him a chance but also was willing to back him up by monitoring the Twilight God cult's actions.
If he had to be present when he was planning with the Twilight God cult, wouldn't that be backing up Sewage Town?
Afraid he would mess up.
Go.
Yaman excitedly left the secret room, and this time, only the three of them truly remained. Yilan leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly exhausted. He knew clearly that if the Twilight God cult was called in, things would head in a bad direction, yet he couldn't stop it. Instead, he had to
facilitate its smooth occurrence. This feeling was truly awful. Simply because, all of this was too real. Their despair, their yearning for survival and the future. The mayor's dream of sewage tourism, Yaman's pursuit of freedom from all influences. Why are you so resistant to Twilight? Now that it was just their own people, Xia Qingyu truly didn't understand. Yilan's bias was just too obvious. If he truly harbored such animosity towards the Twilight God cult and favored the rotten God cult, why didn't he cooperate with Lin Zhao instead of doing it himself? Throughout this journey, he had genuinely cared for her and helped her. Sometimes she felt a bit embarrassed, yet she also wished to always have such a teammate, and not someone like Wang Lei. I'm only addressing this matter. Yilan explained, did you forget what I told you, that at this time of year, the Twilight God cult sent people to Sewage Town? You know nothing about it because your internal affairs were hidden. Why was this incident hidden? Xia Qingyu couldn't answer. If only the rotten god cult had arrived here back then, the worst possible outcome would be that the matter was resolved, but the anomaly was taken by the rotten god cult, and Sewage Town was enslaved by the rotten god cult. This place might become a crucial area for the rotten god cult, but it wouldn't attract attention anymore, and it would continue to exist well. A worse outcome would be Sewage Town being destroyed by the rotten god cult, and then there would be no Sewage Town later. But none of this happened. As for whether the rotten god cult could solve whatever was under the Sewage Town, even if Yilan didn't know what was truly under the water, he didn't need to consider it at all. Their backing was 002, the strongest existence in the wasteland below him. And considering he was still weak, it was the top god in the wasteland. If even it couldn't solve it, then the wasteland might as well be destroyed, no need to play anymore. Xia Qingyu fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. So the key to all this was that the Twilight God cult had visited at this time. And then, after the Twilight God cult arrived, something bad and irreversible happened. After leaving the secret passage, Yilan did not see Yaman's figure. Based on his understanding of Sewage Town, he likely wouldn't be discovered. He rushed straight back to the inn. Xia Qingyu's condition began to worsen again, and she developed a fever once more. Did the effect wear off so quickly? Yilan lowered his head, glanced at the water pouch at his waist, and hesitated several times. The purpose of this thing was to alleviate, so it would inevitably become less effective with each use, like drug resistance. Since the first use only lasted such a short time, Yilan found it hard to imagine how long the second use would last. It was just very strange. He had clearly been poisoned as well, and had even eaten half a bowl more of soup noodles, yet his condition was much better than Xia Qingyu's. Was it because of his anomaly status? Yilan thought not. From that perspective, he was still a human body. If he could be immune, it would have been impossible for him to be poisoned together in the first place. Yilan glanced at Su Lezhang, who was restlessly scratching his ears and head by the bed. Although he said nothing, he was probably incredibly thirsty. I mean, it's common sense to bring water and food when going out, right? But who the hell would have thought you'd need to bring water even in a dream? Could I even die of thirst in a dream?
The sky gradually darkened like this, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to 9 o'clock. Yilan casually glanced out the window. It was already completely dark outside. If nothing unexpected happened, tonight would pass like this, without any surprises. This meant that it would be impossible to restore the contents of the photo frame today. They would definitely have to spend the night here. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between the passage of time inside and outside. He might have to stay here for many days. Yilan himself was fine, but Xiaqingyu, and even Su Lezhang probably couldn't last that long.
If it couldn't be resolved. Bang, bang. Ah! The room's glass window was suddenly knocked on. Accompanied by Su Lezhang's piercing scream, Yilan abruptly turned his head. Outside the glass window, illuminated by the night, a grotesque human face appeared, distorted from being pressed tightly against the glass. It was originally a young man, but he clung to the window frame like an ape, his mouth stretched into a grin that almost reached his ears, revealing an eerie smile that chilled one to the bone. Clock of chaos. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Bang! Accompanied by a piercing crash, that person, let's call him the smiling monkeys, suddenly smashed through the glass, reached into the room, and then, with a chilling laugh, leapt down. Bastard! Stop! Yilan cursed, no longer having time to dwell on the eerie scene. He had snatched the water pouch he had placed on the cabinet by the window. Yilan charged directly towards the window. Xiaqingyu was about to follow but was stopped by Yilan's outstretched hand. Don't fall for the trick of luring the tiger out of its mountain lair. You're too weak now, you absolutely can't be separated. Of course, him chasing out might be the real trick of luring the tiger out of its mountain lair, but this was something he couldn't help even if he knew. This guy had taken the only remaining black water, if he didn't get it back. Bang! Yilan stood at the window, looking in the direction the shadow had fled, and with a raised hand, a grappling hook shot out, hitting a tree and swinging him down. He rolled upon landing and immediately raised his revolver to shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The smiling monkeys was incredibly agile, weaving left and right, constantly ducking behind buildings or vegetation for cover, dodging every shot from Yilan, even with his auto-aim. Bastard! Yilan lowered his revolver and chased after him, rushing into the street in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another grappling hook shot out, and after a quick swing, he closed the distance again, continuing the pursuit. During this chase, Yilan's vigilance grew steadily. In truth, by now, he knew he couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Yet, he hadn't lost him so far. It was as if he would occasionally wait for him. Luring the enemy deeper? Then where is he taking me? While running wildly, Yilan slightly tilted his head and realized he had passed the town guard's office building. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver and fired a shot inside. Bang! The poor window shattered in response. Yilan didn't know if the mayor was inside right now, but this was the only way he could give a warning. Come help! It was, after all, just a spur-of-the-moment action. Yilan continued to rush north, and after only a few more turns, a desolate alley suddenly opened up. The smiling monkeys had disappeared from sight, but the stolen water pouch was sitting perfectly intact in front of a residential house's main door. The house itself wasn't too large, but there were no other buildings around it, making it look like a small villa, so it was clearly visible at a glance. What does this mean? Yilan narrowed his eyes, unable to find any trace of the smiling monkeys, yet he couldn't just leave it. Moving slowly, he crouched down at the entrance of that room. Completely intact? He took a look, not even the stopper had been moved. The whole thing was too bizarre. It's just like a kitten. This place is so familiar. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Perhaps his parched brain was a bit slow, but only now did he remember where this place was. This was Arthur's residence. The hall of the room was dim, but in the deepest part, in a bedroom, faint lights glowed. Who lives here now?
Narrowing his eyes, Yilan, without a sound, slowly crept along the outer wall.
Heh, finally found it.
On the bed in the room, Yaman lay on his side, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. Above his head was still that large-sized photo frame, but it was blank now. A candlestick on the table cast a faint, flickering light, and the overall brightness of the room was almost non-existent except for a small area on
the cabinet. It was a figure completely enveloped in a black-robed man.
The room was a mess from being rummaged through, with only the bedside table still relatively neat. It was when he pulled open the drawer that he seemed to have finally found what he was looking for. Another light flickered in the cabinet drawer, but he seemed afraid to touch it, hesitating before lifting the entire cabinet and tipping it onto the bed. Finally, it revealed the revolver inside, with glowing stripes, as if it had a life of its own.
Chaos Bell. The black-robed man excitedly whispered, who would have thought?
An anomaly, yet it hides in a person's hand.
An evil anomaly as defined by the Twilight God cult? TSK.
It was hard to imagine that, as an anomaly, the Chaos Bell was actually trembling slightly in front of someone other than Yilan.
What did it have to be afraid of? What was it afraid of? Just hand it over to me. Let me modify it for you, create a true miracle of the ages, and then Sewage Town. Click. The sound of a safety being disengaged came from behind him, and then, a human voice spoke.
You'd best not touch that revolver. The black-robed man stiffened for a moment, then slowly turned around, facing the figure standing at the door, holding a revolver, pointing it directly
at his head. Yilan.
The black-robed man was entirely enveloped in his black robe, tight and seamless, leaving no gaps. Yilan couldn't even see his face, let alone determine if he was fat or thin. But in Sewage Town right now, there weren't many people who would covet the Chaos Bell.
It's you?
The black-robed man spoke in a hoarse voice, and Yilan couldn't help but slightly tilt his head.
Good. You know me, so it'll be easier to find out who you are.
The black-robed man was silent for a moment, looking at the deep muzzle of Yilan's revolver, not moving for the time being.
You can't take this.
Leaving it here will only cause endless trouble.
Why stop me?
I'll leave Sewage Town after I take it, how about that?
No one loses out.
Ha! Yilan chuckled softly and opened his mouth. Alright, then let me see who you are.
The black-robed man fell into hesitation, seemingly genuinely considering it.
But after a few seconds, he suddenly struck, grabbing for the Chaos Bell with lightning speed.
Bang!
The revolver fired a dazzling shot without mercy, precisely breaking the black-robed man's finger even amidst such high-speed movement. The black-robed man let out a painful shriek, no longer attempting anything, and fled by jumping out the window.
Click!
Yilan pulled the trigger, but he had forgotten that this was the last bullet in his magazine after all this time, missing the chance to hit him from
behind.
He cursed under his breath, reloading as he rushed over.
Holy crap! The gunshot caused a huge commotion, and Yaman finally woke up. Don't block the way!
Yilan roared, pushing Yaman aside and sticking his head out the window. Outside, it was pitch black, without a single light. The black-robed man had completely blended into the night and could no longer be found.
What's going on?
Yaman had just woken up, his face full of confusion.
Why was Yilan in his room? And holding a revolver?
Having confirmed there was no way to continue the chase, Yilan took a deep breath. The culprit had escaped, so he could only inquire about the situation from the victim. Someone tried to steal your Chaos Bell.
Convergence. Ah. Yaman's face changed drastically, and he completely sobered up.
Only when he saw the Chaos Bell on his bed did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief.
Why were you sleeping so soundly?
Yilan asked, puzzled.
Someone was rummaging through your room, and you didn't wake up? I don't know.
My sleep is usually very light. Yaman was also extremely confused.
He was just sleeping, he didn't feel anything.
For a moment, Yilan was speechless and could only follow this line of thought.
Was he drugged? At this time.
Unable to think of a reason for a moment, Yilan patted his shoulder.
Be careful from now on. I must have a good talk with the mayor about this matter.
Yaman nodded slightly, and Yilan no longer kept his gaze here. It was good that he was awake. As long as he was conscious, Yaman was by no means powerless.
Wait! At the last moment, Yaman suddenly called out to Yilan. With Yilan's puzzled gaze, he gritted his teeth and spoke. If you're willing. He pursed his dry lips. You can have this. Yilan's eyebrows twitched. The item Yaman was pointing to was the chaos bell. Why? Of course, he wanted it, but you. When he heard why, a hint of disappointment appeared in Yaman's eyes. Perhaps I'm not worthy. Last time you used it to kill the magic scythe, and this time you protected it. In this process, I seem to have done nothing. Yilan did not immediately pick up the chaos bell, even though he really wanted to. Why is the chaos bell in your hand? Yilan asked. How did Sewage Town get the chaos bell? The chaos bell can almost be said to be the very beginning of the current mess in Sewage Town. How exactly did it get to Sewage Town, and why is it listed as an evil abnormality on the Twilight God cults list? Does it deserve it? Actually, I can't explain this clearly either. If you can master it, why don't you ask it yourself? Ask the Chaos Bell himself? Yilan paused for a moment. Yaman simply couldn't understand that they were currently in an anomaly, and there was a high probability that all these were illusions. In such a world, anomalies might be restored and usable, but do they truly possess conscious thought? Just like Yaman and the mayor. If so, then it would involve a paradox. If anomalies could be fully restored, communicate, and think, would they not realize that this is not the real world? Would they realize that they are actually inside a truly anomalous entity? I understand. Yilan handed his small chaos bell to Yaman. This is also a good gun, you can take it for self-defense for now. With that, he directly grabbed the chaos bell from the bed. Brilliant lines flowed across the gun body of the chaos bell, looking like a legendary skin. He held it firmly in his hand, and abundant power surged through his palm. Once again, he obtained truly supreme power in Sewage Town. Hey, I remember telling you last time when I used you to fight the magic scythe, that I'd deal with you next time. The chaos bell trembled violently, even more panicked than when the black robe man had whispered wickedly to it just now. Watching Yilan pick up the chaos bell so easily and smoothly, Yaman's expression was somewhat shocked, then gradually relieved. Although he didn't know how it was done, it was clear that he was the best choice. Take care of yourself. After a word of caution, Yilan leaped out the window and chased after him. After all, he had broken his finger, so the black robe man should have left some traces. He couldn't catch up, but he would chase as far as he could, which would also make it easier for the mayor to bring people to converge and search. Sewage Town in the dead of night was too quiet, and the sound of the large-caliber revolver was so loud. He didn't believe that the mayor hadn't reacted by now. Regrettably, there were no traces on the ground. The black robe man was very careful not to let blood fall on the ground, and no footprints were found either, so the clue was broken again without any breakthrough. Someone came to steal the chaos bell, and judging by Yaman's state, if he hadn't intervened, they would have probably succeeded. Did such a thing happen in real history too? If so, what kind of interlude occurred to stop him? Later in Sewage Town, the chaos bell was still there, this was a fact. Whoosh! Boom! Countless lights appeared, and rows of headlights illuminated all the darkness in the alley. Dozens of vehicles, either motorcycles or off-road vehicles, rushed out and surrounded Yilan. Bang! The mayor jumped out of his car before it even stopped and walked quickly towards Yilan. Yilan looked over. In the back seat of the mayor's vehicle, a sinister face was pressed tightly against the car window, looking extremely eerie. The person who had undergone the transplant with the smiling monkeys? Had he already been captured? Your people contacted me and said this guy broke into your room. We immediately dispatched and caught him nearby. Seeing that nothing major seemed to have happened here, the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. What's the situation? I heard gunshots here when I caught him.
Yilan nodded slightly. Someone was stealing something here, and I exchanged fire with him.
The mayor felt puzzled and asked, stealing something? Stealing what?
Yilan didn't speak, and the two looked at each other.
Gradually, the mayor's face changed drastically. You mean, what happened to him? Still here. Hearing such an answer, the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yilan was far from finished explaining the situation. He looked at the mayor, his gaze burning. He gave it to me. What?
The mayor's expression changed slightly. This child. Yilan said no more.
After a period of silence, the mayor spoke again.
The chaos bell, this thing is both a blessing and a price.
You need to think carefully. No intention of reclaiming it, then. I know.
Some things are impossible and unnecessary to tell you. For example, using anomalies has no cost for me.
I want to know its origin. Stunned for a moment, the mayor gave a wry smile. You might not believe it, but I actually don't know the full story. This thing. Yaman brought it back.
It brought a price to Sewage Town, but it also gave Sewage Town the power to protect itself, so we just accepted its pros and cons.
Yaman gave it to you, didn't he tell you?
Yilan narrowed his eyes, looked down at the chaos bell, and quietly used telepathy as if communicating with a kitten.
Hey! Quietly, the chaos bell showed no reaction, which made Yilan a little disheartened for a moment. What was wrong with his brain, expecting a gun to talk to him? For example, the formless hand also didn't have the ability to communicate directly. How the chaos bell communicated was still a problem that needed research. Let's find this person first.
The mayor was startled, then immediately reacted.
That's right. He immediately assigned tasks, Town Defense Force, all of you. Immediately search the entire town, see who isn't home or has suspicious activity. Once found, immediately control them. Yes. Amidst the echoes, Sewage Town became completely busy at night. Lights flickered, bustling breathlessly.
On a night when the entire town was cut off from food and water, such a scene cast another shadow over the entire town. Amidst this long wait, finally, a sedan car roared to a halt, and a breathless Town Defense Force member jumped out.
It's bad, Mayor. That doctor is gone. Sewage clinic. What?
The mayor's face changed drastically, and even Yilan narrowed his eyes. The old doctor's sudden disappearance at this moment almost made the truth self-evident.
Where are the guards? When I arrived, they had all fainted. Damn it!
After cursing, the mayor waved to his driver in the car, put this
fellow in jail?
Then, he called out to Yilan and got into another car.
I need to go check the doctor's room, you. Together. Yilan didn't hesitate, he definitely needed to see it.
He was actually interested in the chaos bell, which was something he knew nothing about.
The vehicle roared away, not driving far before stopping by the roadside.
Roughly pushing the door open, Yilan followed closely, his gaze sweeping across the room. Although called a room, it could also be described as a luxurious confinement cell. The indoor area wasn't large, but it had 2 floors, barely enough to serve as a small pharmacy.
The key thing was this place. Yilan's expression was subtly strange, and he asked, is this the clinic?
The mayor was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
Yes, it's our town's old clinic. Isn't he a doctor?
I figured it would be more convenient for him to stay here, and it's also very close to the Town Defense Force building, making supervision easier.
It was ridiculous.
With a hint of inexplicable emotion, Yilan pressed a switch on the ground.
Rumble.
Amidst a rumbling sound, a deep, dark tunnel was revealed in the side wall of the clinic. Seeing the appearance of the tunnel, the mayor looked extremely puzzled.
How? How did you know about this thing? He hadn't been here much, he didn't even know. It's quite obvious.
After making up an excuse, Yilan turned on his flashlight and walked down. The mayor hesitated briefly, called for a small group of reinforcements on his walkie-talkie, and then followed Yilan into the dark, deep tunnel that
led to an unknown destination.
A familiar scene emerged. At the bottom of the tunnel was an empty small corridor, with a pharmacy on the left and
an operating room on the right.
He pushed open the pharmacy door and glanced inside. It was empty, even more pathetic than when he had arrived here last time. Yilan withdrew his gaze and pushed open the operating room door. After passing through a small room inside, he returned to the place where he had fought Mary.
A pungent odor assailed his nostrils.
Even Yilan, who had experienced a lot, couldn't help but feel a dry heave, and the mayor even murmured aloud.
My goodness. Blood. It was everywhere. Like a human purgatory. The problem was, the operating room was actually very empty.
The blood almost covered the walls and floor, but there was nothing in the room that should have been present in this scene, such as severed limbs or
remains.
For a moment, Yilan was a bit uncertain.
Have there been any disappearances in the town? Absolutely not.
The mayor answered very decisively.
Yilan frowned.
Since he was so firm, he could only trust his judgment. Then there were only two possibilities left. It's all from livestock, or Yilan felt a chill in his heart because of a guess. Many people in the town have been replaced.
Replaced? The mayor looked at Yilan, bewildered.
Yilan didn't explain much, only saying 3 words.
Smiling monkeys. The mayor's pupils contracted, and his mouth gradually opened. No. No way? Damn it. The mayor cursed. All town defense force members, assemble. Listen up, all of you.
After roaring that, the mayor patted Yilan's shoulder, already so anxious he felt like he was about to explode on the spot.
I'll go keep an eye out. I'm leaving this to you.
Yilan nodded, ignoring the mayor's departure, and continued to observe the situation here. A few surgical knives were scattered on the operating table, looking crude and completely incomparable to the exquisite set of knives he later saw in
the sewage clinic. So, someone would help him continue to acquire equipment later? Who would it be?
Narrowing his eyes, Yilan also exited the physiologically uncomfortable room. This hellhole. Yilan had made a decision. No matter where the old doctor went now, he would inevitably return later, whether he was caught by Sewage Town or by 003. He could run from the monk, but not from the temple. Instead, staying here, he didn't know how to start, and even being alone underground
was very unsafe. He ascended the dark tunnel without any further incidents.
As he pushed open the door of the sewage clinic, he saw the mayor bustling back and forth among rows of town defense force members. Finally, after his rounds, he felt a huge sense of relief. Listen up, all of you, now go door to door, focusing on chatting.
If asked, say you're visiting and expressing our deep concern. But the key is to check if they have any abnormalities, like if they've changed into a different person, understand?
His words were met with a unified response, and a large group of people dispersed. The mayor wiped the sweat from his forehead.
What the hell? What kind of things are these?
At this moment, he saw Yilan walking out of the clinic and immediately went to meet him.
Any new clues?
Seeing Yilan shake his head, the mayor couldn't exactly say he was disappointed, but he was certainly in a low, stressed mood.
I haven't found anything either. We must have scared ourselves.
Yilan had no answer either, only remaining non-committal.
However, the mayor's visible worry was rising again, and Yilan couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Oh, right, I haven't had a chance to tell you.
The Rotten God cult has officially accepted Sewage Town's request for help and contacted me.
They will arrive tomorrow at noon.
A glimmer of hope appeared on his face, and he murmured softly in his heart. I hope a major power can take over this place and end all of this.
Tomorrow noon? Yilan was stunned. That was too fast, wasn't it? According to Xiaoqingyu's intelligence, shouldn't the two great divine churches be extremely busy fighting each other right now? How could they have set the schedule for Sewage Town so quickly? But that was good, this was very good news.
The rotten god cult arriving tomorrow meant he wouldn't have to stay in this shadow of the past for much longer, or he'd be out when things had
changed drastically.
He also wouldn't have to worry about Xiaqingyu not holding up. No matter how much this black water was used, it could undoubtedly last until tomorrow noon. Then, Yilan also guessed the mayor's concern.
Are you worried that this mysterious strange doctor of unknown origin will cause trouble after the rotten god cult arrives? Deterioration. As the town chief nodded, Yilan couldn't help but consider that possibility. And the answer was, absolutely impossible.
There's no point in doing that, Yilan said. Putting aside the old doctor's goodwill or malice, given his position, it was highly unlikely he would do such a thing. Furthermore, it was he who proposed inviting the rotten god cult in the first place. Yilan's analysis relieved the town chief, who nodded slightly.
That's for the best, he said, looking at Yilan. Would you be willing to come to the site tomorrow?
Seeing his nervous expression, Yilan couldn't help but chuckle.
He didn't say it aloud, but in reality, he was still very afraid of them.
Was he afraid the rotten god cult would come with ill intentions, and he wanted a strong person like himself, who had demonstrated his strength
multiple times, to back him up?
Of course.
Was there any reason to refuse?
This was such a great opportunity to learn about the rotten god cult. Everyone thought they were well-traveled, but only Yilan knew the truth. Since the apocalypse, the only place he had ever been was Sewage Town.
Of course, this sewage town was indeed a little too rich and colorful.
After bidding farewell to the town chief, the night passed with one unexpected event after another. Returning to his room, he pushed open the door and was immediately met with Su Lezhang's anxious face.
Oh my! You're finally back, she.
Yilan looked at Xiaqingyu, who was curled up on the bed, her face terribly dark, as if the two extremes of light and darkness were swirling around. Her whole body trembling, her condition as bad as it could possibly be.
Water. Water. Sigh.
Yilan also felt his throat parched, as if it were smoking. He walked over, gently pried open her small mouth, aimed the water skin, and dripped a few drops of black water inside.
Gulp. Yilan dripped a few more drops.
Xiaqingyu swallowed them, her breathing visibly steadying, and her eyes gradually opened.
Yilan, I just saw my mother. There was a hint of redness in her eyes, and an uncontainable sadness. Am I not going to make it back? No.
Yilan truly hadn't expected this side of her. After all, she was always so
calm, composed. Perhaps in the face of life and death, everyone behaves differently.
It was just that Yilan
was momentarily at a loss.
I didn't go out. Men might get angry and take it out on you. Please, for my sake, don't argue with her, she.
Actually, it's been great getting to know you.
Although I don't know why you came to Sewage Town, I always feel so safe when you're around.
I even thought it would be great if you also believed in Twilight, then we could. Stop.
Yilan reached out and covered her mouth, feigning annoyance. Die what?
Aren't you ashamed to die before Su Lezhang, that guy? Xiaqingyu. Su Lezhang? Listen, is that a human thing to say? But somehow, it made a bit of sense.
If the proud daughter of the wasteland's top power were to die before this guy who mostly just cried help me.
What do I do? It's over, it's
over, then it would indeed be a bit embarrassing. Although that remark might have been a bit of an insult to Su Lezhang, the sad, somber atmosphere was instantly shattered.
It was just. Can't your brain function a bit more normally?
After a moment of silence, Yilan helped Xiaqingyu sit up, then went to the refrigerator to get a cup of sewage and held it to Xiaqingyu's lips,
gently tilting it in. Ha!
Su Lezhang wanted to stop him, but then hesitated, watching helplessly as Yilan poured the poisoned water in. Xiaqingyu, however, was very obedient and didn't ask why, allowing the sewage to be poured in.
She felt as if she was coming back to life. So thirst-quenching.
After pouring a third of the cup's water in, Yilan lifted his hand, stopped, and then opened his belt to pour a small mouthful of black water into Horror. Oh, this. She's almost dehydrated, Yilan explained. Now, a large part of her weakness and fever is caused by dehydration. In fact, most of it is due to ordinary illness. Similarly, the weaker the body, the harder it is to resist the things in this sewage, so we can only take a bit of a risk. The so-called fighting poison with poison meant first rehydrating, and then increasing the dosage of black water to alleviate the symptoms. Whether this approach was a bad move depended entirely on how soon medical treatment could be obtained. It could help Xia Qingyu temporarily, but it would likely worsen her condition soon after. And the most crucial reason Yilan dared to do this was only one. The people of the Rotten God cult would arrive tomorrow. The only problem was, they might treat anyone else in Sewage Town, but only Xia Qingyu, this god's chosen of the Twilight God cult carrying the power. Of 003, they'd be doing well not to kill her on the spot for a great deed, so why would they treat her? Wait. 003? You should have a way to directly call for help from 00. Oh no, pure remnant son, right? Lin Jiao could summon a divine descent when she was in danger, and you're also a god's chosen, with such a big sun above your head, what's missing? Xia Qingyu had recovered again. After regaining consciousness, she thought of how she had been acting just now and was extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, Yilan spoke up with a question, and she immediately answered. I can, but... A god's action means a price. If it's not me who pays, then it will be someone else. We are different from the rotten evil cult. They can stop at nothing, shouting for a divine descent due to the power of one or a few people. Pure remnant sun will only act against anomalies, and it's impossible for it to. Just save me alone. Yi Lan's eyebrows twitched. Is it that it won't specifically save you because of this, or that you're unwilling to ask it to act just for yourself? Xia Qingyu. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Lan tapped her forehead. Oh, you. Whether it acts or not is its business, but whether you call for it or not is your business, isn't it? Yi Lan himself was also lost in thought. You couldn't have come to Sewage Town by accident. The Twilight God cult must have some kind of plan. Even if you don't know anything, if you die prematurely, Twilight might lose completely. It seemed. That was also true? But equally crucial. We're in a false world right now, I might not be able to contact the main god, right? Yilan didn't know, and lightly teased, I don't know, but summoning the pure remnant sun in this anomalous world is the same. Xia Qingyu. The same? This is completely messed up, alright. The people of the Rotten God cult will arrive tomorrow. Just hold on tonight, drink black water one last time tomorrow morning, and you'll briefly recover to full strength after they arrive, and then... Calm down, calm down, calm down. Your life might depend on them. And they are fake. Actually, Yilan also felt lost. Was this place really fake? Were they all fake? If those destructive things happened, could he really stand by and do nothing? War God. Su Lezhang interrupted Yi Lan's thoughts, with a noble will and determined eyes, as if making a very difficult and resolute decision, he offered his bed, you sleep here. For a moment, Yi Lan's eyes filled with confusion. Why? Su Lezhang was also confused by Yi Lan's confusion, and continued. Because there are only 2 beds in the room, are you going to? With her. Yi Lan. Are you crazy? Even if I slept in the same bed as her, it wouldn't be with you present. Bah, are you sick? Why would I squeeze into one bed with her? Yilan pushed open the door, and in less than a few dozen seconds, he moved a folding-like small bed from 402, placing it with a thud between the 2 existing beds. You need to be more flexible. No one lives next door, so just move one over, right? Su Lozhang. Can't you show some respect and appreciation for my noble sentiment and act of giving you my bed, hey? Welcome in line. Boom. Rumble. Sunlight spilled down from the sky. From a high vantage point, Sewage Town was bustling with crowds, like a massive event being held in a square during the most lively times before the apocalypse, with large numbers of people gathered and banners fluttering. In the sky, 2 helicopters, painted with dark brown patterns, slowly hovered over the town, making many people stare wide-eyed.
What the heck? Helicopters? We're done for, there's no place to park a helicopter.
The mayor was stunned, caught off guard.
He didn't even care about fuel consumption, searching all the abandoned parking lots in the town from before the apocalypse, and finally found a few
luxury cars to serve as vehicles to welcome the rotten god cult.
But who would have thought they would come in helicopters? Helicopters. In this small town, who had ever seen such a thing with their own eyes? Flags. Who has flags? Just find me any flag. The crowd was in a chaotic scramble for a while, but the mayor finally got a wooden stick with a white cloth tied to it, which barely counted as a flag. He got into the nearest car, called Yilon, and drove out. Driving to the most open stadium in the town, the mayor instructed the driver to keep honking the horn, then jumped onto the roof of the car and waved the flag wildly. He didn't know if he had just watched too many movies, he clearly couldn't operate it, yet he insisted on signaling with a flag. Boom! Rumble! Regardless, the rotten god cult's helicopter was indeed slowly descending towards the direction the mayor was waving, finally about to arrive. Yilon leaned against the car, with Xiaoqingyu, who also showed no expression, standing beside him. He looked up at the approaching helicopter, feeling a little wistful. If he had a cigarette, he would definitely want to light one at this moment, right? This feeling of watching history unfold. The helicopter landed steadily in the open area of the stadium. Several people wearing uniform black divine robes jumped down from the helicopter, and with that, a piece of history settled. Let's go, we'll go over. The mayor called out, and several empty cars sped away. Under the helicopter, the rapidly rotating propellers made their clothes flutter in the wind and their hair rustle. The team consisted of 5 people, a very standard combat squad configuration. One of them casually looked around, took off his hood, and revealed a hint of disdain. TSK, I thought it was some important place. Why send us here at this time? Aren't there plenty of small gathering points like this along the way? His expression carried a hint of arrogance and cynicism, his handsome face subtly imbued with a mysterious aura from psychic energy. His words evidently resonated with many members of the team, even if only mentally. Several such places had been accidentally wiped out during the war with the Twilight God cult, so coming all this way specifically was truly a bit inexplicable. A woman in the team took off her hood, calmly tidied her long hair, and interrupted him with a frown. Have you forgotten the High Priest's instructions? Have you forgotten the lessons from the war with the Twilight God cult? Her eyes, deep and dark, looked at the place with a hint of strangeness that even she couldn't quite hide. This is the first human town since the apocalypse that has actively sought our help. It's our chance to improve our reputation, understand? Handle this matter beautifully, then use it as an example, publicizing it widely in the wasteland, instead of letting the Twilight God cult comfortably enjoy the support of all gathering points. The criticized person straightened his expression and forced a reluctant smile, trying to appear a little more approachable. However, the effect was clearly minimal. A 3-year-old child would still cry loudly upon seeing him. But as he watched the figures rushing at full speed, as if welcoming a savior, he still felt a sense of strangeness. Such a scene had never appeared on the Rotten God cult before. Bang! The car stopped in front of the Rotten God cult team. The mayor jumped out of the car, using his extensive experience to judge who was the leader of this Rotten God cult team. Then he took a deep breath and, with a hint of trepidation, extended his hand to the cold-faced woman with long hair. I am Luo Ming, the mayor of Sewage Town. Thank you, esteemed sirs and madams of the Rotten God cult, for coming all this way. The woman assessed the mayor, nodded, and displayed a politeness rare among most members of the Rotten God cult, extending her hand. High Priest Lin Yuan of the Rotten God cult, and the Senior Punishment Squad. Punishment Squad?
After a brief handshake, she chuckled softly. Normally, these matters are not handled by our two departments, but the cult has been short-staffed.
Recently.
Her smile was not inviting, but it was at least much better than the others.
Lin Yuan?
Yilan frowned, standing in an inconspicuous position, and quietly asked Xia Qingyu a question.
What departments are this high priest and the punishment squad in the rotten god cult?
Xia Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. Yilan's reminder yesterday had already made her very calm and see things clearly.
She no longer had many thoughts about watching a town fall into the embrace of rotten.
From any perspective, when the rotten god cult was saving people, she had no right to condemn them. The high priest is responsible for providing sacrifices to anomalies in the rotten god cult, and for conveying the rewards and divine revelations
provided by the anomalies.
Their combat power won't be too high, but their status in the cult is almost the highest. She paused, a complex expression on her face, because they are responsible for contacting anomalies, and they are the only organization in the cult, besides the Pope, that can contact the rotten god. For a moment, Yilan seemed to understand why her expression was unusual. At this moment, a team that could directly contact the rotten god had arrived in Sewage Town.
In the end, did all of this attract the attention of the rotten god? What about the punishment squad? The punishment squad is fine.
They are also a combat department within the cult, but as the name suggests, they are in charge of internal operations. This is the same as the structure of our Twilight God cult. The external department is called the Judgment Squad, and the internal is the Punishment
Squad. Judgment, punishment. Yilan couldn't help but ponder.
It seemed the Rotten God cult was indeed incredibly busy at the moment. It really felt a bit like putting a square peg in a round hole for people from
these two departments to come here to carry out a mission.
But precisely, their strength was sufficient. If they find out you're from the Twilight God cult, they will save me, but only on the premise of capturing me and escorting me to the Rotten Cathedral.
Yilan.
You are quite self-aware.
Let's see.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Rotten God cult showed no hostility, allowing everyone in Sewage Town, including the mayor, to quietly
breathe a sigh of relief.
Especially the mayor, who only then belatedly reacted, happily opening the car door behind him. This way, please, this way, please. I'll drive you to settle down in Sewage Town first. Lin Yuan glanced at the car parked there and shook her head.
It's not far. Let's walk.
I want to see the situation here with my own eyes.
Lin Yuan's lack of pretense surprised the mayor. He didn't refuse and quickly led the way.
Good, good. This way, everyone is lining up there to welcome you.
Lining up to welcome?
The punishment squad exchanged glances, and Lin Yuan also let out a soft chuckle.
Then lead the way. Facing the future.
Walking out of the stadium and continuing into the old town, it was truly a scene of vibrant splendor. Not only did Xia Qingyu feel a wave of discomfort, but even a squad from the Rotten God cult felt a bit out of place.
This isn't how we're supposed to make an entrance.
Our entrance should be marked by people scattering in terror, screams and wails echoing endlessly, everything decaying, and the stench of blood
hanging in the air, right? You mean, the entire town has been without water and food for a whole day? The mayor nodded.
Without him needing to say another word, Lin Yuan waved her hand to the people beside her.
Go get the food and water we brought on the plane and distribute it. Understood. Yes.
The people who received the task felt as if they had been granted amnesty and fled in disarray.
The grand welcome from the entire town was simply too overwhelming for them. Thank you, madam.
The mayor expressed his gratitude.
The Rotten God cult showed no hostility and even brought food and water. Everything was getting better and better.
He had truly made the right gamble. These are minor matters. Lin Yuan waved her hand. There are some things I need to make clear. Since you have sought the help of our Rotten God cult, it means that from now on, you and your descendants will forever belong to the Rotten God cult.
Understand?
The mayor opened his mouth, his joy gradually fading, replaced by a sense of dejection. In the end, she couldn't stand the feeling of the entire sewage town welcoming them with open arms. She preferred to return to a cold and indifferent rhythm. Being a savior was the Twilight God cult's image, not theirs. They couldn't bear it, nor were they interested. First, Sewage Town will become a vassal force of the Rotten God cult. Everyone must be forced to join the cult. Those who secretly believe in the remaining Light Heretic cult will be executed without mercy. You must respond to the cult's summons whenever necessary and obey assignments, including but not limited to forced conscription and sacrifices. Do you understand? The mayor's face completely sank in an instant, but not because the conditions were unacceptably high. On the contrary, he had already understood and anticipated these matters, and they were all within his psychological expectations. It was just, when faced with making this choice, it still felt particularly heavy. But the bad news wasn't over. Lin Yuan continued to pile on the pressure for the mayor. In this process, as part of our strategic deployment, you may inevitably be required to execute annihilation campaigns against any force under the Twilight God cult, which may include ordinary towns like your sewage town, who wholeheartedly worship the remaining Light Heretic cult. Tell me, have you thought all of this through and can you do it? Yilan and Lin Yuan exchanged a quiet glance. These conditions were actually within expectations, quite in line with the Rotten God cult style, but was it necessary to be so frank at this moment? Wouldn't it be better to tell them after officially taking over Sewage Town? Why, the mayor felt a bit bitter. Food and water had already begun to be distributed, but he had been accompanying them the whole time and clearly hadn't had a chance to rehydrate, making his throat feel even drier. Yilan's confusion was clearly the mayor's confusion as well. We are not those hypocrites from the Twilight God cult, who appear bright and warm like spring, only speaking of good things and not bad. We disdain such behavior. We do what we want to do and say what we want to say. After routinely mocking the Twilight God cult, she then spoke with a complex expression. Generally speaking, the moment we arrive here, you no longer have a chance to regret it. But, she looked at the masses of townspeople surrounding them, their eyes filled with longing and the joy of surviving a catastrophe, and revealed a complex expression. I haven't experienced this kind of treatment. I'm not used to it, and I don't like it. So? She shrugged. The food and water have already been distributed, enough to sustain you for at least 2 more days. If you regret it, or if you feel your people cannot accept it, I can turn around and leave, pretending nothing happened, that we never came. Consider this attitude as special treatment for you, how about it? No. At this moment, the mayor felt a warmth and completely let go of all his hesitations. It's only right. Everything is only right. We have already made our choice and will not go back on our word. I just beg of you, the situation under our town's sewage might be a bit troublesome. Don't worry. Lin Yuan smiled, as if she never worried about any insoluble problems in Sewage Town, and joked. You might as well use this time to find a suitable place to build a cathedral. The atmosphere grew even more enthusiastic. The town defense force cleared the way, holding back the townspeople on both sides, and continued to walk deeper into the town. Don't worry too much about what I just said. Our Rotten God cult is indeed not a benevolent bunch, but we are not as bad as the Twilight's dogs smear us to be. Conscription is limited to wartime, and as for sacrifices, so far, human sacrifices have not been used. Of course, I cannot rule out that they won't be in the future. Considering that you are the first town since the apocalypse to have such awareness and foresight, and to request our help, the cult has decided to grant you great preferential treatment. You will be allowed to have your own people from Sewage Town serve as the local cathedral bishop. This means that as long as this bishop can pass our cult's faith trial, your Sewage Town can essentially be considered self-governing. This means that things like conscription and offerings will be chosen by yourselves. If talented young people are discovered among you, they will receive the same level of cultivation and support as those within the cult. She looked at the mayor, a smile on her face, then, the next time we meet, I might have to call you Bishop, sir.
Is that so?
The mayor felt a bit stunned for a moment, as if a flood of good news rushed into his mind, making it hard to accept and believe all at once. Self-governance, becoming a regional minor bishop of a major force like the Rotten God cult, the future cultivation of young people.
Was Sewage Town truly about to change drastically?
It felt as if everything was about to end, and all that remained was to move towards the future. Towards the future. It wasn't until they had reached the Mosquito restaurant that the mayor finally came back to his senses and quickly spoke. This is the place. His tone was slightly urgent, but it was no longer due to unease. All our patients who drank the sewage are gathered here. The situation worsened further today, which is why they couldn't come out to greet you.
Lin Yuan nodded lightly and strode into the Mosquito restaurant. For a moment, even Yi Lan took a deep breath.
Whether the Rotten God cult could solve this problem would not only rewrite the subsequent direction but also change the situation for Yi Lan and Xia Xingyu, and even his own future decisions.
Everything begins from here. After glancing at the patients on the beds, Lin Yuan walked over. Instruments.
Yes. A pile of medical instruments instantly formed a small workbench, giving Yi Lan a considerable sense of enlightenment. Whether it was the helicopter or these medical devices, these major forces had a commonality in preserving pre-apocalyptic technology remarkably well. After testing a patient for a long time, Lin Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. She placed her hand on the person's pulse. Then, a gray mist permeated, and the power of psionic energy infiltrated.
Crack!
The psionic energy around her hand crackled, and Lin Yuan quickly withdrew her hand, her expression completely changed.
Damn it! How can there be such pure rotten aura? Going into the water. Lin Yuan continuously retreated as if electrocuted, almost falling to the ground. The entire punishment squad's expressions changed drastically. Two of them shielded Lin Yuan behind them, while the other two, with their spiritual
energy flickering and ability objects appearing frequently, fiercely protected her.
High Priest? His gaze towards the mayor was as sinister as a poisonous snake.
If Lin Yuan truly said this was a trap or something, he would decisively act, carrying out a thunderous and bloody execution.
It's not their business.
Lin Yuan's hand touched the ground, and she stood up again, her eyes filled with boundless confusion and shock.
Such pure rotten aura, for a moment, I almost thought it was the main god.
The punishment squad's expressions changed drastically. She was one of the people in the cult closest to the main god. How much persuasive power did her words, such pure rotten aura and similar to the main god, carry?
How did they survive until now?
Lin Yuan looked at the mayor, puzzled.
Even she didn't dare to casually touch it too much, so how did they survive until now?
This was no longer something that could be explained by good physical health or willpower. This involved powerful spiritual energy elements, something beyond the limits of the human body.
Ah, a doctor came to the town a few days ago, and he said drinking this could alleviate it.
The mayor quickly gave a signal, and a town defense force member immediately ran into the kitchen and brought out a large bowl of bubbling black hot water.
It's this stuff.
Lin Yuan snatched the bowl of black water, narrowed her eyes, and then directly used her spiritual energy to penetrate it.
This.
After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan dipped her hand into it and then put it in her mouth.
High Priest. It's fine.
Lin Yuan held the black water in her mouth, smacked her lips, and gently shook her head.
It's not harmful, I'm confident about that much.
The punishment squad members exchanged glances for a moment, and finally, one with a bit of prestige spoke up.
You, please take care of yourself. If anything were to happen to you, we truly couldn't bear the responsibility. However, Lin Yuan's mind was completely elsewhere.
Her beautiful eyes, with 3 parts confusion, 4 parts shock, 2 parts greed, and 1 part undeniable certainty, stared intently at the mayor.
Where is that doctor?
The mayor felt the situation take a sharp turn for the worse and, not daring to be vague, quickly said.
He's gone, he disappeared last night.
How much more is there?
This is all there is, our people brought back a total of.
There's a lot more, Yilan interjected.
As much as you want. Can you solve their symptoms?
Lin Yuan looked at Yilan, who had suddenly interjected. Their gazes met at this moment, and Yilan only felt, why was there a strange sense of familiarity?
Who is this?
The mayor's eyes darted around, and he quickly said cheerfully.
He's the captain of our Sewage Town Defense Force. He might be too worried about the patient's safety, so please don't mind him. The real Town Defense Force captain? Yilan?
What the hell, I actually became the captain of the Town Defense Force, even if it's just a fake identity. If Luocho knew about this, who knows what he would think. The greed in Lin Yuan's eyes faded, and she gently nodded. He's right, their situation is more urgent. Since you have already pledged allegiance to my cult, this resource won't run away. She hesitated, then looked deeply at the group of people. I can only say that it is your fortune you didn't contact the Twilight God cult people.
What does that mean?
Let's go, take us there. She stood up and walked out with a brisk stride, and the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this black water has a big problem, including that old doctor. It has already attracted the interest of the Rotten God cult, but fortunately, they haven't pursued it first, putting the cart before the horse. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but slow down a few steps and quietly asked, if it were the Twilight God cult people, how would they handle it?
Now. Xia Qingyu hesitated, a little unsure.
That depends on what exactly the black water is, I still have limited understanding. She must have handled many aid missions, so it was easy for her to put herself in that position. But if it were me, I would immediately seal the black water, send the severely ill patients along to the Twilight God cult for research and review. And then I would investigate the origin, which is Sewage Town.
Yilan couldn't help but ponder. So, she didn't take samples and transport the key patients back because she has some confidence in treating them? It's also possible she simply doesn't care about these people. Xia Qingyu couldn't resist negatively interpreting and adding a jab against her sworn enemy, though her voice became softer. Does she truly not care? All the events along the way, was there anything wrong? But most of the time, the Rotten God cult isn't like this. Yilan gently nodded.
It was no exaggeration to say that the strength of the two great divine churches was neck and neck. It wasn't a situation where the Twilight God cult could unilaterally suppress the Rotten God cult. Even if the Twilight God cult played public opinion to the extreme, the Rotten God cult wouldn't have such a terrible reputation.
There must be some inherent problem with them.
However, Yilan hadn't yet grasped the balance point within it.
Boom!
The town defense force did its best to evacuate the residents, clearing a wide road directly to the sewage ditch. Vehicles drove, and Sewage Town's special vehicles sped away, carrying the Rotten God cult members. The mayor accompanied them, and Yilan, to reduce the chance of being discovered as suspicious, drove with Xia Qingyu and Su Lezhang at the very back. Soon, the convoy slowly stopped in front of the sewage ditch.
Bang!
They each got out of their cars, and the Rotten God cult members stood before the vast sewage ditch, their shoe tips lightly touching, causing the sewage to ripple beneath their feet. Lin Yuan half squatted like this, gray mist permeating her hand, gently submerging it into the water. She stayed there for a long time, growing increasingly solemn.
High Priest, have you found anything?
The punishment squad members might have their own specializations, but each and every one of them was a skilled hand in the Rotten God cult. Anyone who had contact with spiritual energy couldn't stand before this sewage ditch without feeling something. Lin Yuan shook off the remaining sewage from her hand and stood up. It's not certain yet, but it is indeed a rotten aura, no doubt. As the punishment squad's gazes shifted, Lin Yuan immediately continued.
But it's different from the main god's aura, whether in terms of strength or that unique attribute sensation. Immediately, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone almost had the illusion of accidentally stumbling upon the main god's secret residence. Do you have diving equipment? This was asked of the mayor. This. Of course not.
Shaking her head helplessly, Lin Yuan had just asked casually. Then get me some boats, or if not, a raft will do. Boats. In any case, this was much easier to get than diving equipment. Yilan and the mayor's gazes simultaneously looked towards the nearby lakeside, where more than a dozen nearly decomposed pedal boats were piled up. And the mayor called a group of people to go inspect them. If nothing unexpected happened, this large area of sewage ditch might have once been a small park, and they would have these small pedal boats for tourists to play with here. Small boats usually cost 30 to 50 yuan an hour, while larger 6-person pedal boats cost over 100 yuan. Couples and families would often come here on weekends to play, laugh, and enjoy the water scenery, with geese chasing and playing in the water, and some people would even sell animal-specific feed. It was just, so much had changed. After a long struggle, that pile of long-abandoned pedal boats ultimately couldn't be used, not to mention it would be even more ridiculous for such an elite group to set off in such toys. After much effort, they finally found a small wooden boat in the warehouse where the pedal boats were stored. If it weren't for the low railing on the edge, calling it a raft would be a stretch. When that thing was dragged here, both the Rotten God cult and the mayor fell silent. It was just. After a long while, Lin Yuan let out a leisurely sigh. Let's go, we. No. High Priest, we can go. The punishment squad truly didn't care about anything else this time and firmly dissuaded her. You going into the water now is purely putting your body in danger. We'll take it, and our strength is sufficient. Lin Yuan pursed her lips, then after a long moment, let out a soft sigh. Understood, be careful. The punishment squad nodded and quickly took off their divine robes, revealing the excellent equipment underneath. The professional and amateur were clear at a glance, even the town guard uniform from later on could only be described as too casual. With the help of the town defense force, the four pushed the wooden boat into the water, then took a running start, pushed off, and jumped onto it one by one. The water rippled, and the wooden boat lost its balance from the external force of their jumping and stepping. The next person immediately jumped to the opposite corner, and finally, the four people jumped onto the four directions of the wooden boat, standing steadily on it. Even such a simple detail revealed their elite nature. There were no surprises, no mistakes, not even communication. Hands in black gloves gripped the oars, and the small wooden boat, carrying the Rotten God cult members, slowly sailed towards the center of the sewage ditch. Further and further away. At this moment, Yilan froze, feeling somewhat unprepared, even after all the fuss, knowing nothing, and having a feeling of starting strong but ending weak. There was also a sense of uncertainty about the future, having fallen into a trap. Is this the scene? Is it going to be recreated? Does it end here? Are we leaving? But that's not right. In the original photo frame, the chaos bell was aimed here. But it's in his hand now. He wouldn't want me to hold it myself, would he? And the number of people isn't right either. There are only 4 people, and the mayor isn't on the boat. He's still nearby, nervously chatting with Lin Yuan. Nothing is being recreated. Has everything already deviated so much that even the horses don't recognize it, or is everything not over yet? But even if it deviates, it's impossible for the number of people from the Rotten God cult to decrease, right? So, boom! Above the center of the lake, a massive gray mist surged, as if to tear apart the clouds. No, to be precise, it tore apart the sewage. At this moment, Yi Lan's eyes widened completely. The Rotten God cult brought an anomaly? Exploding. This is absolutely ridiculous. An anomaly? It's not that the situation here isn't worth an anomaly's intervention, but rather, you don't even know what's going on here, so how could you bring an anomaly over? Was the Rotten God cult already paying so much attention to Sewage Town before they even discovered the problem underwater? As the world changed color, Yilan looked at Xiaqingyu. Do you know which anomaly it is? Usually, in this situation, he would ask Little Cat, but Little Cat wasn't here now. So, as a sworn enemy, the Twilight God cult was very likely to know the anomaly's identity. I don't know. Xiaqingyu shook her head vigorously. She couldn't understand how the rotten god cult had the energy to send an anomaly at this time. Why did Sewage Town receive such great importance? Whoosh! In the center of the sewage ditch, beneath the wooden boat, a whirlpool gradually appeared. Visibly, the vast sewage solidified with the anomaly's location as the center, opening up a void. The water flowed like a pillar. For a moment, it no longer resembled the center of a lake, but rather a waterfall. No, like a flowing cliff. The moment the whirlpool appeared, the small wooden boat was sucked down by it. The four elites of the rotten god cult jumped onto the solidified sewage's edge as if they weren't stepping on water, but solid ground. Grab your climbing equipment, be ready for shock absorption at all times, and go straight to the bottom. The captain of the punishment squad's instructions could barely be heard. Then, the squad went directly down the whirlpool, disappearing below the water's surface and from everyone's sight. As they disappeared, the whirlpool remained, but the opening on the water's surface gradually shrank. It seemed to be moving downwards with the squad's progress, causing the edge to narrow. Is this sewage that deep? He recalled where he had seen the submarine last time. It seemed he still hadn't seen the bottom. What exactly is down there? His gaze subtly swept towards Lin Yuan's direction, his eyes filled with confidence and certainty. Yes, who wouldn't be confident when an anomaly had even made a move? But... rumble. In just a breath, the change had already occurred. The entire sewage trembled as if alive, and a roaring sound rose from beneath the water. The huge whirlpool was thrown into the air as if struck by a force, and endless gray mist spread out along the whirlpool. A chilling power erupted outwards, causing countless people to fall to their knees uncontrollably. It was as if it was the end of the world. There was no ability to resist, no blind spots left, destruction surged forth. Damn it! Su Lezheng, open as many of your rings as you can. Yilan couldn't care less about anything else now, he yelled in a hurry, grabbing Xia Qingyu and moving closer to Su Lezheng. But the moment his hand grabbed Xia Qingyu's wrist, Yilan froze. Plump and swollen? In such a chaotic situation, Yilan still met Xia Qingyu's eyes. I feel like I'm going to explode. Bang! Before Yilan's expression could change drastically, an explosion sound came from behind him. Yilan turned his head sharply. Someone in the crowd had actually exploded. Damn! Still resolutely pulling Xia Qingyu into the range of Su Lezheng's rings, Yilan narrowed his eyes and looked over. Several people had already exploded, and upon closer inspection, all of them had, without exception, accidentally ingested the sewage earlier. His own body was also swelling, as if something was about to be sucked out. Xia Qingyu had no choice but to begin mobilizing her spirit energy. Two forces fiercely clashed within her body, the most obvious change being her body alternately swelling and deflating. Damn it! No, this won't do. The best way now was to go directly to Lin Yuan and see if there was any solution, but given the current situation, she couldn't even protect herself. And Xia Qingyu's spirit energy had already erupted. They wouldn't even need to open their eyes to know that a person from the Twilight God cult was standing in front of them. Wouldn't that be seeking death? Rotten aura. Rotten. Lin Yuan? With a thought, Yilan quickly searched his entire body and pulled out a rotten wooden chip. The so-called Lin Jiao's token. Hiss. Yilan reached out and pressed it against Xia Qingyu's body, emitting a chilling sound in an instant. It was a bit like hydrogen peroxide poured on a wound, and a bit like a branding iron pressed against an interrogated prisoner, and also a bit like a newly opened can of cola poured into a glass. Anyway, it was that kind of feeling. But it wasn't Xia Qingyu who was hurt, it was as if two forces were surging within her body and fighting. Gray-colored mist emerged from her body, constantly dissolving and merging under the glow emitted by the token. Her swollen body rapidly deflated, her complexion gradually returned to normal, and her symptoms were indeed rapidly alleviating. Holy crap! It really works! Town Chief! Tell people to carry everyone on the shore who drank the sewage to my side. The town chief was stunned by the huge sound from the sewage, then gritted his teeth and gathered people, dragging them towards Yilan's position.
Amidst the terrifying storm.
As for Lin Yuan, she didn't attract too much attention, she seemed to have completely frozen. During the time he was rescuing the patients, Yilan's mind raced, contemplating the meaning of this event.
Why? Why did Lin Zhao give him this thing? Was it really a casual gift? Or had she already foreseen this day? No, that's impossible.
This first happened in the shadow of the past. Second, she couldn't be sure that he would enter here, much less guess his experiences and actions.
Here. I should think simpler.
Lin Zhao couldn't be sure about these things, but she was very certain about one thing: he would definitely find an opportunity to dive down to sea.
Their submarine. In this process, he would definitely be invaded by the sewage, so she gave him this thing to save his life?
It's just that he didn't go into the water, nor did he intend to. By a stroke of luck, he encountered the same predicament here and then successfully detoxified it with it.
But why?
This was destined to have no answer, nor was it an answer Yilan could figure out just by thinking. The whirlpool gradually disappeared, and the sewage seemed to be slowly returning to calm.
But everyone knew that things had gotten serious. Where are the people from the rotten god cult? Puff.
On the gradually calming water surface, a fat figure suddenly burst out, instantly stirring up huge waves. The figure broke through the water with all its might, crashing towards the shore with momentum, bouncing on the shore like a rubber ball. With the intimate contact and compression of his belly against the ground, Yilan was worried if he would directly explode from the impact.
Who is this? Holy crap! This is one of the people the rotten god cult sent into the water just now. This isn't even fat, but his body has completely swollen.
Lin Yuan rushed forward quickly, her entire body overflowing with power, seemingly to check on his condition, but the other party was so urgent that
he clearly didn't even have this chance. High Priest. Quickly contact the cathedral for reinforcements. Reinforcements at all costs.
Please ask the Pope to pray to the rotten god, request a divine descent.
There is. Bang!
Before he finished speaking, he exploded right in front of Lin Yuan, right in front of everyone gathered here.
Puzzled.
Lin Yuan had just rushed in front of that punishment squad member, and before she could do anything, he exploded. He just exploded in front of her, in front of everyone in Sewage Town. Spiritual energy overflowed, and blood splattered onto her face, adding a touch of ferocity and a hint of wailing.
This.
The wind and waves were calm, and the sewage ditch was quiet, as if nothing had happened except for the rotten god cult elite squad members who had
died tragically below and the Sewage Town patients who hadn't survived the first wave of impact.
But the reality was, it had died. This elite human squad, carrying an anomaly and with the most overstandard equipment for the early apocalypse, simply died here, swallowed by the
dark sewage. What about the ordinary people? What about these Sewage Town residents who had to live by the sewage? What about this temporarily quiet, but already unignorably threatening sewage?
The mayor had already returned to Lin Yuan's side, and Lin Yuan had gradually calmed down, though it was unknown whether she truly understood
something or was just putting on a brave face. Arrange a place for me to stay. Don't worry, I will continue to call for reinforcements.
The rotten god cult has dealt with more troublesome matters. We were careless, but this can definitely be resolved. The mayor's face was already clouded with worry.
He nodded while muttering. That's good, that's good. To some extent, everyone was still at ease.
Perhaps the rotten god cult couldn't solve the underwater problem, but it would never give up.
Even an anomaly had been lost down there, how could they give up? How could the rotten god cult not send stronger people? All right. Stop looking. The town defense force will comfort all the residents of the town. The rotten god cult will not abandon us.
Drink the distributed water sparingly, and then, the mayor's gaze lingered on Yilan, showing a hint of inquiry. Yilan gently shook his head, indicating he didn't want to attract Lin Yuan's attention. But he implicitly hinted that he would go to the restaurant later to visit and treat the patients.
Oh, please come this way.
The mayor opened his car door, invited Lin Yuan to sit in, then revved the engine and drove towards the sewage inn.
Damn it. God of War, this. We'll talk about it later.
Yilan opened the car door and sat in the back with Xia Qingyu. The driver, Su Lezhang, also drove towards the sewage inn. The car stopped steadily downstairs at the inn, with the mayor's car parked next to it. Walking up to the 4th floor, they saw an open door as they passed. The mayor was introducing Lin Jiao to her room. Yilan's gaze was slightly unusual, but he went straight back to his own room.
It's ridiculous. She's staying in 404.
I wonder if in a few days, people from the Twilight God cult will also move into 402 and 403.
Clap.
After closing the door, the three of them looked at each other in 401.
Oh my god. What's going on? What about that anomaly that went down? Why didn't he come up? Su Lezhang was numb, feeling an unprecedented amount of pressure. How deep was the water in Sewage Town? What was under the water? Why did even an anomaly go down and not return? He was really panicked. That was an anomaly. He only felt a bit safe when he was next to Yilan. After all, Yilan truly had an anomaly in his possession. But the problem was, neither the god of non-appearance nor that strange cat were currently with him. Theoretically, without using his trump cards, his actual combat strength was not as good as that of the rotten god cult punishment squad that went down. These past few days, thank you for taking care of me. Xia Qingyu was a little embarrassed. This was what social death felt like. Last night, she was delirious with a fever, giving her last words, but now she was standing here perfectly fine, almost in peak condition. Recovered? Yilan wasn't as worried as Su Lezhang.
At this moment, he was clearly more concerned about Xia Qingyu's condition. He had long anticipated the complexity and overstandard combat power of Sewage Town. Given that there was no escaping it, the best response was to improve his own strength. And Xia Qingyu's recovery at this time was undoubtedly a huge shot in the arm.
Almost. I no longer feel any discomfort. It should have been completely suppressed. But I'm not sure if it will flare up again during high-intensity, strenuous combat. Is that so?
Fiddling with Lin Jiao's token in his hand, Yilan was still very confused.
What exactly is going on?
Looking at the item Yilan was fiddling with in his hand, Xia Qingyu hesitated to speak. After thinking about it, their relationship wasn't such that this matter had to be kept a secret, so she immediately asked.
What was that you used at the end? Is it convenient to tell me? Why could such a deadly thing suddenly be undone?
Yilan looked at her and spoke without hesitation.
Lin Jiao's. Xia Qingyu. No, if you two have some secret plot, do you really have to be so frank with me?
If you hadn't taken care of me all this way, I would have died long ago. I would really suspect you were going to kill me to silence me, alright?
Ah.
Looking at the puzzled Xia Qingyu, Yilan also couldn't help but show a strange expression.
Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Ah.
Yilan was genuinely a little helpless. It was the night she came to my room.
Ah, she went to your room at night? Do you two have some illicit?
Oh.
The day she tried to assassinate you?
Gradually, she also remembered what Lin Jiao had jokingly thrown to him at the last moment.
Huh?
Finally, like Yilan just now, she understood all the key points, and she too gradually became confused.
But why? I have a certain idea.
After all, Yilan had thought about it earlier, and it was gradually becoming clearer. From her perspective, we would
definitely find an opportunity to go into the sewage. As long as we go, we will definitely be poisoned.
As long as we are poisoned, we can only contact her, and she can come over. Perhaps she didn't intend for us to die, but we would be left without the ability to resist, falling into her hands effortlessly. This was very reasonable, but it also almost meant one thing. The Rotten God cult would definitely be able to solve the underwater problem,
and the Twilight God cult could not, at least when isolated from the
outside world, regardless of how much preparation and backup the Twilight God cult had made internally. So that meant that after the next wave of reinforcements from the Rotten God cult arrived, they would permanently send people to be stationed and
completely control the underwater.
But coincidentally, people from the Twilight God cult were about to arrive, and according to the time the news was received, the first batch of teams from the Twilight God cult would definitely be faster than the second batch of teams from the Rotten God cult. During this period, the two sides either reached an understanding, or the Twilight God cult was completely kicked out in a major battle by the Rotten God cult. But precisely as it was an ironclad fact that the Rotten God cult controlled what was beneath the sewage, it was also an ironclad fact that the
Twilight God cult had not lost control of Sewage Town. Looking for black water again. It's too chaotic.
Even if we ignore what's underwater, it's already too chaotic, Yelan said.
No matter what, our strength is completely insufficient to go underwater.
The priority is still to observe the changes in the situation.
So, what do we do now?
Go to the restaurant first. Yelan solidified his steady, wait-and-see mindset, saying, first, use this item to treat the patients in Sewage Town.
They must be close to their limit.
Then, we'll find Yaman to understand the situation of Twilight's team.
Yelan briefly checked the room's condition and skillfully locked the windows.
Pushing open the room door, the three of them simultaneously quieted down, passing by 404 with a certain apprehension, uniformly feeling what Su Lezhang felt every time he passed 402 and 404. It wasn't until they reached downstairs, exited the sewage inn, and got into the car that Yelan couldn't help but ask.
If you are used as a combat unit, what is Lin Yuan's approximate strength?
Xia Qingyu was momentarily stunned, unsure why Yelan was using her as a combat unit, but after some thought, she had a fairly certain answer. She's stronger than me, but she shouldn't be my opponent. Yelan was very confused by her almost contradictory answers and immediately asked.
Why? Recalling everything she had seen today, Xia Qingyu pondered. Her body must be abnormal.
The team she brought has been overly protective many times, so the negative impact of her actions might be greater than imagined.
Physical discomfort, huh? Yelan nodded thoughtfully. It's just that he didn't know how serious it was. If it was very serious, then sending her to be responsible for this task meant they were too short-staffed, right? Will there really be powerful reinforcements? What's wrong? Xia Qingyu asked, puzzled.
Yelan, he wouldn't be going to conspire with the Rotten God cult again, would he? I want to use your crystal ball to find an opportunity to probe, but I'm worried that if I'm discovered, I won't be able to win.
Xia Qingyu. So classic, it had to be him. The car started.
Su Lezhang, who didn't need to think, drove, while Yelan and Xia Qingyu, who needed to think, thought. In this process, they smoothly arrived at Mosquito Restaurant. Upon their arrival, the restaurant owner came out to greet them. No matter what, Yelan was the greatest hero in the eyes of the people of Sewage Town. Without Yelan, this group of patients wouldn't have lasted even the first day. Their condition has worsened again, ever since the sewage ditch became abnormal. Yelan glanced at them and nodded slightly.
No big deal. Have them move around me. All right.
The restaurant owner was also one of the people who had witnessed Yelan's great power by the Sewage Town, emergency saving a group of patients. At once, he didn't hesitate, immediately summoning people to move patients or beds, and soon, Yelan was surrounded.
He skillfully gripped the token and circulated his spiritual energy.
The outcome was no longer a concern, but Yelan couldn't help but have a sudden thought.
Another function of this token was to contact Lin Jiao. He wondered if she would sense him using it this way.
Soon, the patient's breathing gradually stabilized, and some of the more restless ones even stood up and began to move their joints. Equally surprised was the mayor, who was just pushing open the door, but he didn't ask how it was done. Instead, he was more concerned about the patient's condition.
How are they? Are they really all right?
Yelan observed these patients and nodded slightly, very good.
As long as they don't use spiritual energy, they'll be fine. At once, the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. Spiritual energy? That's something only you big shots have, right? They don't have that stuff themselves. Are there any clues about the old doctor? Yi Lan asked. The topic changed too quickly, and the mayor didn't react for a moment, letting out a slight bitter laugh. No, it's as if he completely disappeared. Not a single trace can be found. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, then nodded, making a bold probe. Prepare for evacuation. He wanted to probe whether Sewage Town was still hiding anything else. If given the chance, would they really be willing to leave this sewage town that had brought so many variables and accidents? Indeed, the mayor fell into extreme difficulty. You mean? The Rotten God cult can definitely solve the problem underwater, but what happens during that process is uncertain, Yi Lan further explained. That person named Lin Yuan also said that you are the first force in the wasteland since the apocalypse to seek help from the Rotten God cult. No matter what happens underwater, your matter will not end without resolution. They might, if necessary, arrange your evacuation. Do you understand what I mean? Is that so? Completely unaware that Yi Lan was probing, the mayor seriously pondered. I need to discuss it and see what everyone thinks. Collective migration is too big of a matter, I can't decide it alone. Yi Lan nodded thoughtfully. In any case, the matter here at Mosquito Restaurant should have come to a close. Let them do what they need to do. Pay attention to rest. If there's any change, you can call me again. The mayor was stunned, then felt a sense of relief. In these turbulent times, it was good for Sewage Town to free up some manpower. Similarly, Yi Lan's movements were also very worthy of attention. And you? After thinking for a moment, Yi Lan looked out the window, outlining his next steps. I need to go see the place where the black water appeared. That strange doctor just disappeared, and I'm always a little uneasy. The mayor nodded, relieved. To be honest, he was also very concerned about this matter. And Yi Lan going to do it was clearly more reassuring than him doing it himself. The two thus had clear goals and parted ways at Mosquito Restaurant. Driving all the way to the spicy pepper field, this route was as familiar as could be. He had almost worn out Sewage Town, past and present, by running through it. Bang! Moments after reaching the target location, Su Lezhang stopped the car early. Yi Lan quickly opened the car door, his face filled with utter astonishment. It's just gone? It's all gone. This large patch of tall weeds, and the vast expanse of black water deep within. What's going on? Was it stolen? No, how could it be stolen? This is not just trouble, it's big trouble. The Rotten God cult had long seen it and proposed to take this item, especially to show their magnanimity. They offered to solve Sewage Town's problem first, and then take them there afterward. But now it's gone. This cannot be clearly explained. They will definitely feel that they have been tricked, that Sewage Town cheated them for self-preservation. Normally, it might not matter, but now that they have already paid the abnormal price of an elite squad and received such a result, a force that doesn't care about its reputation might just directly turn hostile. If they truly, in a fit of rage, massacred Sewage Town, then this 60 years ago storyline that he participated in would really be so twisted that even his mother wouldn't recognize it. Let's go, investigate. With such a large area containing black water disappearing, Yi Lan already clearly smelled a conspiracy. The three maintained their formation and walked over. Xiaoqingyu, having recovered, eagerly led the way. Yi Lan observed and searched for clues, and Su Lezhang stood guard. They advanced step by step, soon delving deeper than where he had reached last time. But truly, there was nothing. At that time, the dense weeds had blocked the view, but now the view was so clear, with only an empty expanse in sight. Wasteland, a wasteland identical to its surroundings. No black water, no weeds, all gone. This is truly bizarre. Disappearing. Who would do such a thing? Collecting black water, then harvesting and transporting the mutated, aggressive weeds, what an enormous and dangerous undertaking. Everyone in Sewage Town with the power to do this is currently swamped,
so who would have the energy?
This thing seems a bit special.
Xia Qingyu half-crouched, her fingertips gently tracing the ground. She reached out, touched something small, and then squinted her eyes after picking it up. Yilan glanced at it, then noticed the ground looked different. He hadn't seen it before because the object was small, inconspicuous, and the same color as the ground, but now it was obvious. Crouching down himself, Yilan pressed his hand against the ground and frowned.
The soil is very loose? It seems to be more than just pulling out weeds, it looks like it was specifically dug up. Who is this idol?
Pulling a tactical dagger from his waist, Yilan dug downwards, quickly excavating a small pit. With a sweep of his hand, he pulled out a small, peculiar object, a black, amorphous mass with the faint outline of a green stem visible within it.
This is... Pop!
Yilan squeezed hard, directly crushing the unknown object, and a copious amount of black liquid burst onto his hand. For a moment, everyone was slightly surprised.
Is this that black water? This is getting more and more bizarre. How did this black water start growing underground? Yes. Yilan confirmed his guess, then immediately followed up, do you see this stem, does it resemble the weeds from before? Ah, this. It looks like it, but it doesn't make sense, right?
Yilan narrowed his eyes, bringing the black liquid to his nose to sniff it.
Then. Cough. Cough, cough. This pungent smell. Devil black chili. In this sewage town, there truly are no idle people. Someone combined these giant mutated weeds, black water, and some element of a chili plant, and planted it. Did devil black chili just appear like this? At this time, and in this manner? And at this moment, the only person in this place capable of doing this is precisely one individual, that old doctor. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Damn it! Was devil black chili actually something the old doctor stitched together using his sewing doll ability? Can this really be eaten?
In later generations, it was exported from Sewage Town to various parts of the wasteland. Even with extremely low yields, people ate it everywhere, and there was production every year, so the audience was definitely not small.
They ate it so happily, did these people truly know? Did the two great divine churches know its chilling origin? And, does this kind of thing truly not harbor any terrible negative effects? Its widespread impact, could it have subtly rewritten the life structure of all humanity in the wasteland? If it truly is like this, the Twilight God cult defining sewing doll as a common anomaly and not intervening, besides the previously suspected conspiracy theory, adds two more possible conjectures. Either they are equally covetous of its value, or sewing doll has already, with the power of devil black chili, taken control of the destinies of most humans, and 003 pure remnant son no longer dares to act? It's truly unsettling no matter how you think about it. Click. The pistol was cocked. Xia Qingyu did the same, quietly calibrating the small chaos belly Yilan had given her, displaying extreme professionalism, the kind of player who could shoot extremely accurately even without auto-aim. Only Su Lezhang beside them was utterly bewildered. Looking left and right, he couldn't figure out what was going on. There are no enemies here, right? Why did you two suddenly enter such a synchronized combat state? No, did you two secretly start a small group chat? While checking the ground for traces, Yilan explained to the confused Su Lezhang. Firstly, such a large patch of weeds, if there are no burn marks, must have been carried away. Unless he used a helicopter with a hoist, there's no way he could have completely hidden it. Following it down, we're sure to find something. Secondly, Yilan snorted coldly, we're definitely not the ones most concerned about the situation here, are we? The person who did this, who planted this thing here, will be the one constantly paying attention, worried about it being damaged, right? He wouldn't hide far, he must be nearby, just like the old man who guarded the spicy pepper field while living in the small wooden house. How could he dare to leave? A thorough search quickly proved futile. After all, ideals are plump, but reality is bony. Even if Yilan knew he hadn't gone far, what could he do?
This uncultivated spicy pepper field was empty, no different from the ordinary wasteland next to it. What good were his thousands of ideas and countless deductions? There was simply no visible hiding place. During this break, where the clues ran out and only brainstorming was left, Yilan couldn't help but think of some other things. This thing could only be produced in Sewage Town later on, only Sewage Town could grow it. It might be a coincidence or an accident, but the combination of Devil Black Chili and Sewage Special Brew/Sewage Special Brew would yield an exceptionally good 1 + 1 is equal to 3 synergistic effect. In the future, everyone would covet the abilities of Devil Black Chili, and probably no one wouldn't try to plant its seeds in cultivation techniques
at home once and for all, yet no one succeeded. Then its composition becomes very interesting.
One possibility is that the things under the sewage ditch are continuously affecting everything nearby, creating a complementary effect, and it loses
its efficacy when taken away. Another possibility is even more unsettling.
Yilan kicked the soil he was standing on. Let's be bolder, this entire patch of soil might have already been modified. Xiao Qingyu was fine, as she had a knowledge base regarding these special anomalous characteristics, but Su Lejean was truly shocked.
Isn't this old doctor, what else can't he stitch together? This organization that worships sewing doll is truly overpowered, aren't they?
So, things become simple, he can't abandon this place. Yilan smiled normally, but from Su Lejean's perspective, it was somewhat chilling.
No doubt, Yilan was about to cause trouble. Indeed, the next second, Yilan laid out his tactical deployment.
We'll guard here. Lu Zhang, you immediately drive back to Mosquito Restaurant at full speed and get the rocket launcher.
Su Lozhang. Sure enough.
That's the smell of Yilan causing trouble.
Passion. Explosions. The romance of the night. But wait. Why me?
And why are you so sure that Mosquito Restaurant, a restaurant, would have a rocket launcher?
I saw it last time. Yilan used a very convincing reason to leave Su Lezhang speechless. Damn it, so you've been fixated on it ever since, right?
Top-tier resource management masters are like this, everything within their sight is recorded within their plans. It was just a casual complaint, but Su Lezhang couldn't help but glance at the 5 rings on his hand.
Another choice. So, who exactly is the bodyguard? Rumble, rumble.
There was no point in saying more. Su Lezhang drove away, and indeed, there was no need to worry about anyone foolish enough to attack him on the road. The old doctor was held back here, and with only one person left from the Rotten God cult, there was no need for further action. Besides, to be honest, the two groups in Yilan had a decent surface relationship. Although their ideas weren't unified in Sewage Town, they all respected Yilan. Perhaps this was the charm of social interaction.
Before long, Su Lezhang returned. The restaurant owner just double-checked that it was indeed Yilan's instruction, then cheerfully handed over the rocket launcher, which once again
made him marvel at the charm of social interaction. Of course, powerful strength was equally crucial, always reminding him of the stadium and the sea of fire that day. Perhaps some might mock him for being cowardly and afraid of death, but how correct was his audacious gamble to resolutely follow Yilan that day?
Sometimes, truly, one choice determines destiny. Bang!
Su Lezhang jumped out of the car, pulled open the trunk, lifted the heavy rocket launcher, and handed it to Yilan.
Yilan said nothing, having waited for a long time.
He simply picked up his flashlight, stepped back a few paces to the roadside, aimed at this future vegetable field, pulled the safety, and placed his
finger on the trigger. He would wait 1 minute, and only 1 minute. No waiting after that. Rumble, rumble. This time it wasn't the roar of the engine, but the actual trembling of the ground. The hard soil developed cracks. An area at the edge was sinking, revealing a deep, dark hole. Damn it! You're like a lingering ghost, what exactly do you want? Did I provoke you or something?
A string of curses and roars echoed from the deep underground tunnel, accompanied by violent gasps, clearly indicating extreme panic, obviously fearing that Yilan would really blow up his home. He rushed out, disheveled, and met Yilan's gaze.
Is it really necessary to keep staring at me like this? Do we have a grudge or a grievance?
Looking at his appearance, Yilan uncharacteristically let out a small, wry chuckle.
He's increasingly like a mad scientist from a TV show. Is threat truly the only language some people understand? You did this? Yilan pointed at the ground, asking only this simple question, why? What do you want to do? Damn it!
The old doctor cursed, hands on his hips, much like a deadbeat. I have no idea what you're talking about.
What did I do?
I'm just hiding here because I don't want to be locked up in Sewage Town.
Either take me away, or I'm not answering your inexplicable questions. This. The evidence is overwhelming, and you're still like this, huh? If you don't speak.
Yilan silently raised the rocket launcher, his voice full of concern. Please stand back.
I'm about to clear undeclared illegal cultivation. I don't want to hurt you. Old doctor. What the hell is illegal cultivation? How do you think I was forced out?
Such a comical scene made Su Lejang, who was watching, want to laugh a little.
I mean, of course, I know what's going on. But for someone who doesn't understand what's happening, do you know how much you look like a villain right now?
Standing in front of a vegetable field, holding a weapon and threatening a helpless old farmer who was unarmed.
I'll talk. Isn't it enough if I talk?
The old doctor cursed, truly having a broken pot, broken throw attitude.
He didn't know why, but he felt he could be more at ease even in front of the two great divine churches, yet this guy, as if he knew everything, made him utterly helpless and unyielding. You're full of righteousness, huh? You're unyielding, huh? What a coincidence. Actually, I'm also an embodiment of justice. Why else? Can't you see? This is an opportunity to change the entire human civilization in the wasteland. If there's enough of this thing, humanity will gain unprecedented enhancement and firmly establish itself in the wasteland. Can't you see its potential? TSK. Believe it? To be honest, no, I don't believe it, because there's no way to believe it. I don't dare to believe it like that. Just like the day he rescued Su Lejang from the Sea of Fire, he said he knew nothing, and there was no way to believe it. What a grand and righteous declaration of justice, just like what some villains with lofty ideals say in novels and movies. Sometimes, the identity and stance are indeed like that. He might believe it if the radiant god cult spoke of great human righteousness, but a follower of the sewing doll. Is your justice truly not evil's self-beautification? Is the evolution of all humanity you speak of really the kind of evolution I understand? People who caused biochemical crises in stories also talked about the evolution of all humanity, okay? Is it the sewing doll's instruction? Although Yilan put down the rocket launcher, he pressed on step by step. What does it want to do? What is it planning? It didn't. Ha!
The old doctor instinctively refuted Yilan's words, but suddenly realized something was wrong.
He mentioned the sewing doll? He knows my true identity? How do you know? Who exactly are you? He was truly terrified. This was the early wasteland.
No one understood anyone, and secret forces were not the same concept as in later stages. At this time, secret forces were completely unknown to anyone, whereas 60 years later, if Yilan said he was a secret force, no one would doubt it. As the meaning of secret force had already become a force known only to a few leaders, including the two great divine churches. I'm sorry, but the situation now is that I'm interrogating you, not the other way around. As the old doctor's mind reeled in panic, Yilan pressed his advantage, pursuing relentlessly. Don't say I'm forcing you. You're free to come and go, but you've been lingering in Sewage Town. So, I'm sorry, but today you must give me an explanation. You? What exactly do you want to do? You're not from Sewage Town either. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Yilan smiled faintly. How about this, I can give you a second option. The old doctor looked up in confusion, then heard the most arrogant words he would ever forget in his life. If you can't answer, you can also have your main god talk to me personally.
Strong god.
The old doctor's mouth slowly gaped open.
What are you saying? How dare you? Who gave you the courage to speak such arrogant words to an anomaly? For a moment, he can only assume that Yilan was once again asserting his strength, threatening and intimidating him.
I'm serious, can't we cooperate? The old doctor probed. You're so strong. I'm afraid you're not here with good intentions, are you?
Wouldn't it be better if we each did our own thing?
Yilan's silence made the old doctor feel his words were persuasive, and he further encouraged.
I'll just stay here and won't move anywhere, so I definitely won't interfere with your plans, okay?
Yilan looked at him for a long time. A very convincing suggestion, Yilan said, but actually, I don't care where you are, and you won't leave here anyway.
What I care about is...
Yilan narrowed his eyes, once again touching the old doctor's sensitive nerves.
Is this thing you conjured your own intention, or your main god's intention?
The old doctor pursed his lips.
This person doesn't seem to be joking. Why does he dare to mention his main god so frequently? Most importantly, Yilan moved closer, feigning relaxation. You should know more about the things underwater than anyone else, right? Aren't you afraid? Or the two great divine churches that are about to arrive, aren't you afraid?
Still silent, Yilan was getting closer and closer, his voice like a devil's whisper.
Or is it precisely to avoid the two great divine churches that you are hiding here?
The old doctor unconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Yilan with both wariness and strangeness.
What's wrong with you?
I didn't say a single word, and you're talking to yourself, yet you've already come close to part of the truth. This has already gone beyond the realm of strong deduction. This is absolute suppression brought by an immense information advantage.
Who exactly is he?
This time, he no longer avoided, or rather, truly and earnestly, begged to avoid.
Can you, for the sake of me saving your little female companion's life, stop hounding me? This place is so chaotic now, you must have a lot to do, right? TSK, playing the emotional card? Yilan frowned.
He wasn't afraid of threats, nor powerful enemies, but he was indeed most susceptible to this tactic. When he first arrived in Sewage Town, he didn't want to owe Arthur a favor, though he still did. He had sought Xiaqingyu's help multiple times, not wanting to owe too many favors, and had repaid many, so now they were barely even.
Barely.
In his most critical moment, the other person had indeed helped him. If the old doctor hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have deliberately thought of it, but since he did. Actually, I really don't have time to deal with you, because you are not the protagonist of this scene. But, Yilan leaned close to his ear, his softest voice carrying the heaviest pressure, can you tell me why you attacked the Chaos Bell last night? At that moment, the old doctor's expression truly changed dramatically. Anything before, like his arrogant tell him to come over to the sewing doll, while shocking, still seemed like an absurd boast, unrealistic. After all, a god wouldn't just show up because you cursed at him, otherwise, evil gods like the rotten tree would be too busy. But this time, it was a real, tangible secret of his that had been exposed. How could it be? How was it discovered? He had been so careful and cautious, with so many contingency plans and preparations, there was no chance of exposure. He even unconsciously lowered his head to look at his hand, making Yilan let out a surprised sound.
Oh, what are you looking at? Oh, it's completely healed? Did you stitch some other messy stuff onto it again? Old doctor. You're a demon, aren't you?
The evil whispers of a demon seeing through people's hearts are nothing more than this. His mindset was exploding, and with that glance he had just given, he had completely missed the chance to explain anything. He slumped his shoulders in dejection, with a hint of resolve.
Let me go, or kill me. Frowning, Yilan was very disappointed. Why bother? Yilan couldn't help but look at Xiaqingyu. Do you know how to interrogate? The brutal kind. Xiaqingyu was stunned, hesitating to speak. A little, but... This guy is from the sewing doll lineage. Will ordinary pain and torture affect him? However.
Anyway, this guy is so good at stitching, he definitely won't die, so I'll give it a try.
Just don't blame me if I lose control. Old doctor. Aren't you two supposed to be discussing such dark conspiracies in secret? Do you have to have such a serious conversation in front of me? Boom. Boom.
Just then, a car sped down the road, its urgency seemingly infecting the vehicle itself, the exhaust pipe panting incessantly. For a moment, even Yilan had to temporarily avert his gaze from the old doctor.
It's bad, hero. No, huh?
A somewhat familiar face belonging to the town defense force jumped out of the car. He had been about to report to Yilan without hesitation, but upon seeing the doctor nearby, his mind clearly buzzed.
Why did he feel like he was doomed? Were they a team? Had he just stumbled upon their secret plotting? What's wrong?
Yilan's calm voice sounded in his ear, and the town defense force member immediately reacted. He had already seen the rocket launcher in Yilan's hand, and Xia Qingyu holding a pistol, subtly pointed towards the old doctor, and he instantly
understood. It's the mayor. The mayor said there's a very, very urgent matter and asked you to spare some time. Very urgent. Yilan frowned, trying to figure out what major event could possibly happen at this time, but he couldn't come up with anything for a moment. Yilan gave Xia Qingyu a look, then walked towards the roadside. Xia Qingyu, with extreme, poked the old doctor's waist with her revolver. The old doctor gave a wry smile and had no choice but to follow. Did the mayor call for Lin Yuan? Yilan asked the town defense force member while walking. No.
The person sent by the mayor to deliver the message had clearly been instructed and was very certain. A very important matter, but he only called for himself and didn't alarm Lin Yuan. Yilan looked at Xia Qingyu, deep in thought.
I understand, lead the way.
After speaking, Yilan opened his car door and smiled, inviting the old doctor to sit inside. At this moment, Yilan gave the old doctor an ultimatum.
Since this happened so suddenly, I'll give you a little more time, but it will be the last. You probably have to give me some answers. I might not kill you, but you should understand that death isn't the scariest thing for you. Yilan's voice echoed in his ear, lower than a demon's. You'd best not do anything foolish. Because if I wanted to drive you out of Sewage Town, it would be really, really simple. He knew that constantly bringing up the opponent's main god would lead to this threat being ignored, so he chose a more easily understood way of persuasion.
Gods also have differences in strength.